know this world holds more, and will demand more. Sioned lifted her hands, emerald ring glittering, and a soft breeze swept up from the lake behind her. With the air came a mist of water and tiny motes of earth. Tobin sensed, as Ostval could not, the careful gathering of delicate threads of starlight, fine and thin as spider spinnings, the weaving of its pale fire into the breeze. The slow swirl surrounded them, gradually centering at arm's length above the baby in a tight, glistening spiral. Tobin was torn between amazement and fear. The Faradim used the glow of sun and moons, but never that of the stars. Yet Sioned did exactly that now, pulling down skeins of almost invisible brilliance to create this unique naming for her son. Child, by the name of your kinswoman Tobin, daughter of Zahava and Melar, wife to Chanel, mother of sons, I give you air, that is the sigh of the father of storms in the goddess's arms. May it rise and give flight to your wings, as strong as the woman in whose name it is given. The star-glow was directed toward Tobin, and the baby's head turned, eyes huge as he stared up at his aunt. Tobin saw her own colors sparkle in the whirling mist, amber and amethyst and sapphire, and caught her breath. Sioned spoke again. Child, by the name of this man, Ostval, son of Ostlach and Avina, husband to Camigwyn, father of a son, I give you water to cleanse your soul, for his soul is the purest I have ever known. Again she gestured the spinning light, this time to shine on Ostval's tense features, and more colors were added, deep garnet, bright ruby, black onyx he could not see. Or perhaps he could, for he met Sioned's gaze, awed, caught in the spell she had woven of forbidden starlight. Child, by the name of your father Rohan, son of Zahava and Melar, I give you earth. This sand and stone around you, this desert you will rule as wisely as he who gave it to you. This is his flesh, as it is your own. And colors Tobin had never before sensed spun into the light, the pure white of diamonds, the intense sapphire of Rohan's eyes, the golden amber of his sunlit hair. This was her brother, she told herself, these colors dancing and gleaming in the night. Child, Sioned drew all the soft spinning starlight into her hands and held it above the infant. My child, I give you fire to light your way. Sunrunner's fire, from the mother, who also gives you your name. The baby's hands groped up toward the threaded colors, and Sioned allowed him to touch it for an instant. Then she lifted the air and water and earth, all spun together with fire from the stars, and flung it out to the desert below. The weave spread out like an unfurled tapestry, strands of color augmented now by Sioned's own, and she spoke her child's name for the first time. Paul, she whispered, born of starfire. That is your name, my son, and it is your mother who gives you all these things. Lifting him in her arms, she turned him to face the expanding fabric of light over the desert, vibrating now like sparks from a windswept hearth, or a carpet of multicolored flowers shimmering in the breeze. It slid along the curves and hollows of the dunes below, wrapped around the rocks, glowed blue and crimson and green and gold, all shot through with glittering points like diamonds. At last the weaving sank slowly into the sand, and all was starlit silence once more. After a moment, Sioned murmured the traditional ending of the naming ritual. It is the duty of a mother to name her child. So I have done. His name is Paul. The familiarity of the final words did not release Tobin from the enchantment. She knew she had witnessed something never before seen, never even dreamed of. Yet there was something else familiar here, the feeling that spread through her head and heart. She had felt it on the night of her father's ritual, when the Faradim had ridden the moonlight and taken her with them. Yet no sun or moons shone, no light to weave into pathways through the sky, nothing except the stars and their delicate fire. Fragile, almost transparent lanes of light trembled around her, roots opened by Sioned, who knelt beside her clutching the child, her eyes glazed over. Tobin knew she was no longer here, but traveling on those ribbons of starfire, and Tobin, closing her eyes, followed. She had no consciousness of the flight, swift and sure as it took her to the battlefield. By the glow of fire, she saw the dead being gathered and the wounded being tended and shivered. Where were her husband, her son, her brother? She could feel Sinead's colors ahead of her, searching as frantically as she. And then they were together, gliding down a single filament of starlight now, beyond the silent field and over small hills that cradled shadowy valleys between them like the slight hollows between the muscles of a powerful man's back. She knew then, and she knew the two groups of riders who faced each other in a broad valley. She saw her husband, tall and tense as he sat his horse in perfect stillness, more carving of warrior's beauty than living man. She saw her brother, golden hair turned to silver, poised, waiting, as motionless as Che. She saw Andrade, pale hair streaming down her back, strangely helpless as she spoke urgent words that Rohan and Che ignored. There were others, but Tobin did not look at them, for the star thread drew her across the emptiness between to Relstra. The High Prince gestured sharply, and a slender young woman rode forward. Che went to meet her. They exchanged words Tobin could not hear, wore expressions the shadows did not allow her to read. But she saw her husband nod slowly, and when the woman straightened from her slight bow of acceptance, Tobin saw that it was Pansala. The pair returned to their princes, and Rohan and Relstra each dismounted. Confused and frightened, Tobin quivered in the grip of the starlight. Andrade held up both hands, rings shining, her mouth contorted as she cried out words that would forbid, her face terrible as she flung her head back. Relstra shouted. Rohan shook his head. Not even Andrade could stop this now. The two princes stripped off battle harness and clothes until they were down to trousers and boots, nothing more. There was a bandage wrapped around Rohan's right shoulder, blood seeping through in an ominous stain. Che spoke with swift urgency, gesturing, warning. Rohan nodded absently and unsheathed his sword. Tobin heard in imagination its angry hiss from the scabbard, the blade a long gleam of steel in the night, lean and pale as its owner. Andrade at last submitted, withdrawing in response to Urivel's hand on her sleeve. The two Faradim moved apart and dismounted. Urivel walked to the other end of the line of Rohan's soldiers. Both sunrunners paused a moment before their lifted hands conjured two small spheres of fire. Rohan's people formed a loose arc on one side, Relstra's on the other. The Faradim and the fire hovered between to complete the circle and give the princes light to see by, light in which to kill each other. Andrade stood with head bowed and shoulders bent like an old woman's. Tobin saw and grieved, but knew that whatever the lady had planned for Rohan and Relstra, this was the only possible conclusion. They stalked each other warily, moving with elaborate care. All advantages of youth, strength, and swiftness that should have been Rohan's were negated by the wound in his shoulder that would slow and weaken him the longer the fight went on. Relstra was heavier of body and motion, and it had been a long time since he had used his warrior's training. But that the muscles beneath his flesh were strong, and that his instincts were intact, became obvious with the first swing of his sword. Tobin did not hear the clang of blades, nor the grunt wrung from her brother's throat as the impact shuddered up to his wounded shoulder. She did not hear whatever taunting words Relstra flung into the space between them, but she could see, and there was a spark, a narrow gleam of steel far back among Relstra's people. They shifted, a pathway cleared, The starlight spun around Tobin, and her colors seethed with panic, twining, merging with Sinead's, and Urivel's, and Andrade's, and someone else, someone trained but not perfected in the Faradi arts. Suddenly, there was yet another, a tiny raw gift that surged up in answer to Sinead's need. Light and shadow skittered around Tobin, through her, and she lost her own colors to the greater whirl of power born on fire from the stars. Andrade was too stunned by the assault on her senses to begin defending herself until it was too late. Caught up in the threads of starlight, she saw in an instant the treachery of the upraised knife, and for the first time since the 10th ring had been placed on her finger, she found herself subordinate to the powers of another Sunrunner. Chill silvery flames sprang up around the two princes, a circle of dangerous starlight that rose, met, created a shining dome that enclosed Rohan and Relstra in shivering fire. Colors flashed as each Faradi pattern was woven more deeply into the structure. Her own colors, Urivel's, Tobin's, Sinead's, and those of two others whose presence shocked Andrade to her soul. Realizing too late that Sinead had trapped her, she fought panic and tried to gain control of the starlight, but this weaving was Sinead's, and Andrade could do nothing but feel her strength given, as Sinead demanded. Rohan drew back, dazzled by the cold fire that arched up around him. Relstra cursed frantically as a flare of diamond-bright light hit the dome with a sound like a great glass bell being rung, echoing deeply from curve to curve of the dome. Rohan took advantage of his enemy's distraction and lunged in, sword ready to take Relstra's head. But the High Prince moved just in time, escaping with only a gash cut into his left arm.
"So, Andrade has closed us in," he rasped. "That's too bad. I wanted everyone to see you die."
Rohan wasted no breath on a reply. His shoulder had not warmed to the exercise as he had hoped. There was no battle fever to counter his weariness, and the anticipation that had burned along his veins during the ride was gone. He had spent too much of himself this long day, and his only hope was to finish Relstra quickly, if he could. The High Prince laughed, as if knowing Rohan's thoughts.
"Tired, princeling?"
He drove in, without finesse but with a great deal of strength, and Rohan sidestepped out of his way. Steel clashed again and again, resounding off the star-spun dome until Rohan's ears rang. Neither man indulged in elegant swordplay. Each was after blood. Cold sweat ran into Rohan's eyes, sheathed his body in ice. Lunge, parry, evade, thrust, dodge, lunge again. His right arm was fast becoming incapable of hefting the sword that was heavier each instant. He heard Relstra's harsh, gasping breaths, smelled the sweat sheening the fleshy body, saw the welts, leaking blood, where his blade had cut the High Prince, but he would not have wagered right then on his own victory. For all Relstra's years and excesses, he seemed inexhaustible. Angling his sword, as Relstra brought his own back for a powerful thrust, he tried to cut the man's legs from under him. The tip of his blade caught just behind the knee, and steel, flawed in the day's battle, snagged in the High Prince's soft leather boot. In the attempt to free himself, he drove the sharp tip into his flesh, growling with pain. Rohan wrenched the blade away and tried to follow up, but his arm chose that moment to falter. The sword slid from his hand. Balance lost, he fell hard to his knees, gasping at the impact.
"Excellent position," Relstra taunted. "One you should have adopted long ago. I'll teach it to your Sunrunner princess before I teach her to forget you in my bed, the way you forgot her and my daughters."
Rohan dove for his sword and forced his two hands to close around it, good hand locked over the strengthless one. Relstra sliced almost contemptuously into his back as Rohan rolled away and came up on one knee. He barely felt the new rent in his skin, but for the trickle of blood that mingled with the renewed flow from his right shoulder. Relstra gave a short burst of breathless laughter and closed in. Twisting around, Rohan caught the hilt of his sword against Relstra's, struggling to keep the blades locked, even as the High Prince struggled to separate them. With a groan of agony, as the effort tore his shoulder completely open. Rohan felt Relstra finally give way. The suddenness of it flashed suspicion through his mind that it was deliberate, but the High Prince stumbled down onto the grass, cursing. Rohan gasped, each breath a stab of fire. It was beyond him to use the sword now, its weight insupportable. He went for his boot knife and heaved himself onto the sweating body. Powerful fingers closed over his wrist, wrenched his arm back, nearly tearing it from the socket. He realized that in another moment he would black out and writhed from Relstra's grip. The High Prince grunted with pain as he heaved to his feet, swaying, blood dripping from his knee. Rohan went for the other knife and had his ribs kicked for his trouble. Body curling in anguish, breath sobbed in his throat, and for the first time he was cold with the fear that he was going to die. Relstra stood over him, panting. Sword retrieved, he leaned on it, the tip embedded in the soil. The jeweled hilt shone in the silvery surrounding fire.
"I'll teach your son to kneel," Relstra hissed.
There was a sudden roaring in his ears, salt bitterness on his lips. Fury came to him at long last, a killing rage that had nothing to do with clean battle or even with vengeance. "My son," the words echoed over and over in time to the vicious pounding rhythm of his blood. "My son."
"Kneel to me, princeling,"
Relstra demanded, his voice thick with hate.
"Kneel."
Rohan moved very slowly. He pushed himself up, holding his ribs with his good hand, groped out with the other, as though seeking support that would get him to his knees. "My son." There was a burning in his flesh, and something cold and dew-moist in his hand. 1 foot under him, leaning heavily on the other knee, he looked up through a stinging mist at the grandfather of his son. Relstra was smiling. He continued to smile even as Rohan surged upward and shoved a knife he could barely hold into the soft flesh of Relstra's throat. The long blade stabbed through the underside of the chin, and Rohan thrust it deeper, through tongue and mouth, all the way to the base of the brain. The High Prince toppled to one side. Rohan watched him fall, knowing Relstra was dead. And then the wet grass slicked with blood came up to meet him, and he knew nothing more. Only the frightened rasp of Che's voice made Andrade recall that she had an existence apart from the raging, cold starfire that by now had bled all color into its pallor. She heard him, and painfully gathered into coherence the splintered pattern that was herself. The others, less powerful than she, were still caught in the glowing dome. She labored with all her strength to separate them, to rebuild the shimmer of each distinctive mind. Urivel was first, his deep sapphire and pale moonstone and shining amber forming once more into the familiar design. Truth, wisdom, protection against danger, all these things were Urivel, and she wept with relief that he was whole. He helped her with the others, unraveling the chaotic weave that was compromised of Sioned and Tobin and the 2 startling, shocking others. The 2 princesses, known to them, were swiftly separated and reformed, cherished patterns not lost to shadows lurking in the night. The last pair, Andrade left the familiar one to Urivel and explored the new and unexpected presence herself. Topaz, for sharp intelligence, emerald, for hope, iridescent pearl for purity, all lit by a diamond brightness that was beauty and cleverness. She knew who he was, this brilliant pattern of green and white and gold, the Sunrunner Prince, Rohan's son.
"Andrade!"
Che was almost sobbing now, and she opened her eyes to see his stricken face above her. She was vaguely curious about how she had come to be lying on the ground with her head cradled in his arm. When she moved, bruises told her of a hard fall.
"Sweet, merciful goddess," Che whispered. "I thought you shadow-lost."
"No," she said, and coughed. "It'd take more than this to kill me." She pushed herself up. "Urivel?"
"Here."
came his voice from nearby, where Pansala lay senseless on the grass.
"Do you know what happened? And what she did?"
he asked softly, his eyes sunk into hollows.
"And why?"
Andrade swallowed and nodded.
"Yes. Is she—" "I don't care about her or about what happened," Che snapped. "It's Rohan who needs you, damn it!"
He pulled her up and helped her to walk. They crossed the faint, dark line where fire had risen. No one had yet dared cross into the circle. Relstra's people, seeing that the unthinkable had occurred and their prince had fallen, were too stunned to attempt their revenge or escape. Rohan's soldiers were equally silent and motionless. Andrade sank down beside the slight form curled in the starshine, light gleaming off his fair hair. He lived. Blood covered him like a cloak, but he lived. Andrade nodded at Che, who lifted Rohan very gently and carried him to where Urivel had made a small warming fire. Rising to her feet, Andrade stood over Relstra and gazed down into his dead eyes. Rohan's knife was sunk into his throat, and he wore a half-smile that chilled her. She bent stiffly and closed his eyes, but the feeling of insects crawling on her skin did not fade. For he smiled still. Like her, he finally had what he wanted, though not quite in the manner planned. She ordered the corpse wrapped in its violet cloak, then went to tend her nephew's wounds. She had no salves, no ointments, no soothing draughts, but a skinful of wine taken from one of Rohan's men. This she poured down his throat as Urivel washed the blood away. Che sent riders back to the main battlefield for supplies. They returned at top speed, led by the frantic Tilal and Markin. It was a long while before she was satisfied that Rohan had taken no serious hurt. He had not opened his eyes, but the blank unconsciousness had become reassuring sleep, the signs unmistakable to Andrade's trained eye. 2 litters were prepared, one for the living prince, and one for the dead one. Tilal remembered to reverse Relstra's banner on its pole to signal his death, so that Rohan's people would not think it was their own prince who had died. Andrade glanced up as Che touched her arm and spoke her name. His face was rough with stubble, smeared with dirt and sweat, his gray eyes dull and bloodshot as he looked up at the sky. She was surprised to find the stars nearly gone, blackness becoming deep blue washed with rose gold on the horizon.
"Dragons,"
he murmured. They flew in small groups, hatchlings chased through the air by watchful she-dragons and sires who called down warnings against any threats to their precious brood. Dark and graceful shapes against the misted dawn, they flew in search of a feeding ground, unspoiled by the blood of humans. Andrade wanted to follow them on the new light, soar with them on wings of her own, and began to understand Rohan's love for the dragons. For them there were no complexities of choice, motive, treachery, deceit, no battling against their own natures. She looked down at his sleeping face, smoothed back lank fair hair.
"I wish you could see them," she whispered. "They belong to you, Dragon Prince." "To the desert," Che corrected quietly, "just like he does. Not the other way around, Andrade." "I envy him, and them," she murmured. "I've never owned anything but my rings and my pride, and nothing's ever owned me. To claim anything, you have to be willing to be claimed in return. That has to come first, Andrade. You have to give yourself first."
He paused, knelt beside Rohan, touched his shoulder.
"We're lucky that Rohan's known that all along. I gave him Sioned, didn't I?" "Do you think she was yours to give?" Urivel asked softly.
Andrade stiffened. Rising to her feet, she gestured for Rohan to be placed on the litter and turned away from the others. Nothing but her rings and her pride. But they were all she had, and she would defend herself with them as long as she lived. A dragon roared in the dawn, and she looked up again, wondering suddenly what it would be like to be both possessed and free. Tobin opened her eyes. Ostville was clasping the shivering, crying infant to his chest. Paul's eyes were fixed on Sioned, the misty newborn blue gone in the flashing fire. Tiny hands reached out, fists clenched exactly as Sionade's were clenched. She was on her knees, white cloak blowing back from her shoulders like dragon wings, arms outstretched and features strained into terrifying intensity. The stars had found focus in her eyes, seemed to flow into the very bones of her slender body as a cold, silvery brilliance writhed around her, a white fire from the stars striking rainbows from her whiteness. Tobin knew what Sioned had done, how she had woven every thread of light from the sky into the patterns of power that were her framework. Urivel, Andrade, Tobin herself, and the child. Ostville glanced up. "He started screaming. I couldn't quiet him." Tobin nodded. There would be no protecting the child from his heritage. Sunrunner and prince. All at once, Sioned trembled as if her bones would shatter. The infant's cries softened to whimpers, and then he was silent, his small face relaxing at last into serenity. It was a long time before Sionade's features showed any hint of the same peace. "The one with the knife. You could have killed him," Tobin whispered hoarsely. Sioned nodded, and in her eyes were lingering traces of stars and power. "You understand about Pansala now, don't you? She and I have the same regret, that Relstra never knew she was betraying him all along." Seeing Ostville's bewilderment, Tobin turned to him and said slowly, "There was combat between Rohan and Relstra. One of the High Prince's men thought to end it with a knife. Sioned, she used the stars, Ostville. There wasn't any other light." Sioned touched Paul's cheek. "There's fire in the stars," she murmured. "Sunrunner's fire." Ostville held Paul closer. "He felt it, all of it, Sioned. You know what that makes him." She nodded again, bright head bending low. "It begins too young for him. I hope one day he can forgive me." Chapter 31. Dragon Gold. It bought the labors of 100 master crafters, and by the beginning of spring, the great hall of Stronghold was splendid with the results. The artisans would have worked for nothing, of course. The honor of boasting that they had had a hand in the making was worth more than any payment. But Rohan paid. Gold was simple coin and cost him very little, though only a few privileged people knew that. He stood, surveying his stage, knowing it was exactly that, and nodded his satisfaction. 300 lamps, shaded by sparkling Pyrenees crystal, were set high along the walls where torches had once been. Tiles made in Kierst formed a pattern of blue and green on the floor. A new suite of fruitwood banqueting tables and chairs from Sire were laden with a fabulous dinner service of Grabane porcelain and utensils of Fessenden silver. Flowers were arranged in low vases of blue Ossetian glass. On either side of each was a wine pitcher made from the giant seashells found off the coast of Isil. Dorval silk provided the green napery, folded into fanciful shapes atop the plates. Pinewood boxes from Cunaxa held spices. Finger bowls of black deerhorn from Meadowlord and white elk-hoof from Prince March waited for noble hands that would be dried on small, soft towels of blue gelatin wool. Beside each princely goblet was a delicate little cup, the only obvious use of the dragon gold that had bought all the rest. The banners of desert Athrim had been removed to the foyer, replaced by a single tapestry behind the high table, the new dragon symbol. Stylized into simple, elegant lines, the bold arch of outspread wings balanced the proud lift of the beast's head. Gold on blue, the dragon was crowned with a thin circlet and held a small ring surmounted by a real emerald set into the cloth. Zahava would have approved the grand gesture. And the warning. Rohan finished his inspection of the great hall and complimented his household staff, then walked between the empty tables to the side aisle where Maita stood in full battle harness over a new blue silk tunic, her black eyes snapping with pride. Rohan gave her a smile. "Stand easy. You're making me nervous." She snorted. "You made me responsible for his safety, and here I stay." She nodded at Sioned, who sat at the high table with Paul in her lap. "Did you hear that old fool Charlie say that Paul has Sionede's eyes?" "And your manners," Sioned called out, as the baby gave a loud burp. "Let's get this started, Rohan. He's quiet for now, but there's no tellin' how long it will last. I don't want him shrieking at the guests who've come to admire him." "And you," he added. She wore a green gown, dark as a mountain forest. The emeralds were around her throat, and a thin silver circlet crossed her brow to hold back her loosened hair. He mounted the dais to stand beside and just behind her, fingers resting on the ornate carving of a dragon in flight that decorated the back of her chair, knowing very well what picture they would present. He wore a dark blue tunic and trousers, a topaz winking deep gold from a chain around his throat, a band of plain silver around his head. Paul's clothes were green to match his mother's gown, and the blanket around him was blue, stitched with tiny golden dragons. A more perfect portrait of regal domesticity could not be imagined, precisely what Rohan had intended. He signaled to Ostval, and the main doors were opened. The chaos outside in the foyer abruptly hushed as the chief steward of Stronghold announced Her Royal Highness the Princess Tobin and Lord Chainel of Radzin Keep. Tobin still favored her injured leg a little, but not in public. She and Che, dressed in his red and white, accented by rubies and diamonds, crossed the shining glazed tiles, made their bows, and joined Rohan and Sioned at the high table. Next came Rohan's vassals, Eltanan of Tiglath, Abidius of Tuath Castle, who guarded the far northern border of the desert, Old Hayden of Remagev, and Basil of Falain Lowland. Less senior vassals followed, bowed, made new vows to the air, and went to stand behind their chairs at various points throughout the great hall, a strategic placement of approving voices worked out in advance by Rohan, Ostval, and Sioned. Walvis was the last of the desert highborns to enter, tall and handsome, with his blue eyes sparkling above a neatly trimmed black beard. He took his place at the head of the knight's table. Rohan caught his eye and smiled. The princes were next, with the exception of Mion of Cunaxa. 16 winters old and forbidden to make a move on his own, he had sent word that he was too ill to make the long journey from Castle Pine. It had been decided to take no offense, as his presence was unnecessary in any case. There were princes enough to make this convocation valid. Lane of Dorval came in first and winked at Rohan. He placed a lingering kiss on Sionede's wrist and tickled Paul's chin until the infant crowed with laughter, then went to his place near the high table. Pimental of Fessenden entered to express his gratitude that his city of Einar was safe, for no one doubted that, had the late High Prince succeeded in sire, Fessenden would have been next on his list. Salmer of Isil, Relstra's erstwhile ally, came in wary and defiant, but polite. He was followed by his enemy, Volog of Kirst, looking smug as he greeted Sioned as her kinsman. Prince Agit, who showed no ill effects from the long journey to Stronghold from Fyron at his advanced age, said pretty things to Sioned and agreed with Chale that the baby had her eyes. Clutha of Meadowlord was tight-lipped and contrite, having already given Rohan many speeches of apology for not keeping a closer watch on Lyle of Ways, whom he had in tow and who looked sick with apprehension. A poke in the ribs was sufficient to launch the young man into a babbled speech to which Rohan listened without any expression at all. He nodded briefly in dismissal, wanting Lyle to sweat a little longer. Chale of Ossetia walked in, radiating innocence regarding Lyle's work. Then came the younger princes, who, like Mion, had lost their sires in the plague but, unlike him, controlled their own governments. Caber of Gilad and Velden of Grib were much the same age and much on their dignity at this first meeting of princes since they had gained their lands. Yet they were still boys enough to respond with blushes when Sioned bestowed on each her most dazzling smile. At last Davy came in, accompanied by his wife. Wisla was gaudy and over-jeweled in Cyrene turquoise and garnets, with a huge diamond nestled in her ample cleavage. She beamed at all as if she were princess of Stronghold as well as of Sire. Then it was the turn of Relstra's daughters. There were 12 left now. 5 had died of the plague, and the circumstances of Ianthe's death in the fire that had destroyed Farouche were still the subject of intense speculation. Pansala led her sister and half-sisters up to the high table, and not one of them knew that the boy to whom they bowed was their sister Ianthe's son. As they rose, Sioned spoke clearly into the quiet. "A moment, my ladies, if you would be so kind." They all froze, clumped together, eyes wide with fear or startlement or both, all except for Chiana and Pansala. The former glared defiantly at Rohan, the latter stared at the floor. "You have behaved with honor, and that is the truest mark of nobility. Caring first for the peace and well-being of your land. By renouncing all claim for yourselves and your descendants to the properties, titles, and wealth to which you were born, you have acted with great wisdom that all here will acknowledge." The sop to their lacerated pride, Rohan thought, composing himself to enjoy the rest of Sioned's speech. She had insisted that she be the one to grant them this favor. "Your lives are now your own," she told them. "Should you wish to continue in quiet retirement at Castle Crag, you may do so. If there is a manor you would like to live in, that place and all its revenues will be yours for as long as you desire." "Your Highness!" gasped Nedra, the eldest of them. "It was never our intention to leave you in nameless poverty," Sioned assured her, and Rohan heard astonished whispers in the hall. "And if there is a man you wish to wed, you will be dowered as befits your royal blood." A babble of voices greeted this announcement. Rohan let the noise play itself out, amused. He and Sioned had cast themselves in the role of generous prince, but there were reasons other than public show of magnanimity. Locking up Relstra's daughters was not in Rohan's nature, not even for Paul's sake, and making silent, captive martyrs of them would have been more dangerous than setting them free to breed children who might one day become a threat. Most would probably sink into obscurity, either living in pleasant manners under close if benevolent watch, he was no fool, or married to some minor lord or other. He looked them over as they struggled to comprehend this total reversal of their fortunes and the prospect of more freedom than their father had ever given them. 8 non-entities, he told himself, but 4 who would bear observation. Keely, with her new husband Lyle of Ways, Cypris, who at 18 was sharp and beautiful as a new morning, and sly-eyed little Chiana and her full sister Moswin. He doubted, however, that many men would be willing to marry a daughter of the late High Prince, despite the rich dowries he intended to provide. He could afford to be generous, especially as he had claimed for the desert a nice chunk of Prince March, including the ruins of Farouche and the dragon caves nearby. All thought his reasons were due to some ancient claim of his family. Rohan was not about to enlighten them. The procession into the great hall was nearly over. The daughters took their places, Keely fuming at the prospect of married sisters as she joined Lyle. Then absolute silence descended as Andrade and Urivel walked in. They were both in silver and white, she with moonstones binding her white gold hair, he with the same gems in a belt around his waist. Knees and heads bent to them as they passed up the long aisle to the high table. And as Rohan bent his own head to his aunt, he caught the glimmer of gleeful anticipation in her eyes. He had told her certain things about his plans for tonight that merited the malicious sparkle. He had not told her certain other things, which would probably give her apoplexy. Still, she loved a good show. The feast began as soon as the wives, heirs, and important retainers of some of the princes present filed in and took their seats. The lowest tables were for the knights and squires, the latter freed from regular duties at table by Rohan's own servants. Their group was presided over by Markin and Tillal, two boys who differed from their companions in the self-assurance that came of having known battle. Andri and Soren were there as well, along with Ostvil's son Ryan. The trio would be allowed to stay up late, so long as no infringement of decorum attracted parental attention. As the first course was served, Maita and a nurse came to take Paul up to bed. He was irritable after being subjected to inspection by so many strangers. Rohan sympathized. He had uncomfortable childhood memories of being similarly on display. But a prince was a prince. It was something Paul would get used to. Walvis had charge of the knight's table, his poise shaken only when he happened to glance over at a slim, red-headed girl with gray eyes, whom it had pleased Rohan and Ostvil to place at the next table, directly in his line of sight. The two men exchanged a meaningful glance and a grin. It had also pleased Rohan to order special cups made for the high table. Souvenirs of this night they were, magnificently wrought. A goblet of red Pyrenees crystal footed in silver served his sister and her lord. Plain silver set with moonstones was shared by Andrade and Urivel. Beside Ostvil's plate was a golden cup studded by a single carnelian, and a pair of iridescent blue-green goblets for himself and Sioned had been etched with their new design and footed in dragon gold. He lifted his to her in silent tribute, and she smiled. But then she touched the small, empty golden cup between them that matched those given to all the other princes. He knew her meaning. They were not Rohan and Sioned tonight, but the Dragon Prince and his Sunrunner Princess. With Lord Farid of Skybowl gone, Rohan's Athrim had chosen Basil as their spokesman. Obedient to a signal from Ostvil when the last dishes had been taken away, Basil got to his feet and waited for quiet. His joyous grin over the prospect of his fine new stone keep had not faded since midwinter, and probably would not disappear until he was dead and burned, and perhaps not even then. Davi had informed Rohan privately that if payment for the stone was even mentioned, he would cheerfully break his beloved sister's beloved husband's neck. Basil had performed a great service to Sire, as well as to the desert, and Davi intended to reward him. Voice rumbling from deep in a chest the size of a wine cask, Basil called for silence and beamed at everyone. "Your Highnesses, my lords and ladies, knights, squires, and all here assembled," he thundered, "raise your cups and drink with me to the glorious peace won at Dragonfield." "Dragonfield!" some yelled, and Rohan's people turned it into "Dragon Prince!" He caught Sionade's amused glance as he had the bad manners to drink to himself and chuckled. "Through the past days, we have all had the honor of private consultation with Prince Rohan, and he has listened to our hopes and plans for the future. This is his custom," he added blithely, and Rohan bit back a smile at this description of a technique used only once and that had made his vassals very nervous before his first Riala as their prince. "We have also had the honor of speaking with Prince Lane, and this afternoon treaties were signed that define the borders of each princedom and holding for all eternity." He raised his cup again, flushed with his own eloquence and Davi's best Cyrene wine. "To the wisdom of Prince Rohan and the peace that will live forever." As the toast was drunk, Sioned whispered, "We'd better shut him up before he starts leading everyone in singing that fool ballad." "Oh, I don't know. I'm rather enjoying this," he teased, and grinned as she made a discreet face at him. "Oh, very well. 2 toasts are enough, I agree, for modesty's sake." "Modest? You?" Salmer of Isil solved the problem of silencing Basil's oratory. "Your pardon, my lord, but we have yet to understand the exact nature of this piece." "Watch out," Che whispered. "He couldn't have given me a better opening if I'd told him what to say," Rohan answered softly, then stood up.
My thanks, Lord Basil, for your tribute to the peace we all desire so much.
As Basil sat down, smug with the compliment from his prince, Rohan addressed Sommer.
Your grace is wise to seek clarification. With the permission of this gathering, I will answer our cousin of Isil's doubts.
In your element, you damned show-off, Tobin muttered at her brother's elbow, and he kicked the leg of her chair. He then spoke the name of each prince, who rose in his turn. Taking the small golden cup into his hand, he gestured for the princes to do likewise. When they had done so, he waited while servants poured thin, sweet Cyrene wine.
All princes here present are confirmed in their possessions as stipulated in the treaties signed here today and witnessed by Lady Andrade.
Their graces drank to their own lands and titles.
All Athrim are also confirmed,
Rohan added.
Lyle of Ways stared at the high table, with his eyes popping half out of his head.
Clutha nudged him, and he glanced up to find a stern gaze, promising unthinkable consequences if he so much as set a foot wrong in future. Keely sank back into her chair, faint with relief.
There are several additions to the lists of Athrim, and I am pleased to name them to you tonight.
He heard Sioned give a satisfied sigh.
We present to you first of all Lord Walvis of Remagev.
It was some moments before the young man understood. Phelan leaned across her own table and hissed at him, "Stand up and bow to your prince who honors you so." This brought a burst of laughter from the hall, and a flush to Walvis's cheeks. He shot a furious glance at the girl, and took the long walk up to the high table, head high and knees shaking only a little. When he had made his bow, Rohan murmured for his ears alone,
"Hayden insisted we give you Remagev tonight, in front of everyone. He has a condition, though, that you let him stay on at the keep to spoil your children and flirt with your wife."
Walvis looked involuntarily over his shoulder, but not at Hayden, who was grinning as proudly as if Walvis was his own son. Sioned quivered with silent laughter and whispered, "What did I tell you? A redhead." Crimson to his earlobes, Walvis stared at them and gulped.
My lord, my lady, it's too great an honor."
"Oh, nonsense," Sioned told him. As Rohan slipped a ring onto his finger, she continued, "Topaz, for a long and happy life, dear Walvis. We love you even more than you love us, and in further token of that love." She slowly drew a string of shimmering iridescence from a pocket of her green gown, a teasing smile on her face and mischief in her eyes. She was so lovely that Rohan wanted to kiss her in front of the whole hall.
"My lady!"
Walvis gasped as the rivulet of glowing silver-gray pearls trickled into his palm.
"Suitable for a wedding necklet, I'd say," Tobin contributed, and Shay aided and abetted by drawling, "Don't fuss the boy, Tobin, he's got the idea."
Walvis's wide blue eyes went helplessly from his prince to his princess. Sioned winked at him. "One day, Walvis, you must tell me exactly what happened at Tiglath. You may bow to us now, my lord," she prompted. He did so and started back to his seat in a daze. Ostval rose and escorted him to a place made amid Rohan's other vassals. He sat with the pearls in both hands, stunned. Rohan cleared his throat.
"We present to you next Lord Tilal of River Run, Prince Davy. The honor of confirming your son in his holding is yours."
This elevation was no surprise to any of those directly involved. Tilal left the squire's table and went to where his parents sat with his older brother Costas. A ring was given, and Tilal bowed to his father, before turning to bow again in the direction of the high table. Wisla, already dizzy with delight at 5 days of being addressed as Her Grace of Sire by other princes, burst into happy tears. Costas, 18 winters old and a prince now himself, grinned at his little brother and made room for him at the table. A servant brought a chair for the new lord of River Run, who hardly dared breathe.
"Goddess, how I love being a prince,"
Rohan whispered to Sioned, smiling down at her. She was alight with an even greater excitement now, for next would come the best of the night's surprises, known only to the two of them.
"We present to you now," he called out, "Lord Ostwall of Skybowl."
He froze at the far end of the high table, unable to move or speak. Che pushed him up with a hand beneath his elbow, and he managed to put one foot in front of the other until he stood facing Rohan and Sioned, his back to the assembly. His face was ashen and so bewildered that Rohan worried about his ability to stay upright. From far down the great hall, a small voice cried out, "Is Papa in trouble, Prince?"
"Not in the least," Rohan called back above the laughter. "You come up here too, Ryan."
The boy raced up and clung to his father's hand. Ostwall looked down at him, this irrepressible little boy with Camigwyn's wonderful dark eyes. When he faced Rohan again, his own eyes shone with tears.
"You trust me with the caves?"
he murmured. Sioned answered for them. "We trust you with our lives."
"Forgiven?"
he asked quietly. Rohan did not understand the look that passed between them. Sioned bit her lip, then nodded solemnly. "If I am..." Ostwall bowed his head.
"She would have understood much sooner than I did, Sioned. If you're determined to give this honor, do it for her, not me."
"For you both," she replied. Rohan slipped onto Ostwall's finger a ring set with a topaz so dark a golden brown that it was nearly the color of Ryan's eyes. To the child he said, "Your papa is a great lord now." Ryan looked excited, then suddenly forlorn. "Does that mean I have to be good all the time? No more playing dragons?"
"Oh, lots of playing dragons," Rohan assured him. "You'll have to teach Paul how, you know."
He reflected that there would be real dragons aplenty in the years ahead, seeking the caves around Skybowl now that they had forsaken Rivenrock for good. He envied Ryan the chance to see them so often. The boy nodded his relief. "That's all right, then. And I'll be good, Prince. I promise." Father and son went to the end of the high table, Ryan snuggling comfortably onto Ostwall's lap. Rohan sought out the other fine young lords who would teach Paul, Markin, Sorin, Andri, Tillal, who would be his friends and support in the future. Eltanen's boy, Talain, would be another, and the children Walvis would have with Phelan, who loved dragons. He smiled, wondering if Sionaid's other prediction would be right too, and they would name a daughter after her. Just as Rohan had arranged to have happen at this juncture, a loud, powerful voice boomed into the great hall.
"Cousin," called out Prince Volog of Kirst, "I ask the indulgence of this assembly on a private matter."
"You have our attention, cousin?" Rohan agreed affably. Volog grinned, unable to contain his glee. But his voice turned to silk, and Sommer's head jerked around, his eyes slits of suspicion.
"My esteemed cousin of Isil and I have more in common than our island. We each have several charming daughters, and we each have an unmarried heir."
"Yes, that's intriguing," Rohan commented blandly, and barely kept a straight face as Andrade gave a complex snort.
"Go on, cousin."
Volog turned to Sommer.
"Need I say more?"
he asked sweetly. Sommer turned scarlet and tried not to choke. The audience tittered, appreciating that the price Sommer would pay for retaining his princedom after his support of Relstra would be its eventual union with Kirst. His Grace of Isil glared briefly at his grinning rival of Kirst, then swallowed and said,
"How perceptive of you, my lord, and how elegant a suggestion it is."
Rohan smiled with benign good humor.
"We are all certain that by the next Riala your island will be united in true affection and harmony."
His eyes told Sommer it had better be. It was an excellent bargain after all. They had managed to work together during and after the plague, and with a little effort, the union of at least one pair of children would submerge the age-old enmity between the princedoms in the interests of family harmony. He felt a little guilty about dictating the lives of the young people involved. After all, he had not much liked the idea of being married off to some girl chosen by his parents. Looking down at the wife chosen for him by Andrade, he gave a rueful inner laugh. Leave it be, he decided. There was a good chance that duty would coincide with real affection, both heirs being pleasant young men and most of the daughters being as charming as Volog had asserted. The Ferrari power ran in Kirstian royalty, too. Sinead's grandmother was Volog's grandmother as well, and it was possible that even if none of his offspring was fully gifted, a little of the magic would be there. The possibility of another prince with sunrunner skills like Paul's troubled Rohan a little, but that, too, was for the future, when they would puzzle out just what kind of new prince Andrade's scheming had created. Thought of his son brought Rohan back to the last and most serious shock of the evening. In pleasing himself through the elevations of Walvis, Ostval, and Tillal, he had formed a future for Paul. In the maneuver with Sommer and Volog, he had done the same while amusing his fellow princes mightily, if their dancing eyes were any indication. Now would come the final announcement. He glanced furtively at Andrade, who leaned back in her chair with every evidence of delight at the entertainment he had provided her. She read nothing in his eyes, but Sinead did, and rose to stand beside him, taking his hand in hers. The breach of etiquette, a princess standing when only princes were allowed to do so, silenced the whole. "There is yet one land, lacking a prince," Rohan said softly, a deceptively casual observation that no one had dared make out loud in the last 5 days, at least not in his hearing. "No male heir of the late High Prince's body lives. His daughters have renounced all claims for themselves and their children. We are the victor in the war waged by Relstra in violation of the law, a victory gained with the invaluable assistance of their graces of Sire and Dorval." He paused and swept his gaze around the room, as if noting all those who had failed to give active support. "And by the rights of this victory in war, we lay claim to Prince March, all its lands, holdings, titles, trade, and wealth. We make this claim not for ourselves, but for our beloved son, Prince Paul. Will your graces freely accept him?" They could not do otherwise, but Rohan was a little startled by the volume of their assent. They must fear him more than he'd realized, or perhaps they were beginning to believe what Che and Tobin and Lane and Davy had been telling them for 5 days. Rohan was their only hope. "We thank your graces," he said. Sinead's fingers tensed in his own, for she knew what was coming. His next move was her suggestion. Che, Tobin, and Ostval had been horrified at first, but had reluctantly come to see the wisdom of it. The cowed vassals of Prince March could not be governed the way Rohan governed the desert. Yet, Paul was only a baby, and there was no one else who would guard his second princedom so well. "It will be many years before our son is old enough to assume the full responsibilities of his position. Thus we have decided to appoint a regent to govern Prince March until he comes of age." Some of them looked at Che, others at Markin, young as he was. Rohan marveled that they could be so blind. Even Andrade, who was sitting forward now so he could see her bright hair from the corner of his eye, not even she looked to his real choice, who sat unnoticed, hands folded, waiting in silence. "We name as regent of Prince March Her Royal Highness the Princess Pansala, Ferrari of 3 earned rings." Pandemonium. She rose in the midst of it, and walked gracefully to the high table. Her sisters were limp with shock, except for Keely, who was white with fury, and Chiana, who jumped up and fled the hall. The commotion died down. Pansala stood before Rohan, calm and slender in a plain brown silk dress. Sinead gave her a ring, set with a desert topaz and an amethyst, taken from Relstra's sword, the ring Paul would wear one day as prince of both lands. Rohan took her clasped palms between his own, and Sinead placed her fingers atop theirs. Pansala looked up at them with a small, wry smile, murmuring, "I got Andrade out of Goddess Keep, spied on my father, and warned you of his plans, misdirected his forces, and supported you on the starlight. I risked everything, and yet we all know you don't really trust me." "We understand you, Pansala," Sioned replied just as softly, and Rohan thought, "We understand your hatred for your father and sister, and you will never know about Paul. Never. I've touched your colors. You are Ferrari." "And that will do in place of trust," Andrade hissed furiously. "It will have to, won't it, my lady?" Pansala met her gaze levelly. Then, loud enough to be heard through the hall, "By my mother, Princess Lalante's Sunrunner blood, by my Ferrari rings, by my faith and with my life, I pledge to guard and sustain Prince March in safety and plenty until such time as Prince Paul claims it for his own." Andrade's voice lashed out this time, cold and menacing as unsheathed steel. "By the rings I gave you, if you prove false to this trust, I'll see you shadow-lost by my own arts as Lady of Goddess Keep." "She is our choice, Lady Andrade," Rohan warned. For her ears alone, he added, "Make your peace with that, if not with her." "Remember," was her only reply, delivered to Pansala in a threatening growl. The princess went to the far end of the high table, next to the horrified Urivel. A servant came with a chair, and the last of the princely gold cups. Wine was poured again in dead silence. It was Lane who raised his cup and, in a tone that fairly ordered the appropriate accolade, called out, "The Princess Regent Pansala!" Voices rose in affirmation, and wine was drunk. It was done. Rohan took the small goblet from Sioned, who had drained the last of it after he had sipped first, and set it on the table. He noted that his hand shook just slightly and became aware of a sudden exhaustion. He wanted nothing more than to order everyone out of his castle, so he could go to his chambers with his wife and son and not emerge for days if he felt like it. But there remained one last thing, and he resisted the impulse to compel Andrade with a sharp command. She finally rose and left the high table for the center of the great hall. Urivel followed, then Rohan and Sioned, hand fast. He sensed the strength of her fire flow through him, lending endurance enough to make it through this ritual that would be performed by the woman who had put him here, and who now stared at him with cold, unforgiving eyes for what he had done. Everyone was standing now, tense with expectation. The lady raised her arms, sleeves falling back from rings and bracelets that sparked with silver and gold and gems. Urivel was at her side, holding a plain golden bowl filled with water. Rohan and Sioned, facing her with their backs to the wall of windows where the moonlight shone through, pale and calm. "Will you have them, as High Prince and High Princess?" Andrade asked. One by one, the princes and lords gave affirmation. Rohan heard reluctance in some voices and kept himself from a bitter shrug. Not even the sincere joy and even relief in most of the responses could soothe the ache as he met Andrade's gaze. "You wanted me here. They haven't any choice, and perhaps it's better so. There's a son to come after me, Prince and Sunrunner both, just as you planned. But though I understand, I will never forgive the pain. Never." His fingers clenched convulsively around his wife's hand, and he glanced at her proud, quiet profile, saw the crescent scar of fire on her cheek. She refused to cover it with makeup, and wore it instead as a brand of honor and penance. The mark would always be there, just as he would always move his right shoulder stiffly, and Tobin would always have a slight limp, and Andrade would have to live with the fact of Pansala as regent in Prince March, and Rohan would have to live with power. Andrade took the bowl made of dragon gold and held it high, braced only by her fingertips, talons holding a huge jewel. The bowl trembled and glowed. A breeze through the open windows snuffed out most of the 300 lamps and rippled the dragon tapestry behind the high table. "By the earth that cradles us, and of which this bowl is made, by the water herein that gives us life,
by the fire that lights our paths, by the air that is our breath." She held the bowl over the two bent heads. "In the name of all who live in these lands, I charge this man and this woman, use your gifts for lightness. Abide by the law. Strive for wisdom. Search your souls for truth. Humble yourselves in the moments of greatest glory. Make no battles for personal gain. Protect the lands and all who live on them. Cherish them as you do each other. Will you do these things?"
"We will," they answered. She held out the bowl to Rohan, who drank and passed it to Sioned. She sipped, keeping it in her hands as Andrade spoke again.
"High Prince and High Princess, by the Goddess and the Father of Storms I proclaim them."
The lady held out her hands for the bowl, but violation of the ritual was something Prince and Princess had agreed on. Sioned placed the bowl on the blue and green tiles. There was yet a little water in it, a breath of air swirling, a touch of Sunrunner's fire dancing along its rim. Rohan saw Andrade's fleeting scowl before he turned to watch his princess extend her hands over the bowl. Sionede's emerald, the only ring she would ever again wear, spat green flames in the dimness. The cascade of her fire-gold hair shone. The bowl caught fire. Rohan spoke into the stillness.
"This is the first of the new laws. No one shall kill a dragon, not for sport, for cruelty, for loss of property, not for any reason shall anyone kill a dragon. Whosoever breaks this law shall forfeit half his wealth in retribution for his attack against us, for we shall consider the killing of a dragon as a sword raised against ourselves."
He knew they were shocked and did not care. The wealth this law ensured would be used on their behalf. If they never understood it, so be it. As he spoke, the vessel of dragon gold seethed. Flames rose in a powerful conjure, and the air shimmered with vision. From the writhing orange and yellow and silver there coalesced a dragon nearly as tall as the rafters. Wings tipped in flame, talons trailing fire, eyes burning blue and green and blue again, the dragon's head lashed up toward the ceiling. The fiery apparition beat incandescent wings and leaped up, surged through the air, and vanished into the tapestry. It melted into the stylized crowned dragon holding a Faradi ring, set with an emerald. Rohan never knew who began the chant, one of his own people perhaps, but the cavern-dark great hall shuddered to the sound of it.
Ajrai.
Dragon Prince. Sioned eased herself back onto soft pillows, the laces of her bedgown undone, smiling as Rohan placed their son to her breast. He sat beside them and stroked the baby's blonde hair with one finger.
"Andrade won't soon recover from the way you upset her ceremony," he observed mildly.
"It was our ceremony, not hers. She didn't win us a princedom or gain us a son." He shared her lingering resentment.
"I don't see that she has anything to be unhappy about. We're making her new manner of prince, after all."
"Rohan," she hesitated, and he encouraged her with a caress to her shoulder. "If I'd been the one to carry Paul and give birth to him, then in a way he would have been Andrade's too. But this way he's ours. Do you understand? The things we did, they were for us, not to make a Faradi prince for her." He nodded, because for Sioned it was true. But it was also true that they had done it for the future Paul would make, the new manner of prince he would become. The things they had done. Rohan had killed in battle, where every barbarian worthy of his sword was supposed to do his killing. Irony of ironies, he had even had the law on his side. Law he had always wanted to use to create peace, as an excuse. It was convenient and tidy, but it did not justify the heated joy he'd taken in his bloodied sword, in burying his knife to the hilt in Relstra's throat. He had raped, too, but all good savages did that. Trapped into it, drugged, seduced, perhaps the first time, but not the second. He wanted to believe that Ianthe had conceived Paul that first time, when he had thought she was Sioned. He wished he could believe that. But the fact that he did not was no excuse for allowing Sioned to claim the child for him. Circumstances had been against him. The war that dragged on, Ianthe's early delivery. But there was no excusing himself for not killing her when he'd had the chance. He should have, but he had not. Every barbarian prince desired a son who would rule after him. He had used the power won by his sword to make himself high prince and take what had been Relstra's, establish his own people in positions of power, impose his will, all of it legal, all of it agreed to by the other princes. Was his excuse that he was more fit to rule than Relstra had been? What right had he to do what he'd done, what he'd allowed Sioned to do, what Che and Tobin and Ostval and Walvis and all the rest had done on his behalf? During his early youth he had struggled to learn all that was good in the world, all that he would use to make life better, more peaceful and civilized. He had wanted a life rich in dreams, and the striving toward those dreams, not replete with death, deceit, and divisiveness. He had chosen to learn what he considered to be good, and had turned his face from the foul, not only in the world around him, but in his own soul. He had told himself that once he was prince, the things of the past that had made men war on each other would be swept away by his own dedication to honorable law. But this year of war and anguish had taught him that the past lived inside him. All the impulses toward killing, rage, and rape that had governed his world for so long, they were all within him. All the acts that marked him as a barbarian, all the things said and done that made his soul writhe with shame. He knew what he was, and admitted it. Rohan had looked into his own heart and seen Relstra's gleeful manipulation of one prince against another. He had seen Ianthe's scheming need for power. He had seen his father Zahava's warrior instincts victorious, the urges that had slain dragons even when he had known full well their importance to the desert. But had Rohan truly seen the worst of himself? Probably not, for all those things were nothing compared to what power could make of him. Only Sioned knew how deeply he despised the princes and lords who had so cravenly handed such power to him, the ones who had bowed to him the way they had bowed to Relstra without ever seeing the truth of power itself. Only Lane, Davi, Che, those who knew Rohan as a man, understood a little of what being High Prince would mean to him. He would use it to create new laws that pleased the goddess, would feel like old laws by the time he died. Che had told him that he was their only chance. Rohan knew that his was the only risk. It was his heart that power might twist, his dreams it might warp. Yet he would not have given up knowledge of what he was. He had seen himself, recognized all the things he had feared as the enemies of the life he wanted to make, and he was no longer afraid of them. The only thing he feared was power. Taking it into his hands, making sure all accepted his authority, still he knew that it could become an enemy even more deadly than the barbarian within him. Yet for his son, he would dare it, knowing that as both prince and sunrunner, Paul's struggle with power would be even more fearsome. Rohan watched his wife and son for a long time in silence, wondering how the boy had so quickly won him. There had been bad times after his return to Stronghold, times when he had deliberately hurt Sioned, seeking to ease his own pain and guilt by causing deeper pain in her, times when she had lashed out at him for the same reason. But always there was the child, and in many ways it was through him that they had found their way back to each other. Paul had a way of fastening his wide blue-green eyes on his father that seemed to see into his soul. Rohan had not wanted to acknowledge this son, who was not of Sioned's blood or bearing, but Paul had been the one to claim him with those eyes. It was love for their child that linked Rohan and Sioned those first difficult days after his return, love that had reawakened the fire between them. Rohan stroked his son's downy head, smiling as the child wriggled contentedly to Sinead's breast. She might believe that what they had done had been for themselves, but Rohan knew it had been for Paul. He had forgotten for a long time something he had always known, something Relstra's taunts in the circle of starfire had caused to rise up within him once more. He supposed Sinead's barrenness had made him forget on purpose. He had not dared think too much about children when there was so little hope. But driven to his knees beneath that dome of silvery light, he had known again that all he dreamed and planned and did was for his child. Paul, innocent of the past, would have the best future he and Sinead could give. A life meant little if the world it had had the power to fashion was no better than the one it had been born into. "I think our hatchling is finished for the moment," Sinead murmured. "Would you like to hold him?" Rohan accepted Paul into his arms. Sleepy eyes blinked up at him, and the child gave an inelegant burp. Rohan grinned. "He doesn't seem too impressed by the honor." Sinead chuckled and tied up the laces of her bedgown. "You get quite enough bowing and praise from everyone else. The last place you'll find such things is in your own family. Would you believe me if I told you that's a relief?" "Of course, and I can hardly wait to see the back of all these highborns so we can be just ourselves again." "They'll be gone soon. But it can't be the way it was before, Sinead," he warned gently. "I know. Too much has changed. Especially us." She smoothed the hair from his forehead, where the silver circlet had left marks. "I understand what's happened, but understanding isn't the same as forgiving." "I can't say I care whether Andrade forgives us or not." "Nor I," Sinead admitted. "I love you, and that's stronger than any Ferrari vow I ever made. It frightened me at first. It still does. But I think the one who'll have to do the forgiving is Paul." They put the child to bed in the next room, where his nurse waited in the soft lamplight. The carved wooden cradle had been a gift from Che and Tobin at the New Year. Pale green silk was draped over half the cradle, gathered above the baby's head in the jaws of a benevolent, ruby-eyed dragon whose carved wings spread out on either side to guard him. Rohan and Sinead stayed long enough to make sure Paul was asleep, then returned to their own chamber. She sat down on the bed to brush out her hair. Rohan lay at her side to watch. Candlelight was soft on the graceful lines of her shoulders and arms, shone golden in her red hair. He was beginning to get used to the single emerald on her hand. Though Andrade had offered to replace the other rings, Sinead had refused. This had been a major point of contention between them, signifying as it did that Sinead, while a sunrunner, was no longer to be ruled by those at Goddess Keep. "Lane told me something the other day," Rohan mused. "Andrade might have thought she was mating the powers of a prince to those of a Ferrari, but he said that what she really did was join those powers in love. I think that makes us dangerous people, Sinead." "More dangerous than Relstra and Ianthe?" "Much. They found their power in hate. What if they'd won? There'd be nothing left for them to take their vengeance on. But for us, love. There's nothing we can't do, and nothing Paul won't be able to do. And that makes us very dangerous indeed." "No wonder Andrade's not speaking to me," she said lightly. Then, setting the brush aside, she smiled and went on. "Now that you mention it, there is someone who'd give full appreciation to being held by the High Prince, dangerous or not. And with the hatchling asleep, there's a fire to be rekindled here." "My lady, it never went out, and it never will." This concludes Dragon Prince by Melanie Ron, narrated by Krista Lewis. Copyright 1985 by Melanie Ron. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Daw Books Incorporated and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Star Scroll by Melanie Rohan, narrated by Krista Lewis. Part 1. The Scroll. Chapter 1. Grey Pearl, Prince Lane's elegant jewel box of a palace, nestled atop its hill in a sculpted setting of lush spring grass and flowering trees. Built of stone that gleamed at dawn and sunset, with a subtle iridescence from which it drew its name, it was one of the few princely residences that had never been a fortress. No defensive architecture had ever been needed on the island of Dorval, at peace with itself and the nearby continent for longer than anyone's great-grandfather could remember. Grey Pearl's towers had been fashioned for beauty, not war. Gardens spread in curved terraces overlooking a tiny harbor where boats sailed out in season to harvest the pearl beds. A small army of groundskeepers kept the luxuriant spring growth of flowers, herbs, and trees from running riot. But no one could impose similar order on the boy who ran an intricate pattern between the rose trees, kicking a deer-hide ball before him. He was a slight youth, rather small for his 14 winters. But there was a promise of height in his long bones, and he moved with an agility that older squires had reason to bemoan in games of skill with blunted knives and wooden swords. Dark blonde hair crowned a clever oval face whose most vivid feature was a pair of large, fine eyes that changed from blue to green depending on his mood and the color of his clothes. It was a quick face, intelligent and sensitive, with its share of inherent pride in bones which were becoming more visible as his features lost their childish roundness. But there was nothing about him to suggest that he was anything more than a squire fostered to Prince Lane's court for training, released from afternoon duties and playing happily by himself in the gardens. Certainly there was no indication that he was the only son of the High Prince, destined to inherit not only his father's desert lands, but those of Prince March as well. Princess Audriti, wife of Lane's heir Chadrick, watched the boy with an indulgent smile. Her own sons had gone to other courts, just as this youth had, and returned as young knights skilled in all the graces, not her little boys any more. She spared a sigh for having missed their growing years, but other youngsters had filled up her time, and some of them portions of her heart. Markin, Lord Chanel of Radzon's eldest son and cousin to the boy playing in the gardens, had been one of her favorites, with his swift mind and sunny smiles. But this golden princeling she watched now was special. Made of air and light he was, with a temper like flash fire through summer-dry timber, and a streak of mischief that had more than once landed him in trouble. In fact, he ought not to have been excused his duties like the other squires this afternoon, for he still owed her the copying of 100 lines of verses after a misdemeanor yesterday in the kitchens, something involving a large quantity of pepper and an exploding fish bladder. She was not sure she wanted to know the particulars. An inventive mind had young Paul, and Audriti chuckled in spite of herself. She had chosen a most appropriate punishment by selecting poetry for him to copy. Had she specified 100 mathematical problems, he would have completed them in a wink and considered it no punishment at all. The princess shook out her thin silk gown and settled on a bench, not wishing to interrupt Paul's game until she had found the right phrases for what she had to tell him. But all at once the deer-hide ball shot past her, propelled by an enthusiastic kick, and the boy skidded to a stop before her. Surprised by her presence, he nevertheless gave her a bow worthy of the most elegant young lord. "Your pardon, my lady. I didn't mean to disturb you." "It's all right, Paul. Actually, I came here looking for you and thought I'd sit in the shade for a little while. It's quite hot this spring, isn't it? He was not yet skilled enough in the art of polite conversation to take her lead on to further chat about the weather. Do you have news for me, my lady? Audriti chose to be as direct as he. Your father has asked permission to take you away from us for a time. He wants you to go home to Stronghold by way of Radzin, then to the Riala with him and your mother. Excitement shone in the young face. Home? Really? Then, realizing that his reaction might be taken amiss, he hurried on. I mean, I like it here, and I'll miss you and my Lord Chadrick and my friends. And we'll miss you, Paul. Audriti smiled her understanding. But we'll bring you back to Grey Pearl with us after the Riala, so you may continue your training. It's unusual, you know, for a squire to be allowed a holiday from the work he must do in order to become a knight and a gentleman. Do you think what you've learned thus far is enough to uphold Prince Lane's reputation? Paul gave her a cheerful grin. If it isn't, then Father will know it's my fault, not anyone else's. Audriti grinned back. Yes, we had a long letter about you when you first came to us. But I was just a child then, he assured her, blithely forgetting the transgression of the previous day. I won't do anything to embarrass anyone. I've outgrown all that. He paused, glancing at the sea far below. Except, I'll have to cross water, won't I? I'll try to behave better than I did the first time. The princess ruffled his blonde hair. It's nothing to be ashamed of, Paul. Indeed, you ought to be proud. All sunrunners lose their dignity along with their breakfast when they cross water. But I'm a prince, and I should be in better control of myself. He sighed. Oh, well, once to Radzin and once coming back. I suppose it won't be too bad. There's a silk ship leaving in 2 days for Radzin Port, and Prince Lane has bespoken a place for you on it. He's sending Meath with you for company. Paul made a face, halfway between a grin and a grimace. Then we can be sick together. I'm convinced it's the goddess's way of keeping you Faradim humble. Why don't you go upstairs now and start packing? I will, my lady, and tomorrow— He hesitated, then went on. Could I go down to the harbour and find presents for my mother and Aunt Tobin? I've saved almost everything Father's sent me since I got here, so I've money enough. He had the right instincts. He was already generous and thoughtful about pleasing ladies. That face and those eyes would be breaking hearts before he was too much older, Audriti reflected, and relished the notion that she would be around to watch. You and Meath may be excused tomorrow for the day, but I seem to recall you have a certain project to complete for me first. How many lines was it? 50? He asked hopefully, then sighed. 100. I'll have them done by tonight, my lady. If they're not in my hands until tomorrow evening, I'll understand, she suggested, winning another of his wide smiles and a bow of thanks. Then he ran back up the terraces to the palace. Audriti spent a few more moments enjoying the shade before she too left the gardens. Her steps were lithe and energetic as she climbed. A passion for riding had kept her slim and supple for all her 49 winters. She unlatched the gate that led into the private enclave and paused to admire the oratory that rose like a shining gem from the formal gardens. It was said that the one at Castle Crag, a crystal dome built into the side of the cliffs there, was the most splendid in all the 13 princedoms, but she could imagine nothing more beautiful than this oratory at Grey Pearl, and not only because she had had a great deal to do with its construction. Carved stone columns had been taken from an abandoned keep on the other side of the island to support walls of pale wood and brilliant stained glass. The painted wooden ceiling rose far above, punctuated with small, clear windows in an uneven pattern that looked random but was not. It could be said that the oratory was in reality a temple, lit by the fire of sun and moons, open to the air, built of the things of the earth, and circled by a stream of water that irrigated the gardens below. Audriti crossed the little footbridge and stepped between the columns, catching her breath as always at the beauty of the place. It was like walking into a rainbow, and if standing here, embraced by all the colors in the world, was a moving experience for her, it must be near ecstasy for Faradim. The ceiling had been the hardest to reconstruct. Some of its supports had been demolished, and it had taken years of study for Audriti to discern the proper placement of windows. The tiled floor had been painstakingly lifted from the soil and overgrown grasses on the far side of Dorval, and was marked with various symbols for the seasons and indicated the position and phases of the 3 moons on any given night of the year. Audriti had spent years checking its accuracy, and several new tiles had been fashioned at her direction to replace ones worn or broken long ago at the other keep. Her calculations on the exact relationship of ceiling to tiles, and the observations of Lane's sunrunners, Meath and Iole, had awed everyone, for the original design of this oratory had been correct down to the slightest nuance. 21 years ago, Prince Lane had learned from Lady Andrade, she who ruled Goddess Keep and all sunrunners, that the abandoned castle had once belonged to the Faradim. Stone had been taken from it for hundreds of years to construct other places, including Grey Pearl. But on Lane's return from the Riala that autumn, an excavation had begun in earnest. This masterwork had been their most important find, save one. Audriti walked softly over the summer tiles, a smile on her face for the sheer beauty of the oratory and the sheer joy of understanding it. The structure had become again what it had been meant to be, the most remarkable calendar in all the princedoms. She heard steps on the footbridge and turned. Meath entered the oratory and bowed a greeting.
"Full moons tonight,"
he said, smiling, as he shared her delight at their knowledge. "You can use them to contact Princess Sioned," Audriti told him.
"You've talked to Paul, then?"
"Yes, I'll have to give you my notes on the scrolls." She frowned slightly. "Meath, do you think it's wise to give them to Andrade now? She's very old. It may be that she won't have time to discover their meaning, and it may also be that the next lady or lord of Goddess Keep won't use the knowledge wisely." The Faradi shrugged and spread his hands wide, rings glinting in the colored sunlight.
"I'm convinced she'll outlive us all, if only through pure cussedness."
He smiled, then shook his head.
"As for the other thing, I agree that it's a risk. But I'd rather have Andrade examine the scrolls now and decide what to do with them than wait and see who next rules Goddess Keep."
"You were the one who found them," she said slowly. "I've helped with as many of the words as I could, and Goddess knows there wasn't much I fully understood," she added regretfully. "But the responsibility for them is yours."
"Well, it's true that I dug them out of the rubble, but I'd prefer not to have the choice of what's done with them. If they're as important as we suspect, then it's knowledge I'm not qualified to deal with. I'd rather see the scrolls in Andrade's hands, not mine. She'll either understand them and use them, or destroy them if they're too dangerous."
Audriti nodded. "Come by my library later tonight, and I'll give you my notes."
"Thank you, my lady. Andrade will appreciate it, I know."
He smiled again.
"I wish you could be there to see her face."
"So do I. I just hope the shock isn't too much for her." The 100 lines of verse, duly copied and presented to Princess Audriti, Paul was free by late morning to ride to the harbor with Meath. Shops snuggled along the village's narrow main street, not as varied in their ways as the stores in Dorval's main shopping center down the coast or in Radson's port. But there were interesting things to be had here. Crafts native to the island and not much traded elsewhere. Small items made of silk remnants. Jewelry cunningly fashioned to hide defects in pearls not suitable for the general market. Paul and Meath tied their horses in front of a dockside inn where they planned to have lunch later, and walked up and down the street, window shopping. The merchants all knew Paul, of course, and were of two attitudes when it came to selling him things. Some, aware of his father's great wealth, quoted outrageous prices in hopes of siphoning off a little of that wealth for themselves. Others cared more about royal favor and underpriced their wares in a shameless bid for Paul's further patronage. The young prince usually did his looking through the windows, then consulted with companions on the fair price of goods that caught his eye before making his purchases. Patient for the first and second tours up and down the street, Meath finally asked Paul if he intended to spend all day at this. A third perusal was all the Sunrunner would stand for. He ordered the boy back to the inn for sustenance. Prince Lane did not tolerate seafaring roughnecks in this port. He discouraged them elsewhere naturally, but here in the precincts of his palace they were forbidden. Thus everything catering to such men, taverns where strong drink was served and brawls were common, disreputable lodgings where they bedded down between voyages, and the girls they bedded down with, were missing from Grey Pearl's little harbor. The law assured domestic peace and the safety of the residents, as well as of the high-born youths who came to Dorval as squires, and the old prince himself often ventured down to the port for a meal or a day's ramble in the fresh air. The inn Meath chose was one Lane had introduced him to years ago, a clean and merry establishment, perfectly safe for the heir to the High Prince. But even if it had not been, Meath's great height, broad shoulders, and Ferrari rings would have ensured Paul's safety.
"Goddess greeting to you, Sunrunner, and to the young master as well."
The innkeeper, Giamo by name, came out from behind his counter and bowed his respects before escorting them to a table.
"Honoured to be of service to you both. Now, we've some fine cold roast today, and bread right out of the oven, and the first berries of the season, so sweet that they don't need any honey dolloped on them, although my good wife, having a tooth for it, she slathers it on anyway. Will that suit?"
"Perfectly," Meath said with a happy sigh.
"You can add a tankard for me and something appropriate for my friend here."
Paul cast him a deeply reproachful look, and when the innkeeper had gone to fetch the meal said, "What's appropriate for me, anyway? A glass of milk? I'm not a baby, Meath."
"No, but not tall or hefty enough for a bout with the El Giamo brews either. Not at just over 14 years. Put on a few fingers' height and some flesh on those bones, and then we'll see."
Meath grinned.
"Besides, all I lack is your mother raving at me for letting you get drunk."
Paul made a face, then turned his attention to the other noontime patrons of the inn. There were a few pearl fishers, easily identified by their lean, lithe bodies, well-developed chest muscles, and the scars on their hands from digging shells out of rock crevices. Skin weathered by sea and salt had paled a little during the winter months, but soon they would be out in their small boats again, browned from head to heels by summer sun during the annual harvest. Lane's squires often enjoyed the treat of a day's sail in the Pearl's Coves, but not Paul. The first time he'd taken a look at those tiny, flat-bottomed boats bobbing gently at their moorings, he'd been most humiliatingly sick. In one corner of the room, a pair of merchants haggled pleasantly over their meal, swatches of silk on the table between them. A young man wooed a pretty girl nearby, their lunch forgotten as he whispered in her ear and sent her into gales of laughter. Near the door sat 5 soldiers, 4 men and a middle-aged woman, all dressed in light harness but without swords, according to the law here. They wore the solid red tunics and the white candle badge of Prince Veldin of Grib.
"Meath,"
Paul asked softly,
"what are they doing at Grey Pearl?"
"Who?" He glanced around.
"Oh, them. The Gribane ambassador got in this morning. Something about arranging silk trade."
"But there's been a treaty forever that says all silk goes through Radzin."
"Well, they can try to convince Lane, can't they? But I don't think they'll get anywhere. I wouldn't be too worried for your uncle's revenues. Or your own," he finished teasingly.
Paul bristled. "Dorfel can do as it likes with its silks."
"As long as the desert sees the profits," Meath laughed, then held up a placating hand as blue-green eyes began to flash. "Sorry, couldn't resist."
"I was talking about treaties and the law, not profits," Paul said sternly. "I think you'll find such things are flexible when it comes to making money." "Not since my father's been High Prince," he stated. "The law is the law, and he sees to it that laws are obeyed."
"Well, it's all beyond a simple sunrunner like me, Your Grace," Meath said, barely controlling another smile.
Giamo arrived with a tray, and set before them 2 huge plates of food, a tankard of ale for Meath, and a Pyrenees crystal goblet filled with a clear, pale-pink liquid that frothed gently with golden bubbles. Paul took a sip under his host's watchful eye and smiled in delight. "Wonderful! What is it?" "My own brewing," Giamo answered, pleased. "The most delicate and refined of ciders, barely blushing." "It tastes just like spring itself," Paul said, "and I'm honored by the goblet it's served in." "The honor is my wife's," Giamo replied with a bow. "It's not every woman can say that so important a lord has eaten at her table and sipped from her most treasured possession." "If she's not too busy, then perhaps I can visit her in the kitchen and thank her." "After you've finished your meal in peace," Giamo grinned. "My good wife Willa could talk the tail off a dragon." Sunrunner and Prince dug into the food. The healthy appetites of a growing boy and a large, active man required seconds. Meath requesting a 3rd piling of meat and flaky bread, and Paul was sincerely sorry that he was too full to do likewise. He lingered over a dish of berries in honey glaze and sipped at his cider, wondering if he might persuade Giamo to part with a bottle as a gift for his mother, who adored fine wines. The pearl fishers had gone, replaced by a trio of shipwrights come to enjoy a few tankards of ale. The young man and the girl were now being teased by the 2 silk merchants. Paul grinned to himself as the couple blushed. In a few years, that would be him over there, enjoying the company of a charming lady. But he was in no hurry. Replete at last, Meath leaned back with tankard in hand, ready for conversation again.
"You didn't say if there was anything in the shops you liked well enough to buy."
"Well, the green silk slippers were pretty, and that comb of pearl shell, but Prince Chadrick told me that a man should never buy a gift for a lady unless he takes one look at it and can see her wearing it or using it." The Sunrunner laughed.
"An excellent policy, and doubtless the reason Audriti always looks so lovely."
"You might try his advice out on that new maid in the West Wing," Paul said, his eyes at their widest and most innocent. "I hear you haven't had much luck so far."
Meath spluttered on a swallow of ale. "How did you know about—" Paul only laughed.
Willa, Giamo's wife, emerged from her kitchen then, wiping her hands on her apron and obviously intending to gather compliments from her exalted guest. The merchants had risen to leave, still arguing amiably over their silk. The young girl squealed, "Oh, Rialt, you're terrible!" in response to some sally of her companions. The shipwrights laughed in response and raised their cups to him. All was warm, good cheer, until one of the soldiers suddenly shoved his chair back and sprang to his feet, growling a difference of opinion that turned every head in the room. Meath saw the glint of steel and rose, his substantial frame instinctively placed between the soldiers and Paul. The merchants, caught between their table and the angry gribanes by the door, sent a look of frantic appeal to the Sunrunner, and he nodded reassurance.
"Here now," Meath said casually. "You can settle this outside, can't you?"
Usually his height, his breadth of shoulder, and his rings made his point. But these were seasoned troopers, angry and resentful of any interference, even that of a Ferrari. The bearded one, who seemed to have started the quarrel, snarled, "It's no concern of yours, Sunrunner." "Put the knife away," Meath replied, his voice less pleasant now. The merchants were trying to slip past, silk swatches rustling in their clenched hands, and the girl had shrunk back in her chair. Willa marched forward, hands on hips. "How dare you threaten the peace of this inn?" she demanded. "And in the presence of—" Meath interrupted her before she could identify Paul. "Get out of here before you make a very serious mistake, my friends." The woman, their captain judging by the braid at her throat, drew her own knife. "You have a loud and offensive mouth, Ferrari, and you are mistaken in using that tone to members of Prince Velden's own guard." The bearded man brought up his knife in obvious threat, sunlight through the windows striking silver off the blade, and the innkeeper's wife shrieked a protest. The merchants tried to vanish behind a couple of chairs, and the knife sped through an abrupt silence toward Meath's chest. "No!" a young voice cried. Meath rocked easily out of the knife's path as a fountain of Sunrunner's fire rose from the middle of the soldiers' table. They yelled and leaped back, and in that precious moment of their startlement, Meath surged toward them. He slammed two into the wall and shoved the woman at the terrified merchants. Rialt shook off his girlfriend's clutching hand, jumped to his feet, and launched himself at the bearded soldiers. The three shipwrights, bulky muscles barely covered by thin shirts, hastily downed the last of their ale before leaping up to join the fight. By brawl's end, Meath had a sore jaw and a shallow slit in his arm. Neither deterred him from overturning a table on top of the Grabane, who was foolish enough not to stay where Rialt had kicked him. Two of the shipwrights were holding a second soldier, so Rialt could take whatever punches he liked. Willa was engaged in tying up the unconscious woman with knotted napkins. The fourth soldier had gone head first into the brick hearth. The fifth sprawled on the floor, and the shipwright seated casually on the Grabane's spine looked up with a grin at Meath. "Many thanks for the entertainment, my lord Sunrunner. I haven't had so much fun since I worked over to the other port." "My pleasure," Meath answered, and looked around for Paul. The boy was administering ale to the white-faced girl. He was unhurt, and Meath felt relief shake his knees just a little. He didn't want to consider what he would have told Sioned if her son had been injured. Giamo puffed up the cellar stairs and gave a shocked cry. Meath patted his shoulder. "All taken care of, but I'm afraid we've made a shambles of your room." He glanced down as capable hands went to work on his wounded arm. "It's nothing," he told Willa. "Nothing!" she snorted, and tied off the bandage she had made with strips torn from her apron. "Nothing that could have been deaths in my house! That's what nothing! Now you find out who these ruffians are and what they're about, while I find some good strong wine to restore the blood you've lost." Meath was about to protest that it was only a scratch, then remembered the glorious wine Prince Lane had treated him to at this very inn last autumn. He nodded enthusiastic approval, and Willa snorted once more. There were more casualties among the furniture and plates than among the people involved. Rialt would have a sore shoulder for a few days, and the merchant's dignity had been more bruised than their backsides. Meath righted an overturned chair, tested it for soundness, and pointed to the Grabane commander, who sat on the floor with her hands bound behind her. "Have a seat," he invited. Sullenly and awkwardly she obeyed. Her red tunic was a little darker along one shoulder, but Meath judged the wound to be superficial. Of her companions, 3 would have very bad headaches, and the other would not be walking entirely upright for a while. After assuring himself of their relative good health, Meath stood before their captain with arms folded, unimpressed by her arrogant demand to be released on the instant. "Captain," he told her, "I don't care If you stand guard outside Prince Velden's own bedchamber while he favors his wife with his attentions, you know the law here. It was a private matter between me and my men, she snapped. You have no right. I have the right of any man or woman to make sure the law is obeyed. I want several things, and I want them now. Your name, those of your men, and the reason for this outrage against Prince Lane's peace. And then you may make your apologies as well as restitution to those you've offended here today. Apologies! She sucked in a breath and glared at him. Meath glanced down as Paul plucked at his sleeve. What is it? I've sent Giamo to fetch the patrol. They should be here soon. Good thinking. Thanks. The boy looked a little pale, but seemed in perfect control of himself. Are you all right? Fine. But I don't think this was any simple disagreement, he added thoughtfully. In fact, I'm sure the one with the beard started it on purpose. Meath was almost afraid to find out why. Neither was he looking forward to an explanation about Paul's conjuring of fire. Meath and Iole had never shown him how. Perhaps Sioned had before Paul left Stronghold, but somehow Meath doubted it. Paul would have told him. The Ferrari looked down into clear eyes. Why would he start a fight? He asked quietly. Because he wanted to kill me, Paul shrugged. Rialt kept him from throwing his second knife. You were busy with the others and didn't see, but he wasn't aiming at you the first time either. He was after me. It wasn't natural for a 14-year-old to speak so calmly about such things. Meath started to put an arm around his shoulder, but Paul slid away and went to the cellar door, where Willa had just appeared with clay mugs of wine. Paul appropriated one and took a long swallow, then helped her serve the rest. Meath downed the contents of his mug in 2 gulps, and then approached the man who lay trapped and unconscious beneath the overturned table. He was unremarkable in every way, height, weight, coloring, features, and that very plainness signaled danger. Who would notice this man but for the uniform and the beard? Yet both were too easy to identify, and Meath could not help but wonder about them. Even if Velden of Grib had had a compelling reason to kill Paul, Meath couldn't believe anyone was stupid enough to send an assassin dressed in the colors of his own princedom unless he counted on everyone's assuming that no one would be that stupid. Intricate schemes made Meath's head ache, and he could just hear himself accusing a ruling prince of attempted murder. It was much easier to absolve Velden of complicity and decide that the uniform was borrowed protection, gaining the assassin access to Grey Pearl as part of the Gribane suite, with Chance placing the soldiers here at the inn at the same time as Paul. Besides, there was the beard, a disguise that could be discarded almost as easily as the uniform. Meath crouched down to peer at the man's face. "What are you looking for?" Paul asked over his shoulder. "I'm not sure," Meath admitted. "I don't think he's had his beard very long. It's uneven and hasn't grown long enough to trim neatly, and that place on his chin is practically bald." The boy knelt and fingered the beard. When he met the Sunrunner's eyes, his own were haunted. "Merida," he whispered. "Impossible. They were all but wiped out the year you were born. Walvis got them at the Battle of Tiglath." "Merida," Paul repeated stubbornly. "The scars on his chin, in just the right place. They're trained assassins, and who else would want to kill me?" Meath heard reaction, beginning at last, as Paul's voice rose slightly, and he pulled the boy to his feet. He snagged another cup of wine from the tray on the table and gave it to Paul after seating him firmly in a chair. Rohan had sent his son to Dorval for its safety, with the understanding that Meath, Sioned's friend since their student days at Goddess Keep, would act as bodyguard whenever the boy was not in the immediate confines of Grey Pearl. Meath's hands shook as he thought about what might have happened here today. Paul's color and poise had come back. He complimented the merchants and shipwrights on their fighting skills, speaking as easily as if this had been a simple tavern brawl, not an attempt to kill him. But Lane's carefree squire had vanished, replaced by a young man who now knew how much his death was worth. Rohan and Sioned would find that their son had taken a very long step toward manhood in the space of a few moments. Paul's identity known by now, as he thanked Rialt for his quickness, the low bow he received seemed to embarrass him. This reassured Meath for reasons he did not immediately understand. The patrol arrived, and Meath was glad to hand over the prisoners to their keeping. They would be brought before Prince Lane. He looked grimly forward to hearing the Merry Da explain himself. "I'm sorry about the damage," Paul was saying to Giamo. "And your goblet was broken. I'll find a replacement for it at the Riala, I promise." "My goblet!" Willa exclaimed. "Great Goddess, watch over us, what's a foolish goblet! If your Sunrunner hadn't called fire and startled them so much, more than my goblet and a few sticks of furniture would have been broken." Paul did not correct her impression that the fire had been of Meath's making. "Well, just the same, you'll get another Pyrenees crystal when I return this autumn." One of the merchants cleared his throat.
"Well spoken, Your Grace. But I differ with good Willa here. It was your shout that distracted them and probably saved me a bloodletting, if not my life. It may be the duty of a prince to be brave, but courage always deserves a reward." "We know you'd not accept anything for yourself," said his companion, "but come to our warehouses when you've time and choose whatever you fancy would suit your lady mother's famous beauty."
Paul began a protest, but Meath interrupted smoothly. "You're very generous, and on High Princess Sionade's behalf, we accept." Refusal would have offended, and Paul did not yet know enough about being a prince to understand that. It was in the nature of most people to believe that highborns were special, braver, and better than ordinary folk. They must be trusted to govern the princedom and holdings, and if they were not better, then what hope was there? A tribute of fine silk would symbolize this belief as surely as Willa would find justification of it in her new goblet. Paul's instincts had guided him correctly there, even if he did not yet understand that he did something far more important than provide restitution for something broken. But he did know enough to take Meath's lead. "Thank you. My mother will be very grateful. Will you be at Ways this year to see her wearing your silk?"
"Dragons couldn't keep us away, Your Grace."
The pair swept him elegant bows, and Paul smiled. Only Meath saw the brief flash of amusement in the blue-green eyes. Later on the ride back to Grey Pearl, Meath held his tongue and wondered how to explain this to Prince Lane. The events themselves were straightforward enough, but he worried about the Merry Da and the coaling of fire. Halfway up the hill, he glanced over at Paul and said, "You know, there were probably easier ways of saving yourself the expense of buying a present for your mother."
"Is that the tale you're going to tell her?" "I just might. But what I'm really thinking about is your little display of fire. Oh, I'm not complaining, mind. They were startled and thus didn't fight well, and you didn't even leave a burn scar on the table," he approved.
"Maybe Lady Andrade will give me my first ring," Paul replied lightly.
"And maybe you'd better tell me who taught you how to do that," Meath said, unsmiling.
"No one. I needed to distract them, and it seemed the best way."
Meath stared between his horse's ears at the road ahead. "You've the heritage on both sides, so I guess it's not surprising that you gave in to your instincts."
He reined in beneath a shade tree, and Paul did the same. Meath looked the boy full in the face, holding his gaze with deliberate intent.
"Do I have to tell you how dangerous your instincts can be, my prince?"
The use of title rather than name made Paul gulp, but he could not look away from Meath's eyes. The Sunrunner speculated on how long he would be able to influence Paul this way. It was something all Faradim learned from Lady Andrade during training, this absolute concentration that captured another as surely as a dragon could spear a sheep or a deer with a single look. Holding Paul's gaze, it occurred to him that, despite their coloring, the boy's eyes had nothing of the sea. There was sunlit desert sky in them, limitless blue like his father's eyes. There were emeralds, too, bright as the one his mother wore on her finger, the color of moonlight through a leaf. But not the sea, not for this son of the desert. Meath lifted his hands so his rings caught the light drifting down through the shade above them.
My father was a metalsmith in Jalad, and my mother was a fisherman's daughter who hated the sight of the sea. It was from her that I received the gifts that made me a Ferrari. The first of these rings is for calling fire. It took me 3 years of training before I earned it. I was past 20 before I was worthy of my 4th ring, and 2 years older than that before I received my 5th and 6th. It may be you have more of the gift than I, but you also have more to lose by it than I ever did.
More to lose? Paul frowned, bewildered. Don't you mean more to gain?
No,
Meath said in harsh tones.
You were born to 2 kinds of power. You're a prince, and one day you'll be a sunrunner.
And I could lose all of it? Is that what you mean? The boy whispered, his fingers white-knuckled around the reins. Meath!
Yes?
He lowered his hands to the horse's neck. You're right to scare me with it. Did you do the same for Marken?
I did.
He consciously relinquished control of the blue-green eyes, and the blonde head bent. Meath knew this lesson ought to have come from Sioned, who herself knew both kinds of power. But the right time was now, and he had to make sure the right lesson was learned.
It scared me too, he admitted. Every day of my life, until I learned to know myself. That's what the training at Goddess Keep is for, Paul. It teaches you how to use your instincts and your powers, but it also teaches you when not to use them. It's the same way with your training as a squire and a knight. You're learning your powers as a warrior and a prince.
But there's one thing a prince sometimes has to do that sunrunners are forbidden.
Meath nodded. Faradim must never use the gift to kill. When you know and trust yourself, Paul, you won't be afraid.
He brushed the boy's shoulder with his fingertips, rings glinting.
Come, let's ride on. It's getting late.
They were nearly to the gates when Paul spoke again. Meath, did I do the right thing today?
Is that for me to say or you?
I think I did. No, I'm sure of it. As they rode below the stone archway, he added, But, you know, it's the stupidest thing. I can't stop thinking about Willa's broken goblet. They separated at the stables, Paul to report to the Master of Squires, and Meath to inform Chadrick and Audriti of the day's events. Word and the prisoners had gone ahead, and Lane was even now interviewing the Grabane captain. Chadrick's eldest son, Ludhill, brought the ominous news that the bearded soldier had somehow managed to hang himself in his cell. Lane came into Audriti's solar a short time later. Past 80, frail as parchment stretched over brittle glass, he leaned on a wooden cane and refused the assistance of his son and grandson in taking a seat. Narrowing his fine, faded eyes at Meath, he folded his hands over the cane's carved dragon's head handle and said, Well, from your expression, my lord, the Grabane captain knows nothing of the Merida's origins and has nothing to say about the cause of the argument. Meath shrugged. I imagine she is telling the truth.
I'm not interested in imagination,
Lane snapped.
I want to know what happened.
Paul believes the Merida provoked the fight on purpose, and since he killed himself, I'd say he had something to hide. But why attempt Paul's life now? Chadrick asked. Surely they had plenty of chances while he still lived at Stronghold.
You should pay more attention to rumors,
his father told him. As Audriti caught her breath, Lane nodded.
I see you've taken my meaning, my dear.
Chadrick's plain, pleasant face tightened to grimness.
If you're talking about that possible son of Relstra's,
he'll be nearing 21. Paul's barely 14,
Lane remarked.
But it's ludicrous,
Audriti protested.
Even if the boy is Relstra's, he'd have to rally all Prince March behind him. And that won't happen. Rohan has done well by them in making Pansala regent, but no one but a fool would trade certain prosperity for an unknown pretender. Nicely put,
Lane grunted, fingering the dragon's head.
But it so happens that Rohan is an honourable fool. He'll feel compelled to meet this young man and hear him out.
No proof one way or the other, Chadrick said. It's all supposition.
Meath said.
Lack of proof makes Relstra's supposed son dangerous.
There's Lady Andrade, Audriti reminded them. She was there the night of the birth. She might know what happened, and she might not, Lane replied. And, for all her authority, as a lady of Goddess Keep, she's also Rohan's aunt, and not exactly an impartial witness.
Chadrick shook his head, rising to pace the solar.
The issue isn't the pretender's identity, Father. It comes down to this. Does the claim of someone with Relstra's blood weigh more heavily than the years of good governance established by Rohan in lands he won by right of war?
Lane's eyes sparkled.
I'm gratified to see that my training hasn't been wasted, and that you inherited your mother's wits as well as her eyes. You have the right of it, Chadrick. Who do we support, when and if it comes to it? If this youth is indeed Relstra's son, do we take his side and support the blood claim that keeps all princes in power? Or do we back Rohan and the things he's done in Prince March?
He smiled without humor.
It's not the kind of choice a prince finds comfortable.
Meath sat forward, elbows propped on his knees.
Your Grace, it's yet to be proved that the person is who some say he is, but even if he isn't, there will be those who choose to believe,
or act as if they believe.
Lane agreed.
Just for the sake of making mischief. Real proof to the contrary will be needed.
I see why Paul is suddenly a Merida target, Audriti said unhappily.
Mion of Cunaxa still shelters them, though he says he doesn't. He's probably behind what happened today. There'll never be proof, of course, but without Paul to inherit Prince March, this pretender might be welcomed outright, and Mion would rather deal with anyone else than Rohan or his son, and I see, too, why Rohan wants the boy with him this summer, and it weighs.
There's a progress planned for them to Castle Crag,
Lane affirmed. Chadrick gestured the pretender away with one hand.
Once they see Paul, and he wins them the way he does everyone,
there's still the matter of proving this claimant a liar,
Lane said.
Do you think people like Mion will support Paul on the strength of his admittedly charming smile?
It's the people of Prince March he'll win, Chadrick said.
The people of Prince March do not attend the Reala and vote on who and what is the truth. Andrade is the only reliable witness, and the evidence will have to come from her in a manner the princes will accept as absolute truth.
There's Pansala, Meath reminded them.
"Oh, yes, Pansala," Lane snorted. "May I remind you that if this boy is acclaimed, the regent would be out of a job?"
He shook his head.
"I don't like this. Not at all. Meet, before you leave Radzin for Goddess Keep, make sure you have a long talk with Che and Tobin."
Much later, in his own chambers, Meath pulled out the case made for the scrolls dug up at the ancient Sunrunner Keep. They were written in the old language. Though script had not changed much from modern writing, the words meant nothing to him. Yet certain words survived to the present day nearly unchanged. Personal names, for instance, were usually chosen with their ancient meanings in mind, and as he unrolled one of the parchments, he bit his lip. The usual sun and moons motif was missing from this first page. The sources of light for Faradi weavings were not depicted here as they were on all the other scrolls. This one had a different pattern, a design of night sky strewn with stars. He stared for a long time at the title that had so shocked him on first seeing it, words he had had no difficulty translating. On Sorcery. Chapter 2. Pansala, regent of Prince March and daughter of the late High Prince Relstra, scowled at the letter on her desk and told herself that life would have been much simpler without sisters. Her father had provided her with 17 of them. Though 10 were dead now, some in the plague of 701, others since, and good riddance, she was still left with far too many for her peace of mind. The survivors were a plague in themselves. Letters, such as the one now before her, arrived constantly here at Castle Crag. Petitions for money or favors or a word in High Prince Rohan's ear, and especially requests to be allowed a visit to their childhood home. Pansala had spent the first 5 years of her regency removing her sisters from Castle Crag by various methods. She was not about to let any of them come back, not for so much as a day. But it was the youngest of them, the one who had never even been here, who was the focus of Pansala's present irritation. Chiana's letter could not have irked her more had the girl written every word with a calculated eye to insulting her powerful half-sister. She presumed an intimacy repugnant to Pansala. She even styled herself princess, as if her mother, Lady Palila, had been Relstra's wife instead of his whore. Born in Ways and raised in various places, including Goddess Keep for the first 6 winters of her life, Chiana evidently chose to forget that Pansala had shared those 6 winters and knew every detail of her character in excruciating detail. Their rare encounters since, and the letters Chiana wrote, were ample evidence that maturing had not changed her. At nearly 21, her haughty selfishness had grown worse. In this letter, Chiana implied that if Pansala extended an invitation to Castle Crag for the summer, Chiana might be persuaded to grace it with her presence. But Pansala had long ago vowed that Chiana would never set foot here, so long as she was the keep's mistress. A few of the other sisters had shared Chiana's rearing after Lady Andrade had flatly refused to have her back at Goddess Keep. Lady Keeley of Ways, wedded to that city's lord, had taken the girl in at first, but she had eventually wearied of Chiana's pretensions and packed her off to Port Adney when Princess Nadra had married Lord Narat. The island of Kirst Izel had been an excellent place for Chiana, distance being a thing to be cherished insofar as Pansala was concerned, yet after a few winters even Nadra's patience had given way. By that time, Lady Rabia, Chiana's full sister, had married Lord Patwin of Catha Heights, and the pair had invited the homeless girl to live with them. Rabia's death in childbed had ended Shiana's time in Catha Heights, and she had lived in Ways again for a time before Keeley had caught her trying to seduce Lord Lisle. It had been back to Nadra, from whose seaside residence she now wrote. Pansala looked sourly at the royal title and thick flourish of ink Chiana used as her signature. She knew very well why the girl wanted to come to Castle Crag, so that at summer's end she would naturally become part of Pansala's suite at the Riala, with access to all the princes and their unmarried heirs. Landless though she was, she would yet have a considerable dowry from Rohan, as had all the sisters who had chosen to marry, and her beauty alone would make her a desirable match. But Pansala was damned if she'd lend her own countenance to her loathsome little sister. She penned a brief, firm denial, then scrawled her own titles and signature. Leaning back in her chair, she contemplated the words that meant her power and thought of her other surviving sisters. She and Nadra were the only ones left of the 4 daughters born to Relstra and his only wife. Linala had died of plague, and Ianthe was dead at Farouche Castle these 14 years. Foolish, harmless Linala, and beautiful, brilliant, ruthless Ianthe. They represented the extremes found in Relstra's offspring. The other surviving daughters all fell someplace in between. Keeley was a fool, but not harmless, nor fortunately ruthless enough to be any real danger. Nadra was intelligent enough to have schooled herself to acceptance of her lot. Pansala suspected she was even happy as Narat's wife. Chiana, on the other hand, was beautiful, brilliant, and a constant irritant. As for the others, Pansala could barely remember what they looked like. Mariah lived placidly on a manor in the Varesh foothills. Maswin divided her time between a townhouse in Einar and visiting Keeley in Ways, and Dunladi, Relstra's daughter by Lady Aladra, at High Curat. 14 years ago at Stronghold, when Rohan had been acclaimed High Prince, Dunladi had become friendly with Princess Gemma, last of her branch of the Cyrene royal house since her brother Jastri's death. Prince Davi had taken his young cousin under his protection, and Dunladi had become part of Gemma's suite. But whatever the rest of Relstra's daughters were doing, thinking of doing, Pansala knew she could safely ignore them. They each had a share of beauty and a modicum of intelligence, but none of them was a threat. And Pansala herself? She smiled slightly and shrugged. Neither as beautiful nor as clever as Ianthe, she was nevertheless far from stupid and had learned many things in her years as regent. She wondered if her dead sister, in whatever hell she surely inhabited now, could see Pansala's current position and influence. Pansala hoped so. The knowledge would torment Ianthe more than anything else that could be devised for her punishment. Pansala's dark eyes squeezed shut, her fingers curving into claws at the thought of Ianthe, for all that her ruin at her sister's hands was over 20 years past, and she had long since tasted her revenge. Their father's last mistress, Palila, had been pregnant and due to deliver some time after the Riala of 698. But just in case she was early, 3 other child-heavy women had been brought along, for Ianthe planned that if Palila delivered the precious male heir, then a girl born to one of the others would be substituted. At least, that had been the plot outlined to Pansala. Rising from her desk, she went to the mountains and stared across the narrow canyon gouged out of the mountains by the Falane River. She could hear the rush of water far below, but no sound of the keep's daily life reached her in this eyrie. Gradually, she calmed down enough to recall the past without succumbing to blind fury and even with something resembling dispassion. Most people would have said she deserved what she had received that night long ago. She had promised Palila that if yet another girl was born, she would find a way to substitute a boy birthed by one of the servant women who would be drugged into early labor. Relstra would have his long-desired heir, Palila would be the all-powerful mother of that heir, and Pansala would have first place in the pursuit of young Prince Rohan. Both plots had been insane gambles based solely on the sexes of unborn children. So insane, in fact, that Ianthe had had no trouble denouncing Pansala to their father the night of Chiana's birth. Clever, ruthless Ianthe. Pansala could still see her smile as Relstra condemned his newborn daughter and Pansala to the exile of Goddess Keep. Ianthe had been rewarded with the important border castle of Farouche. But the real irony was not Pansala's discovery of her Ferrati talents under Andrade's tutelage, nor even her present position of power. The laughable part was that only moments after Ianthe had betrayed her, a boy had indeed been born to one of the servant women. Had the timing been just a little better, Pansala would have been the victor, not Ianthe. Her gaze went to her hands and the 5 rings of her earned Sunrunner rank. Another ring set with topaz and amethyst symbolized her regency. The golden stone of the desert shone brighter and more compelling in the sunlight than did Prince March's dark purple gem, and that was how it should be, she told herself. Her lack of filial devotion to her dead father's aims troubled her as little as her lack of sisterly affection. Years ago she had accepted a charge from the man who might have been her husband, on behalf of the boy who might have been her son. Her life had found focus when Rohan made her Paul's regent. For them, she governed sternly and well. For them, she had made this land a model of law and prosperity. For them, she had learned how to be a prince. For them, anything. She returned to her desk and sealed the letter to Chiana, watching her rings gleam. She alone of all Relstra's daughters had inherited the gift. It ran not through his line, but that of her mother, Princess Lalante, his only wife. Had Ianthe been similarly gifted, Pansala shuddered, even at this late date. Ianthe with Sunrunner powers would have been well-nigh invincible. But Ianthe was dead, and Pansala was here, alive, and second among women only to the High Princess herself. She remembered then that she had a report to write to Sioned and forgot Chiana, her other half-sisters, and the past. Lady Keeley of Ways was also at her desk that evening and also considering the gift Pansala possessed and she did not. Keeley did the best with what she had, but how much more she could have done had she the ability to weave the sunlight and see what others might not wish seen. Smoothing the folds of a gown made of green gold tissue, she consoled herself with what she did possess. But in a short while, she would preside over a dinner for Prince Clutha, in Ways to discuss arrangements for this year's Riala, arrangements that would nearly bankrupt her and Lyle. Again. Clutha had never forgiven Lyle for siding with Relstra during the war with the desert, and all these years of being watched and suspected had not been amusing. Clutha had hit on the idea that making Ways pay the entire expense of the triennial gathering would keep its lord and lady too short of funds to work mischief elsewhere. Treading the extremely narrow path their overlord had decreed kept Keeley in a near constant state of nerves. Lyle, however, never seemed to mind. He hadn't enough wits to mind. He was too busy being grateful that he still possessed his life, let alone his city. Keeley's fingers trailed along the gold headpiece on her desk. It was not quite a coronet, for not even she would dare that in the presence of her prince. Her pretty mouth twisted as she calculated yet again the chances of wearing the real thing one day. None, unless a great many people died. Though elderly, Clutha was in the best of health, as was his son Halion. The blood connection between them and Ways was in the female line, and so remote that Keely had no hope of its ever becoming applicable to the inheritance of Meadowlord. The best she could do was set up one of her half-sisters as Halion's wife. She had been well on the way to it some years ago when her choice, Cypris, had died of a slow, mysterious fever. Halion had been sincerely attached to Cypris, but that had not prevented him from taking a mistress to console himself. He had sired several children on the woman, all girls, for which grace Keely thanked the goddess. Had there been a son, he might have become the next heir to Meadowlord with no blood ties to Keely at all. Halion had been quite happy in his illicit domestic life and reluctant to exchange it for legal marriage. But now his mistress was dead. Keely smiled as she put her signature to a letter inviting her half-sister Moswin to Ways for the summer. Moswin would make Halion an excellent wife, although Keely wondered why she took the trouble to elevate one of the hateful Lady Palila's daughters. Then she shrugged. She worked with what she had. Moswin was the right age, reasonably pretty, and grateful to Keely for past favors. She was also hungry for the trappings of power. She saw the jewels, the lovely clothes, the deference, and it was these things she desired. Of the realities of power, she saw and understood nothing. Keely considered her the perfect choice, for she would be easy to instruct and influence. Once Clutha died and both Halion and Lyle were out from under the old man's eye, Meadowlord would be Keely's to play with as she wished. Halion had proved himself the type of man who could be led by what was between his legs, just like Lyle. With Moswin leading Halion and Keely leading her. A shift of light in the mirror caught her attention, and the door behind her swung open to admit her husband. Lyle was an angular, pallid man whose blue eyes and nearly colorless blonde hair were more faded than ever by the Waysian colors of red and yellow that made up his formal clothes. Keely frowned slightly as he approached her, for she had ordered his squires to dress him in a shade of green to complement her own gown. They would have been a matched set, and Clutha would have been honored by their wearing his color. But Lyle was stubborn about his family dignity and wore his own colors on all formal occasions. In some ways, his stubbornness had served Keely well, for she might have made some tactical errors in the past if not for Lyle's insistence on the rigidities of tradition. Faint gratitude stirred at the memory, and her frown became a smile by the time he crossed the chamber and stood behind her. "You're so beautiful," he murmured, stroking her bared shoulder. "Thank you, my lord," she said demurely. "I had thought to save this gown for the Riala, but wear it then, too. Not even High Princess Sioned can have anything so magnificent." Mention of Rohan's sunrunner wife, who with her fire-gold hair and forest-deep eyes wore green even better than Keely did, decided her against making the dress part of her Riala wardrobe. "Did you have something to tell me?" "A letter arrived for you from somebody in Einar. You said you didn't wish to be disturbed while dressing, so I opened it for you." He produced a piece of folded parchment from his pocket. A curse nearly left her lips when she recognized the handwriting and the remains of a dark blue wax seal. Forcing herself to stay calm and casual as she placed the letter aside, she said, "It's from my childhood nurse, Athena, who married a merchant in Einar." It was the truth, but she did not add that Athena had been the only servant at Castle Crag to care for her after her sister died of plague. Athena had wanted to come to Ways, but had been persuaded that she could be much more useful in the vital port of Einar, the first link in Keely's chain of informants. Merchants heard everything and, usually, passed it on to their wives.
A boring letter, really. Just family news. I don't know why you bother with a former servant, Keely.
She was very kind to me when I was a little girl. To distract him from the subject, sure to touch soon on the unsuitability of the Lady of Ways, corresponding with a mere merchant's wife, she brought her arms closer together to deepen the valley between her breasts. Lyle's fingers strayed downward from her shoulders, as she had intended.
"Let's go down late for dinner," he suggested.
"Lyle, it took me all afternoon to put this on."
"It'll take only a few moments to get it off you."
"We don't dare insult Clutha," she scolded, winking at him, "on any other night."
"But it would be perfect now. I've talked with your women. This is the right time to make another heir."
Keely vowed to dismiss whichever of her maids had been blabbing. She had learned long ago that men strayed when their women were child-heavy. Her father had never been able to bear the sight of his mistresses during pregnancy. Keely had fulfilled her duty by giving Lyle a son and a daughter. Conception tonight would mean she would be bulky and uncomfortable by the late summer, when she would need all her wit and charm, and when other women would be at their loveliest in pursuit of the richest and most powerful man. Lyle had been the key to the locked walls of Castle Crag for her. She did not love him, and never had. But he was useful, and he was hers, and she did not intend for him to seek other beds. Once she ruled Meadowlord through Moswin and Halion, then Lyle could mount as many mistresses as he pleased, but not now. She smiled at him.
"Anticipation always enhances enjoyment, Lyle. Now be a darling and find my green slippers, please. After all, you're the one who kicked them under the bed the other night."
He kissed her shoulder and obeyed. Keely locked Athena's letter in her jewel box and replaced the key in a pocket of her underskirt. Lyle returned from the bedchamber just in time to see her smoothing her green stockings. He knelt beside her to slide on the velvet slippers.
"If you don't put your skirts down, I'll forget Clutha even exists," he said playfully.
She deliberately hiked the gown a little higher.
"Does he?"
"Keely!" But she glided smoothly from her chair and out of his reach, laughing as she placed the golden headpiece on her piled dark braids. Dinner in the banqueting hall was endless. Prince Clutha was full of plans for making this year's Riala more splendid than ever, and goddess knew the cost of the last one had been such that Keely had gone for half a year without a new gown. She was forced to listen in angry silence, with a smile on her face as Lyle's pride made him agree to schemes that would beggar him. Most entertainments were put on by the princes, with the burden falling on Rohan, as usual, but the prizes for horse races and the spectacle of the last evening's banquet were Lyle's responsibility, with only nominal assistance from Clutha. Keely promised herself that once Halion was Prince of Meadowlord with Moswin as his wife, this triennial penury would cease. Clutha had brought his sunrunner with him, a frail and withered old man with very dark eyes that saw too much as far as Keely was concerned. She knew that whenever he accompanied Clutha to Ways, Lady Andrade received detailed reports. When dinner was over, the old Ferrari wheezed his way into the dining room, Clutha's squire at his side. The young man gave Keely a slight, elegant bow, his fine dark eyes flickering with disapproval of her almost crown. She favored him with a lifted brow, wondering if his place on the social scale of nobility was low enough to allow her a calculated insult in return. Clutha glanced up from the written list of expenditures.
"You've the look of the last sunlight about you, Tyle."
"Indeed, Your Grace. Ryan and I have just received word that Prince Adjed of Fyron is dead. A seizure of the heart it was."
Keely made appropriate noises of shock and grief, but her mind raced. Adjed had no direct heir. She tried to recall the collateral branches of the Fyronese royal house and if she was allied with or related to any of them. Clutha gave a heavy sigh, shaking his bald head.
"Unhappy news. Many times I've told him he should live life more easily as befits men of our age."
Keely coughed to hide a giggle, remembering that Adjed had planned to take yet another wife, his 7th, this year at the Riala. Halion caught her eye, and his lips twitched.
"There'll be one less wedding at last day this year," he remarked. His father thundered, "You will mourn our royal cousin with respect, you insolent fool." "I mean no disrespect,"
Halion said contritely. But there was that in his eyes that told Keely he wished the old man dead, burned, and out of his life. She lowered her gaze to her lap, after casting a careful look of sympathy at him. Yes, he was ripe for the plucking, if Moswin was clever and played on his impatience with his father. Clutha behaved as if his son was still a lad of barely 20 winters, not a man nearly 40. Keely would have to remember to tell Moswin the best approach to use. She would be a princess before autumn. News of Adjet's death dampened Lyle's ardor, for which Keely was profoundly grateful. While he slept in the huge state bed, she returned to the dressing chamber and lit the candle on her desk. Its reflection in the mirror gave her enough reading light as she scanned the letter from Athena.
"You may recall my sister Aelech, who was in service at Castle Crag during your childhood, though not in the honoured place I had at your side, but in the kitchens. We were never very close, for she envied me my place, but I have had news of her family after these many years. As you may know, she went to ways with Lady Palila, both of them big with child, and it happens she bore a son, a fine young man with dark hair and green eyes. Aelech died shortly after his birth, and her husband, also having died, Mazul was raised by my parents, where they are pensioners at the manor of Dazan in Prince March. Mazul is something of a hawk in a sparrow's nest, for with his black hair and green eyes he is unlike the rest of our blonde, brown-eyed family. Aelech's husband also had dark eyes and was small of stature like us, but they say Mazul is the height of your late father, but I chatter on about matters that could not interest you."
Athena never wrote about anything that did not interest Keely, and they both knew it. Keely had asked her to use her contacts in Prince March to get definite news about a boy said to be Relstra's son. She had been toying with a particular scheme all winter, working out ideas, purely speculative until now, when it seemed that her arrow, shot in darkness, had hit an unexpected target. Delight brought a soft burst of laughter from her throat. She glanced at the open door to the bedchamber, but there was no sound from Lyle. That night at the Riala had always intrigued Keely. 4 newborns in one night, a princess exiled and a princess rewarded, a mistress burned in her bed. Of the 4 babies, 1 had been Chiana, insufferable girl. If Keely shared anything with Pansala, it was an aversion to their half-sister. But was Chiana Relstra's daughter? Keely chuckled silently as she set fire to the letter and watched it burn to ash on a polished brass plate. Athena had not had to repeat that part about the green eyes. Relstra's eyes had been that color, and Mazul was nearly Relstra's height, was he? Keely bit her lips to keep from laughing aloud. She pulled out parchment and pen and wrote a swift letter to Athena, thanking her for her letter and asking for more interesting family news to distract her from the strain of organizing the Riala. She ended by expressing a desire for a gift, one of those trinkets Athena often provided to cheer and amuse her, something in shades of black and green. This would be correctly interpreted to mean that the gift was to be Mazul himself. As she signed and sealed the letter, another idea struck her. She wrote a second letter, this one a prettily worded invitation for her dear younger sister Chiana to do her the favor of coming to Ways to help her plan this year's entertainments. That Chiana herself would be providing Keely's entertainment caused another chuckle as she folded and sealed the parchment. Keely weighed her letter to Moswin in her hand for some moments before burning it too. With Chiana here, Moswin could not be, and with the thought of her other half-sister, she nearly laughed aloud, for what could be more hilarious than setting Chiana's hopes on Halion, only to have him reject her utterly when her lowly birth was made public? Keely hugged herself as the letter burned, rocking back and forth with suppressed mirth. After a time, she sobered. She knew she would have to be cautious. The physical characteristics Athena had mentioned would be a help, no matter what the boy's true ancestry. Once Keely had Mazul to hand, she could judge whether the green eyes and height were matched by reasonable facial resemblance. Lady Palila had had auburn hair. If Mazul's was very black, Keely could heighten the illusion of his parentage by application of a subtle reddish dye. Proper clothes were essential as well, and jewels. She rummaged in her cases and came up with an amethyst brooch that could be redone as a ring to hint at connection with Prince March. She could slip it in with jewels due to be reset in time for the Riala. At worst, if the boy was impossible, she would have a new ring. But if Mazul was believable as Relstra's son, then even if he was truly base-born, there were endless ways to use him. Chiana's public mortification, when her birth was doubted, was worth anything. The burden of proof would be on those who suspected his ancestry to be common, for the only thing certain about that night had been its chaos. And if the rumors were true, and Mazul really was her half-brother, Keely grinned into the mirror, contemplating the delightful prospect of Pansala ousted from Castle Crag, Paul disinherited, and Rohan humiliated. She pictured Lyle as Mazul's champion and herself as his mentor, teaching him how to be a prince, and through him, ruling Prince March. She gazed at the two letters. One would go to Einar and bring Mazul, the other to Port Adney and bring Chiana. She would keep Mazul in hiding until the Riala, school him, attach him to her as his only hope of winning his cause. It would not do to have him meet with Chiana before the princes assembled. But it all depended on his ability to pass himself off as Relstra's son. Keely regarded her own reflection by candlelight, asking herself if it might be true, and if she wanted it to be true. She decided not. A fake, with reality to hide, would be much easier to control than the real son of the late High Prince. She knew the characteristics of her father's breeding only too well. Chapter 3. Paul had dreadful memories of his first trip across the straits between Radzin and Dorval. His mother had warned him that Faradim and water were in no way compatible. But wise, in the way all 11-year-old boys think themselves wise, and very conscious of his dignity as the son of the High Prince, Paul had not believed her. His first step on board ship had taught him otherwise. He remembered turning to look at his parents, who stood on the dock with Aunt Tobin and Uncle Che, all of them waiting for the inevitable. The ship moved fractionally on the tide. Paul felt himself turn green. He staggered to the rails, was grabbed by a sailor before he could fall overboard, and, after being dreadfully sick, fainted. A long day's misery in a private cabin had been crowned by the indignity of being carried off the ship that night and put immediately to bed. The next morning his eyes had ceased their imitation of hot coals, and his stomach seemed inclined to stay where it belonged. Paul pushed himself upright, every muscle in his body bruised with the violence of his reaction to crossing water, and groaned. A very old man was dozing by the empty hearth. The noise made him start awake from his nap, and a kind smile further wrinkled his face.
"I thought you'd appreciate a good night's sleep on solid ground before riding up to Grey Pearl. Feeling better? Yes, I see you are. You've freckles on your nose now, not green splotches."
Thus had he made the acquaintance of Prince Lane of Dorval. Paul had felt unequal to the breakfast the old prince proposed, and they had ridden to the great palace where the entire household had assembled to greet the future high prince. The night's rest enabled Paul to behave with suitable dignity, and his gratitude had been of such proportions that it had been only a short step to outright worship of the wry old man to whom his parents had entrusted him. Similar arrangements were made in Radzin so that Paul and Meath could sleep off the crossing in private before their official arrival at Radzin Keep. Assisted from the ship to a small house Lord Chanel kept in the port, they were tucked up between cool sheets and in the morning were greeted by Paul's cousin Markin.
"I won't ask about the crossing,"
he said, smiling in sympathy, as the pair woke up bleary-eyed.
"I remember it all too well myself. But you both look as if you'll live."
Meath glanced at him balefully.
"I had my doubts last night."
Turning to Paul, he asked,
"Are you recovered, my prince?"
"More or less. It never gets any easier, does it?"
Paul sighed.
"Never,"
Markin affirmed.
"Do you want something to eat?"
Their winces made him grin.
"All right, stupid question, I know. There are horses outside if you feel capable of sitting a saddle without falling off."
They did. There was no special welcome from the people of the port, though they paused in their daily routines to greet both Paul and their own young lord. Markin was the image of his handsome father, tall, athletic, with dark hair and gray eyes like sunlight through a morning mist. He was more lightly built than Chanel, however. The slender bones of his grandmother's people had lengthened in him, not thickened. At 26, he had fulfilled the promise of height and strength that for now was only hinted at in his young cousin. He also wore 6 Sunrunner's rings, where Paul had none. As they left the precincts of the town and started down the road between newly sown fields, he caught the boy's envious look and smiled.
"You'll have your own one day. I had to wait until after I'd been knighted before Father would let me go to Goddess Keep and Lady Andrade."
"What's she like?" Paul asked. "I remember her from when I was little, but not very clearly. And the only thing Meath and Iole ever say when I ask is that I'll find out sooner than I want to."
Meath grinned and shrugged.
"It's only the truth, isn't it, Markin?"
The pair were old friends from Markin's days as a squire at Lane's court, and they shared a chuckle. The young lord told his cousin,
"You'll have the chance to see for yourself in ways. It'll be a real family reunion this year, in fact. Andrade's bringing Andri with her and Soren's to be knighted by Prince Volog."
Andri and Soren were Markin's brothers, 20-year-old twins whose lives had taken divergent paths. Andri had Ferrari gifts, just as Markin did, but had seen no reason why he should go through the usual pattern of squire's training and knighting when all he had ever wanted to be was a sunrunner. When Soren was fostered to Volog on Kirst, Andri went to Sionede's brother, Prince Davi of Sire, but after only a few years he had successfully pleaded his case to his parents. His progress in earning his rings had confirmed his choice. Markin glanced over Paul's head at Meath.
"When do you ride for Goddess Keep?" "Tomorrow morning, after I've paid my respects to your parents. You'll need an escort, if I'm not mistaken."
He gestured to the saddlebags slung across Meath's horse. When the older man's shoulders stiffened, Markin went on, "Don't worry, I won't ask. But even in your misery last night, you didn't let go of them when the rest of the baggage was taken off the ship. That means they're important, and you'll need an escort to protect them. And you." Meath smiled uneasily. "I didn't know I'd been so obvious. I don't want more than a couple of guards, Markin. More might arouse suspicion." Paul eyed his friend. "Then they must be very important. Why didn't you tell me you were going to Goddess Keep? You told Markin on the Sunlight, didn't you? How am I ever going to be a prince and make the right decisions if nobody ever tells me what's going on?" Then he shrugged. "You don't have to say it. I'll learn what I need to know when I need to know it." "Enjoy ignorance, Paul," Markin said. "When you're older, you'll know more than you want to sometimes, and they'll usually be the wrong things anyway." The road curved through pasture land, where tall spring grass waited for horses to crop it. Ahead of them rose the magnificent towers of Radzin Keep, seat of Markin's paternal forebears for hundreds of years. To the left was the sea below ragged cliffs. On the right, far beyond the grasslands, Paul glimpsed the beginning of the long sand, shimmering golden in the sunshine. Again Markin understood his glance. "It's always out there, isn't it?" he murmured. "Waiting. We work so hard to make this little green ribbon along the coast, but the sand would take it back in a single winter if we ever got careless." Changing his tone, he asked, "How is the old prince these days?" "Hale and hearty for his age, and asks to be remembered to you, as if anyone could ever forget him." "He does tend to make an impression, especially on your backside when he's caught you doing something you shouldn't." Paul started. "How did you—" Markin grinned. "Oh, you're not alone, believe me. But it's a relief to know he applies the same remedy to princes as well as lowly lords. How long was it before you could sit down?" "A whole day," Paul admitted sourly. "He must like you, then. It was 2 days before I recovered." Markin stood in his stirrups and peered at the bulk of Radzin Keep, then smiled in delight. "There's Mother and Father with the new foals. They were going to come meet you today, but the Master of Horse insisted the inspection had to be this morning, and he's a real tyrant. Come on, let's go watch." A wild ride, and several jumped fences later, they drew rein. Princess Tobin, neat and trim in riding leathers, gave a glad cry and jumped down from her horse. Paul dismounted and went to be hugged and kissed. He was then held at arm's length while his aunt's black eyes regarded him in astonishment. "Che!" she called to her husband. "Come over here and see what Lane sent us in place of the hatchling we gave him 3 years ago." Paul found that he was no longer at eye level with his aunt. He hadn't realized he'd grown so much taller. She was grayer around the temples, and white threads wove through her black braids now, but otherwise was just as he remembered, beautiful as a starry night. Paul looked up as Che came over to them, and was startled again to find he didn't have to tilt his head as far back to look into those piercing gray eyes. "Don't be silly, Tobin," Che admonished, giving Paul a quick hug. "It has to be Paul. Either that or Rohan all over again at that age. My own grey hairs tell me that time hasn't gone backward, so it must be Paul. You don't look any the worse for the crossing," he added, ruffling the boy's hair. "Not now, I don't, but you should have seen me last night, and I have a feeling I did something awful all over the deck." "Never you mind," Tobin soothed. "It's just proof that you've the Ferrati gift." She turned and smiled at Meath. "Welcome to Radzin, and thank you for taking care of Paul on the way." "I can't make any claims to having done so, my lady," the Sunrunner said as he swung off his horse. "Goddess greeting to you both, my lord," he went on, bowing to Che. "I bring you fond words from Prince Lane and all his family." "Glad to have you here at Radzin," Che replied, "and it's good to know the old boy's well. If you're not too tired, why don't the 3 of you come look at our new crop of foals?" He slung a companionable arm across Paul's shoulders.
I'm disgustingly proud of them, like all my brood,
he added with a smile for his eldest son. As they walked to the paddock fence, Meath remarked,
"The desert breeds sons and sunrunners, as fine as its horses, my lord. I've reason to know."
Tobin nodded proudly. I think you'll find that this year they're all something very special. Paul, do you see those 6 little beauties over there? 3 greys, a sorrel, and a pair almost golden? Paul caught his breath at the sight of them. Long legs carried them in playful leaps that were more graceful than awkward, despite mere days of life. The golden duo in particular caught Paul's eye, so alike in color and size, and the darkness of mane and tail, that they could have been dragons hatched from the same shell. "They're wonderful," he exclaimed.
"They ought to be."
Che folded his arms on the top fence rail and gazed dreamily at the foals.
"Bloodlines from here to the start of the world and back again, my best mares, and your father's old warhorse Pashta. If there's royalty among horses, you're looking at it. Pashta's last are even finer than his first."
"His last?" Paul glanced up at his uncle.
Che nodded. "He died over the winter, very easily and full of his years, and his self-importance, too, almost as if he knew how these 6 would turn out. By next Riala, they'll be ready for you."
"Me?" Paul was unable to believe his luck.
"Who else?"
Che squeezed his shoulder.
"It's Radzon's duty to keep its princes decently mounted, you know. All 6 are yours."
The boy stared in awe at the foals, imagining them full-grown. He could see old Pashta's siring in their depth of chest and the cant of their ears, his father's beloved Pashta, ridden in a Riala race to win his mother's wedding emeralds. "Thank you, my lord," Paul breathed. "Are they really to be mine?"
"Of course."
"But I don't need 6 horses just for myself. Would you be angry if I gave the others as presents?"
"Who'd you have in mind?"
Che asked curiously. "My father would like one of Pashta's colts, wouldn't he? And Mother would look wonderful riding one of the golden ones. She and Father could have those too, like a matched set." He paused. "Would it be all right, my lord?"
"Perfectly all right. And no more of this my lord business unless you want me to start calling you your grace. Well, now that that's settled, would you like to see the mare you'll be riding to Ways for me? I need steady hands and an understanding rider for her, and if you'll do me the favor, you can exercise her out in the desert this summer. Will you?"
Paul's eyes shone. "Will I?" They spent the rest of the morning looking over various mares and geldings that would be taken to Ways for sale, including the horse that would be Paul's for the summer. A pretty bay mare, she inspected Paul with large, dark eyes for several moments before nudging him with her dainty nose in token of friendship. He was enchanted, as the horse had obviously intended him to be, and only his growing weariness kept him from trying her paces there and then. After a casual midday meal in private at the keep, Tobin sent Paul off for a rest. Not even healthy young boys could weather a water crossing with aplomb when they were Ferrari born. Markin disappeared soon after on his own pursuits, but Meath lingered behind.
"My lord, I have a favor to ask for reasons I cannot reveal to you. It has to do with Lady Andrade."
Che shrugged.
"Reason enough, and favor granted. Thank you, my lord. Will you lend me 2 guards for the journey to Goddess Keep?"
Tobin cocked her head to one side. "Markin mentioned something about that. You need more than the protection of your rings. What are you carrying, Meath? Information in your head or on your person?" He shifted uncomfortably and apologized.
"I'm sorry, milady, but I can't tell you." "Sunrunners," Che complained in a teasing voice, "and Sunrunner secrets. Certainly you may have your guards, Meath. I'll order it this evening."
"Many thanks, my lord.
And now I have something I must tell you that is also a secret and must be discussed in private."
The princess's eyebrows shot up, but she rose smoothly and suggested, Perhaps a turn in the back gardens, by the cliff path. Meath said nothing until they were strolling the gravel pathway between plantings of herbs, the surf pounding far below. No one else was in this section of the gardens, and they would be able to see any intruders long before they were within earshot. He told them about the incident in the tavern, Paul's conclusions about it, and especially Lane's conversation with him, Chadrick, and Audriti afterward. Che's fists clenched, and Tobin's black eyes narrowed dangerously, but neither said a word until Meath had finished.
"Does Sioned know?" Tobin asked. "I told her yesterday on the Sunlight, my lady. She wasn't pleased," he added with gentle understatement. "I can imagine," Che muttered. "Well, Paul will be watched by even more eyes than usual, though none of us will breathe easy until he's safe back at Grey Pearl. But the Riala worries me. Do you think Rohan might be persuaded to change his mind and not take the boy?" "Sioned didn't tell me otherwise, so they must feel they can protect him," Meath answered.
"And Rohan's had this progress plan since last year. Damn!" Tobin kicked at a rock, her fists jammed into the pockets of her trousers. "I thought we'd rid ourselves of those damned Merida years ago."
"I don't like to leave Paul," Meath said slowly. "Not even to the care of his own parents. He's that important to me, and not just as the future High Prince and the son of my old friend. I love that boy more than if he was my own son, but I must go to Goddess Keep at once." "What you carry is that important?" Che asked, then held up a hand. "Forgive me. I won't question you any further about it, whatever it is. My best horses and 2 of my best people will be waiting for you tomorrow at dawn. They know the fastest and safest route." He smiled slightly. "And they'll look after you when you cross the rivers." Meath winced. "Please, my lord, don't remind me." The Faradi left them. Che and Tobin continued walking along the cliff path, mulling over the news. At last they sat down on a stone bench, their backs to the sea. Their castle rose before them, coveted, never breached, holding a young boy safe as he slept. "There's not a hint of her in him," Che said suddenly. "His hair's a little darker than Rohan's, and his jaw's going to be longer, but otherwise it's as if he had no mother at all."
"More to the point, it's as if Sioned very well could be his mother."
"When are they going to tell him?"
"I don't know. It's not something anybody ever talks about. He must be told one day, I suppose, but when he's older and can understand."
"You mean when circumstances force it? You know as well as I that, left to herself, Sioned would never let him know she's not his real mother."
"She is his real mother. In all but birthing him, Paul is Sioned's son's, not Ianthe's." Che pressed her hand in his own.
"I don't need convincing. But what would it do to him if he found out from somebody other than her or Rohan? Every year the chance grows."
"Diminishes," Tobin replied stubbornly. "There's never been the slightest whisper. If anyone knew, they would have spoken up before now."
"There's knowledge, and then there's proof," Che reminded her. "It's the latter I worry about."
"Find me proof," she scoffed. "The few who were at Skybowl and Stronghold love us and him and will say what Sioned and I tell them to say, and as for those at Farouche, bah!" She dismissed them with an arrogant shrug. "The word of a few servants against that of 2 princesses." Che knew that the surge of royal arrogance meant she felt threatened.
"Let's make a case,"
he suggested, despite the flash of warning in her eyes.
"Let's say there are women still alive who helped Ianthe that night, washed the baby, rocked the cradle.
They'd never be believed."
Then count how many hundreds knew Rohan was held at Farouche, and how many of them can count the appropriate number of days without using their fingers."
Tobin was unperturbed. "She delivered early. They'll think she was pregnant before she captured Rohan."
So who was the father?
Who knows? And who cares? They believe the baby died in the fire with her, so it doesn't matter whose child he was.
Che shook his head.
There are 3 elder half-brothers still alive who were brought in to see their mother's latest son. They're not servants, Tobin. They're the sons of a princess and 3 high-born lords. And what if Sioned were asked to prove that she'd borne a child? There can't be a mark on her that would indicate it.
She gave him a triumphant smile.
Yes, there is. Mayadal knows of herbs that bring a woman's milk, even when she hasn't given birth. Nursing changes a woman's breasts.
I hadn't thought of that, he conceded, but it still doesn't negate the fact that there must be someone who recognized you and Sioned and Ostville at Farouche the night the castle burned.
You're shadow-fearing like a one-ring sunrunner, Che.
He eyed her beneath frowning brows.
You don't think Paul should be told, do you? You'd keep it a secret. Don't you understand that he must be told, and not find out through rumors that would hurt him and make him doubt who he is? And what might be worse, rumors like that could unsettle everything Rohan's built so far. Look at this nonsense about Relstra's supposed son.
Che, it's just that. Nonsense. If he dares show up at the Riala, he'll be laughed out of ways, and the same thing will happen if there are ever rumors about Paul, she finished.
You're as stubborn and blind as Sioned.
Stubborn, certainly, but not blind. I understand what you're saying, but I don't see why Paul should ever be told. The whole foundation of his life is the royal heritage from his father and the Ferradi gifts he believes he gets from Sioned. How do you tell a child that he's the grandson of someone like Relstra, or that his father killed his grandfather?
You don't tell a child such things, no, but once he's grown and has his knighthood and a few sunrunner's rings to his credit.
No, there's no need for it.
Che knew his wife's mind well enough to know there was no further arguing with her. He rose, drew her up beside him, and they started back to the keep.
At least you'll agree, he said, there's a need for his physical protection right now. I'm going to set a special watch over him. Markin's perfect for it. He's good with sword and knife, he's a man grown, and a Ferradi as well. Paul won't be suspicious or resentful if it's his cousin guarding him.
Tobin smiled up at him. The way you've guarded Rohan.
It's another duty that Radzin never cedes to any other desert lord.
The future Lord of Radzin was at that moment some distance physically from his inheritance, and even farther removed from it in his thoughts. Markin had left the stables, mounted on Izulkian, which in the old language meant swift wind. Che had named him for the nomadic desert tribes that appeared and vanished as they pleased, usually to steal one of his studs. The Izulkim never kept the stallions they spirited away, sometimes in broad daylight, and returned them in excellent condition after their mares had been serviced. He would have gladly given them a prize stallion just to save the wear on his nerves from wondering when his horses would disappear, but the Izulkim scorned all such offers. Borrowing a stud from under Che's nose was much more fun. The stallion lived up to his name as Markin guided him along the road leading south from the castle. At length, the young man drew rein and smiled as the horse tossed his head, still eager to be racing the spring breeze.
Just hold that thought, my friend. We'll be racing in earnest at ways, and for more than the fun of it. I have need of a few sapphires to grace a certain blue-eyed lady's neck.
Continuing at an easy walk, Markin was not too surprised to find he'd instinctively chosen the way to White Cliff. Some measures down the coast from Radzin, it was where the Lord's heir lived after he took a bride. Che had never inhabited it, for he had been Radzin's lord by the time he married Tobin, and for years White Cliff had been run by stewards. But if Markin had his way, it would be in use by autumn, and for the purpose for which it had been built. He knew he should have said something to his parents long ere this,
But somehow he did not feel equal to telling them that picking through the various maidens at Ways this year was not his intention, for he had already found the woman he wished to wed. Or perhaps she had found him. He was not entirely sure which, and did not much care. He was only glad it had happened. Just thinking about Hollis brought a smile to his lips, and that this attitude was slightly adolescent bothered him not at all. He had had plenty of examples of foolish lovers all around him since childhood, his parents being the prime culprits in unwittingly nurturing his ideas of romance in marriage. His father had passed his 51st winter, and his mother was only a few years younger, yet the looks they exchanged when they thought no one was looking were unmistakable. Rohan and Sioned were just the same, as were the Lord and Lady of Ramagev, Walvis, and Phelan. Even serious Prince Chadrick and Princess Audriti had provided an example. Markin had always wanted the same things for himself: the smiles, the secret glances, even the flash fire of temper. He wanted a woman he could work beside as well as sleep beside, someone he trusted with his thoughts as well as his heart. Without that kind of partnership, wedded life would be little more than waking up each morning to a stranger. His cheeks flushed as he recalled the many times he'd done just that, and the first morning he'd awakened to Hollis. He should not have, and Andrade had been livid when she found out, but he cared nothing for his great-aunt's displeasure. He had been 19 and by no means inexperienced. Indeed, his father had shown him a letter from Prince Lane in which the old man wryly complained about Markin's propensity for attracting women of all ages at Grey Pearl.
Practically everything in my palace that wears a skirt has chased him quite devotedly since he turned 14, and of late I do not believe he has been running as fast as he might. In fact, I believe he enjoys being caught.
Che had waited to show him that letter until Markin had been knighted and was on his way to Goddess Keep for Ferrari training. They had laughed over it, Markin with crimson cheeks, Che with smug pride. But those encounters had been experiments only, quick desire and curiosity easily satisfied. Hollis had ignited in him a fire that had burned steadily for 6 winters now. He had been at Goddess Keep only a little while when Andrade had decided that his unorthodox first ring was indeed valid. Rohan had given him the circle of silver set with a garnet during the campaign against Relstra, when Markin had called down fire. He had proved to Andrade that he deserved the ring, and she had given him a plain silver band to wear with the garnet on his right middle finger. Looking into her pale blue eyes, he had heard her telling him that the next day he would go alone into the forest and consult the goddess regarding his future as a man, but that before then, at midnight, a Ferrari woman would come to him and make him a man. In theory, one never knew who that first sexual encounter was with. It was considered very bad form to try to find out, and it never really mattered anyway. The goddess herself shrouded the Sunrunner in mystery, concealing identity from the girl or boy who by morning would no longer be virgin. It was only Ferrari men and women of 7 or more rings who possessed this skill, only they who had the responsibility of making girls into women and boys into men. Hollis had worn but 4 rings that winter night. He wondered sometimes if he would have guessed anyway. Even in total darkness, her hair had felt golden in his fingers. Markin drew in a long breath, as if to scent again the tender fragrance of her body. It was forbidden to speak. They both knew that. Lips were only for kisses and caresses, voices for calling out in delight. Yet when it was over, and he rested by her side, his heart still thudding in his chest, he whispered her name. She gasped and went rigid. Markin tightened his arms around her, holding fast when she would have escaped him. "No," she whispered. "Don't, please. You want to be here as much as I want you here." But then, because he was only 19, he added hesitantly, "Don't you?" She trembled for a moment, then nodded against his chest.
Andrade's going to murder me.
Markin felt slightly delirious.
She'll have to get past me to do it, he answered lightly. And she won't risk a hair on my head. Kinsman, future Sunrunner, Lord of Radzon, I'm much too important. She may rant and rave a little, but we've both heard her do that before.
The tension went out of her.
There's still a problem, though. This was supposed to be your man-making night. I have only 4 rings, so I can't have instructed you properly. I'm afraid I haven't done my duty by you, my lord.
Markin gasped in astonishment before he recognized the teasing note in her voice. In his silkiest tones he said, "You'll have to lesson me again, my lady. I'm a very slow learner. In fact, it's quite possible you'll have to go on teaching me all night." They forgot that at midnight another woman would come to Markin's chamber. They forgot everything but the sweet joy of each other's flesh. Her hair was a river of gold that seemed to glow with a light of its own in the darkness. Almost blind, he brushed the delicate strands from her face, tracing the contours of nose and cheeks and brow with his fingers, learning her face with touch as he had long since learned it with his eyes. His hands learned everything about her, all the colors of her body, as clear as the colors of her mind. He lost himself in the sapphire and pearl and garnet of her, deep shining colors that were flung around him like velvet, a perfect pattern of a luminous and beautiful soul. They were lying together, trading idle kisses, when the door squeaked softly open. Markin sat straight up in bed, and Hollis gave a little cry of fright. A voice Markin did not recognize came from a woman wrapped in silk shadows. "Well, well, well!" Suddenly the woman laughed indulgently. "You might as well finish your night so well begun. Peace, children." The door closed, and she was gone. Markin gulped. Who do you think it was?"
I don't know. I don't want to know. But whatever she said just now, we're in trouble, Markin.
"I love you, Hollis. This was right."
"For you and me, yes, but not so far as Andrade is concerned."
"The hell with Andrade," he said impatiently. "I told you she won't punish us. You heard what whoever that was just told us. The rest of the night is ours. I'm not going to give it up, and I'm certainly not going to waste it. But hush." He silenced her with a kiss. Desire glided through his veins, turning his blood to slow, molten sunlight. She resisted for a moment, then sighed and clasped him in her arms. The next morning he went alone to the tree circle where Faradim sought their futures. Kneeling naked before the motionless pool below a rock cairn, he faced not the child tree, nor the youth tree, but the man tree. One day he would turn toward the huge pines symbolizing his fatherhood and old age, but not yet. Today, in Sunrunner ritual, he was a man. He conjured fire across the still water, plucked a hair from his head to represent the earth from which he was made, and blew the air of his own breath to fan the flames. In them he saw a face, his own, matured and proud, with his father's strong bones and his mother's long-lidded eyes. The fire flared then, and another face appeared beside his own. It was an older version of Hollis that he saw, her tawny hair sleekly braided around her head and bound with a thin silver circlet set with a single ruby, marking her as Lady of Radzin Keep. On his return, after more or less recovering from stunned happiness, he found a summons from Lady Andrade waiting. He was impervious to her wrath as she raged at him for disregarding the traditions of Goddess Keep. When she finally snapped out an angry question about his penitence, he smiled at her with perfect serenity. "I saw Hollis in the fire and water." Andrade sucked in a breath and gave a terrible frown. But nothing more was said, and neither Markin nor Hollis had been punished. Still,
He was an heir to an important holding, a grandson of Prince Zahava and cousin to the next High Prince. He could neither marry nor make a formal choice without the consent of his parents and his prince. But he was only 19. Hollis was 2 years older, and there was time. On receipt of her 5th ring that next summer, Hollis had been sent to Kadar Water in Ossetia. The holding was close enough to allow occasional visits and easy communication on sunlight between a trained Faradi and a mere apprentice, and the facilitation of such contact motivated Markin to excel at his studies. The days were endurable, with the touch of her colors available to him on the sunlight. The nights were very long. Hollis herself had been the one to plead patience. She was adamant that he not approach his parents or the High Prince until they each had a 6th ring, signifying they were capable of using moonlight as well as sunlight. "They have to know I can be of use to you and to them," she told him quite frankly. "And you have to prove you've gained all the skills your gifts demand. I'm learning what I need to know about courts and manners and how to run a holding, things I can only learn here at Kadar Water. I have to be able to function as your lady as well as a sunrunner. Besides, if I'm to be at Radzin one day, I'll have to learn about horses, and where better to do that than at Kadar Water, the competition?" And though they had both laughed at this, she had quickly become serious again. "It's important to me, Markin, as important as your knighthood was to you." He had reluctantly agreed. Now, looking down at the 6 rings glinting on his fingers as he held Isilkian's reins, he wondered why he still hesitated. He could tell his parents, or wait for the Riala until they met her and saw her worth for themselves. Andrade had recalled Hollis to the keep with the understanding that the young woman would be part of her suite at Ways. Markin was grateful but suspicious. He knew his aunt, and she never did anything without a specific goal in mind. If she wished him to marry Hollis, it was not for reasons of their love, although she would have no objections to their being happy. No, Andrade must have something else in mind, and it worried him. He could not count on his parents as allies yet, no matter how often they said they wanted his happiness above all else. He was, after all, their eldest son and heir, a powerful position even without his blood bond with Paul. He would rule the only safe port on the desert coast, through which all important trade passed, horses, gold, salt, and glass ingots going out, foodstuffs, manufactured goods, and especially precious silk coming in. Radzin bred horses of a quality that brought higher prices every riala, but its real wealth was in the trade it administered. Markin's grandsire had been rich. His father was richer still, and he did not yet adequately appreciate just how rich he was going to be. By all the rules, he ought to marry a woman of birth, if not fortune, to match his own. Hollis was an uncommon woman, but she was common-born of 2 Faradim at Goddess Keep, who had themselves been of no recognized family connections. Her children with Markin would certainly inherit the gifts, reinforced through both parents. Markin had already had experience, with the suspicion and envy attached to being both sunrunner and son of a powerful family. He walked his horse along the road to White Cliff, stopping at the stand of trees his mother had ordered planted before his birth. The cool shade spread out around him, and he ignored Isilkian's impatient prancing. He could see the manor through the trees, the solid stone walls gentled by flowering vines, stables, pasture, gardens, a sandy beach below the cliffs, a comfortable and cozy home. All of it would be his, and he would bring Hollis here before the stormy season began. They would spend winter listening to the rain and wind, snug beside their hearth. He had always envisioned it so, ever since childhood, when he and his twin brother Johnny had ridden here to play young lords of their own manor. They had been much too young to include anything so alien as the idea of wives in their games, but sometimes in the years since his brother's death, Markin had wondered how it might have been, the pair of them and their wives sharing this fine old house, children overflowing its many rooms, and playing at dragons in the courtyard. A small, sad smile crossed his face, and he rode nearer. Whatever Andrade wanted, she would get her way. She always did. She had married off her sister to Prince Zahava in the hope of a male heir with Ferrari gifts. Instead, Markin's mother had been the one with potential. Andrade had then put forth Sioned as Rohan's bride, and this time the union had borne fruit in a son who would be both Ferrari and High Prince. She had bred them all to each other like prize studs and mares. Markin wondered whether she already had a girl in mind for Paul, despite his youth. She would not object to his own mating with a sunrunner, guaranteeing the next generation's gifts. But he also knew that his great-aunt's fine, elegant fingers would close around his life if he was not careful. There were intimations that this was the source of the coolness between her and Sioned. Andrade had used her and Rohan to get her sunrunner prince, and they resented it. Moreover, since Paul's birth, Sioned had worn only her husband's emerald ring, not the 7 others she had earned as a Ferrari, visible reminder that she was no longer ruled by Andrade and Goddess Keep. And that was precisely what made other princes nervous. Not that they would have been comforted by the idea that Andrade ruled through Rohan and Sioned. It was the notion of the two kinds of power merging in any combination that bothered them. And there were others besides Paul. Markin himself, his younger brother Andri, Ryan of Skybull. The other highborns feared the power of a lord who could summon fire on command, watch any court on a weave of light, use eyes and ears not his own to observe wherever he chose. There were ethics involved in being a sunrunner. The strict prohibition against using the gifts to kill, the equally strict injunction that the good of one land should not be sought at the expense of another. Yet what had Andrade expected when she created rulers who possessed both kinds of power? It was a thin and difficult line to walk. Markin had not yet been faced with a crisis of choice, but he knew that one day he would be. From the sometimes haunted look in Sioned's eyes, she had already done so, and whatever the outcome, it had scarred her. He could not talk to his parents about this kind of thing. Despite her 3 rings, his mother would not understand. Though influential in her own right, and as Lady of Radzin, Tobin did not think the way sunrunners did. She had never been formally trained at Goddess Keep. But there was Sioned, and Markin relaxed a little at the prospect of talking all this out with her. She had been the first to wield both kinds of power. She would have the same fears for her son as Markin felt stirring for himself and his unborn children. He turned his stallion before he reached the gates of White Cliff, not yet ready to enter it as its future master. A word to his father about the possibility of refurbishing its interior in anticipation of his marriage would clue his parents that he was at last thinking seriously about taking a wife, but he would wait, talk with Sioned, and, at ways, allow everyone to see Hollis's merits for themselves before he said anything. He would ride through the gates of White Cliff with her at his side, or with no one. Chapter 4. The High Prince lazed late abed, finishing off a breakfast of fresh fruit and flaky rolls, washed down by watered wine. A pile of parchments was at his elbow, the top one sporting a smear of apple butter. Usually Rohan even worked through his meals, but this morning he ignored duty in favor of the fun of watching his wife give in to nerves. Her turquoise silk bedgown billowed around her as she paced. 3 times she had braided and unbraided her long fire-gold hair, dissatisfied by every effort. With each sharp movement of her fingers, her emerald flashed in the sunlight. A selection of gowns was heaped on her lounge chair, but she had not even begun trying them on, occupied for the moment with doing something about her hair. Her muttered curses and the occasional hiss of sheer annoyance amused her husband greatly. At last he said, "You never took so much trouble dressing for me." Sioned scowled at him. "Sons are more observant than husbands, especially when the sun has been gone for 3 years.
May a mere husband make a suggestion? Why don't you just look the way you always look? Paul will be expecting to see his mother, not the high princess in all her silks and jewels.
"Do you think so?" she asked forlornly, and blushed when he laughed at her. "Oh, stop it. I know it's stupid, but I can't help thinking how much he must have changed."
Taller, with better manners, and an increased sense of his own position, Rohan enumerated. I was the same way as a squire, but he'll be the same in all the ways that count, and he'll find you every bit as lovely as he remembers.
He grinned and brushed off his hands.
Trust me.
"You've gotten crumbs all over the bed again."
I'm persuaded that stronghold boasts a sufficiency of sheets and servants to change them. Now, come over here and let me fix your hair, you mad woman."
She sat on the bed, with her back to him, and he deftly wove her hair into a single braid.
"You've hardly got any grey at all," he said as he worked.
"When I find any, I pluck them out."
"If I did the same, I'd be going bald. Give me the pins, and hold still."
He wrapped the braid into a smooth roll, and kissed the nape of her neck before securing the knot with plain silver hairpins.
"There. Go take a look."
She went to the dressing-table mirror and nodded. "If you ever get tired of being a prince, I'll hire you on as my maid. This isn't half bad. And as for going grey, all you're doing is turning silvery instead of golden. I didn't know you were so vain." He grinned.
"I only say things like that so you can be a good, dutiful wife and compliment me."
Throwing the sheet over the parchments, he got to his feet and stretched. Running his fingers back through his hair, he yawned widely and stretched again, not quite preening under her gaze. "Your good, dutiful wife begs to remind you we have work to do this morning," Sioned told him.
"We do?"
He looked over his shoulder at the bed.
"I remember some reports, but they seem to have vanished."
She chuckled. "Has anyone ever told you you're impossible?"
"Yes, you, constantly."
He approached and untied the belt of her robe.
"Get dressed. The hatchling will be here before we know it."
But the party from Radsin was late. Rohan and Sioned waited in the great hall, and Sioned resumed her pacing, boot heels clicking on the blue and green tiled floor. Rohan sprawled in a window embrasure near the squire's table and watched her, vastly entertained by her impatience. He, too, was anxious to see his son, but some perversity of his temperament decreed that the more she fidgeted, the more he relaxed. A servant finally arrived with the news that the young master's party had been spotted from the flame tower, and Sioned flung a guilty look at Rohan. Her expression saved him the trouble of asking who had posted a lookout way up there. She smoothed her hair and straightened her clothes, taking in a deep breath before walking through the huge carved doors held open for the High Prince and the High Princess. Rohan surveyed his wife with a smile, thinking that, lovely as she could be in full dress and his emeralds, nothing suited her so well as riding clothes, cut to emphasize her slim, long-legged figure. Well, he amended, either riding clothes or nothing at all, except the masses of her unbound hair. They stood together on the top step of the porch, Sioned rigid with nerves. Rohan noted the growing excitement among their people gathered in the courtyard below. The grooms were still arguing over who would have the honor of holding Paul's reins as he dismounted. The cooks muttered about which of them had remembered his favorite foods, a conflict Rohan had thought settled days ago. Stronghold's guard lined up in strict formation, their commander, Maita, brushing imaginary dirt from spotless blue tunics and gleaming half-harness. All this for one boy, Rohan marveled, conveniently forgetting that he had received just the same welcome home from his training at Ramagev. He heard the shouted query from the gatehouse that demanded to know who wished entry into Stronghold. He could not hear the answer, but knew what Che's reply would be.
His Royal Highness the Prince Paul, heir to the desert and Prince March.
Pride welled up in Rohan. He would give his son half the continent, from the sunrise water to the great Varesh. He would also give him laws to rule those lands in peace, the power to enforce the laws, and Faradi gifts to keep it all safe. He glanced at Sioned, who had kept him safe for 21 winters, half his life. She had used her skills and wisdom on his behalf, and to hell with Andrade's disapproval. Together, they were the perfect team. Paul would have Rohan's power and knowledge combined with Sioned's Sunrunner gifts. Never mind that she had not physically borne him. Instinct told him that he had hit on the cause of her uneasiness. Had there been more time, he would have found a way to laugh her out of it. Paul was her son as much as his, and certainly more than he had ever been Ianthe's. Thought of the dead princess tightened Rohan's shoulders. He consciously relaxed and took Sioned's hand. Whatever her outward demeanor, he could always tell what she was truly feeling when he touched her. The long fingers quivered just a little, chilled despite the spring warmth, and responded to his gentle squeeze not at all. Was she afraid that in growing up, Paul had grown away from her? Did she not yet understand that her claim on him through love was infinitely stronger than any claim of blood? The gates of the inner court opened, and the riders came through. Paul first, as was proper for a young lord returning home. Che, Tobin, and Marken followed with 10 soldiers. But Rohan had eyes for no one but his son. Paul rode forward to the steps amid the cheers of his people, and gave his parents a formal bow from the saddle. Rohan and Sioned answered the salute with regal nods and suppressed smiles at Paul's youthful solemnity. From a corner of his eye, Rohan saw Che grin and Tobin's eyes roll skyward. He sternly refrained from winking at them. As Paul dismounted, Rohan descended the steps with his wife at his side.
"Welcome home, my son,"
he said, and Paul gave him another ceremonious bow. Lane and Chadrick had certainly taught him pretty manners, but judging from the smile that suddenly transformed his whole face, they had not done so at the expense of his spirit. It remained only to see if he could abandon formality in the presence of the castle folk, who had known him all his life and were just as proud and amused as his parents. Paul passed the test. Royal manners disposed of, he bounded up the steps into his mother's open arms. Sioned hugged him close, then released him so he could embrace his father. Mussing his son's dark blonde hair, Rohan grinned down at him.
"I thought we'd never get here,"
Paul exclaimed.
"I'm sorry we're so late, Mother, but Marken wanted to chase down a sandbuck. We lost him in Rivenrock, though."
"Too bad," Sioned sympathized. "Perhaps we can go after him tomorrow. You look thirsty enough to have been out hunting all day. Shall we go in and have something cool to drink?"
"May I have some time to greet everyone first? And I should take care of my horse, too. Uncle Che gave it to me for the summer, and I get to ride her to the Riala."
Rohan nodded permission, and Paul ran off. His pride in the boy knew no limits now. Stronghold had seen the changes in Paul's appearance and behavior, every bit the proper young prince. Now his instincts told him to re-establish the friendships of his childhood. Rohan wondered if Paul knew what made him do it and what the outcome would be, then decided he did not. The actions were all the more engaging for their genuineness and spontaneity. Che had dismounted and was approaching the steps, wearing a devilish grin as he made Rohan a low, elaborate bow of homage.
Rohan snorted. "Don't you start. I thought only to follow your son's excellent example, my prince," Che responded. "And if you'll forgive my humble self and my insignificant son,
We'll follow the rest of Paul's example and tend our horses, with your gracious leave, my prince."
"Get out of here, you great idiot," Tobin scolded, swatting him on the seat as she passed him on the steps. Rohan looked around for Paul. The boy was in the center of a knot of chattering, teasing soldiers, archers, grooms, maidservants, even Rohan's chief steward, who evidently felt he should be attending the young master rather than the older one. Rohan shook his head ruefully as he hugged his sister, slightly bemused by the hitherto unrealized power of his son's charm. But as Tobin kissed Sioned and they went inside, she set him right about things. "He's exactly like you at that age," his sister informed him. "I swear to you, he had everyone at Radzin ready to battle dragons for him, and I can't imagine he left Grey Pearl behind him much different."
"At a little less than his age," Rohan reminded her, "I was acting as go-between for a certain princess and her intended lord. Midnight meetings, secret afternoons. Is Paul accomplished at that, too?"
Tobin had the grace to blush, even at her age. "I don't know, but if he is, I'll wager he's not half as clumsy about it as you were. I lost 10 years off my life that time Father caught me with Che."
"That wasn't my fault," Rohan protested. "And you were only found the once of all the hundreds of times."
"Hundreds? Listen to him." She stepped back on the coolness of the foyer and inspected them both. "Rohan, you've been eating. I don't believe it." Sioned chuckled. "One of the privileges of encroaching middle age is getting fat."
"I am not,"
Rohan said. He pinched Tobin's waist, that was still as firm as a young girl's.
"You don't seem to have taken advantage of it." "If she did," Che said from the open doorway, "I'd throw her in my dungeon and starve her. Sioned, you're more beautiful than ever, as always."
He kissed her, then paused a moment and kissed her again for good measure.
"What's all this about middle age? And as for you—"
He clasped Rohan's shoulders in both strong hands and grinned.
"You could still hide behind your sword blade. Why am I the only one getting older?"
Sinead's brows arched. "The mere sight of you sends every woman at Stronghold into a flutter, and you ask that."
"I adore this woman,"
he sighed happily.
"But it's not me, it's Marken. Do you know he's asked for White Cliff to be redone this summer?"
"Oh, ho, ho, ho," Sioned laughed. "Do I detect grandchildren soon?" Catching sight of Marken in the doorway, crimson to his earlobes, she beckoned him over for an embrace. "Not another word about it, I promise."
"Thank you,"
he said feelingly. "Paul wants us to go upstairs without him. He'll be along in a little while. Myrdal's got hold of him." Tobin nodded and started up the main staircase. "And she won't be giving him up for the time it takes us to discuss the danger he's in." The warmth of the family reunion turned to chill silence. Several steps above them now, Tobin sighed, turned, and shrugged an apology. "It has to be talked about. Come on, all of you." Rohan, in an attempt to recapture a little of the former mood as they followed her, whispered loudly to Che, "Why is it she can make me feel like a guest in my own castle?"
"Better a guest than a servant," Che responded philosophically. "You should see what she does to lords and princes foolish enough to invite us for a hunting party or a harvest festival."
"I've seen, thanks, every 3 years at the Riala. She and I had the same parents and the same upbringing, Che. Why can she do it when I can't?" Tobin had reached the landing by now and glanced over her shoulder. "Oh, poor, awkward, tongue-tied high prince," she scoffed. "You do it too, only you realize it as little as Paul does." When Rohan had assumed the title of High Prince, the number of people coming and going at Stronghold multiplied fourfold. Ambassadors from other princedoms arrived with increasing frequency and stayed longer, although Rohan refused to keep the kind of permanent court Relstra had established at Castle Crag. Sinead's skills as a sunrunner made resident representatives unnecessary. She could communicate more swiftly and effectively to Faradim at other courts than messages could go back and forth via couriers. Moreover, the interplay between sunrunners was brief and to the point, unlike the endless civilities and obfuscations by which officials justified their existence. The lack of a formal court was a relief to both Rohan and Sinead. During Paul's childhood especially, they had wanted to preserve some semblance of family life, despite their exalted position. Nevertheless, emissaries still came and went, and it had been necessary to modify Stronghold to accommodate the increased traffic. Sometimes every chamber, anteroom, and even the hallways were jammed full of people who had had the misfortune to arrive all at the same time. If there were complaints, Sinead never heard them. She never apologized either for the inconvenience. She looked on anyone but her family and close friends as interlopers in her home, tolerated, fed, and conversed with, but encouraged to leave as soon as they had finished their business. Rohan's mother, Princess Malar, had changed Stronghold from warrior's fortress into family dwelling. Sinead had no intention of its becoming a court that functioned only for the comfort and ease of outsiders. Rohan had insisted on one thing, however. There was a large formal audience chamber directly off the main foyer, but it was much too grand for confidential talks in a relaxed atmosphere. He had therefore claimed a smaller and less formal room within the precincts of their own suite. In the downstairs chamber, the floor was bare. The few chairs were uncushioned, and one wall was covered with a huge tapestry of Stronghold itself, in an unsubtle reminder of the keep's strength and its ruler's powers. But upstairs, a gorgeous Cunaxan rug covered the stone floor in restful colors of green, blue, and white. The seating was casual and plentiful. Smaller tapestries depicted the Veer Hills in spring bloom. The windows overlooked the courtyard, where castle folk went about their business and provided a pleasant background noise. In this beautiful room, many profitable discussions had taken place between Rohan and his Athrim, or the officials sent by one prince or another to talk over problems. As her family arranged themselves on sofas and chairs, Sinead signaled the servants to provide everyone with cool wine and then withdraw. A cup was left for Paul on the side table. Sinead hoped he would take his time. There could be no discussion of danger with him in the room. Not that concern for his safety would frighten him. Quite the opposite. He would instead try to find ways of giving everyone the slip to escape the oppressive sense of being watched, thereby increasing the danger.
"With your permission,"
Che said to Rohan, although his expression implied that the request was a mere formality and he would do as he planned with or without permission,
"I'll set Markin as Paul's guardian on this Prince March trip. He ought to get some experience of the place anyway, not only for his own education, but with an eye to its military layout, if you plan to make him Paul's field commander eventually, that is."
"It's become one of Radson's duties by now," Rohan replied.
"Markin merits the position by training and wits as well as birth."
"Thank you, my lord," the young man responded.
"It'll be a long while before your father gives up his post, though, despite his advancing old age. I assume there's more, Tobin?"
"Of course." She tucked one booted foot beneath her, careless of the velvet upholstery. "I'm worried about what Neith told us regarding this supposed son of Relstra's. It didn't bother me before. The claim is absurd, after all, but the boy might become an annoyance through those who are foolish enough to support him for whatever reasons of their own. It'll be difficult to tell if they truly believe in his claim or if they're only pretending to believe for the trouble it'll cause. What do you plan to do about him, Rohan?"
"Nothing. Not directly, anyway. If I even admit that the problem exists, I lend credence to the rumors, you see. Our visit to Prince March will do more to squelch the hopes of this pretender than anything else. I'm taking enough swords with me to show strength, but only as many as are proper for a royal party.
Besides, we've been planning the trip for a long while, before these rumors really got started, so it won't seem as if this is a deliberate bid for the area's support."
Tobin nodded her approval. A hasty journey, previously unannounced, would be taken as a sign of worry and weakness. She sipped at her wine, then nodded again. With Markin along, to keep close watch on Paul without his knowing it, he'll be in a position to learn all he can about Prince March, just in case it comes to a fight.
"There will be no war."
Rohan said it softly, but the words were all the more potent for the quiet of his voice. His sister's black brows slanted down. "If it's necessary, you'll fight. Whatever pretty notions you have about honor and law, there are times when steel is the only answer. You know that as well as I, and Paul's training will make sure he knows it too. He will not live by the sword, as our father did." If Tobin heard the warning in his voice, she ignored it. "Don't be a fool. I'm not saying Paul ought to enjoy war the way father did. I'm saying that at times a prince has to fight, or he's no longer a prince." Rohan met her gaze calmly.
"You're correct, Tobin. No longer a prince, but a barbarian, and that is what I intend my son to learn, much less painfully than I did."
Into the awkward silence that followed came Paul, all fair hair and bright eye and limitless energy. His excited smile died away as he slammed up against the room's tension. After a swift inspection of each face, he said, "I can always tell when you've been talking about me. You all stop talking." The peevish tone hit Rohan all wrong.
"Perhaps if you knocked at a door and waited for permission to enter, we'd be able to change the subject gracefully."
Paul blinked and turned crimson. Sioned cast a disgusted glance at her husband and rose. "Come have something to drink," she said to her son. He followed her to the side table readily enough, but once there he asked, "Is he angry at me?"
"No, hatchling. I'm not a baby, Mother. When is everybody going to stop treating me like a child?"
"You were a child when you left us. We're just not used to you yet."
"Well, I've grown up," he stated flatly. "I don't need to be protected. What could be so awful that you have to stop talking about it when I come into a room?"
Sioned bit her lip. In trying to mend the damage of Rohan's flash of temper, she had only made things worse. Her hand moved toward Paul's shoulder, fell back. He was so different, this youth who had returned in place of her little boy, adult lines of cheek and jaw showing in his face now, adult perceptions in his eyes. An ache tightened her throat. She wanted her child back. But Paul was right. He was no longer a child, yet there were things he must not know, and one truth from which he must be protected as long as possible. If she could not hold on to his love and trust now, when he finally found it out, she might lose him forever.
"Mother, what were you talking about?"
In her heightened state of nerves, she could not face his direct challenge. "Treat me like an adult," his eyes said. Markin saved the moment by asking Paul to explain aspects of Squire's training that they both had in common under Chadrick's direction, and gradually the mood in the room eased. Under the interested questioning of his elders, Paul began to chatter like any other boy who had been away from home and learned a great many things. But Sioned mourned the easy manner of his first greeting, lost when she had disappointed him. When the wine was gone, Che took Tobin off to their chambers to rest. Rohan still had his parchments to attend to, as Sioned reminded him sweetly, earning herself a disgusted look. She asked Paul if he'd like to help her supervise the spring planting in the gardens, and tried not to be too hurt when he mentioned a previous promise to spend more time with Myrdal at the guardhouse. The retired commander of the Stronghold Guard, Maita's mother, was a particular friend of Paul's, and Sioned could not deny the old woman the pleasure of his company. Markin asked if she would mind if he accompanied her instead, and she accepted his offer with a degree of curiosity. He had no interest at all in herbs and flowers. Strictly speaking, neither did she, particularly. It was her duty as Stronghold's mistress to make sure it bloomed. They walked the gravel paths and crossed the little bridge arching over the garden stream, whose dual purpose was irrigation and beauty. The trickle had swollen with spring runoff from the high Veer hills and culminated in Princess Malar's fountain. Sioned spoke with the groundskeepers along the way, attending to her duties with one part of her mind, while the rest of her chased an elusive memory. When she and Markin were alone beside the tall, fluted blossom of water, she caught the memory and smiled. They had walked this path the morning after he had convinced his parents that he should go to Goddess Keep for more than just rudimentary training as a sunrunner. Tobin had 3 rings, betokening skills taught her by Sioned with Andrade's approval, but she had never lived the whole cycle of training. Che had been frankly opposed to the idea of his son's education in such things. He had never been entirely comfortable with Tobin's skills, though he valued the advantage they often gave him. But he was concerned that the powers of a Ferrari, added to those of an important lord, would create enmity and suspicion. Sioned had helped Markin convince Che that his talents deserved nurturing to their fullest, and the following morning they had strolled the gardens while he tried to find words to express his relief and gratitude. She sensed that he again needed her support, but waited for him to broach the subject himself. They stood watching his grandmother's sparkling creation of playful water in the desert, and at last he spoke. "About White Cliff," he began, then sighed. "It's not in hopes of finding a wife that I want it made ready. I've already found her." Sioned nodded slowly, following the dance of tiny crystal drops that plunged into the greater pond and sent out conflicting circles on impact, replaced every instant by another drop and then another. "She's a sunrunner." "How did you know?" "If she were not, you would have told your parents you had someone specific in mind. Perhaps even brought her to Radzin or asked that she be invited here for the summer. But because you have not done any of those things, you're apprehensive about their approval, which points to her rings." He kicked at the white gravel around the fountain. "Then you know why I'm telling you this and not them." "You think you need my help?" She faced him, put a hand on his arm. Her emerald caught possessively at the light, glinting its ownership of the sun. "You've done everything a young lord is supposed to, Markin. Lane taught you your role as knight and Athri, and you've been to other princedoms and holdens to see right and wrong ways of governing. But Andrade taught you how to be a Ferrari, and that makes you different. I think you believe your choice of a sunrunner as your wife will set you firmly on one side and not the other." Markin bit his lip. "She and I decided that we'd both have to be fully trained before we could marry. Well, I'm wearing my 6th ring, and I'm still worrying like a dragon at a stag's bone." They sat on the edge of the fountain, and Sioned kept her hand on his arm in comforting encouragement. He extended long legs, boot heels digging into the gravel, and stared at his knees. "I thought I wanted to wait because at the Riala they could meet her without prejudice, see what she's like for themselves, but you're right, Sioned. I don't know which is going to be more powerful in my life, being Lord of Radzin or being a sunrunner. I don't know how much they'll influence each other or how to reconcile them. I always thought I'd serve my lands and my prince and myself better if I was both, but choosing a sunrunner makes it seem like I'm more one thing than the other, and that brings Andrade into things where she doesn't belong. Sioned, I can't let her in, not to the part of me that will be Lord of Radzin." "Markin." She waited until he met her gaze, then touched her own cheek, where a small crescent scar curved near her eye. I was burned by my own fire, because I put the needs of my prince and my princedom above all else, including my Faradi oaths. I believed more strongly in my own wisdom and my choices, destiny, if you will, than I did in being guided by Andrade. Don't ask me what happened or how, because I can't tell you that. But I used what I am to get what I believed was right. The authority of a princess had gained her the loyal lies of her people about Paul's true parentage, but Sunrunner's fire had destroyed Farouche and Ianthe's corpse after Sioned had taken Rohan's son. It was only through the grace of a friend that she had not actually murdered Paul's mother with fire, a thing utterly forbidden Sunrunners. But it would not have been the first time she had killed using her gifts. The Faradi in her writhed in shame, but the princess knew quite coldly that such things were necessary. She held Markin's gray eyes with her own. It's a difficult choice to make, and a lonely one, but it teaches you something very important. Fear. How to fear Andrade? No, your own powers. Markin, you're a strong man, and you know your strength could kill. You've learned to be careful and practice combat for fear of hurting others. Being a Sunrunner is like that, even more so for one who is also a great lord. What you do will set the standard for Paul and Andre and Ryan. There'll be more in the future. But you're the first. What about you? You're Sunrunner and Princess both. I'm a half-breed of sorts. I wasn't born royal. No matter what my family's connections with Sire and Kirst, I was a Faradi before I was a princess, and that's always influenced my choices. I sometimes react one way as a Sunrunner and quite another as a ruler, and the two aren't always compatible to my aims. I think I understand, he said slowly. I know the kind of power I have as a warrior, and one day I'll be Paul's field commander with an army behind me. I also know my influence as my father's son and how careful I'll have to be with that power. He held out his hands so the rings caught the sunlight. These are another kind of power, and it might conflict with the other. But you made your choice, Sioned. The only ring you wear is Rohan's. The others are still there, like scars, she murmured. Then more calmly she went on. I'm willing to bet your chosen appeals to everything you are, Markin. She matches you in gifts, but she'll also make a fine lady of Radson. Doesn't that show you've already woven the two kinds of power together, whether you realize it or not? What you did at the Falain years ago proved it. She saw the memory in his eyes. At barely 12 winters old, he had recognized the military necessity of destroying bridges across the Falain River, and used his Sunrunner gifts to do it. Fire-bearing arrows would have been risky, for Relstra's troops might have swarmed onto the bridges to put them out, and might have died. But Markin's fire had frightened them into doing nothing. No one had died. Rohan had told Sioned about it, marveling at the boy's mature decision that had combined duty to his prince and Faradi ethics. It was for this act that Rohan had given Markin his first ring. I'm glad you're to be the first, Sioned told him. Rohan knows the ways of princes, and I know those of Sunrunners. But you're both. Paul could have no finer example than you. Pausing for a moment, she waited until he again looked at her and smiled. Because of that, you don't really need any help when it comes to this lady. You have it, of course, but you won't need it. Maybe not, but I'll be glad to know you're there, just the same. You mustn't tell me her name yet, you know, she continued in a lighter tone. I want to see if I can pick her out from among Andrade's suite, and I'll wager you whatever jewels she fancies for your wedding necklet that I can pick her out. Markin smiled at last. Sioned, you don't need to provide a dowry. Who said anything about her dowry? Haven't I the right to see my nephew in something magnificent at his marriage? If I lose, then you can have that tapestry you've always liked. I always thought it would be most properly displayed in a bedchamber." He blushed, then gave up and laughed with her. "All right, done. I win either way, and don't think I don't know you planned it like that." "There's something about Ariella that makes me want to wager. Did I ever tell you that I bet one of Relstra's daughters she'd never catch Rohan? This emerald against all the silver she had on, and she was clanking like a wind chime." "I know you. You only bet when you're sure of winning. You'd never have risked that ring otherwise." "How very perceptive of you, my lord." A smug grin on her face, she rose and brushed the dark, sun-warmed hair from his forehead. "It's getting too hot out here. Can you imagine what summers are like at Ramagev? Walvis and Phelan will be here in a few days with the children to escape the heat." "Ramagev always reminds me of a dragon sleeping in the sand. Do you think I could ride out to see it and come back with them? I hear Walvis has worked miracles with the old place the last few years." "You'd hardly recognize it. She broke off as the air around them shimmered with color. Patterns of light she could touch with her thoughts. She gripped Markin's arm with both hands, seeing that he was as caught as she by the woven rays of sunlight that thickened urgently as a Faradi voice spun down the threads with a brief, frightening message, crying out for help. It had not taken Meath long to find out that pleasure rides through the hills on Dorval were no proper training for the long journey to Goddess Keep. Each time he began to think that perhaps the misery of a sea voyage would have been preferable to the mutiny of every muscle in his body. He forced himself to think of yesterday's crossing of the Permi River in a tiny, leaky raft. He had been given scant time for recovery. When Lord Chanel told his people to be somewhere quickly, they obeyed. Meath reminded himself that at least there had been a bridge over the Falain River and fresh horses at one of Prince Davi's holdings, but he was too exhausted to appreciate the fine animal under him. They were out of Sire now, riding the open pasture land between the Permi and Kadar rivers, and as the afternoon wore on, Meath began to wonder with a hint of desperation if his escort would ever call a rest stop. A broad-shouldered man of about 30 winters and a slightly older woman, they seemed tireless. Meath had to admit they'd made excellent time, though he suspected that by tomorrow they would have to strap him to his saddle to keep him in it. Revia rode ahead of him, her companion Jal just behind him. Their swords and bows were augmented by his sunrunner status that completed their armament. His rings had commandeered the raft ahead of several other passengers, and at manors and villages along the way, a glimpse of them had brought swift service. Lady Andrade was known, respected, and generally feared throughout the princedoms, and assisting one of her Faradim was good politics as well as good manners. When the first two riders appeared over the low northern hills, Meath felt only vague curiosity. The addition of a third, fourth, and fifth did not concern him. But when they chose an intercepting path, and he saw the glint of unsheathed steel, he tensed in every aching muscle. The sluggishness of his body's responses warned him he would be slow until battle warmed him, for nothing other than battle was indicated by those drawn swords. The bow came off Revia's shoulder. She looped her reins around the saddle horn, guiding her mount with knees and heels until she drew her first arrow. The 5 riders increased their pace, and Meath tried to guess when they would be within range of that long, deadly bow. Hitting moving targets from a moving horse would be difficult for even the best archer. But Lord Chanel had promised him the best, and Meath gasped aloud as Revia's second arrow was knocked and drawn before the first had even found its target. The red and white fletching sprang up like an exotic flower against the green grass just ahead of the galloping horses, a warning only. If they did not turn aside, the next shot would be in earnest. Jal came up beside him, bow at the ready, saying, "Go on, my lord. Ride ahead to those trees. We'll take them down if necessary, then join you." When the lead horse neatly sidestepped the first arrow and the riders kept coming, Revia let fly, Jal kept perfect time with her, shooting as she withdrew another arrow, taking another one himself as she shot. Meath's primary urge was to stay and fight alongside his escort, but the scrolls he carried were too important. He was about to follow Jal's suggestion when another 10 riders crested the hill, sun shining on naked swords.
"Quickly, my lord! The trees!"
Jal shouted.
"Or Lord Chainel will have us scrubbing the middens for life,"
Revia added calmly, never losing rhythm with her bow. Rather than obey, Meath reined in so hard that his horse reared back on its haunches. He tied his reins as Revia and Jal had done, freeing his hands. But he did not take up his sword. Instead, he lifted both palms so his rings caught the sunlight. He did not do it to warn the attackers that they violated the law by approaching a sunrunner with swords drawn, for they were clearly intent on assault, laws or no. He instead gathered in skeins of sunlight and sent an urgent message, flashing toward Goddess Keep. The Radzin soldiers placed their horses ahead of his, protecting him. Meath was dimly aware that one man had fallen and 2 more had wounds, and the 4th man's horse shrieked with the pain of an arrow in its neck. But distance had softened the impact of the arrows, and the others kept riding. Meath raced down the weave of sunlight to the western coast. A chill gray fog stopped him. He cursed the spring weather that shrouded the keep in unpenetrable mist. Instantly he returned, and cast the skeins in the other direction, east and north toward Stronghold. Sinead's emerald and sapphire and onyx and amber were long familiar to him. He wove light around the pattern of her colors and touched them. Briefly, he communicated his location, the danger, and that what he carried must not fall into the wrong hands. Without waiting for any answer, he pulled away from her and kicked his horse forward until he was beside Revia. Then he lifted his hands again. He would call down fire if he had to, but fire might kill, or blaze through the grasses if his control was not fine enough. He had no desire to leave behind a conflagration as token of a sunrunner's passage, so he summoned air. The dust of the fields rose up behind the first group of enemy riders, gathered loose grass and tiny pebbles, swirled into a whirlwind the size of a small dragon. Through its thickness, he saw horses rearing in terror and men trying to regain control. Jal gave a startled curse. Revia kept shooting arrows, but with a grin on her face now that her targets were nearer and she need not worry about the second wave. One man went down screaming, an arrow through his cheek, but another, infuriated, dug his heels into his stallion and hurtled forward. Ignoring the shaft Jal placed in his thigh, he raised and let fly a knife. Meath grunted with the impact in his shoulder. He lost control of his whirlwind, the shock of the wound devastating. But that should not have been, he told himself fuzzily. It was only a throwing knife stuck in his shoulder, not through his lung or heart. He fumbled for the haft, drew the steel knife from his flesh with agonizing effort. It seemed to him that he toppled very slowly, his bones water. Countless colors shattered all around him, the hues of trees, flowers, meadow and sky becoming as stained Pyrenees crystal, losing depth, paintings on glass that splintered with a terrible sound and crashed into jagged shards. He fell onto them, soft blades of spring grass, now blades of colored crystal. And then all the colors were gone. Sinead gasped with the force of Meath's weaving, and again when he abruptly vanished. "Markin, help me find him, quickly!" He followed her down the paths of plated sunlight, seeking the familiar pattern that was Meath. But he had not Sinead's skills, and so found only the colors, not sight of Meath himself. Sinead saw, Meath conjuring air, Meath felled by the slick, glittering knife. She saw her friend go down, and a sound left her throat that was half sob, half snarl. The enemy riders regrouped, as the whirlwind spluttered to nothingness. They thundered down on the 2 Radzin guards and the sunrunner, lying prone in the grass. Sinead knew they would be slaughtered. She did not make the choice consciously. She did what was necessary. With the ruthlessness of need, she grasped every mind with Ferrari potential she could find nearby. Twirling all the colors together, light, bright threads of silk in the hands of a master weaver, she spun the sunlight, as she had once spun the glow of the stars and directed its brilliance to the road immediately in front of the assassins. Sunrunner's fire sprang up, a thick wall of roaring flames. They rode directly into it, too late to stop their horses' momentum. Sioned could not hear the screams or the thuds as they fell, but she could see her fire licking at their clothes as they rolled about in the dirt, trying to douse the flames. The woman wearing Radzin's colors leaped down from her saddle, lugging Meath's long, brawny frame up as best she could. Her companion was soon helping her, casting fearful glances over his shoulder at the fire. Meath was thrown over his saddle, and within moments the trio were heading for the sheltering trees. When they were out of sight, Sioned let the fire die away. It left a scar across the field, blackened dirt like a line drawn daring the enemy to cross. They did not. Dust rose nearly as high as Meath's whirlwind as they scrambled for what horses they could catch and rode away at speed, leaving their wounded behind to fend for themselves. Sioned waited until they were gone, then turned her energies to untangling the taut weave of colors. Elsewhere, at Stronghold, Tobin shuddered in the sunlight coming through her bedchamber window, and Che shook her by the shoulders, calling her name frantically until sense returned to her eyes. In the sunlit outer courtyard near the guardhouse, old Myrdal hung onto Paul's slight form, feeling the boy tremble in a storm of power. She had seen the High Princess conjure fire and the like, but now something else was happening to Paul. At length, he gave a convulsive tremor, awareness back in his face, and even smiled at her a little before fainting in her arms. Marken, the strong central thread of her weaving, was the last to be released from it. Sioned separated herself from him, and together they moved back along the strands of light to Stronghold. She spared no glimpse for the rich Cyrene meadows below them, nor the proud rise of the Veer, intent on seeking the safety of the garden. But all at once, there were other colors, a blinding, amazing whirl of rainbow hues, as startled by them as they were by it. Sioned shied away, and the other did the same. Opening her eyes, she found herself staring at Marken and could not rid herself of an impression of wings. The young man was drenched in sweat, shaking. He hung onto Sioned's hand so hard that the emerald ring bit into her flesh. His own knuckles were white. She could not recall when they had linked fingers as well as gifts.
"Sioned,"
Marken whispered, his voice not quite steady.
What was that?"
She met his gaze and said carefully, I think we bumped into a dragon." Chapter 5. The woman had been beautiful in her youth. Yet even with the marks of 60 winters on her face, and her black hair gone iron gray, there was about her an eagerness that the years normally stole when youth was irretrievably gone. Ambition shone in her gray-green eyes, and malicious amusement for its certain culmination. This absolute faith in her eventual success gave her the look of a woman half her age. Her body was still lean-fleshed and supple, though the quick grace of her youth had been replaced by a deliberate elegance. She was stately now, impressive with consciousness of her worth, the kind of woman who should have been ruling a princedom rather than a tiny settlement in a remote mountain valley. But in her eyes was sureness that she would not be here forever, and would indeed rule one day, and not just a single princedom, but all of them. Dusk in the Varesh brought a chill. The woman waited, facing the cairn that marked the eastern arch of a circle of stones. The rocks were tipped by the last fiery rays of the setting sun, and soon the first stars would appear directly above them. It had pleased her to assemble everyone while there was still sunlight. The swift descent of darkness and the sudden appearance of the stars was powerful, primal drama, especially here. Let the Faradim have their sunshine, their trees, their 3 pale moons. She and her kind had known for uncounted generations the potency of stones and stars, and a different kind of fire. A full circle of 90 and 9 ringed the glen outside the flat granite markers, hands clasped and breathing nearly stilled in the silence. In times past it had been difficult to gather so many, but rumors this spring were as plentiful as newborn lambs, and had brought people to her. Waiting for the last sunlight to vanish, she mused on the magic of this multiple of 3, a special number since the beginning of the world. 3 moons in the sky, 3 winters between dragon matings, 3 great divisions of land in mountain, desert, and river meadow. The princes met once every 3 years. The ancients had honored 3 deities, the goddess, the father of storms, and the nameless one who dwelled in the fastness of these mountains. The Faradim had long ago denied the power she would call on tonight, the more fools they. For there were 3 kinds of light as well: sun, moons, and stars. With 90 and 9 here, she became the 100th, representative of the nameless one who ruled all. 3 was also the number of Princess Ianthe's sons, each poised a third of the way around the circle at the hip-high standing stones. She could sense their raw, half-trained powers, inherited from a grandmother who had been among the last purebred Diarmadim. Lalanti, a simpering coward who had rejected her true heritage, had nevertheless used it to ensnare High Prince Relstra. The marriage had produced Ianthe, who had in turn produced 3 boys both ambitious and malleable. They were the cornerstones of the power she would call on tonight, and they were the reason she was certain of eventual triumph. 14 winters passed. Victory was a word for other people. There had been only survival for her, as there had been for all her people through hundreds of winters. Ever since the return of Sunrunners to the continent from their island exile on Dorval had destroyed the Diarmadim, their power and their language, and their way of life. Driven to the remote mountains, they had been hunted down and slaughtered by ruthless Sunrunners led by 3, that number again, she thought bitterly, whose names were even now forbidden, lest their wind-born spirits find these last hiding places. But now she had 3 of her own, she told herself, sensing Ianthe's strong sons all around her. They would do her work and her will, and she would triumph. Youth had begun anew for her, the day they were brought to her in the shelter of the mountains. The sunlight was gone, and darkness brought the first star. The woman spread her hands wide, so that the single pinprick of light was centered between her splayed fingers. The starshine stretched between her uplifted arms, and she clenched her fists, half closing her eyes as she wove the cool fire, centering the weave before she wrapped the fabric of light around and through the stones. Her anchors, Ianthe's sons, began to tremble. Their shivering raced through the ring of hands and bodies around them, and the woman's strength increased as she drew in the energy of 99 lives joined by starfire. This power she directed into the circle of stones, and an instant later the source of her kind's name was revealed, Diarmadim, stone burners. She became as the unmoving rock of the cairn, watching a scene form in the cool glow of tiny white flames. Long, fine fingers were what she saw first, held out to a hearth. 10 rings studded with gems circled the fingers. Thin chains of gold or silver led from each ring to bracelets on bony wrists. Sight of a sharp-featured, proud face came next. The hair had once been blonde. The eyes were still fiercely blue, narrowing slightly, as fire found fresh wood and burned more brightly. But the thin hands moved closer still to the blaze, rubbing together for warmth. Lady Andrade of Goddess Keep was feeling the cold. A man only a little younger than she placed a heavy fur-lined cloak around her shoulders. The man was Lord Urivel, master of sunrunners, and Lady Andrade's steward. Beautiful eyes of a curious golden brown were set into a craggy face of no beauty at all. He pulled a table over between their chairs and sat down, chafing his 9 rings before pulling the folds of his brown woolen robes around him. They exchanged a few words, inaudible from the stone circle, and then their heads turned as one. Into the vision came the tall, wide-shouldered, dark-haired sunrunner who had narrowly escaped death only 2 days ago on the road to Goddess Keep. His face was pinched with exhaustion and pain. He held one arm awkwardly to his side, instinctively protecting the bandages that bulked at his shoulder. He bowed, spoke, and placed his saddlebags on the low table. The watching woman hissed in frustration. Her minions had failed to stop this man. By the Nameless One, it was hard to see the precious scrolls bulge within the leather bags. She fixed her gaze on them hungrily. When she turned her attention to the larger scene, the wounded sunrunner was gone. Lord Urivel opened the saddlebags and extracted 4 long, round cases. A moment later he had the first of the scrolls spread out on the table before him, turned so Lady Andrade could see. The woman in the stone circle caught her breath as she saw the exquisite script. Much of the old language had been lost, and she was one of the few who knew more than a smattering of its words. But given enough time, the scrolls would be translated, and that must not happen. Lady Andrade peered at the writing, shaking her head. She said something to Urivel, and he bowed, leaving the frame of vision. Soon he returned with a youth of no more than 20 winters who wore 4 rings, each set with a tiny ruby. He directed his attention to the scrolls, bending over them with a look of dawning fascination on his face. After a moment, he straightened and rubbed his eyes with a comical grimace that brought a small answering smile from Andrade. But all at once, Lord Urivel whirled, his fingers rubbing spasmodically at his rings, and stared into the flames, straight at the woman in the starlit circle, it seemed. The youth turned as well, blue eyes wide with astonishment beneath a shock of light brown hair. She broke off the conjure with desperate haste, unthreading the weave of stars between her hands. The fire along the circle fled back to the cairn, which flared bright and fierce for an instant. Then it darkened, an uneven stack of granite rocks in the night. Nothing more. Some of those in the circle swayed and moaned at the abrupt termination of the vision. The woman scowled, reminding herself that next time she would have to test them all for strength and not just the willingness brought by fear.
"Bring to me the young man named Mazul, who lives at Dazan Manor in Prince March. Bring him, however you must, but make sure he is alive, well, and in possession of his wits. I don't want him damaged."
All but 3 of the 99 bowed to her and melted away into the woods, many of them leaning on their fellows for support. The woman flexed her hands, rubbing her palms where they felt slightly burned. This had been a potent working. She would need time to recover.
"Why do you need him?"
the eldest of Ianthe's sons asked resentfully.
"You have me."
"Us," his next youngest brother corrected smoothly.
"It's not your time yet,"
she said firmly. The youngest of them smiled slightly. "Yes, my lady, my Riva. Of course." She looked them over, remembering the 3 dirty, barbaric little boys she had turned into young princes. Rouvel, at 19 the eldest, had reached his full height, but had yet to acquire the muscle and firm flesh of manhood. Dark-haired and blue-eyed, he favored the late High Prince, his grandfather, in features, but the shape of his eyes was Ianthe's. Marin, a year younger, was still awkward and bony with late adolescence. Of the 3, he looked the least like his mother, having inherited his father's heavy-lidded eyes and fiery red hair. The youngest, Segev, was barely 16 and still a child in most ways. His eyes were gray-green like Myriva's own and shaped like Ianthe's, but his hair was as black as Relstra's had been. He was the most intelligent and, paradoxically, the most biddable. Myriva understood that and valued it. He trusted her wisdom and would do exactly as she bade him, for there was a hunger in him that her promises and power fed most adequately.
"Why him?"
she asked suddenly, echoing Ruvel's earlier question.
"Because none of you is old enough yet. You have much to learn about the powers your grandmother gave you. For now, this Mazul is an amazing feint who will cause interesting trouble for Rohan."
"Especially once you get your hands on him,"
Marin remarked with a smile. Myriva chose to ignore the mockery beneath the admiration.
"More important right now are the scrolls. You saw them, of course, though no one else did. When our people ruled here, the Faradim stayed on their island and did nothing. Then, without warning, they were here, opposing us. They spent years watching us in secret, learning our ways for their own ends, using them against us. They drove us from power and chased us into these mountains, and then they erased all memory of us from the minds of the people, causing us to be forgotten along with our ways. But what they knew of us was written down, and now someone has found the scrolls and put them into Lady Andrade's hands."
"It didn't seem as if she understood a word of them,"
Ruvel commented.
"But she will. She's clever and ruthless. She will want the Faradim to know the power we once had."
"So the scrolls must be destroyed,"
Marin surmised.
"That's easy enough to do, even at this distance. A little starfire nicely directed."
"No. I must know what's in them. I must know how much has been lost."
"They must be stolen," Segev said. "As the knowledge was stolen from us. What if—"
Myriva narrowed her gaze at him in the starlight.
"What if?"
she prompted.
"Someone with the gifts could go to Goddess Keep to be trained, gain their confidence, and steal the scrolls."
"Who did you have in mind?"
Marin asked silkily.
"Not you," his youngest brother shot back. "You have all the subtlety of a rutting dragon." "And you think you could do it?" Ruvel scoffed. "I can, and I will."
A smile stole across his sharp features.
"And maybe I can even things up with dear Aunt Pansala as well for betraying grandfather during the war with Prince Rohan."
"Your primary concern must be the scrolls," Myriva said. "Leave the Princess Regent to me, and to Mazul, who may or may not be her brother."
She laughed softly with excitement.
"Excellent, Segev. A scheme worthy of a prince and a son of Diarmadim. But there are things I must teach you before you leave. Come tomorrow night to my dwelling."
They understood this as dismissal and left her. She heard the clink of bridles as they mounted the horses, left deeper in the forest, and Marin's voice as he taunted his brother about becoming a weakling Faradi. When their arguing had faded, she began the long walk back to her house, relishing the touch of cool starlight through the trees. She lived in a low stone dwelling, much larger than it looked, seemingly built out from the side of the hill, but in reality dug deeply into it by generations of her forebears. There were 2 outer rooms that appeared to be the whole of the place, but the wooden planks that formed the back wall hid a door leading into the most important part of the house. Myriva paused to build up the fire against the night chill, then went to the rough paneling and pressed a catch concealed in a seam. Grunting a little with effort, she pushed on the door and it swung open with a protesting creak. The hallway beyond was black as the night outside. Myriva struck iron to flint. She could call fire if she wished, but never used Sunrunner ways if she could avoid it, and a flame burned obediently atop a slim column of wax. She plucked the candle from its niche and walked down the packed earthen floor, not even glancing at the low-ceiling corridors that branched off from the main one. At last she reached the door she wanted and set the candle into a holder within. There was the glint of golden things and silver and gems that stained the room with rainbow colors. A massive mirror stood in a corner, shrouded in midnight blue velvet, sewn with silver thread in a pattern of stars. Most of the space was taken up by huge chests and boxes resting on tables. Myriva took a small coffer and opened it, removing a piece of parchment folded around something minced and brittle. There were only 5 similar packets left, she noted. She would have to go harvesting soon, high in the mountains, where the herb grew strong and potent. She returned to the outer rooms then, sliding the heavy door back into place. There was no indication that it even existed. Gathering a bottle and wine cup, she settled into a soft chair before the fire and stirred the contents of the packet into the bottle. She waited for the herb to mix, then poured a measure of the wine and drained it in 3 long swallows. Earlier today she had consumed a similar cup, but the effects had worn off, and she needed more. A smile touched her face as the drug began its work in her blood. How stupid the Faradim were to be so afraid of this. But perhaps their powers of sun and moons were too fragile for Dranath. The ancients had found it a source of sure and sustained strength, addiction to it an assurance of potency. Myriva drew in a deep breath to prolong the light-headed glow and closed her eyes. No, the Sunrunners were weaklings who could not tolerate use of Dranath. The one enslaved to it by Relstra had burned out after only a few years. She remembered very well the day she had presented the herb and knowledge of its addictive properties to Lady Palila, Relstra's last mistress. Myriva had been young then, and only playing the part of old wise woman from the hills. Her bedchamber mirror told her that far less effort would be required to sustain the image these days, and the opposite deception would be needed tomorrow night. She sighed, then shrugged. She had the ability, and she would win. The Sunrunner, corrupted and used by Relstra, had been an amusement, but now she would play the game in earnest. The gambit with Mazul would test her opponents. Segev would gain her the scrolls, and in only a few years, Ruvel would bring her final victory. The rush of Dranath peaked, centered in her belly. She shifted slightly, enjoying the tingle of sensual pleasure. Andrade might have her 10 rings and her position as ruler of all Faradim, but Myriva knew she had never known the sheer glut of power brought by Dranath. To ensure that she never would, Myriva took out pen and parchment, closing her eyes, the better to remember the words of the scroll. After a few moments, her hand began to move, copying what she saw in her mind. Urivel accepted the glass of wine Andri gave him, nodded his thanks, and drank deeply. Setting the cup down, he sagged back in his chair and exhaled. He rubbed the ring on his left thumb absently. "I'm too old," he muttered. "I haven't the strength anymore." "At least you felt it," Andrade said. "I didn't even catch a flicker." She looked up at her grandnephew and namesake. "You either?" "No, my lady." Andri stared down at his 4 rings, each set with a small ruby token of his status as son of a powerful Athri. Che's colors were in his clothing, too, his tunic decorated around the throat with interlocking red and white knots. "I thought I saw the fire jump, but," Urivel said, "that had nothing to do with what I sensed. Someone was watching us. It was subtle, but it was there. And it had no basis in the fire. Not Sunrunner's fire. It's night,
The moons aren't up. There's only the stars. You've said what it wasn't, Andrade snapped. Tell me what it was.
Andry crouched down, with his back to the hearth, sitting on his heels. With his lithe body curled up thus, and his too long hair drifting untidily around a nearly beardless face, he seemed much younger than his 20 winters, except for the sharp, intelligent eyes, a deeper blue than Andrade's. We conjure with fire to show us things, but we can't actually watch events except on woven light of sun or moons, yet Urivel says we were being watched. If not in the usual ways, then how? Andrade tapped the scroll with one long finger.
Not us, Andry. This.
She traced the title page with its 2 ominous words and its strange border design.
Look at this and tell me how it was done, she added grimly.
Urivel stared.
Impossible. Sioned did it, she reminded him. She used starlight.
She met his gaze, and they shared the memory of the night Rohan had killed Relstra in single combat. The two had been protected from interference by a dome woven by Sioned of shining, silvery starfire. She and Urivel had both been caught up in the powerful conjuring. Pansala, present at the scene, had been trapped into it, and Tobin, who had been with Sioned far away at Skybowl, and, though barely a day old, Paul, too, had been woven into that dangerous, forbidden fabric of light.
Aunt Sioned has done it.
Andry looked up, frowning.
But it's not possible, and even if it were not possible, why bother to forbid it to us?
Urivel asked.
It's not something we do, but we know it can be done because Sioned did it. Whoever it is must have powers beyond ours. Not necessarily. Look at this page.
Andrade traced the pattern of night sky with stars again.
On sorceries. No wonder Meath was frightened by it. And no wonder somebody tried to kill him in order to get it. Knowledge left behind on Dorval by our ancestors. Things they didn't want remembered, and somebody doesn't want us to discover, that's certain, Andry said. The temptations must be very great.
The Lady of Goddess Keep folded her beringed hands tightly together.
I am tempted. I choose to give in to that temptation. I must know what the scrolls teach. Others know it. So must I. They had reasons for leaving this behind, Urivel warned. Reasons for the prohibition against using starlight. Andrade, the danger would be in not knowing.
Andry interrupted, rude in his excitement.
The lady is right. We must know what's here and how to use it, if only to know what to guard against.
His attention was on the scroll, and thus he did not see the glance that passed between his elders. Through no special power, but long years of familiarity with each other's thoughts, Andrade and Urivel shared reaction at Andry's use of the plural. He had counted himself among those who must know. Andrade had summoned him here tonight because he was her kinsman and extremely gifted. But he did not yet know what she and Urivel had decided this winter, that when she was dead, Andry would be Lord of Goddess Keep. Young as he was the only possible choice. His relationship to the High Prince had only sealed what his talents would have earned him had he been born in a cottage instead of a castle.
Use their weapons against them, whoever they may be, Andrade asked him now. Ways our ancestors thought best forgotten, ways dangerous and forbidden to us.
Andry rose fluidly to his feet, and there was nothing boyish about him as he looked down at her. There was the look of his father about him now, strength of will, clear-sightedness, and firmness of purpose, adding maturity to his face. But more than his sire, Andrade suddenly saw his grandsire in him, saw Zahava's single-minded acquisitiveness, his drive to possess. Zahava had wanted land and unquestioned authority over it. Andri wanted knowledge. Both ambitions were perilous. Andri's eyes shone with ambition as he said, "How do you think our ancestors won in the first place?" Urivel gave a muffled exclamation. Andrade did not react outwardly at all.
"Go on,"
she said quietly. "You said that long ago they left Dorval and came here to involve themselves in the world. Why? It can't have been for the sake of power, for they didn't take over as princes, and our history hasn't been one of meddling in the affairs of the princedoms." "Until recently," his eyes said, "until you, Aunt Andrade. Thus, it must have been not for their own gain, but for the people, because they were needed, and yet they left certain knowledge behind on Dorval. Why didn't they want us to know these things? More importantly, why didn't they want us to know how to use starlight, the sorceries this scroll implies? Tonight, we learned that others know what these Sunrunners wanted forgotten. Is it so great a leap of logic to think these were the people our ancestors came here to oppose? And why learn the ways of the enemy in the first place? Knowledge is to be used, else why learn it? They must have carried it with them inside their heads, and once the others were defeated, never taught it again, so of course it's been forgotten." Urivel roused himself from appalled reaction to Andri's words and said,
"That's a long way from saying they used what might be in this scroll to battle these unknown enemies, existence of which hasn't even been proved. Hasn't it?"
Andri faced his great-aunt. "You saw, when you first became lady here, that High Prince Relstra was too powerful." The jewels of her rings quivered in the firelight, betraying the sudden tremor in her hands.
"I knew long before that what he would become. He came to my father's keep as a youth, looking for a bride."
Andri's eyes widened, for he had never heard that part of the story before. "But you must already have been a Sunrunner."
"Yes, home to visit my father and my twin sister, your grandmother Milar. I know what you're about to say, Andri. I saw the power of the Faradim dwindling. Our influence threatened as Relstra's power grew. So I married off my sister to Prince Zahava, hoping one of their children would be a son with the gifts, someone I could train up to be the first Sunrunner prince. Only it didn't turn out that way,"
Urivel murmured.
"No, your mother showed the gifts instead, Andri. And so I arranged for Rohan to marry Sioned, whom I knew to be powerful."
A twinge of bitterness crossed her face. "And now Paul will be the prince you wanted," Andri went on. "But it's happened even before him, my lady. Sioned is High Princess, with no hesitation in using her gifts as she sees necessary to governance. Pansala does the same as Regent of Prince March, my brother Marken and Ryan of Skybowl, and maybe others we haven't identified yet. They'll all be Sunrunner lords, just like Paul will one day. Faradi ways are merging with those of princes because you decided they must."
"And must our ways now merge with those of our enemies because you decide they must?" she snapped. "Not merge, but why shouldn't we do what our ancestors probably did?" "Because they had good reason for leaving that knowledge behind and forbidding us the starlight."
She leaned back in her chair, looking very old.
"Talk with Rohan sometime about using methods you despise to gain something you know is right. Why do you think his sword has hung idle in the great hall of Stronghold since he defeated Relstra? Yet he did battle, and he won, and because of it he's had the chance to make this a world of laws instead of blood brought by the sword. Would you make us into users of dark stars rather than the clean light of sun and moons? By your own admission, Sioned used starlight, and even though she wears no Ferrari rings now, there can be no doubting her heart."
Urivel pushed himself to his feet. Andry was too clever by half and had learned logical argument all too well.
Leave us now. You've made your case. And I don't need to tell you not to speak of this. No, my lord. You needn't tell me.
The words were spoken without rancor, but the blue eyes were shaded with defiance. He bowed to them both and left. Andrade was silent for a time, then said,
If I don't live long enough to instill some caution in that boy, we're lost.
She tilted her face up to Urivel's.
Do you think I'll last?
She asked, almost playfully, but her eyes were bleak.
You'll drink to the sight of my ashes floating away on the breeze, he told her, but not if you don't get some rest. I won't argue. Put the scrolls away somewhere safe. I will. And then come back to make sure you're sleeping. He smiled. Stubborn old witch. Foolish old bastard.
After the scrolls had been put in a place only Urivel knew about, he returned to her chambers. She was seated on her bed, long silver-gilt braids undone, and forming a pale, rippling cloak around her. She had changed into a nightrobe, but seemed too listless to finish the job by sliding between the sheets. Urivel had seen her like this more and more often in the last 2 years, and fear for her health was a stab of anguish in his breast. He drew back the covers and helped her into bed, feeling how light and frail she had become. Extinguishing the candles, he moved silently to the door.
No, stay.
From any other woman, it would have been a command to offend even the most loving heart. From her, it was as close to a plea as her pride would ever allow. Urivel was frightened.
As you wish, my lady.
He stripped down to his long undertunic and lay down atop the covers, dragging the quilt up from the foot of the bed to drape around him. He did not touch her, only waited, the hearthlight playing soft shadows across the room.
If it were Marken instead of Andry, I wouldn't be worried, she said at last. He was born with a sense of honor as strong as Che's or Rohan's. But Andry is cursed with the wrong kind of cleverness. Why do all my relations have to be so intelligent? She sighed. There's something different about him from his father, or his uncle, or his brothers. Perhaps he gets it from Zahava. Or maybe even from you. Yes, I've always been terribly clever, haven't I? She gave a harsh laugh. Andry's going to be even more dangerous than I. And I beg the goddess I'm not doing wrong in making him lord of this place once I'm dead. He's young. He'll learn. And he'll have you to guide him. Always assuming I outlive you, he bantered, as lightly as he could manage, not wanting to think about a world that did not have her in it. Besides, there's Rohan, his parents, and don't underestimate Marken's influence or Soren's. Andry adores his brothers. She shifted beneath the blankets, and her fingers closed around his. Not the first time we've shared a bed, she remarked. Do you remember? Of course. I always knew it was you who made a man of me that night. I do good work, she replied, real laughter in her voice now. Had to fight Cassia for you, too. It was to be one or the other of us. I don't think she's ever forgiven me. I would never have forgiven you, if it had been her. But how did you know? None of my others ever did. He did not tell her that, because it had been him, she had not woven the goddess's illusions as carefully as she should have. 45 years later, she still did not realize that she had wanted him to know. Gift of the goddess, he replied, meaning it. And all the nights since, that must be how you recognized me. Repetition of the experience. Did Sioned, ever know it was you?" "She may have guessed. I don't know. I must say I've been tempted to collect my full share of gratitude from Rohan, though. I do good work, too." "Conceited old lecher."
She moved closer, and he put his arm around her.
"They've been good for each other. Will Marken and Hollis be the same, do you think?" "As good as you and I have been through the years."
He pressed a light kiss to her forehead.
"And neither of us is so old that come morning, when we're rested, there won't be a way to prove it. Shameless." "You were the one who taught me," he answered, smiling. "Go to sleep."
Chapter 6. Sioned was not in the habit of deceiving her husband on any matter, nor had she ever avoided his presence for any reason. How deceive or avoid one's second self? But she found it necessary to do both during the days after her rescue of Meath and the shocking encounter with the dragon. Worry about Paul and Tobin, who had reacted badly to the drain on their energies, took up the afternoon and evening. By the time she was certain that both would sleep it off with no real damage done, Sioned was so exhausted she fell into bed, oblivious until the next noon. The arrival of the Lord and Lady of Ramagev with their children occupied the rest of that day. Their welcome and settling in gave Sioned further opportunity to deceive Rohan about her troubled thoughts and to avoid being alone with him. He waited her out, but every time she looked at him, the concern in his eyes was deeper. By the third morning, he had had enough of waiting, and rather than go downstairs to share breakfast with everyone in the great hall, he ordered the meal sent to them in their study. It was understood that they were not to be disturbed, and Sioned knew there would be no fortuitous interruptions, for the command would remain in force until Rohan was satisfied in his own mind about what had occurred on the sunlight. She sat opposite him at the large fruitwood table that served as their desk, reminded of times at Goddess Keep when she had been called on to explain some misdeed or other. Certainly there was a family resemblance between Rohan and Andrade, emphasized now by the stern set of his features. Neat piles of letters, blank parchments, writing materials, and the other accoutrements of a voluminous correspondence had been shoved aside to make room for a meal neither of them touched. Near Rohan's right elbow was the huge book of law and precedent, bound in slightly iridescent green bronze dragonhide and resting on a carved wooden stand given them by Prince Davy of Sire, Sioned's brother. On her side of the table was a matching wooden box that held their various seals, one each for their personal letters, another pair for more formal documents, and the great dragon seal, wide as Sioned's palm, that was pressed into pendants of blue wax hung from green ribbons on old decrees of the High Prince. 2 walls were lined to the ceiling with books, volumes neatly arranged in subject order. A stepladder stood abandoned by the section on geology and metallurgy. The door, cramped into a corner, more books above it, and a tapestry map took up most of the third wall. Heavy silk and wool stirred sluggishly in a warm breeze through open windows on the wall to her left. Sioned loved this room. In it, Urivel had taught her probably more than he should have of Faradi secrets, her first summer at Stronghold, before she had become Rohan's princess. Here, she had learned desert law and the principles of justice her husband valued so dearly. And for the past 21 years, she had worked with him in this chamber, governing their lands and planning the future they would give their son. But now she wished guiltily that she was any place rather than sitting across from Rohan, his cool blue eyes fixed on her so grimly that she wanted to squirm like a child caught breaking a rule. She held herself still, aware that at this moment he was not her husband, but the High Prince. Neither was she his wife. She was his sunrunner. "A dragon," was all he said. She nodded, deciding to get it over with so she could have her Rohan back. She explained what had happened from the time Meath contacted her on the sunlight and finished with, "We've always suspected dragons are highly intelligent. If I'm right, and they have thought colors Faradim can perceive, then it may be that they're even more intelligent than we originally thought."
Why has this never happened before? With all the Faradim weaving sunlight and all the dragons flying goddess knows where over the years, why didn't anybody ever bump into one before now?
Perhaps they did, but didn't understand it. Or perhaps I'm completely mistaken. But I swear by what I felt, my lord. I touched colors, and I felt wings, and so did Markin. Paul and Tobin were safely back here before it happened, so they can't verify, but Markin can. Rohan placed his hands flat on the table. Like her, he wore only a single ring, a topaz that had been his father's. The gem had been reset some years ago into a circle of tiny emeralds, tribute to the color of his wife's eyes. His hands were lean, powerful, the long fingers bearing faint battle scars. They were hands that could control the most mettlesome horse with ease, or caress her skin as lightly as the merest breath of wind, or wield sword and knife with killing strength. They were the hands of a knight and a prince, but also those of a poet. Sioned could not recall a time when she had not coveted the touch of those hands. It was a long while before he spoke again, and with his words his fingers drew into fists, bones standing out pale against sun-browned skin.
"Could you do it again? Touch a dragon?"
Startled, she said the first thing that came into her mind. "Why?"
"I don't know. Could you?"
She thought for a long moment, then shook her head. "How would I know what to look for? Nobody's ever thought to memorize the colors of a dragon, and it's the owner of those colors who discerns their shape and tone, communicates them to others.
I remember Andrade explaining it to me when I was little," he mused. "People are like windows of stained glass, each one unique, colors to be touched and woven with the light, the way sun shining through a window throws colors into the air. Sioned, if dragons have those colors too and could be taught to understand them, what if we could, I don't know, speak with them somehow or see through their eyes? They'll return to the desert soon to mate."
"I don't think it would be dangerous, my lord. Just startling." She smiled slightly. "You've always loved them so much. I'll try to touch one of your dragons for you."
He shrugged. "Others don't see dragons as I do."
Sioned thought a moment, beginning to frown. "You'd never use them wrongly, but others might. Dragons in battle. If there's a way to do it, someone will. Goddess, why does everything have to come down to killing?" A smile played around his lips as he held her gaze, the prince becoming her Rohan again.
"My father wanted me to have a wife, the way other princes have wives. He didn't know Andrade would bring me a princess."
"If I am, then it's you who taught me how, beloved. I'll try to touch a dragon for you, but don't expect too much."
"I expect everything of you, and I've never been disappointed."
He glanced at the windows, judging the time.
"Phelan wants to talk dragons this morning, too. Did you see that sheaf of parchments she came armed with? More facts and figures than anybody but she understands."
"Have something to eat first," Sioned suggested, gesturing to their untouched breakfast. "You know that when the two of you get to discussing dragons, you forget everything else, including your stomachs."
"I thought you agreed with Tobin that I am getting middle-aged and fat."
She laughed and tossed a marsh apple at him. "Every man should have a middle age like yours, my lord, with a waist no wider than Markin's. Hush up and eat." Paul and Phelan were waiting for them in the upstairs reception chamber, her daughter Chanel with them. The Lady of Ramagev smiled a greeting and said, "The others are out playing, including Walvis and Che, who call it inspecting the horses."
"I would have thought you'd be out there too," Rohan said to the children, ruffling Chanel's mop of russet curls.
Paul answered, "Lady Phelan says you're going to talk dragons, Father. May I stay and listen?"
"Of course you may. What about you, Chanel?"
Sinead's 11-year-old namesake was a round and rosy copy of her mother, with the same dark red hair and the same triangular face. Her eyes alone had been inherited from Walvis, a startling blue fringed by thick black lashes over which equally dark brows arched. Her smile was his too, a marvel of carefree good humor. "I like dragons, my lord, and I like this room. It's my favorite at Stronghold. It's the summer room." "Then we'll name it that," Sinead told her. "I'll mention it to the steward this afternoon, that the Lady Chanel has named this the summer room in honor of the tapestry, and so it shall be called from now on." She met Rohan's amused gaze briefly and winked. They both knew that Chanel had set her heart on Paul, confirmed by the look of triumph the child directed at the young prince. Paul pretended not to notice, and Sinead hid a grin. They settled on the rug, and Phelan spread out a formidable array of charts, maps, and lists. The lecture began with the yearly census of dragons. "The most reliable reports place the total number at 160, of which 13 are sires and 55 are females of mating age. The rest are 3-year-olds who won't be involved in the mating this year. The population has taken on a fairly constant cycle, as you can see from this chart, my lord. Attrition, due to old age, disease, and accident, brings their numbers down to about 150, and then after the hatching, the total increases to 300 or so."
"But we should have close to 400 after hatching," Rohan said, "with 55 females."
"But there are only 43 usable caves," Phelan told him. "You see the problem?" Paul frowned. "What happens to them if they can't lay their eggs?" "They'll die," Chanel replied succinctly. Paul looked slightly miffed that she knew more about dragons than he did, but she ignored his expression and went on. 8 females died last time. We lost not only that year's hatchlings, but all the others they would have produced in their lifetimes."
"But if the population remains constant, what's the trouble?" he asked.
"What if there's another plague?"
"Let's get back to the caves," Phelan chided gently.
"Unless we find enough to hold them all, the extra females will die. Paul's correct that the population has stayed fairly constant within its cycle, but it can't grow beyond 300 because of the lack of proper caves. I won't feel easy until there are at least 500 dragons at the top of the cycle, preferably more." "Are there any caves we might lure them to, Phelan?" Sinead asked. "It's too cold up in the Varesh. The eggs wouldn't bake enough to hatch, and further south than Riven Rock there aren't any suitable caves at all."
"Riven Rock," Rohan echoed. "There are plenty of caves there, excellent ones. Do you have any suggestions for coaxing the dragons back there, Phelan?"
"I'm sorry, my lord." She shook her head. "The bittersweet they feed from in mating years is thicker there than anywhere else. The caves are perfect, as you've said. They've hatched 1,000 generations there for all I know, but they won't even fly over it anymore." "I don't understand, Mama," Chanel complained. "I know they died of plague there, but the ones old enough to remember that are all dead now, aren't they? How do the younger ones know to avoid Riven Rock?" "I think they're much smarter than we've ever imagined," Sinead replied thoughtfully, remembering those brilliant colors touched for only an instant. "If they can communicate with each other beyond the usual ways of animals, then the older dragons may well have warned the younger to stay away from the place where so many died. Then again, perhaps the young ones were never even shown the place by their elders, so they don't know it's there." Rohan met her gaze with intense interest. He said nothing, but she knew his thoughts as if he'd spoken them. If she could communicate somehow with the dragons on Sunlight, Then it might be possible to lure them back to Riven Rock, where the availability of caves would ensure their increase in numbers. Paul, sensitive to the glance his parents exchanged, asked, "Do you have an idea how to bring them back, Father?"
"Nothing I'd care to commit myself to right now," he smiled. "Phelan, how many hatchlings are we likely to see this year?"
"About 150, if we're lucky. And by the way, Sioned, you're mistaken about dragons having to be shown their caves. Some collapsed up in Skybowl a few years ago, and the dragons went out looking for others nearby. So I'd say they know Riven Rock's here. They just won't go near it." "I wish the sires didn't kill each other off," Chanel said unhappily. "It's awful, watching a dragon die."
"It's the way the strongest survive," Paul informed her. "If there were enough caves for all the females, then the weakest of them would survive too." "That's true," Rohan said, "but Lady Phelan has the right of it. First, there has to be a large enough population base so the dragons aren't in danger. When they build up their numbers to that point, then the rule of the strongest surviving to mate will hold sway without risk." "It's like princes," Paul said, "all trying to kill each other off, fighting over the best pieces of land, until you showed them that you're the strongest," he added with pride, and Rohan frowned. "Because it's the laws that make the greatest strength, isn't it, Father? The power of an army is uncertain, but the law stays the law." He sneaked a glance at Chanel to see how she was responding to this princely wisdom, and Sioned hid another smile as the little girl nodded solemnly. Phelan noted the byplay as well and didn't bother hiding her grin as she met Sinead's gaze. "Dragons are my specialty, not princely politics," she announced, tidying up her parchments. "I'll leave these for you to study, my lord. Chanel, aren't we supposed to join your father and brother and that new pony you wanted to show Lord Chanel?" "Yes, Mama. Paul, come see my pony, please." For a moment, Sinead thought he'd agree, but then he shook his head. "I have to stay here with my mother and father and discuss what Lady Phelan has told us. Perhaps later." Chanel's black brows rushed together as she sprang to her feet. "Perhaps later we'll be out riding and you won't get the chance." She remembered to bow to Sinead and Rohan before running out the door. The adults heroically kept mirth in check as Paul glared at the empty doorway. Phelan managed to restrain herself until after she had closed the door behind her, but Sinead thought she heard a gasp of uncontrollable giggles a moment later and wished she could indulge in the same. Paul muttered something under his breath, and Rohan turned a bland gaze on his son. "What was that you said?" "Nothing. What are we going to do about the dragons, Father?" "For starters, we're all going up to Skybowl to watch them this year." "Everybody?" "Why, yes," Rohan replied, all innocence, and Sinead nearly lost her battle with laughter. "Wolvis will stay here and take care of Stronghold while we're gone, of course, but everyone else will come along." Sinead took pity on the boy. "Phelan will be with us naturally, but I think Chanel and Janavi will want to stay here with their father. It's a very long ride, even when one has a new pony." Paul nodded, trying not to show his relief and failing utterly. "It's too bad they'll have to miss seeing the dragons," he said, able to be generous now that he knew his pest would not be joining them. Rohan wore a thoughtful expression. "I think it's about time I expanded your education, Paul. I've taught you to ride, how to win a knife fight, and the basics of swordsmanship, and Lane has said he's pleased with your progress in all three. But now I'm going to teach you something else that will come in very useful." All at once he grinned. "I'm going to show you how to beat a woman at chess." "Brave words, my lord Dragon Prince," Sinead scoffed. "Bring the board and set, Paul, and watch me trounce him for the 20th time this year." "And it's only 20 days into spring," Paul said impishly, running to get the chessboard in pieces. Rohan set the game up on the carpet, Paul sitting at his side. Sunlight burnished the two fair heads, shone on identical smiles.
Even the gesture of brushing the hair off their necks was the same. Paul's coloring was a little stronger than Rohan's, his hair and lashes a shade or two darker, his eyes glinting green as well as blue. But there was nothing of Ianthe in him, nothing to remind Sioned of the princess who had birthed him. Opening gambits completed, she surveyed the board and confided to Paul, "He'll try to trick me into a mistake now. Just watch."
"Would I do that to you?" Rohan asked, eyes wide with injured innocence.
"Every chance you can get." "You're using Grandmother Millar's defense, aren't you, Mother? Marken taught it to Meath, and he taught it to me." "She loved chess and played very well," Sioned replied. "Andrade was the only one who could win against her very often. And stop trying to distract me, hatchling," she added, making a face at him. He laughed, and she knew she had been forgiven the contretemps of his arrival.
"Mind you," Rohan said, "she's a terrible loser."
"The way I've heard it, she hasn't had much practice at losing," Paul answered with a grin. "And it doesn't look as if you'll be teaching her how this time, Father." "Oh, so now it's compliments to lull me into complacency." Sioned reached over and tweaked Paul's ear.
Rohan moved a piece on the board. "Remember, my boy, the main thing about playing chess with a woman is always let her win, even after you've married her."
"Let me win!" She launched a playful fist at his jaw. He caught her wrist, tugged, and succeeded in toppling her to one side of the chessboard. Sioned went for his ribs, knowing every vulnerable spot in his body. The chess pieces went flying, and Paul yelled, "Forfeit!" as the three of them tumbled around on the carpet, laughing and tickling. Sioned's hair came loose from its pins, and Rohan grabbed the thick braid, pulling her down for a kiss. Then they both went after their son. Captured, Paul squirmed helplessly with laughter. "Well now," said an amused voice from the doorway. "Is it a castle revolution, I wonder? Bets on the winner, Marken?"
"Paul," the young man said at once. "Chadrick teaches dirty tricks in unarmed combat, Mother."
The royal trio sorted themselves out and sat up, still laughing. Rohan grinned up at Marken and Tobin.
"Always bet on the younger man, especially when he's your future prince."
"It's only good politics," Marken agreed, chuckling, and helped Sioned to her feet. She thanked him and tried to make some order out of her hair. "Are you just going to sit there?" she inquired of her husband. "Pick yourself up and at least pretend to a little princely dignity." "Make it a good show," Tobin advised. "I've come to announce the Pyrenees ambassador."
Rohan groaned and shook his head. "She wasn't due for another day, according to their sunrunner."
"Lady Eneida is right behind me, brother dear." Marken and Paul searched for the scattered chess pieces, while Tobin replaced the board and righted an overturned chair. Rohan and Sioned tidied each other up, then grabbed their son on his way by and performed the same service for him. They slid into seats, Marken standing behind his mother's chair as was proper for a young lord in the presence of his princes, just as a knock sounded on the door.
"Come," Rohan said, raking his hand one last time through his hair.
The Pyrenees ambassador was a thin, dark woman aged somewhere between 40 and 70. She was as cool and brittle as the crystal for which her land was famous. But there the resemblance ended. The airy grace of Pyrenees fantasies in glass was utterly lacking in her. Fragile as she seemed, there was something stolid about her. And though Rohan's casual court saved her from being further weighted down by stiff formal robes, her woolen gown had been made for the colder climate of Fyron, and her brow was slightly damp as she made her bows before the High Prince, the High Princess, and the heir. "It is generous of you to receive me in private, Your Grace," she said to Rohan.
"Exceeded by your generosity in making the long journey from Fyron in such haste," he responded. "Please, my lady, sit and be comfortable."
As Marken placed a chair for her, she murmured her thanks and folded her narrow hands in her lap. "Our governing council has sent me to consult with Your Grace about the unhappy state of our princedom," she began. "As you know, Prince Ajit died without heirs this New Year holiday."
"We had news of his death on the Sunlight, and were grieved," Rohan said.
He remembered very well the prince who, at Rohan's first tumultuous riala, had openly doubted his ability to understand even the basics of government. He had never held it against Ajit. Indeed, he had been grateful for the expressions of misgivings, for it had been a tribute to his acting skills. Borderline idiocy had been precisely the impression he'd wished to create, the better to cozen Relstra into concessions. Everyone knew better by now, of course. Lady Oneida continued, "The days since His Grace's death have not been easy. We have been in constant receipt of suggestions from other princes."
"I am aware of them. How does your council view them?"
She condescended to give him a frosty smile.
"With suspicion, as you may well imagine, my lord."
"Indeed," Tobin murmured.
"Most of these suggestions concern bloodlines, both real and imaginary, and thus they concern your graces."
She included Sioned and Paul in her glance now.
"I'm afraid I don't understand,"
Sioned commented. "I'm not sufficiently informed about princely genealogy, Lady Oneida."
"That is not surprising, Your Grace, as the point is a rather obscure one. The High Prince's grandmother was a daughter of our Prince Gavrin, who also had two sisters, who married the ruling princes of Dorval and Kyrst."
Tobin leaned a little forward in her chair.
"Thus, there are 4 possible heirs to Fyron, the sons of Volog of Kyrst, the sons of Davy of Sire, the grandsons of Lane of Dorval, and my nephew, Prince Paul."
The ambassador inclined her head in tribute to Tobin's succinct summation.
"The desert claim is stronger, coming through the High Prince, and also through High Princess Sionede's connection with the Kyrstian royal line."
Rohan was frowning, irritated by his sister's eagerness.
"My lady, you realize that by making my son the heir to Fyron, it might mean the disappearance of that land as an independent princedom."
She answered with a shrug.
"The prospect does not please us overmuch, with all due respect, Your Grace."
She directed at Paul, who nodded his understanding.
"But it is infinitely to be preferred over being swallowed by Cunaxa."
"I appreciate your position,"
Rohan said, and Lady Oneida's fragment of a smile told him she appreciated his geographical pun. Fyron was right next to ever-hungry Cunaxa.
"Such an event would not please us much either. Still, there is much to be said for putting, say, Prince Lane's younger grandson forth as the heir. Fyron would retain its independence."
Tobin shifted slightly in her chair and slanted a look of disgust at her brother. Markin, standing beside her, put an unobtrusive hand on her shoulder. He understood his mother's acquisitive instincts as fully as Rohan did.
"Dorval is far away," Lady Oneida said bluntly. 10 days' sail in good weather, should we require assistance against the Cunaxans. But we also share a border with Prince March."
"A difficult one," Sioned pointed out. "Solid mountains with only one decent pass through them."
"There is also the proximity of the desert to Cunaxa,"
Lady Oneida said, expressionlessly, her eyes sharp as splinters of dark glass. Rohan let the ensuing silence draw out, knowing what she implied. A treaty establishing Lane's grandson Larrick in Fyron would intimidate the Cunaxans much less than if Rohan actually owned the place. An attack on Fyron would become a direct threat to him, unfiltered through any agreement of defense with an independent princedom. Kyrst was closer to Fyron, but only the desert could attack across the shared border with Cunaxa in response to a march on Fyron. Prince Mion would never be so foolish as to invade in the west when he could be certain of a counterattack from the south that would necessarily split his forces and their effectiveness in half. Lady Oneida finally broke the quiet by saying, "The stronger claim comes from the desert. Prince Paul is a full generation closer to Fyron through you, my lord. Combine this with her Grace's Kyrstian blood." She finished with a shrug that indicated the inevitability of Fyron's end as an independent princedom.
"Your counsel is agreed, or you would not be here, I take it," Tobin said. "Yes, Your Grace. Agreed, reluctantly. Again, no insult implied.
It is not that we worry about the suitability of our choice.
Only that you regret that it had to be made at all, Rohan supplied. I, too, regret the necessity, my lady.
May I consider, then, that the suggestion of the council is acceptable to the High Prince?
Our answer cannot be forthcoming until the Riala, when we have consulted with the other princes, as law demands.
Tobin drew in a swift breath, and Markin's fingers tightened on her shoulder in silent warning. Lady Enida's backbone became a shaft of ice.
Please believe me, Rohan said, when I tell you that all will be done to ensure the safety and integrity of Firenese lands. But the law is the law and must be observed. I can put forth no claim, and I certainly cannot agree to anything until all the facts have been presented at Ways.
My lord, perhaps I have understated the danger from Cunaxa. It will be a long spring and summer before the Riala.
Nevertheless, I will abide by laws I myself wrote, he said quietly. Your Ferradi at Ballarat is only a ray of light away from Princess Sioned. Should you require assistance, it will be forthcoming, according to the law.
And with that, she had to be content. She took her leave with frigid dignity, and closed the door behind her with a sound like cracking ice. Sioned spoke before Tobin could let loose her outrage. "Markin, will you go find your father, please?" A flicker of disappointment went over his face at being denied the witnessing of one of his mother's famous tempers, but he bowed and obeyed. Rohan nodded his gratitude to his wife and turned to Paul.
"You've had the benefit of lectures from Lane and Chadwick. What do you think about this?"
The boy recovered quickly from his surprise at being consulted. "We have to take Firen. We supply their glass ingots, and I can't believe the Cunaxans would let that trade continue, even if it cost them much of their revenues, especially not with the Merida at their court speaking against us. And they're right across the border from Firen, with 2 good mountain passes to use." "3," Tobin snapped, black eyes blazing. "Rohan, what ails you? They're handing you a princedom wrapped in silk ribbons, and you're going to wait until the end of summer to take it?"
"Yes. Can you tell me why, Paul?"
"Because it's the law, just as you said." The boy hesitated, then shrugged. "Besides, the princes can't do anything other than agree, can they? Our blood claim is the best, and you're the High Prince after all." "Then why doesn't he act like it?" Tobin demanded. "It's very pretty and noble of you to observe the forms, Rohan, but in the meantime, the Cunaxans might cross the border, and then we'd have to fight for what the Firenese want to give us without a single sword unsheathed." Rohan paid no attention to her, instead gazing thoughtfully at his son.
"Because I'm the High Prince," he echoed. "Does that make my wishes law?"
"No, but—" He was interrupted by the entrance of Che and Markin. Tobin sprang to her feet and ordered her husband to talk some sense into her brother. Che's brows arched at her vehemence, but he said nothing until he had turned Lady Enida's chair, sat with both arms folded across its back, and spraddled his long, booted legs.
"I'm told the Firenese want to give you a present," he remarked mildly.
Then he grinned, a wicked gleam in his grey eyes.
"What a perfect summer this is for military maneuvers up around Tuath Castle, and how fortunate that it's only 50 measures from the Cunaxan border."
Tobin's breath hissed through her teeth, and she glared at her lord. Paul's eyes went wide with astonishment. Sioned contemplated her hands to hide her amusement, but Rohan was openly grinning at his sister.
"You should know better than to doubt my sanity, Tobin," he admonished. "Meon and his council will be so nervous watching us across the border that they won't have time or nerve to think about Firen."
"So you say," she retorted. "But why not agree to the Firenese proposal now? It would save a lot of time. Paul's right. They can't do otherwise than agree with the High Prince."
"And if I don't conform to the law, who else will?" he countered. "Do you understand, Paul?"
The boy looked at Markin, who smiled encouragement and then said, "It's kind of like being a sunrunner, isn't it? You're the High Prince, and you have a greater responsibility to the law than anyone else, even when the law is awkward, and being a Ferrari is the same. More duties and obligations come with more power, don't they?
Indeed they do.
He could barely keep the glow of his pride from outshining the sunlight, and reminded himself to thank Lane and Chadrick and Audriti.
Tobin, you've the best head for maps. Would you work on a proposal whereby Firen is divided between Prince March and Fessenden?
Fessenden!
Paul's jaw dropped. Sinead winked at him. Che rested his forehead to his folded arms and shook with silent laughter. After a moment he raised his head and murmured,
Tobin, Tobin, haven't you learned yet not to outguess him?
Her shock had given way to disgust.
Oh, so we don't want to appear the greedy prince, do we? Just so long as all the best crystallers come under Prince March's jurisdiction. It will leave Fessenden with a nice chunk of land and a nice degree of gratitude for our generous expansion of their territory. Markin, perhaps you can contact Eoli at Grey Pearl and ask if Lane knows of any strong ties or stronger aversions between people along the borderlands. I want to make this as easy and painless for everyone as possible.
Markin grinned his appreciation of the plan.
It will be a pleasure, my lord. Lane is a font of information on everybody's holdings after the border arguments 3 realm ago. He knows who's been fighting over what, down to the last blade of grass, even though it bores him silly. I'm sure you'll all find this little bit of geographical rearrangement interesting, Rohan said. Be sure to mention to him that there will be compensation for removing his grandsons from the consideration of other princes for the Pyrenees throne, if he's so inclined. I think he will be. The elder son, Ludhill, swears he'll never set foot off Dorval except to attend the Reala, so I doubt very much he'd want Firen, and Larrick is more scholar than prince.
Rohan thought for a moment.
I'll have a little talk with Davy at Ways about Tillal. Now he'd make an excellent prince.
It's what we trained him to be, Sinead agreed. But what about Volok's younger boy? His claim is just as good.
I'll sit down with him, too. The goddess must be smiling on me that I can speak to them as kinsmen as well as princes.
Tobin gave a delicate snort. Oh, yes, keep it all in the family, shall we? You remember, of course, that you arranged it so Volog's grandson will rule both Kirst and Isil one day. Are you going to add a third princedom to his list?
I would hardly say I arranged it, Tobin. Could I have foreseen that Sommer's only son would die without an heir?
No, but things have a way of working out to your advantage, she retorted. Very well, I'll rearrange your map for you, but I still say you should take it all, and right now.
You're just angry that you didn't think of the Fessenden angle first, Che said. Rohan, I assume you want Walvis to lead the maneuvers at Tuath? Unless Markin would like to?
He looked a question at the young man, who lost his smile.
If you don't, I will if you ask, my lord.
But I'm sure Andrade will want to see him at the Reala, Sinead insisted. Send Walvis. They know him well in the north, after what he did at Tiglath. I'm positive Markin could impress the Cunaxans and our own people, but the idea is to avoid battle, not to demonstrate how able Markin is by provoking one. It was all perfectly logical, but Rohan knew that her stated reason for wanting Markin in Ways and Walvis at Tuath were different from her real reasons. The relief in Markin's eyes confirmed that the Reala was his wish as well. Rohan eyed his wife suspiciously, then nodded agreement. He'd get the truth out of her later. Paul gave a dismal sigh. I guess that means... Che, Sinead interrupted smoothly. Why don't you and Markin talk to Walvis this afternoon? Tobin was still nursing her irritation with her brother, but Che had picked up on the undercurrents. He said nothing to the point, however, merely nodded and ushered his wife and son from the room, but not before giving Sinead a long, laughing glance that she returned with perfect composure. Rohan saw him grin and shake his head. When the three of them were alone, Sinead turned a sly look on Paul. Yes, it does mean that Chanel and Janavi will be coming with us to Skybowl. You'll live. Rohan chuckled as the boy's cheeks reddened.
"I give it another 5 winters or so, Paul, and then you won't have to worry about her. There'll be plenty of young men more than willing to take her attention away from you."
Paul stared, utterly amazed that Chanel might possibly attract young men to her plump, pestilential little person, or that he might care if she did. Rohan, knowing he really shouldn't laugh, laughed anyway. "Well, anyway," Paul said, "it's kind of appropriate that my claim to Fyron comes from both of you, just like my Sunrunner gifts. I'm glad it's that way, reinforced. I don't think I'd feel quite right about it otherwise." Sioned nodded easily, but her eyes had gone blank. Rohan knew why. There was no claim to Fyron through her, nor were the talents of her giving. She was much too sensitive.
"Does the prospect worry you, son?"
"No, not much, anyway,"
he amended honestly.
"It's just that now I'll have to worry about yet another princedom."
He gave a whimsical smile.
"Just make sure this is the last I'll have to add to the list, Father. I don't think there's room enough in my head to keep any more princedoms straight."
"As High Prince, you'll have to worry about all of them."
"Then I'm going to keep everybody very busy answering about 1,000,000 questions."
"We'll do our best to answer. And that reminds me, how is Chadrick these days? I haven't really had time to talk to you about your training and your life at Grey Pearl."
"But shouldn't we start planning things?"
Rohan laughed.
"Consider it the first lesson in being High Prince. I've sent everyone off to do work they know very well how to do without me. Che and Marken and Walvis will present me with excellent plans for Tuath. Tobin will bury herself in books and maps for the next 10 or 12 days, and when they're ready, my experts will tell me what they've come up with. But until then, my time is my own. Never do yourself what someone else can do for you, better and faster, Paul. Now, tell me what you think of Chadrick. He was a squire here, you know. He arrived the year I was born and left when I was only 6, so I don't really remember him all that well."
Paul launched into a description of Chadrick's many virtues, and during his recital Sioned recovered her poise, as Rohan had intended. They went on talking for a time, and then he suggested that it might be polite for Paul to go compliment Chanel on her new pony. Paul grimaced, then sighed.
"I guess she can't help it," he observed philosophically. "She's only a little girl after all."
Neither Rohan nor Sioned missed the authority lent by a whole 3 years' advantage in age, but neither gave in to further amusement. Paul left them, and Rohan took his wife's hand in his own.
"It hurts me to see you upset, love."
"I just wasn't expecting him to say what he did, that's all," she shrugged. "I hate to have him grow up believing a lie. I know. It's a necessary lie until he's old enough to understand what really happened and why we never told him, but it's lucky that the Ferranese claim doesn't come only through me. In honor, we would have had to refuse."
"And think up a very good reason why. But not much will change in Fyron, you know. Pimental of Fessenden isn't likely to close his fist tight around his new possessions, especially after I've had a little talk with him."
"The same tactic you use with Prince March. It's been 14 winters since Pansala became regent, and the people have learned where their advantage lies. By the time Paul is old enough to rule there, they'll find our methods completely natural."
"I wonder if the other princes will—"
He rose and went to the windows, looking down at the courtyard.
"Fyron is too good an opportunity to pass up, and the fact that they came to me instead of the other way around soothes my conscience a bit. But I'll have to be careful, especially with this Relstra's son business to deal with now of all times."
He snorted with sudden laughter.
"Can you believe it? Old Adjet had 6 wives and was thinking of taking a 7th, and he still couldn't get sons any more than Relstra could."
"Sometimes it depends on the woman, you know," she murmured, and when he turned with a stricken look on his face, smiled at him. "Oh, stop it. I'm not sensitive about that any more, Rohan. I did give you a son after all. And besides, Adjet did have an heir who died many years ago."
"That's right. I'd forgotten."
He heard shouts and laughter outside in the courtyard, and beckoned Sioned over to the windows. "Come look at this." She joined him, and together they watched as Walvis, playing dragon for his son and daughter, fluttered an immense green cloak like wings as they tried to ride him down on their ponies. Shrieking with laughter, the children were barely able to stay in their saddles. The outraged ponies were forced to trot up and down, while wooden swords were waved at the dragon. Paul stood nearby, his face eloquent. He longed to join in the fun, but his sense of dignity as Rohan's heir and Lane's squire forbade it. Chanel solved his problem for him by kicking her pony over to where he stood and tossing him her sword. Paul swept her a low bow, then sallied forth to oblige her by slaying the dragon.
"Oh, she's marvelous," Rohan laughed. "Just what he needs."
"Well, we'll have to wait until he's older to see if he's inherited his father's taste for redheads," she teased.
"It'd be nice if it happened, but he can choose his wife from scores of girls."
"The way you did. I can still see you that year in ways, hip-deep in princesses."
"And drowning in one pair of green eyes," he responded gallantly, kissing her.
"Very romantic," she approved. "Teach Paul some of that, and they won't let him alone."
"I don't recall that it was a very agreeable experience personally. And speaking of ways, what was all that about Marken?"
"I'm not telling. You can torture me, starve me, pull out my fingernails, throw me in the dungeon, or even tickle me, and I won't say a word."
"I don't have a dungeon, and I'm all tickled out for today, thanks. Torture's messy. My own faithful guard would use me for target practice if I tried to starve you, and as for fingernails—"
He picked up one of her hands and nibbled her fingertips.
"It's an idea," he admitted. "At least I won't get scratched in bed. You can be so emphatic, Sioned."
Chanel was congratulating Paul on his conquest, and Walvis had disappeared into the keep, presumably to consult with Che and Marken. Rohan saw Janavi, 8 years old and already an accomplished horseman, execute a series of showy maneuvers around the horse trough. But his main attention was focused on Paul, who shrugged away Chanel's attentions and went off to the gardens. The little girl stamped her foot and ran after him.
"You know," Rohan mused, "I think I'd like to build him a castle."
"You already have several."
"Well, not a castle, really, but a palace, something along the lines of what Lane has at Grey Pearl. Not a keep ready for war, but a peaceful place with lots of gardens and fountains and all those things."
"And where would you site this marvel?"
"Halfway between Stronghold and Castle Crag. In fact, I'm going to inspect a few places on the progress. Think of it, Sioned. A new palace for a new prince, uniting two lands. I'd like to start building next spring, so it'll be ready by the time Paul takes a wife."
"I'll bet it's Chanel. And as stakes—"
"Extortionist! What do you want if you win?"
He smiled at her. "Farouche." The shock went through his whole body, and he drew back from her.
"No."
"The pass through the Varesh is important, Rohan. Farouche always guarded it, but now there's nothing, not even a garrison. Farouche should be rebuilt."
"I don't want to have anything to do with that place ever again,"
he rasped, looking out the windows with blind eyes. Farouche, the beautiful rose-pink castle rising from the cliffs, the deadly woman who had ruled it, the night he had raped her, and she had conceived his son. "You promised a long time ago to give me Farouche," Sioned reminded him. "There are dragons near it who need watching and protecting. I want Farouche, Rohan."
"No, never."
"It's the only way either of us will ever forget what happened to us there. I destroyed it with Sunrunner's fire. For me it lies in ashes, but for you it still stands, because you never went back to see it razed to the ground. I want it rebuilt, Rohan, so that it's not Ianthe's anymore, but ours."
"No!"
he shouted, turning on his heel for the door.
"I won't rebuild it. I won't set foot within 10 measures of it, and I won't have you speak of it again."
"When we tell Paul the truth, shall we also present him with the charred ruin where he was conceived and born, and where his mother died? Or will we make a new place that has nothing in it of the old, nothing to bear witness to what happened there?" He stopped, his hand on the door latch. "If you love me, you will never say the name of that place in my hearing as long as we live." "It's because I love you that I have to say it. I want Farouche, Rohan, and if you won't rebuild it, then I will." Chapter 7. Lady Andrade stood at the closed grey library windows, with her back to Urivel and Andry, unwilling for them to see her chafing her hands together. Pride forbade her to huddle by the hearth, as her chilled flesh begged her to do, and especially did she reject the plea put forth by her aged bones for the warm softness of her bed. She glared resentfully at the rain-wrapped tower across the inner court of Goddess Keep. Had the winter cold and spring rains been worse this year, or was she only feeling her age? This last New Year holiday had been the 70th year of her life. Compared to Prince Lane, she was a mere child.
"Whatever possessed them to leave Dorval for this dismal place?" she muttered.
Urivel came to stand by her shoulder, soundless as an expert huntsman seeking skittish prey.
"This will be the last storm of the season. But you're right. Clouds are a sunrunner's natural enemy. Why did they choose to build here?"
She put her hands in the pockets of her gown to hide their trembling, then turned to her young kinsman.
"Well, you've had a while to puzzle out the scrolls."
"Not very long, my lady," Andry reminded her. "But I think I may have a few clues. It's maddening, though. Some words are very like the ones we use now, but they've changed over the years in context. I've had to be more careful with them than the ones that made no sense at all in the beginning, but I think I've found something interesting." He ran a finger over the section of scroll they had been examining all morning. "A little mark, like a bent twig, appears over and over. The first few times I thought they were just blots on the page, mistakes, but now I think they're quite deliberate."
"And they mean?"
she asked impatiently. Andry hesitated, then shrugged and plunged in.
"I think they mean that the word above them is to be taken as its exact opposite. You know how strange it's been, reading one thing and then later finding it contradicted, but the mark appears with suspicious regularity on the places that seem to be the opposite of what went before or after." "What a delightful confusion," Andrade snorted. "Are you saying they deliberately wrote untruths, trusting their little twigs to signal the lies?"
"I think so." Andry began to speak with more enthusiasm for his theory, even in the face of her obvious mockery.
"For instance, there's one place that says Lady Merizal stayed on Dorval for the whole of a certain year, but later on it says she stayed with a powerful lord in what's now Sire that same summer. Later there's still mention of an alliance between the Sunrunners and this man that was formed that summer. And in that very passage I told you about, that little twig sign appears." "You need a better case than one instance that's probably a mistake," Urivel frowned. "But it's the only one that makes sense. Otherwise, it all comes out as a series of statements that constantly negate each other until we don't know what's right or what's wrong, which is probably what Lady Merizal intended when she had this written. As a matter of fact," he unrolled the parchment to another section, "in all the parts I've studied, where one place says one thing and somewhere else says the opposite, the mark always appears at the key word. Listen to this." He found the place he wanted and read aloud. "The twin sons, who were Lady Merizal's by Lord Garrick, were treated by Lord Rossain as his own." And the mark shows up below Lord Garrick's name. "And what does this mean?" Andrade put acid into her voice to disguise her growing excitement. "I think it means that the boys weren't really Lord Garrick's sons at all. They might have been Lord Rossain's. Please, just listen to me. If I read it as the mark indicates, the twin sons who were Lady Merizal's but not by Lord Garrick were treated by Lord Rossain as his own. Couldn't that mean that he was the father?" "Evidence," Urivel demanded. "Give us proof, not conjecture." Here it says they fought over a few measures of land near Radzin, but I know that area. Why would they contend over a worthless plot of desert? The mark confirms it, for it indicates that the land was not the reason why they fought the battle. And in this section later on it says Lord Garrick was pleased that Lord Rossain used his powers in battle, but only a page before it states that he and Lady Merizal had outlawed the use of the gifts to kill, and there's the sign right below the word for pleasure in reference to what Rossain did. He raked the hair out of his eyes and looked at Andrade. It's the only possible way to explain all this, my lady.
Urivel peered down at the scrolls.
They gave us 2 versions of their history, then? Good goddess, it will take years to sort through it all. What we have to remember is that they weren't giving anybody anything, Andry said. They couldn't know who'd find the scrolls, or even if they'd be found at all. This must have been their way of confusing anybody who shouldn't be reading this. The contradictions would drive you crazy. It nearly did me until I figured out what their twig sign must mean. But why confuse the issue so? Andrade asked. Who'd care, at this late date, whether this Rossain, whoever he was, sired Merizel's twin sons?
Andry pulled in a deep breath and stared at his 4 rings.
I think it's far more subtle than that, my lady. Why were these scrolls buried along with the one on sorceries? To provide the clue that would help us interpret correctly that one essential dangerous scroll, and to keep people who weren't as persevering from discovering what that scroll meant.
Andrade returned to her chair and sat, hands clenched into fists inside her pockets.
"Show me the star scroll," she ordered.
Andry took it reverently from its case and unrolled it atop the other.
"The marks are all over it," he explained. "This formula, for instance, it says it can cause loss of memory, all these roots and herbs and directions, but instead of leaving out an essential ingredient that would cancel its effectiveness, they put in something that would ruin the recipe just as surely. Here, this flower nobody around here has ever heard of, with the little mark beneath it. And look at this one, directions on how to boil a certain ointment that can make a wound fester instead of heal. But the sign indicates that it shouldn't be boiled at all. And here, this recipe for a powerful poison. It's just the same, my lady, the list of ingredients with the little sign beneath several of them that I'd swear combined to produce the antidote within the poison itself, so it wouldn't be dangerous if anybody happened upon the scroll. In all the ones that could be dangerous, the little twig appears somewhere, telling us not to do something that the uninformed reader would do in following the directions. The 4th step, added to make the formula worthless in case it got into the wrong hands.
Andrade gave in to wonder and admiration, convinced now.
From what you've told me of Lady Merizal, she was devious enough to have thought this up. Can you imagine her, in her old age, writing all this down as the first scroll says she did, laughing herself silly while she made sure no one would make use of this knowledge, even if they found it? And the clue is in the histories, Andry agreed. It really is the only thing that makes any sense.
Urivel said, still skeptical.
The only way to prove it would be to pick up a recipe and follow it both ways. With your permission, Andrade, I'll do just that, choosing something we know we can cure, of course.
She nodded permission, then turned to Andry again.
Read me a section that doesn't have to do with potions. I want to find out if this holds true.
Andry immediately chose a few lines of cramped script, giving Andrade the correct impression that he had planned the whole conversation to lead up to this point.
The herb Dranath cannot augment powers, he read aloud,
then met her startled gaze.
The mark is below the word for cannot.
She knew for certain that he had deliberately maneuvered her to this. She resented his skill and admired it, but stronger still was her fear.
If it cannot augment, then it must increase. Was that their secret? The herb Dranath can increase powers? The damnable herb that corrupted my sunrunner, Terelstra's youth?
Andry flinched slightly.
My lady, I'm sorry.
She stared into the fire.
It enslaves, addicts, kills, but it also healed the plague. And now you tell me it enhances power.
It would seem so,
he said cautiously.
I don't believe it, she stated. Prove the rest of it as you wish, but this I will not believe.
Rising, she turned her back on him, needing the fire's warmth to soothe more than the chill of a spring storm. It was a gesture of dismissal, and she listened as the scrolls were gathered up, slid whispering into their leather tubes, replaced in the saddlebags. There was a breath of air around her ankles as the door opened on silent hinges, and then closed. Urivel knelt to put new logs on the fire.
You lied to him. You believe. He led me by the nose where he wanted me to go.
She backed off a step as the flames rose hotter.
Urivel, I didn't even sense it. He deceived me completely with his fine little show. He'll make a properly devious lord of Goddess Keep. Yes, he is as we've all made him, especially me. He's good as young Lord Andry. Very good, when he's ruling here from my chambers and my chair.
Sinking into her chair again, she closed her eyes.
Goddess be thanked that I won't be around to watch.
For all the privileges due to his kinship with Lady Andrade, Andry wore only 4 rings and took no special precedence at Goddess Keep. Officially, he was an apprentice, though he hoped that by summer's end he would earn the 5th Faradi ring, marking him as a fully trained sunrunner. The 6th would signify his ability to weave moonlight with equal skill, the 7th, that he could conjure without fire. He closed the door of his chamber behind him and sat on the bed, staring at his hands, seeing them empty of the honors he knew one day would be his. But in all honesty, he knew he would have to learn much before he was worthy of the rings, including the 8th and 9th he intended to earn. He had botched his ploy for convincing Andrade and Urivel about the scrolls. Their belief had been within his grasp, but he had made a mistake. If he ever hoped to wield real influence among Faradim, he would have to learn subtlety. For the first time he dared to imagine the 10th ring, the gold one on his marriage finger, and the thin chains that would lead from it and all the others to bracelets clasping his wrists. Lord of Goddess Keep, master of this place and all sunrunners, and of the princes and Athrim who possessed the gifts. The number was very small now, but would grow. He intended that it should grow, for he believed wholeheartedly in Andrade's long-term scheme. Andry bit his lip and tried not to see all 10 rings on his hands. Yet part of him argued that there was nothing wrong with aspiration to high position. Certainly his siblings were not shy about their abilities. Markin, with his 6 rings, would one day be Lord of Radzin and military commander of the Desert and Prince March. Andry's twin brother Sorin was to be knighted this year at the Riala, and had made no secret of the fact that he wanted an important keep of his own, which their uncle, the High Prince, would undoubtedly give him. But Goddess Keep was the only place Andry wanted, the only honor he coveted, the only life he had ever believed would suit him. He had the gifts in stronger measure than Markin, and no desires toward Sorin's knightly accomplishments. He wanted 10 rings and this castle, the right to govern all Faradim, and the privilege of guiding the princedoms as Andrade had done for so long. He heard footsteps outside in the hallway. It was time to go down for the evening meal, yet he made no move from his seat by the small brazier that barely lit and rarely warmed his chamber. He never felt the cold, The joke at the keep was that he had soaked up so much desert sun and heat in his childhood that nothing short of a winter at Snow Coves would ever chill him. But he did regret the feebleness of the brazier's light that did not allow him to read until all hours, and looked forward to the 5th ring that would bring with it a larger chamber 1 floor below, complete with its own hearth. "Andrie, I know you're in there. I can hear you thinking," a familiar voice called from outside his door. "Hurry, or you'll be late."
"I'm not hungry. Thank you, Hollis," he replied.
The door swung open, and his elder brother's unofficial chosen stood there, hands on slim hips, braids like twin rivers of dark sunlight falling down past her waist. She gave him a grimace of good-natured exasperation, and he smiled. He liked Hollis and approved of his brother's choice. The two of them were certain to produce not just handsome, intelligent children, but Ferrari-gifted ones as well. But he wondered how his parents were going to take to the idea of Markin's marrying a woman without family, possessions, wealth, or anything else to recommend her, besides her beauty and her sunrunner's rings. Of course they were concerned with their son's happiness above all things. Andrie would never have been allowed to choose this path otherwise, but Markin was their heir. Andrie wished Soren had already met Hollis, so they could compare notes and work out some sort of strategy for supporting their elder brother in his aims. Hollis had not gone out of her way to make Andrie's acquaintance, or to make him her ally. Indeed, she had avoided him quite devotedly for some time after her return from Kadar Water this winter. Andrie had been insulted, until it had suddenly dawned on him that she had been sick with nerves, afraid he wouldn't like her and that he would disapprove of her less-than-high-born blood, and hadn't dared approach him for fear he would think her currying his favor. Andrie had spared a shake of the head for the incomprehensible ways of women and sought her out. Within a day they had reached a good understanding, helped along by her shock and then her laughter when he had opened with, "So, you're the sunrunner my brother's going to marry." His bluntness had been matched by her honesty in confessing her trepidations, and they had become friends quite apart from their love for his brother. So it was that she scolded him like an elder sister. "Not hungry? And what do you expect to live on, then? The sheer brilliance of your intellect as you sit here thinking great thoughts? Comb your hair and let's go eat." He stood up, made her a humble, low bow, marred by a grin.
"Goddess help my brother once you're wed.
"Goddess help the poor girl who weds you," Hollis replied tartly, smoothing his hair into place. "Come, you don't want to miss the presentations, do you?"
"Oh, of course not. I'd forgotten it was tonight. Thanks for coming to get me, Hollis. I love watching them make their first bows to Andrade."
As they left his chamber and descended the staircase, he went on. "Even though I'd known Andrade all my life, I was terrified that night. I always try to smile at them, so they see at least one friendly face, but I don't know how much good one smile does." "Not much," she admitted. "It was different for me, being born and raised here, although when I made my first bow, my knees knocked so hard I had bruises."
"How many are there tonight?"
6. Urivel says he's expecting another 6 or so before summer's over. We hope to get 20 per year, but we're lucky if we get 10. They turned the landing and took the next flight of stairs. These were carpeted, unlike the bare stone higher up, indicating they had reached the more public areas of the keep. Andrie shook his head at Hollis's last remark. "I can't imagine why anyone who even suspects they've got the gifts wouldn't want to get here as soon as possible." "Your father didn't need you to work the land or inherit his trade," she pointed out. "You've a brother to rule Radzin, and another to carry on the knightly tradition and marry some rich, landed girl," she added a bit wistfully.
"Which leaves Markin free to marry where his heart is," Andrie told her firmly. "But I see what you mean. It works the same way for women, doesn't it? They're needed at their keeps or their trades, or to form marriage alliances. It's too bad. All of them should come, no matter what."
"Others have different duties and points of view. Besides, I think Andrade sits there being scary, just so the timid ones who aren't sure can be weeded out."
"If they don't want to be here, they shouldn't be, but I still can't imagine anybody who could be a sunrunner not fighting for the chance."
They were at the bottom of the stairs now, emerging into a long, wide corridor that led in one direction to the refectory and in the other to the archives, library, and schoolrooms. Andry and Hollis were among the last to walk down the high-ceilinged passage, and as they went by a window embrasure, they saw 4 boys and 2 girls huddled together, listening wide-eyed as a sunrunner instructed them in making their obeisances to Lady Andrade. The girls and one of the boys were no older than 13 winters. The other 3 boys were older, 15 or 16. The tallest of these was a handsome, self-possessed youth with glossy night-black hair and deep gray-green eyes. He met Andry's smile with perfect calm and did not return it. His gaze shifted to Hollis with the appraising, approving expression of a male who knows his own attractions and how to use them. But there was something more about him, a consciousness of rank and worth that surprised Andry. The slight flush on Hollis's cheeks surprised him too. They separated inside the huge refectory, she to join the other ranking sunrunners, he to sit with his fellow apprentices. The meal progressed through the usual 3 courses of soup, meat, and salad, biscuits, and fruit. Andrade set a plentiful, though plain table, and Andry was looking forward to the elaborate meal served at the Riala. He had a sweet tooth that fresh berries and spice-dusted biscuits did little to satisfy. Steaming pitchers of teas were passed around last of all, and as he poured himself a full mug, he inhaled deeply of the sharp scent, faintly tinged with citrus. He missed nothing about his life at Radzin so much as expeditions with his family to collect various leaves, barks, and herbs to be ground up for his mother's own special blend. Teas was her favorite domestic ritual. She would spend several evenings a year in the kitchen creating just the right mix, while her husband chased the servants out and donned an apron to bake fruit tarts that were his contribution to the family ceremony. Andry had wonderful memories of hours filled with laughter and companionship, and flower fights with his brothers, as his father placidly negated his warrior's image by baking, and his mother filled huge sacks with another season's grinding of teas. Memories slipped away as the 6 new arrivals were brought into the hall. He tried to see them as Andrade might, as a lord of Goddess Keep might evaluate newcomers. His attention soon fixed on the black-haired youth. A glance at Hollis told him that she too looked only at the boy, who moved with an easy assurance worthy of a lord's son. There was a look of high-born blood in his fine, handsome features, and his hands were well tended, though his clothes were simple and rather worn. Andry was too far down the hall to catch his name, but he could easily read Andrade's reaction. It took long familiarity with the nuances of her lips and brows and the muscles around her eyes, but Andry knew immediately that she was impressed. As the 6 returned down between the tables from making their bows, heading for the lowest seats, Andry saw the boy catch and hold Hollis's gaze as long as he could, a smile in his eyes. As soon as Andrade had dismissed them all and withdrawn to her own chambers for the night, Andry sought out his brother's chosen and asked, "Who was that, anyway? Did you hear his name?"
"Whose name?"
"You know very well who. The one with the black hair and the strange eyes."
"Did you think they were strange?" "His name is Selges or something like that. I didn't hear clearly."
"I wonder where he comes from," Andry mused. "Did you see the way he never once looked down, but stared right into Andrade's face?"
"Any boy who looks the way he does is used to being stared at himself. I imagine staring right back is a defensive reaction. But one thing's for certain, that one was made a man quite some time ago. The night of his first ring won't be anything new to him at all." Andry smiled to hide the embarrassment that could still come to him years after the fact. He himself had been very much the virgin on that night. He had no idea which of the women here had come to him, and he trusted to the goddess's mercy that he never would know, for he suspected he had been nothing to marvel at. Markin, who had still been resident here at the time, had guessed, not that he'd said anything directly, of course,
But within a few days, he had found the opportunity to make the casual observation that it was damned inconvenient sometimes being unable to find attractions in any woman but his absent lady, and that it seemed to be a family failing. Andrew had correctly interpreted this as a comforting reassurance that he would enjoy things much more with a woman he truly loved. That night was, after all, supposed to demonstrate the difference between physical desire and genuine love, and how infinitely preferable the latter was. Andrew trusted that one day he would be as lucky as Markin and their father and Rohan, yet even the prettiest girls at Goddess Keep roused no more than passing admiration in him. Recently he had come to the somewhat bemused realization, while working on the scrolls, that he had fallen a little in love with the remarkable Lady Marysil. Her anonymous scribe had not been immune to her either, though she must have been nearly 90 when she dictated the scrolls to him. Otherwise impersonal accounts of her were salted with such phrases as luminous eyes, gracious smile, and peerless beauty, as if the man could not help himself. Even without these hints of her personal charms, her wisdom and the scope of her powers and interests were evident in each line. She had much to say on almost every topic imaginable, and those of her opinions, not etched in acid, were often very funny, and sometimes were both. His favorite so far in his translation mentioned ancient superstitions about the symbology of numbers, then remarked, "There are 4 elements, fire, air, water, and earth. Each of these has 3 aspects, making 12 total. 12 is the digits 1 and 2 together. Add them and get 3, which is the number of moons. Add the 12 to the 4, and you get 16, which is 1 plus 6 or 7, which is indivisible. I am told that if one added together all the stars, then added the result to the number of moons plus the sun, then added those digits, a similarly mystic number would result, which only shows how silly the whole thing is." Andrew imagined her as combining the qualities of his own fiery, fascinating mother, the quietly fierce Sioned, and Lady Andrade in all her pride and power, with enough cunning and intellect to make all 3 women seem simpletons by comparison. He had always known, with a kind of rueful resignation, that the woman he himself chose would have far to go to measure up to the major feminine influences in his life. His admiration for Lady Marysil wasn't helping much. He wanted his lady to appear before him simply and irrevocably, the way Sioned had arrived in Rohan's life. He wanted to be as absolutely certain as his parents had been when they first set eyes on each other. He was as uninterested in the process of finding a wife as he was impatient with the steps that must be taken to earn his rings. He knew himself worthy of the woman and the honors. False modesty was absurd when one was personable in one's own right, royally born, and as gifted in the sunrunner arts as he. Knowing he would have to wait for all of it didn't help much either. The black-haired boy returned to his bed in the dormitory, well pleased with himself and the evening. The name he had given was not Seljas, but Sejast, and his ears had been trained to respond to that name rather than his own. He had passed every test he had set himself. Facing Lady Andrade, identifying Lord Andry of Radzin without difficulty, even making tentative choice of the woman who would be his on a man-making night, Myriva had rendered totally unnecessary. Segev smiled in the darkness as he remembered his brother's astonishment the morning after his night in her house. He turned over to stifle a chuckle in his pillow, but the shifting of sheets against his body reminded his flesh of that night. Riding up to the house, huddled against the hill, he told himself that Reuvel and Marin had no right to treat him as if he were still a child. He was just as much High Prince Relstra's grandson as they, and Myriva had agreed that he should be the one to undertake this essential task at Goddess Keep. He entered the dwelling, anticipating lessons in how to fool Lady Andrade, but Myriva had not been waiting for him. The girl was a few winters his senior, and at close to 16, Segev was more than old enough to appreciate her beauty. Slender through the waist, richly curved above and below, she wore a silk shift 3 shades lighter than her pale blue eyes. Black hair cascaded in thick, loose waves from beneath a wispy golden veil, weighted at its 3 corners with silver coins. Her face was round of brow, pointed of chin, with lips the color of summer roses and eyelashes that swept demurely down as she murmured, "You're much handsomer than your brothers, my lord." The next thing he knew for certain was her voice again. They lay on the familiar carpet before the hearth, both of them bathed in the sweat of their labors, and she had said, "More of a man than your brothers as well." And then she had laughed. Head-spinning Segev spasmed away from her. It was not the young girl who lay next to him, but Myriva, a woman old enough to be his grandmother. Yet she did not look like a grandmother. Though the guise had been shed, he recognized the knowing touch of her fingers and suddenly craved the taste of her mouth. By dawn they were in her bed, and Myriva was still laughing.
"Your brothers managed thrice each, but you've satisfied me 4 times.
5, he said, reaching for her again.
Ah, you may be young, and there's new fire in your blood, but I don't relish another scorching so soon. You must not be so eager when the night comes for you at Goddess Keep, nor let the woman find out how much you know."
She had explained then that the Faradi ritual was a perversion of the old ways, when only the most powerful had initiated virgins, as was their right. Sunrunners were so feeble in their spells that they performed the act in total darkness and total silence, lest their weavings unravel around them.
"Any fool of 6 or more rings may bed the virgin, probably because those who think themselves the most powerful are too old. Then it won't be Andrade,"
he replied with a relieved sigh. Myriva had pretended insult.
"She's only 10 winters my senior."
"Say 30, and I might believe you." The answer pleased her so much that it was a 5th time before they resumed their conversation. Segev turned once more in his dormitory bed, cursing himself for remembering so vividly, and forced himself to think about the tasks ahead of him. The first was to maintain the illusion that he was simply another student of the Faradi arts. The prospect of classes and discipline bored him, but he would see them through to reach his next objective. The beautiful, golden-haired sunrunner he intended for his man-making night. He would have to make sure she won the right to go to his bed, when he would give her wine laced with dranath as Myriva had instructed. Thereafter, he would find other chances to drug her, gently and slowly, so that she would not realize her growing addiction. She would be tired, sometimes her bones would ache, and then Segev would be there, all tender solicitude, offering wine or teas as a restorative. If he was clever, she would come to think that it was he, and not the drug, that caused her unproved health and mood. When time and opportunity came to steal the scrolls, she would be his willing accomplice. Not that he would ask anything unusual or impossible. Only a horse, made ready at the gate, a few lies to cover the time needed for the theft, and once he was gone, he would have a passionate defender who would sicken and slowly die for lack of dranath. There had been another sunrunner years ago who had died of it. Myriva had told him the details as he dressed that morning, and explained the complexities of the night Mazul was born. Segev had been unable to share her regret that Ianthe had not won Prince Rohan for her own, pointing out that he could hardly be expected to mourn circumstances that had led to his own birth. He remembered very little about his mother. Lustrous dark eyes, a rare and costly fragrance, a rustle of skirts, a soft lap. Those were his only memories. His brothers had told him that in the last year of her life she had grown big with child, but he recalled nothing of it. The brother or sister had died with her on that fiery night that was Segev's first clear memory. Torn from a sound sleep to the smells of smoke and fear, the sounds of screaming death and fire, the sight of a hideous, greedy glow outside his chamber, carried roughly down the blazing staircase in bruisingly strong arms, unable to breathe through the thickness of smoke and flames, screaming for his mother, pounding on the guard's chest, half smothered in the folds of a smelly cloak, more pain as he was slung across a saddle, looking back at the false eastern dawn light created by the burning of Farouche. Marin delighted in tormenting Segev with his fear of fire, but Segev had eventually learned that his brother was even more afraid of it than he, and one very satisfying midnight had shocked Marin into a shriek of terror with a candle held near his sleeping face. That had been the end of Marin's teasing. Segev sighed again, rolling himself tighter in his blanket. The cold here was different from that of the mountains, wet with the sea, leaking ice along his bones as crisp, snowy chill did not. His gaze flickered to the hearth, far from him beyond the other beds. But though he could appreciate the fire's warmth, he could never regard it as a friend. Fire belonged to sunrunners. He lay very still, hearing the murmur of voices at the doorway as the new arrivals were checked for the night. The name he had given himself plucked at his ears, and he grinned into the pillow. He knew some of the old language, and Myriva had been vastly amused when told the word he'd decided to be known by, Sajast, meaning dark sun. The voices went away, and the door closed again, leaving the hearth as the only source of light. He would have to conjure fire before receiving his first ring and spending the night with the blonde woman. He must remember not to call it too powerfully in case he aroused suspicion. He did not look forward to the test, but he knew he could do it, must do it, and soon. And then, when the first ring glinted from his right middle finger, and the lovely Faradi was his through Dranath, he would show Lady Myriva that he, and not Ruvel, should be the one to challenge Prince. Chapter 8. Just before spring gave way to summer, the dragons returned to the desert. Within Stronghold, Rohan and Tobin both looked up at the same time from the desk where she had been explaining a map. Brother and sister rose as one to gaze north from the windows, tense with anticipation. Sioned shared a wry smile with Che, and they began tidying the spread of parchments on the desk. There would be no more work done that day. Paul was out walking with Myrdal in the sandy plain below Stronghold, detailing his experiences as Prince Lane's squire. The old woman nodded approval of his training. In her day she had been in command of the castle guard and schooled more than one boy in the knightly arts, including Prince Chadrick, which in a way made it seem as if Myrdal had trained Paul too. He was smiling at the realization when she suddenly stopped walking and planted her cane made of a dragon's bone in the sand, her face lifted to the sky.
"Listen," she murmured. "Can you hear them? Listen to the wings, Paul."
It had been said of his grandfather Zahava that he could glance at the formation of clouds and predict to the day when the dragons would return. Myrdal was rumored to be Zahava's cousin. She certainly seemed to have the same talent. Paul closed his eyes and concentrated, hoping with all his heart that he had inherited the ability too. Very faintly, on the edges of his mind, he sensed the wings, not hearing them so much as feeling them all along his nerves, a delicious tingling, a flash of excitement through his blood. Markin was in the courtyard with Chanel and Janavi, telling them a story while he whittled a flute for the little boy. He gave a sudden start and got to his feet, catching his breath. Janavi, named for Markin's long-dead twin brother, tugged at his sleeve in bewilderment, face creased with worry. Chanel started to speak, but then a cry came down from the flame tower. "Dragons!" All of Stronghold abandoned tasks and duties, scurrying for vantage points at windows atop the gatehouse, along the walls. By the time the dragons had become a faint smudge against the northern horizon, people were jostling for the best places to see them, all in a strange, awed silence. Rohan, Sioned, Tobin, and Che met Phelan on the way up to the flame tower, their running footsteps the only sound. The lookout had already opened the stone door of a huge circular room at the tower's pinnacle, where a fire burned year-round as a beacon light in the desert and to symbolize Rohan's rule. Not even the open windows all the way around the room could cool the heat given off by the fire blazing in the chamber's center. Sweat immediately beaded foreheads and trickled between shoulder blades as the five clustered around the windows. In the silence could be heard the rush of wings. The hazy blot grew larger, separated into individual dragons. Sunlight gleamed off dull hides, brown, russet, ash-gray, green, bronze, dark gold, blue, black, and suddenly there came the music of dragon voices. A tremor ran through all who heard the arrogant bellows of ownership, of triumph, of warning. Wings stroked powerfully, fore and behind legs tucked in with shining talons barely visible. As they reached the hot thermals, they soared higher, gliding easily with wings outspread, veering east to trumpet their mastery over the long sand before turning once more for the hills. A huge sire, gold-speckled brown with black undersides to his wings, snapped at a smaller male of silvery hide and aggressive tendencies who flew too close. They roared out their rivalry, loudly enough to shake the stones of Stronghold, and swept insolently close to the keep, thundering their contempt of the puny beings below who watched them in wondering silence.
"Father of storms!"
Phelan blurted.
"I'm forgetting to count them! Quick! Somebody, pen and parchment!"
"In your hands,"
Che told her. She looked down with a start of surprise, then thrust the implements at him, along with a bottle of ink from her tunic pocket.
"Take notes for me!"
She leaned precariously out a window, and Rohan grabbed her by the waist to steady her as she recited,
"Group of 8 youngsters, all brown, 5 females, varying grey, 16 more females, bronze and black."
She paused for breath, counting frantically.
36 immatures, brown sire, black sire, 2 greys, 3 golds. Goddess, look at that flight of reds, 40 of them. 42,
Tobin corrected from the next window as the dragons flew past. Che could hardly write fast enough. He sprawled on the floor and scribbled with all his might as the 2 women called out numbers and colors. Rohan hung on to Phelan as she climbed up on the sill.
"And bringing up the rear, 28 immature dragons, grey and greenish and bronze."
Her balance chose that moment to desert her. Rohan yanked her back into the room, and they toppled onto the floor near Che, spilling the ink in a black splash. Sioned stood over them, laughing. "Phelan, my dear, you know how deeply I value your friendship, but if you don't unhand my husband this instant—" Rohan helped Phelan up and winked at her.
"She wouldn't mind so much if I didn't have a preference for redheads. I thought you were going to take off out the window and go flying with them."
"I came near to it," she admitted, rubbing one hip. "Did you get it all down, my lord?"
she asked Che. He looked up from the floor.
"If any of you can make sense of the scroll, we're all right, but I wrote it and I can't even read it."
"I was listening," Sioned informed him.
"You and your Faradi memory tricks. Why didn't you tell me earlier?"
"You mean you didn't see her over there, still as a stone?"
Tobin asked. "Although I'm sure the blank stare is something Andrade teaches along with the tricks themselves, just for show. Phelan, you and Sioned go downstairs with Che and make a clean copy while she still remembers everything." While they were gone, she helped Rohan mop up the spilled ink. "Look at this. It's soaked right into the stone."
"Next time, let's do the count from the battlements."
He wiped sweat from his forehead, leaving a streak of black behind. Tobin scrubbed it away. "I agree, it's a furnace in here. That was probably the most chaos I've seen since my sons grew up, but the dragons are beautiful, aren't they?"
"Don't tell me you've finally come round to my way of thinking about them."
"I don't appreciate losing our stock to them, no, but they're wonderful creatures. Besides, you always pay for what they gobble down."
"I pay inflated prices,"
he accused, following her out of the room. The heavy door swung shut behind them with a hollow thud that echoed down the empty stairwell. "That wounds me deeply, little brother."
"I don't hear you denying it."
"Well, if you're foolish enough to pay for what the dragons steal." She grinned at him. Besides, thanks to the dragons themselves, you can afford it. How much gold did you get out of their caves last year? They turned a corner and nearly bumped into Paul. His face seemed unable to decide whether excitement, shock, or bewilderment was the expression it wished to convey. His eyes said one thing, his brows another, and his slack jaw a third. Rohan threw his sister a disgusted glance, and she had the grace to blush as he told Paul, "I hope you won't follow her example by chattering that piece of information all over the keep." Paul shook his head, wide-eyed. "And remember to make more noise when climbing stairs," Rohan advised, "unless you enjoy embarrassing people who get caught saying things they shouldn't. Now, what have you run up here to tell me?" "What? Oh, Mayadal and Maita want to know if we'll set out for Skyball tonight or wait for tomorrow." "Let's go tonight. The moons will be up and I fancy a ride while it's cool. When we get to Skyball, I'll answer all the questions you're having such trouble swallowing." "Yes, Father. I'm sorry, Aunt Tobin." "It was my fault, Paul." As he ran back down the stairs, a good deal more noisily than he'd come up them, she turned to Rohan. "I didn't mean to—" "I know you didn't, but I'd hoped to wait before telling him. I really am sorry, Rohan. It was careless of me. The day we have to watch everything we say at Stronghold is the day I trade this pile of rock for a tent with the Izulkim and let somebody else play High Prince for a while." He put an arm around her waist. "Come, they'll have finished the tally by now. I only hope Phelan is pleased with the total. She has this way of looking at me as if it's my fault there are fewer dragons than she'd planned on." Chanel waylaid Paul on his errand, trying to capture his attention by running beside him and calling his name. He ignored her. Frustrated, she grabbed at his sleeve. "Slow down! Where are you going so fast?" "I'm on my father's business. Let go." He tugged his arm from her grasp. "Can I come with you?" "No." She followed anyway, listening from the doorway as Paul informed Myrdal and her daughter Maita that they would depart for Skyball tonight. "Good," Maita said. "It's a long ride, but with Ostville's kitchen and wine cellar at the end of it." "If there was a horse in the stables that wouldn't shake my old bones loose, I'd come with you," Myrdal sighed. "Chanel, bless the boy, never bred a slow animal in his life." "You could ride my pony," Chanel offered shyly. "We could use lots of saddle blankets." "Thank you, child, but a horse made of feathers wouldn't do for me at my age." Myrdal smiled. "I'll give the necessary orders, my lord," Maita said to Paul, "if you'd be so kind as to tell your father." "Of course." He started back across the courtyard, annoyed when Chanel skipped along beside him. "I'm going too," she announced, "on my new pony." "That's nice," he muttered. "Is Mayadal really your kinswoman? I heard somebody say she's your grandfather's cousin. Is she?" "You shouldn't listen to other people's conversations. It's rude." He conveniently forgot that he had done the same thing himself that day, though unintentionally. "I can't help it if people talk and maybe say things they shouldn't. Mama says the goddess gave us eyes to see with and ears to hear with and a mouth to repeat everything you hear." "You're the one who's rude." Chanel darted ahead of him and made an absurd attempt to block his way, small feet planted on the cobbles. "Apologize." "What for?" "Your manners. Say you're sorry." "No." He knew he was being childish, but something about this little brat irked him beyond all patience. The thought of her tagging along after him all over Skyball was intolerable. "Say it!" "Don't use that tone of voice to me," he warned. "Why not? Because you're a prince? Well, I'm not just anybody. I'm Lady Chanel of Remagiv, and you're nothing but a rude boy." He drew himself up, goaded beyond control. "You're ruder than I am, if I was rude, which I wasn't, and I happen to be the heir of the High Prince." Another voice spoke behind him, sharp with disapproval. "You are an insolent child who ought to be spanked for that statement. Apologize at once," Sinead snapped. Paul's mouth set in mutinous lines, and he shook his head. His mother's green eyes narrowed for a moment, and then she looked at Chanel. "What's this all about?"
"Nothing, Your Grace,"
the girl whispered.
"I'm sorry, my Lord Prince."
Paul blinked, more astounded by this sudden reversal than by her use of his title. But if she could be generous enough not to tell his mother how badly he'd behaved, and apologize into the bargain, he could do no less.
"I'm sorry, too, my lady,"
he managed in a low voice. Chanel's blue eyes rounded with wonder as he gave her the honorific, the first time someone of high-born rank had seriously addressed her by her title. Sioned eyed them both. "I suppose I'm not going to be told exactly why we're in need of all the apologies. Chanel, would you do me a favor, please? Tell Maita that if Selka's hoof is healed, I'd like to ride her tonight."
"Yes, my lady."
She ran off. Paul looked up at his mother and tensed for a scold. When it came, it was both less than he deserved and worse than he expected. "A prince who reminds people of his rank isn't much of a prince," she said. And that was all. He gulped, nodded, and followed her silently back into the keep. By late afternoon of the next day, they were at Skyball. The keep itself was invisible from the dunes below, and the only signs of habitation were the small terraced fields of waxy-leaved plants that grew best when exposed to the incredible heat. Scrub and tufts of goat-tail cactus dotted the slopes of the ancient crater, but the greater part of the mountainside was bare and gray. As the trail crested before winding down into the cone, however, visitors discovered the reason for Skyball's name. A perfectly round, intensely blue lake nestled in the hollow of the volcano. No one knew how deep it was. On the far shore was the keep, which could have fit into Stronghold's courtyard. Built of stone taken from nearby cliffs, chips of shining black glass caught sparks off the sun where they were embedded in pale gray rock. A pennant bearing a brown stripe on a blue field stirred lazily atop the castle's single tower, and those who looked closely enough saw the gleam of gold atop the standard, a gold dragon in flight. The party from Stronghold rode over the lip of the crater, and a horn sounded from within the keep. A few moments later the pennant came down, to rise again with the blue and gold desert banner preceding it, signifying that the prince was now in residence. Rohan slowed pace to give Ostval time to come out and greet them, using the moments to breathe deeply of the fresh, cool air. The lake beckoned invitingly. He gestured to it and asked his wife, "Join me?" "Not a chance. Ostval always claims sunrunners are frightened of drowning in a bathtub." "Do you think it'll take a royal command to get him to ways this year?" Sioned waved as their old friend and former steward emerged on horseback from the gates. "I'll work in persuading him," she promised. "Ryan would be heartbroken if his father's not there to see him knighted. Besides, Ostval hasn't left the desert in years. When we made him Lord of Skyball, it wasn't to see him immure himself in the keep." Rohan lifted one hand in salute as Ostval cantered toward them. "He still grieves, Sioned. After so many years, he still misses her." "As if he'd lost her only yesterday." Camigwyn, Ostval's wife, mother of his only child, had been a sunrunner and Sioned's dearest friend. Her death of plague was still an open wound. Ostval never made any show of his grief and lived quite contentedly here at Skyball, but he left his lonely keep only with reluctance. Sioned glanced up as she felt Rohan's fingers brush her arm. "Smile for me, love," he murmured. She did so, seeing her sorrow reflected in his eyes, and her terror that someday one of them might have to bear the same kind of loss. Ostval reined in his horse and bowed deeply from his saddle. "Goddess blessing to you, my prince, my dearest lady," he greeted them, "and welcome to Skyball. But I'm afraid I don't recognize several of your escort." Sioned chuckled as his gaze went first to Paul, then to Chanel. "Surely you know Lady Phelan and Lord Markin," she said, aiding and abetting. "Of course,"
he responded with a bow in their direction. "But I see two strangers here. Oh, certain things about them are familiar, perhaps, but—"
"Oh, Lord Ostwell,"
Chanel scolded.
"you know it's me."
The Athri of Skyball clapped a hand to his forehead, playing the scene for all it was worth. The eyes, the voice, the hair. He guided his horse around to make a full inspection and gave her an elegant bow. "My eyes do not deceive me. It is indeed the fair Lady Chanel." The little girl laughed merrily. Ostwell then straightened up, squinting at Paul. "Can it be? Do I behold—" Sinead moved her mount over so she could bat playfully at his head. "Oh, do stop being so silly." "Gently spoken as ever," he observed, "and just as accurate in her aim." He rubbed ruefully at his ear. "It's nice to know some things never change." He bowed to Paul. "My prince, welcome to Skyball." "Thank you, my lord," Paul said with proper dignity. "Food and drink is ready for you, and baths for the Faradim. I assume you'll perform your usual ablutions in the lake, Rohan." The High Prince returned from his swim to find his wife still soaking in a cool tub. He had never considered it strength of character to resist such temptation as the sight of Sinead wearing only water and her own long, unbound hair. So he climbed in with her, giving the innocent excuse that he would help her wash. The tub was not conducive to dalliance without some interesting gymnastics and a great deal of laughter, but they managed. Afterward, he lazed back in her arms, fingers idly chasing floating strands of red-gold hair. She chuckled softly, and he asked, "I was just thinking that it is possible to drown in a tub, even if you're not a sunrunner." "Don't be absurd. We splashed most of the water onto the floor." "Ostwell knows us too well. We got the suite with the best bathroom drain." She pointed to the little grill set into the floor tiles. They found further evidence of their host's thoughtfulness in the main chamber which connected to the bathroom through a dressing area. Silk robes had been laid out on the bed, and two comfortable chairs faced each other across a table laden with dinner. "Ostwell keeps the best cook in either of my princedoms, damn him," Rohan said, after finishing off a miraculous concoction of hot pastry wrapped around chilled fruit. He stretched, rubbed his silk-clad shoulders, and sighed. "You don't suppose I could connive him into a trade, do you?" Sinead poured out the last of the wine and shook her head. "We might send our cooks up here for a while, though, to learn a few things." "I doubt it. His resident magician trained in ways, and they don't give up their secrets, not even to high princes. And speaking of secrets, Tobin let it slip yesterday about the dragon gold, where Paul heard her." "He had to know sometime," she said philosophically. "I assume you're going to make the revelation properly dramatic." "Sneak him into a darkened cave and suddenly light a torch, you mean?" He laughed. "It's an idea. Sort of like the way we found out, remember? I'll never forget the shine of the sand and digging through it with your fire over my shoulder." "Actually, you might ask Paul to conjure the fire for you. I've tested him, Rohan. He is an instinctive talent. It's uncanny." "If Andrade thinks she had her hands full with Andre, she's going to get a shock when it comes to Paul's turn at Goddess Keep. I've been thinking about that, by the way. If he's knighted at 18, it will be a Riala year, and we can give him a send-off to Andrade from Ways itself, making it very obvious that he's going to be a fully trained Ferrari as well as a prince." "Not exactly subtle," she remarked. "And if we tried to do it less than publicly, the other princes would grow even more suspicious than they are right now." "It does always come back to that, doesn't it?" she mused, propping her elbows on the table. "Paul makes them very nervous, with the potential for all that power. But he'll have Markin to show him how it's done, and there couldn't be a better example, not for him or for the other princes." "Tobin and Che are so proud of him they're ready to burst," Rohan agreed. "What a family my sister produced. 2 Faradim and another son who bids fair to becoming an even finer knight than his father. Volog's last letter almost glowed. He's going to Knight Sorin this year, did I tell you? Goddess, they're all growing up so fast." "I wish we didn't have to send Paul back to Dorval.
Laugh at me if you like, but I hate missing any part of his life.
I'm not laughing, Sioned. But it's best for him to be a Grey Pearl. He's learning so much from Lane and Chadrick, and it's safer there.
The Merida.
Threatened once in the years he's been there. And it happened outside the palace. We can't keep him wrapped in silk, and he'd never stand for it if we tried. You wouldn't want a son who did.
She sighed. I know, but I can't help worrying. Rohan got to his feet and stretched again.
We should be up early tomorrow,
he reminded her.
We'll go out and have a look at the dragons, then I'll take Paul on a tour of the caves.
Do you want me to try and touch a dragon tomorrow? She joined him in bed after draping her robe over a chair. Rohan gathered her close beneath the light sheet, stroking her damp hair.
It might be interesting. They're all thinking about nothing other than mating, and who knows what you might sense and want to act on.
Don't you just wish, she retorted, biting his shoulder.
Stop that, or at least do it as if you mean it.
She raised her head and looked into bright blue eyes that danced with humor and desire. If this is middle age, then it's a wonder we both survived our youth. Che leaned back in bed, a thoughtful frown furrowing his brow.
Tobin...
She stopped brushing her long black hair. You honor my ears with speech, O light of my eyes?
Don't be impudent, woman, or I'll beat you senseless.
You and what army?
Well,
he cleared his throat.
Tobin, that boy is too damned perfect.
What boy? Paul? What's wrong with him?
Just that. Nothing's wrong with him, except that there's nothing wrong with him. He adores his mother, worships his father, is reasonably obedient, doesn't pick his nose in public, washes behind his ears, and is entirely too smart for his age.
And this is cause for complaint?
It's unnatural. No, it is, he insisted when she laughed. He doesn't get in trouble. Our boys were never so well behaved.
Or so clean, she added, grinning.
I want to know what's wrong with him.
Nothing, according to you.
That's the whole point. Consider Rohan at his age.
My darling brother was perfect, too. Just ask him.
He was the slyest, wickedest, most impossible brat I ever met. He just never got caught at it.
Well, perhaps Paul's like him. Too clever to get caught.
I don't think so. Not that he's not clever, I mean. But I don't think he has to use it to keep himself out of mischief. I wish he deserved a few swats now and then. It's good for the character.
Are you aware that this is one of the most ridiculous conversations we've ever had? She slid into bed beside him.
No, it's not. The prize for that goes to anything we said to each other before the first time I kissed you. Thousands of words, all of them a complete waste of time.
So is this discussion. She made several unsubtle movements designed to distract him.
Stop that.
2 more ridiculous words. She gave him a look of vast patience. Che, Paul is a polite, respectful, mannerly, conscientious 14-year-old boy. Snuggling back into his embrace, she added, But don't worry, I'm sure he'll grow out of it soon. Markin had been bred to the desert, through at least 14 generations, on both sides of his family. He loved the wildness of the land, knew its moods, respected its dangers. He asked nothing more of a day than to spend it watching the delicate sunrise colors flare into dazzling noon, then slowly mellow to the rose and purple shadows of dusk that gave way to sparkling black skies and silvered dunes. He relished the heat that seeped into his bones, the soft whispers of sand beneath his feet, the shimmer visions that danced enticingly just out of reach. In this place where others could not even survive, his people had thrived. He had his share of pride in the accomplishment, his share of love for the harsh land that, testing them, had not found them wanting. But though he intended to spend his life in the desert, at present it was the last place he wanted to be. A ride of 30 measures, a long walk, and hours of waiting had not sweetened his mood. He crouched in a sandy hollow, watching dragons, and chafed at the slow passage of the sun across the sky. Hollis had promised to contact him some time today. Her duties at Goddess Keep varied, and it was uncertain when she could be alone. His mind understood, but his heart, like that of any other ardent lover, resented anything that diverted her from thoughts of him and him alone. His sense of humor provided a balance between the two extremes, for he knew she could scarcely go through her day languishing over him, nor would he want her to. He also knew she would have laughed herself breathless at the very thought. Still, he told himself, she was supposed to be in love with him. Surely she could make time to reach across the sunlight to him, if only for a little while. Boredom did not help his temper either. He had chosen to join the observation party for something to do that would keep him out in the sun and reasonably occupied. But thus far absolutely nothing had happened. The she-dragons, back from an early morning foray to feed, lolled in the sand, baking their egg-swollen hides. The immature dragons had been chased off for the duration, though Markin knew they had probably found some vantage point, just as the humans had. Of the sires there was no sign at all, although the occasional distant roar from the canyons made everyone start in surprise. But the females paid not the slightest attention to the bellowings of their mates. They only yawned. Markin glanced at Paul, who sat beside him in the sand. The boy's dusky, yellow-brown cloak was pulled around him, the hood up to protect his blond head from the heat. He looked like a miniature tent. Markin grinned, seeing the rest of the group spread out along the dunes like a little village of Isolki tents, all in lightweight cloaks that blended with desert colors. Dragons were keenly sensitive to color, as Phelan had discovered some years ago. She had conducted an experiment involving some humiliated sheep dyed garish shades of blue, orange, scarlet, and purple, which the dragons scrupulously avoided in favor of their unaltered tan and white brethren. Markin remembered the trouble Phelan had taken to make sure no scent of dye clung to the wool, and especially he recalled the chaos they'd watched from a hilltop as the poor, undyed, unsuspecting sheep had tried to escape 35 gleeful young dragons presented with a free meal. He had to chuckle under his breath as memory stirred of the subsequent experiment. Phelan had used more subtle shades this time, browns and grays that were near the usual colors of sheep. The dragons had not been so choosy that time, and it had been concluded that protective coloration would only work if the most lurid hues were used. They had all had a good long laugh at the idea of convincing shepherds to watch over flocks of purple sheep. Still, the tests had shown that dragons were sensitive to color. Markin adjusted the hood of his own tease-brown cloak and recalled the shock of bumping into a dragon on the sunlight. He had talked it over with Sioned at great length, agreeing with her that it might just be possible to pattern and understand dragon colors. But the problems presented were serious ones. Those not Faradi never understood the limitations of the gifts. A steady source of light was essential. A cloud over the sun or moons, a venture timed too close to sunset or moonset, and shadows drowned all color. Shadow lost was the most hideous death a sunrunner could face. Spark of mind gone, with the lost color pattern of thought and personality, the body lived for only a little while longer in consciousless, empty void. Markin fixed his gaze on the great lolling dragons half a measure from where he sat. What if a Faradi in contact with a dragon was pulled into a cave or the shadow of a mountain? What if the dragon flew into fog or from day into night? No one but sunrunners comprehended the vulnerability of their kind to darkness. He wondered if Rohan had any idea of the real dangers, or if Sioned would tell him. The pair were seated together, a little beyond Paul, two matching triangular tents of dull gold silk. They would have been anonymous but for the small dragon cipher stitched at the right shoulder of each garment, the same symbol that appeared on Paul's cloak. Other princes had adopted Rohan's innovation of a device in addition to colors, and some were quite beautiful. Ossetia's golden wheat sheaf on dark green, Fessenden's silver fleece on sea green. The Athrim were clamoring for similar privileges now, and the Riala this year would decide if such were to be granted. Thus far, only one of the lords had been given the right to use a cipher with his colors. Markin smiled and glanced to his left, where his parents sat side by side, their tan cloaks distinguished by the symbol Rohan had given them. On a red field bound in blue, a sword was stitched in silver thread, signifying the role of Radzan's lord in defending the desert. On Che's pennant and battle standard, the whole was bordered in white and looked magnificent. Markin dreamed a little of the time when he would give Hollis a cloak carrying that symbol. His mother looked around at him then, and Markin tensed slightly, as if suspecting she had read his thought. But she only smiled and rolled her eyes expressively, and he grinned back. She had the least patience for sitting still of anyone he had ever known. She hated lack of physical activity, and even when discussing a problem she tended to pace, drum her fingers, tap her feet, shift position constantly. Her activist approach to everything was occasionally her husband's despair. She believed that there was nothing in her world that could not be helped, solved, or conquered if only one got up and did something about it. Rohan was her opposite in that way, as in most others. He believed in allowing things to develop, in not forcing events. In the very personal matter of Hollis, Markin knew he could count on his uncle's quiet support, and that was a help. But if Tobin decided she approved of Hollis, she would do everything in her considerable powers to facilitate the match. Markin did not like to think what she was capable of if she did not approve of his choice. It amused him that his quiet, serene Hollis was so different from his mother. She would never fly into a tearing rage, give imperious commands, or escalate a difference of opinion into a shouting match. Tobin did all these things with as much relish as she lived the rest of her life. Markin adored his mother, but he did not want to marry a copy of her. Without warning, a dragon sire trumpeted a challenge across the dunes. Markin nearly jumped out of his skin. The deep hoarse cry echoed all the way out to the long sand. Phelan stirred from her perch on the highest dune and slid down to where Sioned and Rohan sat. Markin strained to hear their whispers, and saw his uncle and aunt straighten expectantly. A ripple of alertness went through the she-dragons as a shadow appeared across the sand, then another, then another. The sires were ready at last. The females shifted, moved from the low hills that bordered the plain, and grouped together in bunches of 5 to 10. Phelan moved over to Paul and began a low-voiced explanation of the hierarchy. The youngest are to either side of the senior females. You can't really tell them apart except for their wings. See the scars on the older ones? Mating gets pretty rough. But there's another way to tell the younger from the elder. The ones who've been through this before are pretending to be bored. She chuckled softly as Paul blinked at her. The sires will have to impress them. The youngsters will be the first to choose their mates, but the others will wait a while. They've seen it all before, and, like most ladies, they want to be wooed. Markin whispered playfully, "Bear that in mind, Paul." "I'll be marrying a girl someday, not a dragon," he scoffed. "My husband says there's no discernible difference." Phelan laughed softly. "Watch the sires now. They're just about ready." The 3 dragons made a delicate landing in the sand and were joined by a 4th and a 5th. 2 were golden with black underwings. The 3rd was russet-colored, the other 2 black and brown. Markin had seen their dances before, but never so many dragons at once. He glanced up and saw the remaining 8 sires hovering watchfully on thermals high above, waiting for the first dragons to exhaust themselves. When one tired, a fresher male circling overhead would land and take his place. The 5 took up position before their audience, rearing back as one with wings spread wide and heads thrown up to the sky as they howled their opening music. The cord slid up and down the scale, wailing like 5 separate windstorms. Markin fought the urge to put his hands over his ears and knew the others were just as disturbed by the wild music. Phelan huddled in her cloak. Paul froze in place, eyes huge, as he listened to the terrible dragon song. But the females reacted with the dragon equivalent of shrugged shoulders, and the older ones opened their jaws in wide, insulting yawns. The reddish-brown sire was the first to move. His head dropped down, and his wings swept sand before him in great, glistening waves. His song became a low, keening moan as he reached up, claws extended as if to tear down slices of sky, neck writhing, wings sweeping back and forth to spew sand in all directions. His voice rose to a screech once more, and then he began to dance. Poetry in flight, dragons ought to have been lumbering lumps on the ground, but their grace in the air was nothing compared to the elegance of the sand dance. Swaying from side to side as smoothly as a slim willow in the breeze, the russet dragon folded his wings, spread them, swept them out once more as he paced with nimble ease across the sand. He was soon joined by the black dragon with rose-brown underwings, then a gold, then the brown, and the second gold. The sequence of movements was as orderly and patterned as a sunrunner's colors, repeating from dragon to dragon as each followed the other in ritual steps and wing sweeps. Sand flew high and wide as the dragons repeated the steps over and over, each marking out his territory, each rising to full height with wings spread before dipping down again to pace the dunes, swaying gracefully until the end of the sequence when it was his turn to repeat the song. The younger females were shifting in rhythm with their tentative choices, sometimes changing in mid-beat as their attention was captured by another male moving in a different place in the dance. The older she-dragons had abandoned their pretense of indifference, but still sat back on their haunches, waiting to be impressed. The black dragon tired first. He missed a step, one wing folding down to keep his balance. An ash-gray sire instantly saw the opening and swooped down, calling out derisively to his faltering rival. The black snarled, but the pattern had been broken, and he could not recapture it. He took a few reluctant steps back, then beat his wings to lift away from his landing challenger. The gray sire then began his dance, fresh and energetic. The young females immediately focused on him, and the first rearrangement of their ranks came as they were attracted by his vigor. But when he accidentally caught the first joint of a wing on one foreclaw, the females hissed their disapproval and abandoned him to watch the other sires. A gold had dropped out, replaced by another brown with gorgeous red-gold underwings. Another dragon, very young and without a battle scar on his hide, was bold enough to join in without taking the place of a faltering sire, spreading his wings in defiance of the older female's snorts at his insolence. It was as if he knew very well that his green bronze hide, accented by startling silver underwings, made him easily the most beautiful of all the sires, and he intended to take advantage of it. They were moving apart now, slowly, subtly, and the females were moving with them. The dance continued. The russet sire, who had begun it all, drifted farther and farther from the territory he'd marked out. He had lasted the course and would now see how many mates he had won. 7 followed him, young ones who waddled egg-heavy after him. It was his turn to pretend to ignore them, sweet revenge after their seeming indifference earlier. One of them cried out plaintively, and another hurried forward to nip gently at his tail, but he showed no sign of noticing them at all. This impressed one of the older females, who started after him. A few moments later, another followed. The group was well away from the others when the sire suddenly sprang up with a single powerful stroke of his wings and landed neatly behind the 2 older females. His attempts to herd them after the other 7 brought howls of protest and a few angry snarls. One eluded him and returned to the watching group. The sire bellowed at her on her way past him, but evidently felt she was not worth going after. He gave a yowl, obviously meant as an insult, to which she responded by baring her teeth. The russet sire then gathered his 8 females, and they took off at his side for the caves above Skybowl. This process was repeated 7 more times. 8 sires captured anywhere from 5 to 9 females each. But there were still 5 males unmated at the end of the dance, and their furious screams of rejection made the sands tremble and the watching humans shrink into their cloaks. Marken, enchanted during the dragon's performance, abruptly felt the delicate brush of familiar, beloved colors. Startled, he turned his head instinctively to the west, where the sun was still above the Veer hills. "Is that how you'd behave if I refused you?" came a teasing voice in his mind. "Worse," he replied, gathering Hollis's brilliant colors to him and steadying the weave of sunshine. "How long have you been watching?" "Only a little while, and with much less devotion than you were. It took me 4 tries to get your attention, but they're magnificent, aren't they?" "Next time you'll be here with me to watch them. Where have you been all day?" "Working since dawn with your fiend of a brother, helping him translate those scrolls Meath brought. I'm surprised I'm able to communicate in words less than 400 years old." "There are a few words I'd like to hear right now," he suggested, and smiled as her colors laughed around him. "But I'll say them first, because I'm a knight, a gentleman, and a lord. I love you, and Sioned knows it. Not that it's you specifically, but we have her help if we need it." "The legendary Sunrunner princess. Is she really as beautiful as they say?" "If you like redheads. I like blondes. Hollis, I've spoken to my parents about opening Whitecliff, so they know I'm ready to marry. Why don't I tell them now instead of waiting?" "Marken, I love you, but don't we owe them a look at me first? What if they don't like me?" "Don't be ridiculous, and whatever you say, I'm going to marry you." "Could you go against your parents' wishes?" "Just see if I don't. If it comes to that, which it won't. I'll wait for the Riala, if that's what you want, but the last day marriages are going to be led by us, my love." "Oh, Marken, damn! I can hear Andri yelling for me. I have to go. Take care, beloved. Goddess keep you." He became aware of Paul beside him, tugging his sleeve, and sighed. The threads unraveled, and he was back in the desert, and Paul was whispering, "You were sun-running, weren't you?" Marken nodded. "Yes." "Where to? How far? Who did you talk to?" "Taking your questions in order. A long way, very far, and none of your business." He softened the words with a smile. Getting to his feet, he stretched the stiffness out of his muscles and saw that everyone else was doing the same. Paul, with all the supple resilience of early youth, jumped up and ran to his parents to share his excitement at witnessing the sand dance. Marken joined his own parents, grinning as Che heaved himself to his feet and rubbed his backside.
"How can I be numb and still ache?" he complained. "I'm too damned old for this nonsense."
"The walk back to the horses will take the kinks out," Tobin said. "Paul and Rohan are going to the caves, Marken. Do you want to go with them?"
"I promised Chanel and Janavi a full account before dinner tonight, so I'll ride back with you to Skyball. And to enough bottles of Austral's best cactus brew to soothe my old bones," Che added. To Rohan he called out, "If you're back late, don't expect me to save any for you." "Not even for your prince?" "Not a thimbleful. It's your fault I'm out here roasting like a prize sheep in the first place."
"Not just any old sheep, darling," his wife said sweetly. "Definitely a ram."
"Tobin!"
He took one long braid in each hand and tugged her to him for a kiss.
"You're shocking the children."
Marken grinned as he pictured himself and Hollis similarly shocking their own children. One day people would say their names in the same breath, the way they said Che and Tobin, or Rohan and Sioned. One day very soon. Chapter 9. The people of Skyball were close-mouthed, even with their prince and his heir when it came to gold. Men and women who had given warm welcome the day before had only polite nods as Rohan and Paul tethered their horses in Thread Silver Canyon. They had ridden up into the hills from the Dragon Plain, then cut north through a narrow gully to join the trail leading to Skyball and the Gold Caves. Wind and sand had worn down the rocks into odd shapes. Huge cacti grew here and there along the canyon, broad green platters bristling with needles the size of spikes. There was water deep underground still, but nothing remained of the river that had long ago gouged out the softer stone. The lower caves of thread silver were used for refining gold mined from the upper ones, something Paul deduced from the faint glow of fire pits within. His father confirmed his guess as they dismounted for the climb on foot to the higher caverns, but volunteered no other information. The boy squinted up at narrow shelves connected by a path just wide enough for a single pack-horse. Work had nearly finished for the day, and most of the men and women were on their way down. They favored the two princes with those slight nods of recognition and respect. One or two smiled, but there were no verbal greetings at all. Paul wondered about that, and the fact that his father seemed undisturbed by the silence. Curiosity was near to killing him. As they waited for the last horses to come down, Paul could contain his questions no longer. "We're supposed to be mining silver here, aren't we? I mean, that's what everybody thinks, including me." "That's the story, yes. And there really is a vein of it running through these hills, hence the name Thread Silver. And we pretend this is an extension of it, to make everybody think our wealth comes from silver. Of course. Occasionally we do hit silver around here. It's useful." Rohan started up the trail, and Paul hurried to keep pace. "But why keep everything secret?" he asked. "It's a complex arrangement," his father replied cryptically. Paul paused, allowing a young woman carrying water-skins to get by him, and caught up to his father. "How do we hide the fact that we take gold and not silver from the caves?" "We have ways to disguise the yield. Lane helps, so does Volog." Paul wanted desperately to hear the full details of this ongoing fiscal fraud, but his father had signaled to a bandy-legged man up on the first shelf of rock. The boy held his peace during the climb and was introduced to one Razoon, who managed the whole operation for Ostwell. The miner bowed his respects and gave quiet welcome. "Thank you," Paul replied politely. "Are you going to show us the caves?" "I think I'll let His Grace have that honor," Razoon smiled. "I was about your age when my own father gave me the first sight of the gold caverns. He was overseer for Lord Farid, who held Skybowl for your father's father, Prince Zahava." Paul did some fast calculations in his head. Farid had died the summer before Paul was born. Zahava had died 6 winters before that. Tack on another few years of work under his grandfather's rule and factor in Razoon's probable age, and the caves must have been in production for at least 30 years. How had they managed to keep so much gold so secret for so long? "Can you suggest a cave for us to explore, Razoon?" Rohan asked. "The far middle one should do, my lord. We plan to start up there next spring, so there should be a lot to see. You'll want a torch." "Thank you, no. My son has another type of fire at his disposal." Paul's jaw dropped slightly. Razoon looked a little startled, then murmured, "Ah, yes, of course, my lord." As they climbed the switchback trail to the indicated cave, Paul asked, "Father, do you really want me to call fire for you?" "Your mother says you're quite competent. Why? Does it make you nervous?" "Well, yes. Some." "We don't need a conflagration, you know," Rohan told him, amused. "Just something to see by. But wait until I tell you, and be careful." He lowered his voice to a conspirator's whisper. "And don't tell Lady Andrade." Paul shook his head emphatically, and Rohan grinned. The path was steep, not yet graded to allow easier access for workers and pack-horses. Pausing halfway up to catch his breath, Paul looked out over the emptying canyon. Neither as long nor as wide as Riven Rock to the south, and with only a quarter of the number of caves there, it was still an impressive sight in the late afternoon glow. The walls were gilded with the rosy light that came to the desert in late spring and autumn, deepening to purplish shadows where the canyon curved and narrowed to the north. "Father, don't we set guards at night? And why aren't all the caves being worked instead of just a few? And nobody I've seen so far looks big and strong enough to dig gold out of rock." "You'll have to let me tell this my own way, Paul," his father said moodily. "But when?" "Patience." At last they reached a narrow ledge, having to scramble on all fours the last few paces. After taking a moment to brush off his hands and clothes, Rohan said, "Did Marken ever tell you about the day a hatchling dragon nearly fried him and his brother for dinner?" Paul nodded. "He and Johnny went to look in a cave without permission." "That they did, and they got the fright of their lives when that dragon popped out of his cave. It was the last hatching hunt ever held," he went on softly. "A hideous custom, not sport, but wholesale murder." "Why didn't Grandfather ever outlaw it?" "Because he thought there would always be enough dragons. No more questions now, not until I've told you the whole thing." Paul nodded, holding his breath, staring into the dark hole of the cave. "That day, Marken and Johnny went exploring. That was the same day your mother and I first went into a dragon cave. It was the summer she spent at Stronghold before we were married. We found out that day what my father had known for years and never told me." They went into the cave. Impenetrable shadows swallowed up all light in a chamber at least 3 times the height and breadth of Paul's room at Stronghold. The ceiling and walls formed a ragged arch above a sandy floor that extended back into a darkness that might have ended there or reached a whole measure into the hillside. Rohan gestured Paul forward until they stood just inside the shadow curtain. "Now you may call up a little fire, please." He did so, centering the finger flame on the sand a few paces ahead of them. As it steadied, the cave began to shimmer. Paul tried to plant his feet more firmly into the sand, confused by the sensation of movement. But it was only the light that moved, striking a glisten of gold all around him. Rohan went to the nearest wall, stooped down, and returned with a hand-sized shard of what looked like pale pottery. It, too, shone. "It's part of a dragon shell," he explained, "and this is where we get our gold." The little fire flared as Paul reacted, and he hastily got control of himself. "They breathe fire to dry their wings after hatching. When the shells are seared, some of the gold is freed. Over the years, it's all ground down into the sand. There aren't many shells left here, but at Riven Rock I could show you big chunks left by dragons not much older than you are." He handed Paul the shard. "It's not rock we dig out of the caves at all, you see. No one uses a pickaxe, and no one has to be all that muscular to sift the sand that goes into the pack horses' bags. That was a very astute observation of yours, by the way. I'll have to talk to Razun about it and get some heftier men up here to create the right impression. The gold is taken down to the smelting caves below, and everything important is done where not even sunrunners can get a look at it." "Father, let me guess. What happens to the gold, right?" Paul nodded, turning the glistening fragment over and over in his hands. "Most of it is made into ingots, much like the glass we trade with Fyron and elsewhere. It goes into the treasury, not the one at Stronghold, but the secret one here." "And the rest?" "We send some to Lord Eltanan at Tiglath, where crafters make various items, plate and jewelry that are sold in the usual way, but we can't get rid of much using that ploy. An influx of gold would make people suspicious about its source and ruin the market value of the work. So some of it goes on lane ships to Kirst, where Volog has a gold mine, a real one." He smiled and shrugged. "It's nearly played out, though. We have a few people there who, shall we say, it took us years to figure a way to make the gold seem like it comes directly from that mine." "But how many people really know? About the dragons, I mean." Rohan crouched down and dug up a handful of sand. Grains slid between his fingers like dried sunlight. "Lane only knows that he's paid handsomely for Radzan's exclusive right to the silk trade. Volok doesn't know that the gold isn't really his, and don't think it's sentiment for an old friend or your mother's family that makes me do it either." He glanced up with a smile. Paul thought furiously, trying to recall everything he knew about Kirst and any changes made there in recent years. But the shock of the gold, the shard of dragon shell in his hand, and the sand sifting slowly through Rohan's fingers slowed his thought processes. All he could come up with was, "Volog's an important ally.
Indeed he is. But there are greater reasons than that, Paul. In the 4 years we've been supplying his mine, he's had the wealth to support some valuable work, woodcrafting, improving his herds, parchment-making, planting new orchards. He never had the money to spare before, you see, and while a good bit of it goes to what some people might call frivolity, well, that keeps other crafters fed and happy too. But if it was anyone other than Volog, I wouldn't be doing it. He's not a greedy man, or one who sees wealth as a means to making mischief. He wants to improve his princedom, and our gold lets him do it.
Another palmful of sand was gathered, and Paul watched it trickle down, enthralled by the golden stuff that had financed his father's dreams.
It's the parchment I'm especially interested in, and the herds he's raising. This year I'm going to suggest that he establish a scriptorium. Can you imagine it, Paul? Books at a price affordable not only to princes, but to all the Athrim, and eventually to almost everyone. If I'm lucky, the scriptorium will evolve into a school. We'll have people trained in the arts and sciences just the way Faradim are trained at Goddess Keep, who can take their knowledge to every princedom and teach others. People who'd never get the chance to learn to read can be educated as far as their minds can take them.
The little fire leaped gently again, as Paul caught his father's excitement.
All the stories and history and music and everything can be written down and shared.
Rohan was laughing again.
Father of storms, you're my son, all right. Any other boy your age would moan at the thought of still more schooling.
Though Paul blushed a little, he laughed too.
As long as it's other people doing the hard parts, I'm all for it. The hardest part is really our responsibility as princes. Soaking up words out of books is fairly easy, you know. Applying them to the world around you.
He shrugged and gave a self-mocking grimace.
I learned that at my first Riala. Come and sit down, Paul. There's more.
There is?
He asked, amazed.
Oh, yes, much more.
He settled near his father in the sand, still holding the shell.
Wouldn't Prince Volog understand about the scriptorium and the gold and everything?
He's a good man, basically, but like all the others, he'd see only the gold. Besides, even a high prince can't simply order a thing done when it's so closely involved in another princedom. I can only suggest things, try to make it seem as if the idea was Volog's, not mine.
And then praise him for his cleverness while reaping the rewards.
Paul nodded sagely.
I just hope none of them are ever clever enough to puzzle it out about the gold, if they ever do.
He shook his head, light from the fire playing off his fair hair and turning it almost the same red gold as Sionede's. Paul watched his father's face, as familiar to him as his own. In time he hoped it would be his own, for it was a proud face, strong, unafraid of the hard work demanded by dreams.
It really started the year of the plague. Your mother and I had discovered the gold in Riven Rock earlier, but I was still trying to find a way of extracting it in secret. Then the plague came. So many died, Paul. Your grandmother, Johnny, Ostval's wife, Camiguin.
He stared down at his now empty hands.
There was an herb called Dranath that could cure the plague. It grew only in the Varesh, which meant that High Prince Relstra controlled the supply. The dragons were dying too, scores of them. I was here at Skybowl, and Lord Farid and I came up with the notion of putting Dranath beside the bittersweet plants on the cliffs. That way, when the dragons ate, they couldn't help but get a dose of the herb as well.
The muscles of Rohan's face drew tighter, deepening the thin lines framing his mouth.
But first we needed Dranath, a huge supply of it. Relstra was selling it through his merchants at an incredible price. There wasn't that much money in the world. In some places he held back the supply until an enemy was dead. I could never prove it, but I knew it was true.
You should have killed him then, Paul whispered, not waited for later.
Rohan glanced up, startled, as if he'd suddenly remembered he had an audience. After a long moment's hesitation, he finally said,
I wanted to, Paul. Perhaps I should have. But then Farid showed me the caves here and the gold my father had taken from them but never told me about."
He shook his head at that, still bemused after so many years.
"He didn't want things to be too easy for me my first years as prince. If I'd known about this wealth, I might have tried to buy my will with the other princes. They would have found out about the gold if I'd used it foolishly and landed on us like a hawk on a sand rat. But we had to have the Dranath. So we emptied the treasury here and paid what Relstra asked. Over the next year, we had to make it seem we'd beggared ourselves to do so. The gold had to remain secret. But after Relstra died and we took all of Prince March, people expected us to be rich and we could start building again. Tiglath and Tuath Castle were improved. Basil of Fellain Lowland got his new keep, and a great deal of the money went to reclaim Remagev from the Long Sand.
And you paid back a lot of what Relstra had demanded of the others for Dranath,
Paul deduced, based on sure knowledge of his father's character.
Rohan smiled slightly. "A portion of it, yes. Tobin convinced me that to pay any more would be foolish. After all, it was my gold that had bought enough Dranath to distribute through the princedoms, so she said they owed me for their lives. In any case, Ostval and I started the operation you see here today, as large as we dared, and put out word that a new vein of silver had been found. So, Paul, as rich as you've always known we are, we're very much richer even than that. But the real source of the gold must remain a secret."
Paul heard himself say slowly,
"It's bad enough that I'm going to inherit 2 princedoms. It's worse that I'm going to be a Ferrari as well as a prince. But put the gold on top of that."
"Exactly. There are perhaps 50 people who know the whole truth of it. Not even everyone here at Skybowl knows. Few of them realize the connection between dragons and gold. The people who supply the Kirstian mine don't know where the gold really comes from, nor does Lord Eltanen. As for who does know, your mother, Tobin, Che, Ostval, Ryan, but Soren and Andri and Marken don't, and neither does Andrade. We funnel some of the gold to Prince Davi's crafters at High Karat, but he doesn't know the source either."
"Not even my mother's own brother?"
"No. 50 people is too many, Paul. It's not that I don't trust the others, but unless they have a real reason to know, it's better and safer if they don't."
He sighed and stretched his shoulders.
"And now that you know the background, I can tell you the rest. These caves won't last. The dragons haven't been here in goddess knows how long, and they won't ever come near the place again. People have swarmed all over it for too long."
"But what about the hatching hunts at Rivenrock?"
"That was a single day every 3 years. These caves have been worked almost every day for over 30. The other side of the canyon is played out. This side has only a few caves like this one left."
"There's Rivenrock, though, isn't there? We could—"
"Oh."
Paul sat up straighter. "The dragons need those caves."
"And they won't ever return if we do there what's been done here. Ideally, we'll be able to lure them back somehow and work the caves they use now north of here."
"Near Farouche,"
Paul said. "Yes."
A handful of sand was clenched in strong fingers. The topaz and emerald ring spat fire.
"Your mother wants me to rebuild the castle there. It looks as if I may have to."
Something about his tone of voice warned Paul not to ask why he was so reluctant to talk about Farouche.
"But, Father, we can't touch those caves either, or the dragons won't have any place to hatch. They won't go back to Rivenrock, and that's the only place with enough caves to make sure of a large population of dragons."
"So you see, Paul, learning is easy and making things work is hard."
Dusting off his hands, he got to his feet.
"And now you know all about the dragons and their gold. I didn't want to worry you with it so soon, but—"
He finished with a shrug.
"Are you sorry you had to tell me?"
"No. Better to have one more good brain at work on the problem. Our difficulties aren't immediate, after all. Ostval estimates another 8 to 10 years before these caves are emptied. We'll think of something by then."
"We'd better,"
Paul said, rising. He tossed the shard back into the cave and started for its mouth, then turned back as Rohan cleared his throat.
Don't tell me there's even more to talk about.
No, just a little something you've forgotten. He pointed at the thin finger flame still hovering above the sand. Embarrassed, Paul dampened the fire with his mind. It's a good thing we agreed not to tell Andrade, Rohan added. You'd never live it down. Far from the caves of dragon gold, Lady Andrade was enjoying the last of a perfect day. The gold she saw around her was a misted glow of sunset that turned the sea to ripples of tawny velvet. She had loosened her hair down her back and shoulders like a young girl's, and the soft breeze through her windows stirred the silver-gilt strands around her face. Like all Faradim, she was a creature of sunlight. Winter storms and fog oppressed her spirit. But now, with the wealth of spring around her and the promise of summer in the air, she felt truly alive again. Leaning one shoulder against the stone framing the window, she folded her arms and sighed with pleasure as the sun flushed warmth through her bones and across her cheeks. Her morbid winter murmurings about age and death were forgotten. She always felt that way when rain clouds darkened the sky. But the last chills had been warmed from her muscles, and blood stirred fresh and strong in her veins again. She chuckled, and she swore she'd outlive them all. It had been an interesting day, and for two people in the keep, it would be an even more interesting night. The youth, Sajast, had been tested that morning for his first ring and nearly called up a bonfire. But he had neither blushed nor stammered out an apology for his lack of control. He was strong and he knew it. Andrade looked forward to teaching him the fine art of restraint over the next years. She had done it before with young men and women even more gifted than he and even more eager to explore their powers. But she had to admit that his arrogance, that was the only word for it, found its match in Andry alone. Or in herself, basic honesty compelled her to acknowledge. She chuckled again, wondering how her long-ago teachers had managed to keep from throttling her. She almost wished she was still young enough to have Sajast's man-making night for herself, for she knew she could go a long way toward taming him. But she trusted to Morwenna's skills in the matter. A sun-runner of 8 rings and 35 winters, Morwenna had enough fire in her to scorch even young Sajast quite nicely. A soft knock at her door turned her head from the vista of sunset over the sea, and she called,
"Come in, Yoreval. It's open."
But it was not her chief steward who entered. Rather, as if conjured by her thoughts, Morwenna hobbled into the room. She looked vastly irritated and in a fair degree of pain. Andrade went to her at once, demanding,
"What happened? Here, come sit down."
"Thank you, my lady. What happened? Stupidest thing in the world." She sank into a chair and slapped a palm against her thigh in disgust. "I tripped over my own shadow is what happened. You know that bad step in the library that everybody avoids? Well, in avoiding it, I stumbled and fell. I'm afraid you'll have to send someone else to Sajast tonight."
"I hope you've had your injury treated by now."
"Of course. Nothing broken, just bruised, but it hurt something fierce." She raked black hair from her eyes. "The goddess might lend me her spell for the night, but I doubt even she could disguise this." She hiked up her skirt to show the livid mark on her dark skin. "Spectacular, isn't it?"
"Very. You're lucky you didn't break anything. Well, tell me who you'd send in your place."
Morwenna settled her skirt once more and leaned back. "I regret the lost chance, believe me. He'll be a difficult one to manage, and I was looking forward to it." She grinned as Andrade gave a snort. Even for a hot-blooded Pyrenees, Morwenna's wholehearted enjoyment of making boys into men was nearly scandalous. "Jabina's too tame. Vesey isn't quite secure enough in the art for someone as perceptive as Sajast seems to be. I'd send Fenice, but she's at the wrong point in her cycle. Eridan would do for him, and I think Hollis is capable if she isn't moping about Marken today." Andrade sat down and tapped her fingers against the arms of her chair.
"Have you seen Hollis and Sajast in each other's company?"
"No more than the other Faradim associated with newcomers. They've spoken, surely, but the goddess takes care of secrecy."
"The goddess,"
Andrade responded dryly,
trusts us to use our wits. I don't trust people who know each other well.
Oh, come now. Of the 5, it could have been for me. I'd grown up with 3 of them right here at the keep. The 4th was my tutor, and the 5th was someone I'd planted the whole herb garden with that spring, and I never knew which one of them it really was.
Point taken,
Andrade conceded.
It'll be Hollis then, I suppose. Is the time right for her?
She's safe, but I'll admit I'm curious about what kind of children might come of that boy if he hasn't already left 1 or 2 behind him. She chuckled.
That's a bet not even Sioned would take,
Andrade agreed.
Go put a compress on that leg. I'll have your dinner sent up to you.
Morwenna sighed. Not exactly the evening I'd had planned, but no matter. Shall I go tell Hollis?
I'll do it. You get your weight off that gorgeous bruise.
Andrade smiled.
And I promise to have the step fixed.
It'd be a help. There's nothing to be done about my clumsiness. She grimaced as she got to her feet and limped out. Andrade's fingers continued to drum an ever-changing rhythm. If Hollis was lost in fancies about Marken, well, that was too bad. She was not his wife yet, and she was and would always be a sunrunner. She had worked the spell 2 or 3 times since her outrageous disobedience in going to Marken for his man-making night, and Andrade was reasonably sure he knew about those times. But a woman's body was her own, even when her heart had been given. Hollis was not even Marken's official chosen yet. The girl knew her duty as a sunrunner. As she braided her hair before leaving her chambers to find Hollis, Andrade was aware that it was not so much the girl's suitability for the task that made her Andrade's choice, as it was this possibly last chance to remind her of her commitment to Goddess Keep. Andrade was prepared to see another of her Faradim married to a royal lord, but she was damned if she'd see another sunrunner remove every ring but the one her husband had given her. Hollis would do her duty. She would not be another Sioned. Segev volunteered to take Morwenna's dinner up to her. It was the least he could do after engineering her fall. It had been laughably easy to arrange. She always went to the library for an hour or 2 of study before the evening meal, preparing her notes for the next day's classes. The faulty step had been his ally. Everyone made the same movement to avoid it, and slicking the next one just enough to upset balance had done the trick. He had experimented the night before, careful not to succumb to his own ploy, then wiped the wood clean. This afternoon he had waited for Morwenna's regular visit, and after she limped out, cursing under her breath, had emerged from his hiding place to blot up the traces of oil. The telltale cloth had been thrown down the cliff where the tide would carry it out to sea. No one had seen him. No one suspected that the accident was no accident, and he sat down to dinner with perfect unconcern. Hollis was missing from her usual seat, and that was a good sign, but neither were Jobina or Eridan present, and that was bad. Of course, he was taking a chance that someone other than Hollis would take Morwenna's place tonight, but the golden-haired sunrunner was only his preferred choice. Any of the others would have done just as well, though none were as pretty. It amused him that instinct had turned him to the chosen lady of Lord Marken, cousin to the boy who might lose Prince March by the Riala, and who would certainly lose the desert itself in a few years. Segev was increasingly committed to the notion that he and not his eldest brother Ruval would oust Paul from Stronghold, but it depended on proving himself to Myriva. He went upstairs early, tired of pretending embarrassment at the unsubtle jests of his companions. They were jealous. He had a new chamber all to himself, and a new status, signified by the plain silver ring on his right middle finger, earned before any of them had called so much as a fleeting spark of fire. He escaped their teasing as soon as he could, and went upstairs to explore his new surroundings. He had been too young when Farouche fell to recall the luxuries there, but something in him hungered for beautiful things: silk sheets, thick carpets, tapestries, elegant furniture, and huge rooms to display it all in. His new chamber had none of those things. There was a narrow bed, a small table beside it, an empty brazier, and a small chest for clothes. On the bedside table was a basin for washing and a plain pottery jar he had filled with wine that morning.
Now he laced it liberally with Dranath and sipped a little himself, relishing the unmistakable glow it brought to his body. Segev lay down naked in bed and mimed sleep. But as time passed, he grew impatient, wondering if they'd forgotten about him. How did other youths behave when they knew it was to be their man-making night? He was nervous, but not in the ways they would have been. Every step outside in the hallway quickened his pulse, yet his door stayed closed. The darkness thickened in his windowless chamber, and the sheets began to chafe him. He turned onto his left side, then his right, threw the sheets to the floor and dragged them back up again. Something had gone wrong, he was sure of it. The old bitch Andrade had become suspicious. Someone had discovered traces of grease on the step. His disguise had been penetrated. They were about to drag him out of bed and use all their arts to make him tell everything he knew about Myriva and the stone circle in the forest, and a crack of light appeared around his door, defining it as a tall rectangle. He sat bolt upright in bed, sweat clogging his hair and skin. Someone entered. No, something. A glimmering mist without colors, so pallid as to be almost transparent. The door became darkness again, blending into the greater night, but the subtle, formless glow glided toward him, casting neither light nor shadow. He tried to still his pounding heart as he felt a gentle finger run softly across his lips. He had not been this agitated with Myriva, nor with the peasant girl to whom he'd lost his virginity at the age of 13. He was on fire. The hazy light drifted closer, and he reached up, his arms closing around a slender female form. Tremors shot through him, and he gasped. Pulling her down beside him, he forgot Myriva, his brothers, the reason he was at Goddess Keep, everything. He knew only the dizzying fragrance of her, the suppleness of her, the ancient, implicit challenge of her flesh, whispering against his own. Their first coupling spent him quickly. He lay back panting, drenched in sweat, humiliated that he had not lasted longer. A vague memory of Myriva in her youthful guise flickered across his memory. Why had she never told him how powerful Faradi magic was in this act? The woman, whoever she was, existed only as a faint, luminous glow. His fingers could touch her, but he could not identify the shape of nose and brow and mouth, the contours of breasts and hips that would tell him who she was. He could not see the color of the hair cascading around him. He hoped it was golden, and that it was Hollis in his arms, but he could not bring himself to care if it was not. Her lips were teaching him things not even Myriva had known, bringing him to life again when he had feared the night might be over for him. He was given longer to recover the second time. Having acquitted himself with better skill and prepared for the blinding pleasure of her body, he regained his breath and presence of mind sooner. He reached for her hands, trying to feel the number of rings, but there were none, and that frightened him. Shock cleared his head. Real sunrunners were not even supposed to be curious about who had come to them. He must make no more mistakes. He remembered what he had to do. Segev opened his mouth to suggest they have some wine, and discovered he could not make a sound. He knew his own voice had echoed the woman's cries of pleasure, but now his tongue felt strange and thick in his mouth. His lips seemed numb, and his throat closed up, nearly choking him. Truly scared now, he wrenched away from soothing hands and fell to his knees beside the low bed, clutching tumbled sheets in both fists. She was a dream, nothing more than a pale ghost without definition or identity. If Faradi powers were this formidable, he reached for the wine and swallowed 2 large gulps, needing the Dranath to replenish his courage. Her fingers closed around his, and she took the pottery jug from him. She drank deeply. Segev's hand slipped as she gave the jug back, and wine spilled onto his knees. He heard a whimsical, misted laugh from very far away as she coaxed him back up onto the bed. When the morning chime sounded outside in the hall, he woke with a spasm of terror. She was gone. He was limp and exhausted, barely able to roll onto his side and sit up. Carefully he called a little fire into the brazier, and by its light inspected the wine jar. Most of the liquid was gone. Had he gulped down too much? Had she swallowed enough? Anger burned along his tired nerves, and he swore aloud. Why hadn't Myriva warned him that Sunrunner arts were so potent? He drained off the last of the drugged wine and lay back, gradually relaxing as it did its work. Perhaps Myriva had not known. Perhaps he was now in a position to learn things she would never know. Perhaps using such things he could easily take Ruvel's place when it came time to defeat Prince Paul. Perhaps Segev no longer needed Myriva at all. Today he would go to the tree circle in the forest and seek his future in the fire. The original plan had been that he only go through the motions, but he decided that he would indeed summon the magic. For if other things Farari were as powerful as what had occurred last night, he might see things even Myriva could not. The Sunrunners had taught him all the ritual words and all the correct things to do. He had paid attention for curiosity's sake, for he had never intended to carry out the private ceremony in fact. But now he jumped from the bed and dressed in haste, eager to find out if the Faradim possessed other, equally potent spells. Combined with what Myriva had taught him, he could... Suddenly he stood still, his hands on the door latch. He would not be going to the forest as a true Sunrunner. In his Diarmadi blood throbbed an herb they feared as nothing else in the world. If the spell around the woman last night had been that of the goddess Myriva had always taught him to deny, then was it possible that there might be vengeance on him for what he had done and for what he planned to do? He made himself open the door, shrugging off his superstitious fears. He had succeeded thus far. There was no reason to suppose he would not succeed with everything. And he began to believe that he could have powers even greater than those Myriva possessed. He could take Prince March and the desert for his own and become High Prince, like his grandsire. With Hollis at his side? He reminded himself to watch her and Jabina and Eridan closely today for signs of Dranath intake. He went downstairs. Chapter 10. Sioned frowned with concentration, weighing the flat stone in her palm. Her audience waited nearby. Chanel, holding her breath, Paul sorting through his own collection of rocks, and Walvis grinning as he stroked his neat black beard. The Lord of Ramagev gestured invitingly to the calm surface of the lake. Sioned angled her arm carefully and sent the stone skimming out over the water.
11, 12, 13, 14, Chanel cried excitedly. Can you make it skip that many times, Papa?
Easy as sliding down a sand dune, he assured her. He sent a rock flying out across the lake, and his daughter counted off 15 tiny splashes before it sank. Best 3 out of 4, he challenged Sioned. As they gathered up suitable stones, Paul and Chanel tried their hand at skipping rocks. The older pair exchanged smiles as Chanel made 6 on her first try, and Paul only 2.
Like this,
Chanel said, giving instruction that Paul accepted with poor grace.
Watch me do it.
A moment later she called out,
8, I got 8!
Sioned turned in time to see Paul's second try. The stone he sailed struck the water 3 times, then vanished.
Try again,
Chanel urged. No thanks. The little girl gave him a disgusted look.
How are you going to learn if you won't even try? You can't be good at everything the first time you do it, you know.
Sioned caught Walvis's eye, and they waited while Paul engaged in an internal struggle that was plain on his face. Pride won, not unusual at that age. He shook his head and piled all his selected stones into his mother's palms. I'll practice some other time. Sioned and Walvis lined up for their competition. Her first stone skipped 12 times, as did his. Her second made 16 splashes. Walvis groaned as his own second try brought only 10. Best 5 out of 7? He ventured hopefully.
A deal's a deal,
she retorted, and flicked her wrist. The stone skipped 14 times, and Chanel applauded. Walvis glared down at his daughter in mock affront. Whose side are you on? He demanded, and she giggled. He let fly his third stone.
12, 13, 14, 15.
All at once, a shadow swooped down, wings stirring a ripple of breeze across the water. A blue-black dragon dipped his hind claws into the water, beat the air with powerful strokes, and craned his neck around as he rose into the sky. His snarl of frustration echoed around the crater.
"He thought it was a fish!"
Paul exclaimed, laughing.
"Look at them all!"
A flight of about 40 three-year-old dragons settled in on the far shore for a drink. Wings folded gracefully, long necks bent to the water. They paused as the one who had mistaken a skipped stone for a fish arrived late. He was jostled from side to side, and they sang out in derision as he snarled again.
"Walvis,"
Sioned murmured.
"I could swear they're making fun of him."
"I was thinking the same thing. Do dragons have a sense of humor?"
He closed one hand on his daughter's shoulder as she moved at his side.
"No, you may not go closer to look," he ordered.
"But they wouldn't hurt me. They're so beautiful."
"And they've got teeth half as long as your arm. We'll watch from here and hope they're feeling friendly."
He cast a worried glance at Sioned, sharing her thought. They must stay still and not attract the dragon's attention, for stories abounded of people who had been plucked from the ground by dragons when they attempted to run away. Chanel squirmed.
"They've already eaten Papa. Look at their stomachs."
She was correct. Bellies, usually lean before a meal, were rounded, and a few of the dragons even paused in their drinking to belch. Sioned wondered how many sheep and goats had gone to feed this horde, and reminded herself to ask Rohan again about cultivating herds for the dragon's sole use. Thirst quenched, some of the dragons bounded into the air. They flew to a tremendous height, then folded their wings and plunged straight down into the water, diving, rolling, flinging water at each other with sweeping wings, calling out to the ones on shore. They resembled nothing so much as playful children.
"You see?"
Chanel said.
"They wouldn't hurt anybody. Besides," she added slyly, "I'm not a princess, and everybody knows dragons prefer princesses."
"Hush,"
Walvis said, tightening his grip on her shoulder. Sioned looked at her son. Enchanted love was in his eyes, exactly the expression that shone on his father's face when dragons were around. The gold mattered nothing to either of them. They loved the dragons as part of the desert, part of their blood. Eventually the creatures climbed out of the water to sun themselves. Sioned admired the varied hues of their water-glistening hides, each dragon a different color. She picked out a reddish one, smaller than the rest, who shook diamond drops from her wings. Sioned watched for a moment, wondering if she dared. Dragons definitely had a sense of fun, and she knew they had thought colors. She threaded a few strands of sunlight together, cautiously extending the silken gold weave toward the little dragon. The female arched her neck, fanning out her wings with their dainty golden undersides, and shook her head to clear her eyes of the water still trickling down her face. Her head turned questioningly, and she shifted her shoulders, tucking her wings back along her body. Sioned displayed her own colors, emerald, sapphire, onyx, amber, and their pattern, long engraved in her memory. The dragon tossed her head, droplets spraying out as she shook herself all over. Sioned sought a closer contact, and the dragon whined through her long nose, shivering a little. Suddenly, the sunlight exploded into a rainbow of color. Sioned cried out at the same time the little dragon threw back her head with a howl of terror. All the other dragons sprang up into the sky, keening a chorus of fear and warning as they fled. "Mother!" Paul tried to hold her up as she crumpled, Walvis and Chanel right beside him to cushion her fall. Sioned gulped in several breaths, trembling all over with the shock, and managed a faint smile for her ashen-cheeked son. "I'm fine," she whispered.
"The dragons aren't," Walvis said grimly. "Listen to them."
The wild music echoed down from the cluster of dark shapes in the sky. Sioned pushed herself upright and winced.
I was too clumsy. I frightened her.
What are you talking about? Walvis demanded. My lady, what did you do?
Paul, kneeling at her side, answered.
She used the sunlight to touch a dragon.
You did what?
Rohan's eyes blazed down at the woman who sat sipping iced teas as casually as if she'd just returned from an afternoon stroll around the lake.
Please stop scolding. You can't say anything I haven't accused myself of.
When I asked if you could touch a dragon, I didn't mean for you to risk your life at it.
I'll be more careful next time.
There isn't going to be a next time.
He crossed to the windows of their chamber and looked out at the quiet water.
We heard your scream all the way from Threadsilver.
Mine or the dragon's?
Weren't they one and the same? He countered.
That gave her pause.
You may be right,
she admitted. Rohan swung around.
You Faradim talk about being shadow-lost. What if you got lost inside a dragon's colours and couldn't remember your own? It would amount to the same thing, wouldn't it?
But that didn't happen.
This time?
She set her goblet down and folded her hands in her lap.
You're thinking about forbidding me to try again, aren't you?
I'm thinking about having you swear a promise, he corrected.
Sioned bit her lip.
I've never lied to you.
But you omit things when it serves your purposes. Oh, you're far too honest to lie, and far too clever to put yourself in a position where you'd have to. After 21 years of living with you, my lady, I know you very well indeed.
She said nothing.
Sioned, there are too many ways I could lose you, just in the normal course of things. I won't add another to the list, just because of my stupid notion about dragons. It won't do me any good to forbid you outright, and we both know it. I won't make you promise, either. But that means I'll have to trust to your good sense, and to the fact that you want to see your son grow up.
She flinched.
That wasn't fair, Rohan.
No, he agreed. But neither are your little omissions.
She glared at him.
Very well. I'll make you a promise. I won't try it again unless Markin is with me, to back me up and set my colours again if I start to lose them.
The way you did for Tobin, the night she was caught in the moon running?
Yes. I knew her colours, and I could bring her back. I promise I won't touch a dragon again without being in the same kind of contact with Markin. Will that content you, my lord?
It'll have to, I suppose.
He folded his arms.
You're a dangerous woman, High Princess.
No more so than you're a dangerous man, High Prince. She smiled a little.
That makes us very well mated, doesn't it?
Rohan snorted. Dragon shrieks woke everyone in the middle of the night. Rohan and Sioned threw on their clothes and hurried to the courtyard, where the entire population of Skyball had assembled by torchlight, confused and more than a little frightened. Ostville, sleep-rumpled and worried, shouldered through the crowd to Rohan.
I've never heard them scream like that at this time of night. What do you think is going on?
He winced as another high-pitched howl split the air.
Goddess, listen to that. What's the matter with them? I don't know, Rohan replied, glancing around. Where's Paul? Sioned, do you see him?
No, and if he's run outside to watch dragons, so help me I'll blister his backside for him. Walvis, she called out, catching sight of Ramagiv's lord. Have you seen Paul?
He mounted a few steps and scanned the crowd, then shook his head.
Nor Markin either.
Che and Tobin arrived in time to hear this, and the latter asked Sioned,
You don't think they tried to touch a dragon, do you?
Sioned paled.
They couldn't be so foolish. Paul, she called out. Paul! Up here, mother!
He and Markin stood on the gatehouse balcony with several of the Skyball guard. All eyes turned to them as Rohan shouted,
What are you doing up there? Come down at once!
But we're watching the dragons, father. They're fighting on the shore.
I want to see, too.
Chanel squirmed out of Phelan's arms and raced for the gatehouse steps. Rohan turned to Ostville.
Get everybody indoors. They can watch if they like, but nobody is to set foot outside the walls until those sires have had it out with each other. They're likely to attack anything that moves. At once, my lord. But I've never known them to do battle at this time of night before.
The moons rode high in the sky, illuminating the lake in pale silver. From the thin windows of the gatehouse, 2 dragons could be seen halfway around the lake, highlighted by gleaming teeth and talons. Wings were folded close to lithe shapes as the sires roared defiance, heads lashing out to rip at already bleeding hides. Adolescent dragons lined the crater's lip, watching. In 3 years they too would fight to the death for possession of females. Paul had helped Chanel up into a window embrasure, steadying her with an arm around her waist. Neither of them noticed the entrance of their elders until Phelan plucked her daughter from her precarious position and held her firmly away from the open casement.
"I wasn't going to fall," Chanel complained. "Paul was holding on to me."
"For which he has my thanks," Phelan replied, "but you'll stay away from the window, my girl." Paul joined his parents, standing on a stone shelf where, in times of war, archers knelt to loose arrows through the narrow openings.
"Which one do you think will win?"
Both dragons were injured now, one holding his left foreleg at an awkward angle, painful to see. They took their battle to the air then, startling the audience of 3-year-olds who fluttered their wings in reaction. The fighting dragons circled each other, snapping with blood-darkened jaws and slashing with claws and tails. Grunts of effort and impact resounded across the crater as they pummeled each other. The darker dragon rose high above his rival, and for a moment everyone thought he had given up the field. But then he plummeted directly down, all talons and teeth digging into his enemy's back. The wounded sire bellowed his pain and fury, losing command of the air and his own wings as his attacker's tail slammed across the main bones of his left wing with a crack audible even in the gatehouse. Someone moaned in sympathy. The pair fell toward shore, where the defeated dragon would surely be crushed to death on the stony ground. Yet he retained wit and strength enough to angle his fall, and the 2 dragons landed with a mighty splash in the water. The victor stroked upward, calling out his triumph as his vanquished foe rolled in the water, vainly trying to work his shattered wing. The adolescents flew off after the winner, leaving the mortally wounded sire to die. Rohan was down the gatehouse stairs before anyone but Sioned and Paul noticed he was gone. He was panting for breath when he got to the lakeshore. Pale moonlight shone on water stained dark with blood. The dragon's feeble swimming motions grew weaker. His efforts had nearly brought him to shore, but even if he reached dry ground, he was going to die. Rohan saw in the huge dark eyes that the dragon knew it. Yet he did not give up the struggle, did not cease trying. Rohan's chest ached, and he felt the sting of tears in his eyes.
"I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm so sorry."
He heard the others running to catch up with him, felt Sinead's touch on his arm.
"Can we help him?" she asked.
He shook his head.
"His wing is gone, and he's lost too much blood."
"Father, please," Paul said softly. "Look at his eyes. Can't we at least put him out of his pain?"
Sinead held his arm tighter. The dragon moaned. The sound was echoed by dragon voices, scores of them from beyond Skybull's rim, mourning him. The night sky was empty of wings, but dragon song swelled and shuddered as if borne on wind created by their beating. Rohan said thickly,
"Bring me a sword."
"No," Che murmured.
"You swore never again, my prince. Never another dragon dead by your hand."
He winced as the dragon groaned again. Walvis took a step forward.
"I'll do it,"
he said softly.
"Phelan, tell me where it would be quickest."
"It's not necessary," Sinead told him. "Markin, you ought to learn this. Come with me."
They went to the water's edge. The dragon cried out, a whimper of pain as his failing body reached the sandy shallows, cool water lapping around him. Sinead crooned to him in a low voice, barely 2 arm lengths from the lolling head. With Markin as her loom, she wove threads of moonlight into a pallid silver weave across the dragon's eyes. The huge body shivered. She and Markin trembled too. The dragon's eyes closed. After a time, the rigidity of pain left muscles and torn flesh. His face relaxed. The great lungs heaved in a long sigh, and he slept. Sinead turned. "He's at peace now, I think." "Mother, did you touch him?" Paul breathed. "No, I only helped him to sleep." Tobin nodded slowly. "Andrade used to do the same thing, Rohan, do you remember? When we were little." Sinead nodded confirmation. "It's something learned with the 8th ring."
"But you—" Che stopped, frowned and shrugged. "I'm not going to ask. I've seen you do too many things you shouldn't be able to."
"And some of them things Andrade doesn't know about," Sinead finished. "Did you learn how, Markin? And did you feel his colors?" "I understood the weaving sequence," he answered. "I saw a whole rainbow of color, fading. It can be done, Sinead. It's only a question of when and which dragon." Rohan went to the animal's head, stroked the long neck where life beat slower and slower. He had never touched a live dragon before, never been so close to one. The hide was smooth and cool, dark green shading to brown in the moonlight. His fingertips traced the proud lines of brow and nose and angle of jaw. Very lightly, he touched the eyelids, feeling how silky soft they were, beautiful, even in death. He looked over his shoulder at his wife and murmured, "Thank you." 2 days later, Paul leaned over a map spread out on the carpet, desultorily tracing the route his father, Che, Ostval, and Walvis were now following to Tiglath in the north. He made a glum face, still disappointed that he had not been allowed to go with them. The reason given had been Tiglath's proximity to possible Merida haunts, but Paul suspected that they all thought him too young. He would be 15 before winter's end, but they still considered him a child. It was galling. But he had been permitted to attend the planning sessions, as fascinated by the debate on tactics as he had been by the changes in people familiar to him since infancy. Father, aunt, uncle, cousin, and friends vanished. They became the High Prince, a warrior princess, and the Athrim of Radzin, Whitecliff, Skybowl, and Ramagev. Even his mother had shed her role of co-sovereign, becoming nothing more than sunrunner to the High Prince. Enlightening as the military talk had been, Paul had found the assumption of formal roles even more educational. He would have to learn how to do that, he decided, how to submerge his own personality into the responsibilities of his position. In some ways, Tobin's had been the most startling transformation. Paul's laughing, warm-voiced aunt had spoken with real relish about the possibilities of conquering Cunaxa should that princedom be so foolish as to invade Fyron. Lines of advance, probable body counts, raising the Cunaxan seat of Castle Pine, slaughtering every Merida in existence. Tobin was intimately familiar with all the ways of war. Her cheerful ruthlessness had amused him at first, then scared him when he realized she meant every last word of it. But it finally struck him as being her perfect role in the debate. She was dedicated to the advancement of the desert's interests, even though her ideas for that advancement were more than a trifle bloodthirsty. She represented her father's point of view. Prince Sahava had liked nothing so much as a good, clean battle that won him added lands as well as added glory. As Paul listened, it had become clear that his own father was surrounded by people of differing viewpoints who never hesitated to speak their minds. Paul hoped that when it came his turn, he would hear the same advice as freely given. Moreover, Rohan was in complete control of the debate, though he rarely spoke, and then only to steer the conversation back to its major concerns. The decisions would be his alone, and everyone knew it. They would argue their own points of view, but it never occurred to any of these powerful people to question Rohan's authority. Paul was awed by this quiet proof of his father's power. The calling up of the desert levies and selected troops from Prince March had been deliberately casual, designed to alarm no one. Che explained it as an exercise that would acquaint soldiers from both princedoms with each other's techniques. He proposed that the following year a similar exercise might take place in the mountains, so that troops accustomed to the desert could get a feel for what another kind of warfare might be like. Skybull was not equipped to support a large influx of troops, and thus an assembly point had been established at the old garrison below the ruins of Farouche Castle. Paul looked on the map at each desert holding and the places from which the soldiers of Prince March would be called, and whistled under his breath at the total of 300 foot, half that number of archers, and 200 horse. Enough to be impressive, but not quite enough to provoke, had been Markin's conclusion. Paul could imagine the camp that would soon be set upon the rocky plain outside Tiglath's walls. Tents, cook fires, the spears and swords of the foot soldiers leaning outside the tents in deadly array, horses picketed within easy reach of their riders, bows unstrung and arrows kept carefully in leather quivers. The double-tailed battle flags of all the desert holdings would be presided over by Walvis's blue and white banner with a golden dragon atop the staff that signified his status as the High Prince's commander in the north. Prince March's violet would be in evidence too, with the desert blue atop it. There would be marching and swordplay, competitions between archers, riders practicing the charges and maneuvers necessary in war. All of it called out to a boy's restless imagination, making him yearn to go and watch, even if he could not really be a part of it as a working soldier. Paul sighed. Almost everyone had ridden out with Walvis and Skybull's levy. Rohan and Che would return in 10 days or so, after showing support for Walvis and meeting with some of the people from Prince March. Ostval would be gone longer on a visit to Lord Abidius of Tuath, then swing back by Tiglath and bring word of the camp to Rohan at Skybull. Only a fraction of the troops available from the desert and Prince March would take the field for maneuvers, but Paul desperately wanted just a glimpse of what was going on. A rebellious part of him said that if he wanted to look, he could. He was a sunrunner, not trained yet, of course, but he knew he could weave the light if he tried, glide along its pathways to Tiglath, and oh, how he wanted to. But he didn't let himself think about it too much. He had responsibilities. He could not do it, but he wanted to. His finger drew little circles on the map as he vowed that, once he was older, no one would be able to make him stay put when he wanted to be somewhere else. At least if he was denied the fun and excitement of the summer's encampment, he would be doing something almost as interesting. His finger left Tiglath and touched the little symbol indicating the location of Castle Crag, high in the Varesh on the Falain River. There was no definite route planned for the progress. They would wander as fancy took them. The only certainty on their itinerary was that Princess Pansala expected them at Castle Crag in time for a long visit before going to Ways and the Riala. Paul had seen the Varesh Mountains from a great distance, far-away purple peaks crowned in white snow, an element he wasn't entirely sure he believed in. Dorval's mountainous region never saw snow. He had almost decided that seeing such marvels as pine forests, lakes, meadows, wide rivers, and especially snow was as good as spending the summer soldiering.
Here you are!
Paul looked up. Chanel had a positively uncanny knack for finding him. "Good afternoon," he said politely.
Janavi and I are going riding. Do you want to come?
"No, but thank you for asking." Chanel gave a shrug and sat in a nearby chair.
Why is Ryan a sunrunner if his father isn't?
For the same reason Markin is and his father isn't.
Or you and your father,
she said, nodding.
Does it always come from the mother's side?
Nobody knows where it comes from.
He began rolling up the map. My grandmother's father was Ferrari, even though he was never trained and his wife didn't show any signs of it at all. One of their children was Lady Andrade, who's more powerful than anybody, and the other was my grandmother, Princess Millar.
And Princess Tobin is, but your father isn't, and her children are and aren't. It's very confusing. She smiled. You are, though. Do you think you'll be as good at it as your mother is?
I hope so.
I'd like to be a sunrunner and touch a dragon.
That's not what being a sunrunner is about.
He got to his feet, the map back in its case.
Being a Ferrari is, she interrupted.
But you want to touch a dragon on sunlight, don't you?
Paul turned away from the shrewd blue eyes.
None of your business, he muttered.
You do too, I can tell. I know all kinds of things about you that you don't want me to know.
Such as? He swung around.
Chanel gave him a pert grin.
I'm not telling.
You'd better.
She jumped up from the chair and ran laughing out the door. Paul grabbed the map and raced after her, catching up on the stairs. He made a grab for her elbow, but she eluded him.
Chanel, tell me.
I won't. Not until you promise to come riding with us.
You are the most impossible brat ever born.
I'm not a brat.
You are too, and see if I care about things you probably don't know anyway.
He turned to go back to his room.
Paul, I do know something. I know that you want to touch the dragon so you can talk to them and tell them it's safe to go back to Riven Rock.
He whirled and stared at her.
How did you know that?
Because it's exactly what I'd do if I was a sunrunner.
He looked down at her pudgy little face, the beginnings of respect sneaking up on him.
Would you? Do you understand about the dragons?
My mother's been studying dragons for years and years. She knows more about them than anybody.
We talk about dragons all the time.
Paul heard himself say,
There's a lot I don't know about them. Maybe you could teach me.
Chanel glowed with happiness for a moment, then recalled her pride and looked down at her toes, kicking at the step above her.
Maybe I could, if you're nicer to me.
You're really a pain sometimes, you know that?
Sorry. He tried to think up something else to say. She saved him the necessity by smiling shyly up at him. Someday, he thought unexpectedly, she might even turn out to be pretty. Even more surprisingly, he was about to tell her so when the walls of Skybowl shuddered.
What in all hells is that? He blurted.
Listen.
Are the dragons fighting again?
Can't you hear the difference?
She scoffed.
They don't sound angry, he ventured.
Of course not. They're meeting.
Sioned and Marken had spent the last 2 days with Phelan, who was in the lengthy process of dissecting the dragon. At first, the bloody project made both sunrunners a little ill. Fascination soon replaced squeamishness. And, too, there was something exquisite about the fit of bone to bone, the discovery of how muscles worked, the elegant configurations of flight that overcame a tendency to queasy stomachs. Phelan had a sincere respect for dragons and regretted violating this one in death, but her curiosity was stronger. She reported her findings to 2 scribes, each of whom relied on Sinead's memory to supply what they sometimes missed. Marken skillfully produced drawings, as Phelan dictated to the scribes. His renditions of the delicate interlinking of muscle and bone in the wings were works of art. Other servants were busy building a rocky pyre for the dragon's remains, which were placed there when Phelan was done describing them and Marken had finished his drawings.
The brain is twice the size of ours, but without so many curves and ridges to it, she reported, holding the mass of gray material in both hands. It's also much larger in the back where it meets the spine and not as developed in the front regions.
Wait, Sinead protested. When did you ever see a human brain?
Phelan cleared her throat and looked guilty.
Well, my mother was a physician. She liked to find out how things worked. But how? One day she found a man lying dead in the hills. There wasn't any way to identify him, no one to claim him. We gave him a decent burning afterward, she finished defensively.
Marken glanced up from his sketch pad, eyes wide. Sinead gulped, shook her head and murmured,
I am sorry I asked. Go on, Phelan.
Brain, eyes, tongue, teeth, nasal structure, all of it was measured and defined for the scribes, and then placed before Marken to be drawn.
Over the last 2 days, Phelan had systematically examined the huge corpse. Legs, stomach, lungs, wings, chest cavity, and heart. One of the scribes, who had lasted through a detailed description of the dragon's last meal after an exploration of the stomach's contents, finally balked at a lengthy discourse on the eyes. He threw down his parchment and pen, staggered over to the lake, and was violently sick. Sioned took his place, scribbling for all she was worth, and told herself firmly that high princesses did not throw up in public.
"Markin, you're as green-faced as a pregnant girl," Phelan said suddenly.
"There's blood, and then there's blood," he said. "It's different from battle blood. Ugh."
"Carving up a dragon for study is worse than carving up your enemies."
"It's different,"
he maintained stubbornly. "He has a point, you know," Sioned observed. "How would you like it if somebody sliced you up into your component parts?"
"I'd mind plenty if I was still alive. Once I'm dead, what does it matter? I have no more use for my body, after all, once I'm gone from it."
Phelan placed the last section of skull on the blanket before Markin, stretched, and went to crouch beside Sioned.
"Anyway, this chance was too good to pass up. But it seems so—"
She ended with a helpless shrug.
"How else do we learn? My mother wasn't the only physician who investigated human corpses, you know. Does a dead body mind the flames we light around it? Would it mind being poked around in? Just the same, I don't want anybody doing that to me," Sioned told her. "What if we learn something from this dragon that helps us understand the whole race better?"
"Oh, I'm not arguing with you, Phelan, and I did volunteer to help, but I'm afraid I can't look at it quite as calmly as you can."
"I think I know why," Markin said. "This really isn't any different from carving up any animal we use as food, but Sioned and I have touched dragon colors. The only other creatures we can do that with are humans, and that's what makes it different."
By late afternoon, they were finished, and flasks of perfumed oil were poured over the dismembered corpse. Sioned and Markin together summoned fire to set the remains alight, and the flames brought forth a spicy, sweet odor. The scribes and workers returned gratefully to Skyball, leaving Sioned, Phelan, and Markin to watch the dragon burn. When the mating howls split the sky, all three jumped. Phelan, whose respect for dragons included a healthy fear of them, turned white. Sioned took her arm in support.
"They're only mating, you've heard that before. And it affects me the same way every time. It's ridiculous," she said nervously. "I can study them, count them, watch them, even cut one up to find out how he works, but something about their voices twists me up inside."
She gave another start and flinched as a flight of 3-year-olds burst over the southern rim of the crater.
"Sweet goddess!"
Sioned's eye was caught instantly by the little reddish female with golden underwings, the dragon she had attempted to touch before. The group had come back to the lake for another drink. Neither the mating cries nor the burning corpse seemed to affect them at all. They were not old enough to comprehend or be interested in the former, and as for the latter, it was almost as if with his death the dragon sire had been erased from their memories. Knowing she was being fanciful by projecting human emotion onto dragons, Sioned still found it incredibly sad. Her promise to Rohan flickered across her mind, and she glanced at Markin. He returned her gaze speculatively, then nodded. Sioned made certain Phelan was all right, then went to her nephew. "Back me up," was all she said, and at once felt the powerful sun-weaving of a trained, disciplined Faradi mind. His colors of ruby, amber, and diamond created a strong spectrum with her own emerald, sapphire, amber, and onyx, and the separate patterns complemented each other, her own dominant, as she'd asked. But the brilliance of their colors was as nothing to the swirling hues into which Sioned was abruptly plunged with her first tentative brush against the dragon. Rainbows rioted in her mind, and she reeled with the impact, each color repeated in hundreds of shades, each carrying a sound, a vision, an impression or memory or instinct far too much for her to grasp, let alone assimilate into recognizable form. The sheer glut of colors staggered her. The information attached to them nearly shattered her mind. Vaguely, through the rainbow storm, she sensed the dragon's withdrawal from her. Then she fainted. "Sioned!" Markin flung his arms around her to keep her upright, terrified by her ashen cheeks and lolling head. Well-honed skills kept her colors in strict pattern, retrieved and reformed before she fainted. There was no danger of her becoming shadow-lost. But this blank unconsciousness unnerved him. Shaking and white-faced, Phelan helped him lower her to the ground.
"Markin, what the hell happened?"
"I don't know. I didn't see anything or touch the dragon myself. I don't know what she saw or felt." He cupped her head in one hand, slapped her cheeks gently with the other. "Sioned!"
"It can't be too bad, can it? She didn't scream like last time. Neither did the dragon."
She unhooked a waterskin from her belt. That item desert dwellers never forgot to carry no matter where they were, and made Sioned drink. The princess choked slightly, but other than a reflexive swallow, she showed no signs of awakening. Markin saw a quick shadow and looked up. The other dragons had flown, but the reddish female remained, her underwings gleaming as she circled over the pyre. She called out, a soft whine of distress, and darted down for a closer look before rising to fly tight circles above them, whimpering.
"She's worried about Sioned," Phelan whispered. "Is that possible?"
Sioned stirred at last, shifting groggily. She made a vague warding-off gesture with one hand, then opened her eyes. "How do you feel?" Markin asked anxiously.
"I have a headache that goes clear down to my feet. Markin."
"You don't remember, do you?"
"Is there something I ought to?"
She frowned. "I don't know. I wasn't close enough with you to see it myself, but you touched that dragon, Sioned. You must have."
"I did?"
She sat up and hugged her knees to her chest.
"I remember wanting to, and asking you to back me up, but after that, I think we'd better get you to the keep and into bed,"
Phelan told her. Sioned groaned as they helped her to stand.
"Goddess, I feel as if I've been out in the long sand through a whole autumn's worth of storms."
She looked up suddenly as the dragon called out,
"She's still here."
They watched the dragon fly low over the lake, sweeping close enough to approach Sioned and look on her with wide, fine, dark eyes. She trumpeted again, a single silvery note that echoed around the crater as she flew off into the desert. Phelan exchanged glances with Markin and said,
"I heard it in her voice."
He nodded. "I think I even saw it in her eyes. She's glad Sioned's all right, and now she can go back to the others." He regarded his aunt with thoughtful eyes. "Whatever happened between you, I'd say you've made a friend." Chapter 11. In 701, the year of the plague, the seaside residence of Ways's lords had been turned into a hospital for the sick. By midsummer, it had become a mausoleum. The unburied dead rotted in chambers and corridors for lack of persons brave enough to risk infection by entering the building. One of the last acts of old Lord Jervis's life had been to order his palace burned, both to honor the dead and to prevent further contagion from spreading into the city itself. He had died on the very day of the blaze, and his corpse had been carried from the house in which his family had taken refuge to the fine old residence overlooking the sea, there to burn with his palace and his people. His widow had moved her surviving family into a home in the city when the danger had passed. Over the intervening years, Lord Lisle had taken over houses on either side of the first one, knocking down walls to run rooms and gardens together, adding new partitions and odd staircases and sloping ramps to connect the various levels. The residence became a habitable, if eccentric, composition of some 30 rooms on 5 different levels. It had neither the elegance nor the splendor of the seaside palace, but it possessed a decided advantage in its ugliness insofar as Lady Keeley was concerned.
There were more exits than anyone could keep track of, and that suited her very well. She left by one of them, a side door from what had been a kitchen but was now used for storage, and drew a heavy cloak around her against the evening chill off Brockwell Bay. No one saw her as she glided through the back garden toward the gate that led into an alley. She walked for some distance behind the homes of wealthy merchants and court functionaries, then cut through a park and strode quickly to the portside section of the city. Her destination was an undistinguished dwelling halfway down a foul-smelling back street. The house had been rented for her by her old nurse Athena, and the man who opened the door had been told to expect her.
"Milady,"
he acknowledged, in a voice as salt-rough as his skin. He made an awkward bow and ushered her in.
"He's upstairs. Not liking it a bit, milady."
She shrugged, averting her gaze from him, the squalid room, and especially the greasy-haired woman who sat by the hearth, ostentatiously counting gold coins. Keeley crossed the filthy floor to the stairs. The man escorted her, and their combined weight on the half-rotted wood sent creaks and groans shivering all along the steps. Heat and smoke from the fireplace intensified the stink. She held her handkerchief to her nose, inhaling its heavy perfume.
"In here, milady."
He shouldered open a large door. Keeley pulled in a deep breath to steady her nerves and regretted it as she got a lungful of the man's sweat smell even through the silk held to her nose.
"He doesn't know you're coming,"
he added.
"Good. Leave us. I'll be perfectly safe, I assure you."
Her gaze fixed on the tall, lean figure standing in the shadows beyond the candlelight, his back to the door. Rusting iron hinges creaked, and Keeley was shut in the room, alone with a man who might, or might not, be her brother.
"He's right. I didn't know you'd be here, but it's about damn time."
She stiffened with fury, then made herself laugh, wadding the handkerchief in her fist.
"Impressive. Almost my father's tones. You've got the arrogance down very well. Let's see if you've the looks to match. Come into the light."
"Our father,"
he corrected, and turned, and stepped forward. The feeble glow of the candle on the table struck a face of high bones and sensuous lips. His eyes were like green crystal frosted with ice. Keeley caught her breath and groped for a chair. He grinned without humor, and let her find her own support while he took another few steps and loomed over her. She fought back childhood memories of her father doing the same thing, and the terror his rages always provoked. She was not a child any more. She was a woman grown, and she held the power of this man's success or failure.
"What do you think, sister dear?"
Rallying, she scowled at him and ordered,
"Sit down and listen to me. You may be who you claim to be, and then again you may not. But by the goddess, you're going to listen to what I say and follow my instructions, if that is, you hope to achieve your goal."
He laughed.
"Another thing we have in common."
He pulled the second chair out from the table and sat down, sprawling long legs.
"Sit up straighter, legs crossed with the left ankle on the right knee."
He obeyed, still grinning. Keeley unwound her fingers from the silk square and folded her hands on the table. A shrug dropped the cloak from her shoulders, alleviating a little of the oppressive heat. She inspected the young man for some time in silence, hiding her growing excitement. Now that she had recovered from the icy green of his eyes, the resemblance was not quite so shocking. Something about the chin was wrong, and the mouth was too wide. There were other discrepancies, but the height was correct, and the leanness corresponded with descriptions of Relstra in his youth.
"You'll pass," she said curtly. "With schooling, of course, and with a rinse to bring out red highlights in your hair. Palila's hair was auburn. Yours is too dark."
"Like our father's?"
he shot back.
"A reddish tint will arouse memories of her, and that's the immediate point, you'll agree. Now explain to me why it took you so long to get here."
"I set out as planned and on time, according to instructions from some woman who seems to think she's my aunt." He grinned. She's the daughter of the people who claim to be my grandparents, but I don't own the relationship. Was it her money or yours that was sent to persuade me?
Impudence will get you precisely nowhere, she snapped. Tell me why you're late.
There were riders following me. Who? I didn't leave them alive to conduct a conversation, he retorted. They came on me at night, 4 of them, with drawn knives.
What did they look like?
Peasants. One of them babbled something about someone who'd helped me challenge the princeling. There was talk of power more potent than the Faradim. He shrugged. I don't need anyone's help. I'm ready to take my inheritance now.
You should have questioned them.
What was I supposed to do? Ask for information while they cut me to ribbons? I heard them approach and pretended to drowse over my fire, and when they were close enough, I started killing them before they could kill me. If that doesn't suit you, sweet sister, then too damned bad.
Stop calling me that. It's yet to be proved that you're my father's son, and to do that, you need me. You know that, or you wouldn't be here. Who taught you proper speech?
Do you want me to use my rustic mountain accent? He sneered. Would that help the illusion? I don't need any tricks. I'm the son of High Prince Relstra and his mistress, Lady Palila, born nearly 21 years ago, just a few measures from here, on the Falain River. Anyone who doubts it—
Don't threaten me, boy, she told him. I don't have to believe in you. All I have to do is decide whether or not to support you. How far do you think you'd get without the backing of one of Relstra's daughters? Now, how did you learn gentle speech?
Sullenly, he replied. A couple of the men at Dazan Manor had been servants at Castle Crag in their young days. They taught me.
Good. We can say they recognized the high-born in you and tutored you. We can work on your appearance and various mannerisms I can show you. Get up and walk around the room.
He did so, eyes smoldering with resentment. Do I walk well enough for you? She ignored the question, not wanting to admit how his strong movements distressed her. There was power in that lean, tough body, wedded to a temper that would make him dangerous if crossed.
Lean against the wall. Fold your arms over your chest. No, higher. Good. Now, brush your hair from your forehead. Use your fingers like a comb. That's right. Can you hold your own in a sword fight?
I've had training. Dazan belongs to a knight retired from service, and he says I'm a natural fighter. I'm good with horses, too, and knives, as I proved on the way here. He gestured to the dagger at his belt. No worries about that.
What I'm worried about is your arrogance and your anger. You'll have to control both if this is going to work. You can't just storm into the prince's conference and demand your rights. Let my husband handle that part of it, and keep your mouth shut, except to say what we'll tell you to say. Oh, stop glaring at me, Mazul. You not only have to prove your claim to Prince March, but you also have to prove you'll be a prince the others can work with. They'd had quite enough of my father's ways before he died, I can tell you that.
This was obviously a new concept. He subsided into his chair and blew out a long sigh. Very well, but you have to understand something first. All my life I've been stuck in that swine run of a manor at the back end of nothing. Everybody sneaking glances at me, whispering that I couldn't possibly be my supposed father's son, not with my height and colouring, and especially my eyes. He rose and began to pace. Keely schooled her expression to coolness. Her father had stalked rooms in just this fashion. But even more than her memories, Mazul's barely leashed strength impressed her again like a physical blow. His pacing made the candle flame flicker as he passed, the light throwing odd shadows onto his face. The rumor started when I was about 15. Could he be? What if he is? Surely he's not. Remember the old prince? What really happened that night?
That is something very few people ever knew, Keely interrupted. Palila, Relstra, Ianthe, Pansala, Andrade. Of those 5, the first 3 are dead.
And the 2 survivors won't welcome me with open arms, he added.
Pansala won't give up her power without a terrible struggle, she agreed. She'll throw her own honor into the dirt before making the slightest slip that could prove you're Relstra's son. As for Andrade, she's blood-bound to the desert, and she hated Relstra with a passion bordering on obsession. I don't think she'd lie, no matter what the need, but she's clever as a roomful of silk merchants and won't tell any part of the truth that might support your claim.
It's up to me, then. I have to look enough like him and Palila, say what you and Lyle tell me, and behave as if I'll be a good biddable prince once I'm installed at Castle Crag."
He grinned again, like a wolf. She had intended bidding him herself, but it appeared he had a mind of his own. That would help in the process of convincing others, of course, but she suspected that his gratitude for her help would last only as long as it took him to walk inside Castle Crag.
"I'm ready to be educated, sister dear," he said, and sat down once more.
She stared at him for a long time over the candle flame. "Mazul, have you ever grown a beard?"
"No."
"Do so for 3 reasons. First, many men with dark hair have reddish beards, and it would help if that were the case with you. Second, we have to hide you until the Riala, and a beard would do that, make you look older."
"And third?"
She laughed, pleased with her inspiration. "Imagine it. You appear for the first time at the Riala, bearded. All anyone will see is your eyes. They are very like my father's, you know. That night, we'll shave off the beard, and because they're already primed to see Relstra in your face, they'll find the resemblance even greater than it is."
Mazul looked startled for a moment, then laughed aloud. "Father of storms! Brilliant, sister, brilliant!"
"I've not yet decided that I am your sister," she reminded him. The words had the intended effect. He looked murderous, then resentful, then determined to win her over to real belief. She rose, satisfied. He would work harder at his lessons in order to prove his identity, and her eventual acquiescence would be all the sweeter to him for having been hard won. This would give him added confidence in his ability to convince others. Not that he would need much more confidence, she reflected, as she settled her cloak around her again. Still, she had established the beginnings of dominance over him through her doubts and her instructions. He would be willing to do as she told him.
"Is this where you're going to keep me until the Riala?"
Mazul asked. She smiled, pleased by the phrasing that confirmed her ascendancy. "It won't be too bad after it's cleaned up. But when the city begins to fill later in the summer, I'll have you move to a little manor we own outside the gates."
"The place you meet your lovers?" he suggested.
She drew back her hand to slap him, and he caught her wrist, laughing. "How dare you!" she spat. "Let me go!"
"A woman as beautiful as you must have plenty of lovers. That's the way of things with you highborns, and especially Relstra's offspring. How many did Ianthe take before she died? I must say it's a pity you're my sister, sister dear."
She wrenched away from him. "Don't you ever touch me again!" His grin infuriated her, and his mocking parody of a bow. She yanked the door open and slammed it behind her, descending the stairs at a run. Pausing only to order that the house be thoroughly cleaned before her next visit, and tossing another pouch of gold at the woman to pay for it, she left the stifling place for the cool night air outside. It hit her burning cheeks like an ice storm. As she walked, she calmed down a little and realized that part of her anger was really shock. His suggestion about her lovers, and his intimation that he wouldn't mind being one, was impudence of the worst sort. He was half her age and possibly her brother into the bargain. Yet something deeper troubled her. She had seen lust in men's eyes before, but recognition of it in Mazul's green gaze brought memories flooding back. Relstra had looked at Palila that way, and at many other lovely women. Boldly, speculatively, arrogant with the assurance that he had but to beckon and they would be instantly in his bed. Not because he was High Prince, because he was a man who enjoyed women's bodies. More than anything else she had seen or heard tonight, the look in Mazul's eyes began to convince her that he might indeed be Relstra's son. Keely paused for a few moments in the cool darkness of her garden, looking up at the windows where lights shone blue or red or green behind thin curtains. Shadows moved behind some, and all at once white gold candlelight stabbed out from a fourth-floor window as silk was pulled aside. Keely froze, then scurried to the shelter of a tree. She gasped for breath, then tried to quiet her racing heart. Why should she not take a stroll in her own gardens if she chose? Still, she stayed where she was until the spill of light was again covered by green curtains. When she could breathe normally, she slipped back into the house. Gaining the main part of the building, she found the servants in an uproar. She dropped her cloak on the carpet for one of them to pick up, glancing quickly in a mirror to make sure her hair and gown were tidy, before she demanded to know the cause of the disturbance.
"The Princess Chiana, my lady. She's just arrived and—" "Princess? Who told you to call her that?" Keely snapped. "Never mind, I know who did. Damn her insolence. She is the Lady Chiana in my house, and anyone giving her royal titles in my hearing or out of it will be dismissed on the spot. Where is she?" "With my lordship, my lady, in the 3rd room."
Keely started for the main hall, infuriated anew as she saw Chiana's baggage strewn about the floor. She ordered it put in the rooms made ready for her, and told herself that she would have her vengeance on the little bitch soon enough. For now, she would have to be all honey and silk. She smoothed her face accordingly and brought a smile to her lips with the exquisite thought of Chiana's frantic humiliation at the Riala. The 3rd room was reserved for receiving the most important guests, being the largest and best furnished. Differences in the houses that made up the residence made short staircases necessary here and there, and the steps leading down into the chamber were perfect for making an entrance. Keely always enjoyed the chance those 5 steps gave her to pause, observe, and collect all eyes. But tonight she didn't bother with her usual entrance to the room where Chiana and Lyle were seated over steaming cups of teas. Lyle rose. Chiana did not. Keely hid her irritation that her sister had not given her the usual mark of respect. She smiled sweetly and poured herself something to drink, then sank into a chair near Chiana's.
"What a precipitous arrival, my dear, but a very welcome one. Was the journey troublesome?"
The 2 women exchanged polite nothings for some moments, and Keely's good humor returned as she imagined Chiana's reaction to Mazul. To have both under her eyes would provide excellent private entertainment during the long summer ahead. Chiana was definitely and obviously the daughter of Relstra and Palila. She had the best features of both, which created a beauty that, at nearly 21, more than fulfilled the promise of her girlhood. Rich, heavy auburn hair curled enticingly around hazel eyes with startlingly long lashes. She did not have her parents' height, but her figure was in perfect proportion, and shone to advantage by the tight bodice and waist of her dress. Keely noted that Lyle was having trouble keeping his gaze from the full curves defined by that bodice. She made a mental note to seduce him tonight. She was not quite ready to have him stray from her bed, certainly not into Chiana's. As was natural, talk turned to their siblings.
"Nadra is plump and pleased with herself," Chiana said scornfully, "even though she hasn't been able to provide Narat with a son. I haven't heard from the others in quite some time. Do you have news of them?"
Keely ran down the list automatically.
"Pansala sits at Castle Crag, as ever, being wise and bountiful. Moriah sits in the dower house Prince Rohan gave her, watching the pine cones fall for all I know, or care. How she can stand the Varesh the whole year is beyond my comprehension. Moswin is visiting Prince Clutha. I think she hopes to snare Hellion."
Chiana giggled.
"That tall, thin drip of water with the mistress and daughters. What would she want him for?"
"His inheritance, of course," Lyle said. "I never met any of Relstra's daughters who weren't ambitious."
He said it fondly, with a proud glance at his wife.
"Practical, my love," she corrected, "and interested in survival."
Her glance was equally loving, but inwardly she cursed him for his unwanted perception. If, however, he understood and was pleased by her ambition, then it would be that much easier to direct him in the matter of Mazul.
Where was I? Ah, yes. Rabia's death has left Patwin inconsolable, it said, but he'll probably find some charming girl this year and marry again. Dunladi is at the Cyrene court with Princess Gemma, and that's the roster, Chiana, except for you and me.
She smiled her most winning smile.
"I'm so glad you've come to help me with the Riala this year. Clutha is so demanding. Each has to be grander than the last, and I've run out of ideas. I'm so glad I can be of help to you, Keely. It'll be such fun. But tell me, what have you heard about this person who claims to be our brother?
Unprepared for the question, Keely hoped her sudden confusion would be taken as inability to express her outrage at so presumptuous a claim. Lyle filled the breach, and for one of the few times in her marriage, Keely thanked the goddess for the existence of her husband.
"It's annoying, of course," he said, "but none of our concern."
They say he'll appear at the Riala to claim Prince March. Could he do that, Lyle?
He patted her arm.
"Don't worry your pretty head about it."
But Chiana would, and Keely knew it. She smiled. Prince Clutha had spent his youth and middle age worrying about whether or not his beloved Meadow Lord would be the battleground for the desert and Prince March. Mountains separated the two princedoms all along their mutual border, but Clutha's broad, gently rolling lands lay smack in the middle between the two. His sire and grandsire had both seen warring armies rage across the wheat fields, leaving burned crops and destroyed villages in their wake. Clutha had never much cared which came out on top, so long as the struggle did not take place on his territory. He had worked assiduously for years to keep first Relstra and Zahava and then Relstra and Rohan from coming to blows. But for the 14 years of Rohan's rule as High Prince and the union of the two lands, his worries on that score had vanished. No longer concerned about his princedom's safety from without, he had turned his mind to its interior security. Of all his Athrim, none had so much potential for both power and mischief as Lyle of Ways. Not that the man was particularly clever, or capable on his own of doing more than running his city with competence. It was Keely, Relstra's daughter, who worried Clutha. Lyle was tied to the desert through his sister's marriage to Lord Eltanan of Tiglath. She and their elder son had died of plague, but the younger, Talon, survived as the heir. Clutha had countenanced Lyle's wedding to Relstra's daughter because it would neatly balance the desert commitment. He had not counted on the young lord's abandoning the desert to throw in wholeheartedly with Relstra in his war against Rohan. Ever since then, Clutha had kept a close eye on the rulers of Ways. Thus it was that he had left his squire behind after his visit that spring. The youth was not a welcome guest in the residence, but neither Keely nor Lyle could refuse when their prince offered them his services. Clutha went home to Swalekeep well contented, for this squire was more than just a squire. Ryan was the only son of Lord Ostwell of Skybole, and a sunrunner. At the age of 12 he had gone to Swalekeep for training as a knight, staying for 2 years before journeying to Goddess Keep to learn the Ferrari arts. Last summer at 19, Ryan had come back to Meadowlord to prepare for his knighting this year at the Riala. Though he had been, in effect, Lord Urivel's squire at Goddess Keep, only a knight could make a knight, and Urivel was not. So Clutha would be the one to give him the accolade and a new sword, at which point he would return to Lady Andrade for further education as a sunrunner. It was a different plan from the one that had earned Lord Markin his knighthood and his rings. Training young lords who were also Faradim was a new proposition, and Andrade was frankly experimenting with the best manner of accomplishing it. Soon it would be decided how Prince Paul would be trained. Would he continue at Grey Pearl with Lane and Chadrick, or curtail his pursuit of knighthood, as Ryan had done, in favor of earlier Ferrari education than Markin had had? It was yet to be decided. Ryan knew very well that he was an experiment, and did not mind in the least. He enjoyed both aspects of his training equally and anticipated being the sunrunner lord of Skybole without the slightest qualm. The difficulties that worried Markin were things Ryan shrugged off. He understood the older lord's problem, but did not share it. In the first place, the power he would have as Athri of Skybole was much less than Markin's as Lord of Radzin. True, he would have jurisdiction over the gold caves, but others would see to the politics of the desert and Prince March. He also felt easier about his Ferrari status than Markin. Ostville never expressed reservations about it, the way Lord Chanel sometimes did. Ryan didn't blame Che. People who had never lived among Sunrunners often looked on them somewhat askance, but his own father had spent his childhood and youth at Goddess Keep. Ostville understood Faradim. Ryan's orientation was service to his prince, not rule on his own. Markin would have to preside over Radson's vast independent holdings, help Paul govern, decide great questions of state, lead armies if necessary. None of that was in Ryan's future. His mother, Camigwyn, had been chatelaine of Stronghold, but she had also been Sinead's dearest friend, sister rather than servant. Ostville held Skybowl for Rohan, not for himself. Rohan had attempted to give him the same arrangement that he had with the most powerful of his vassals, outright ownership of the land, but Ostville had refused. Skybowl belonged to Rohan. Ostville oversaw it and served his prince well and faithfully. When it came his turn, Ryan would do the same, both as Athri and Sunrunner. These weighty matters were not on his mind, however, as he lounged in his chamber at the Way's residence that night. He was thinking quite prosaically about the chances of getting to know a certain merchant's daughter a little better. The girl and her father had been his escort around Ways his first few days here as he got to know the port city. Jayachin was possessed of blue-black hair, eyes so blue they were nearly purple, and a skin like moonlight. Ryan had a deep and profound appreciation of the opposite sex, especially its members who laughed at his jokes and resisted his advances up to a point. Her father had made certain he had gotten nowhere near that point yet, but Ryan was aware that the merchant was not insensible to the honor of having his daughter courted by the heir of Skybowl, friend to Prince Paul himself. Ryan intended asking Jayachin tomorrow if she'd care to ride out with him for a day in the countryside. The weather for the past days had been brisk, with a strong wind off the bay, savaging the new flowers in the garden to the despair of the groundskeepers. But tomorrow might be gentler. He rose from his bed and went over to the windows, parting the green silk curtains to take a look at the sky. Recognizing the cloak-wrapped figure down below was easy. Keely always wore a large gold ring set with diamonds on her right hand, and the thing grabbed even the faintest light. Ryan's brows shot up as she slid into the shadow of a tree. Why hide, he thought. He shrugged, let the curtain drop, and went back to the bed. Sprawling across the coverlet, he tried to think about Jayachin. But the sight of Keely tonight, combined with his observations since Clutha's departure, fit no pattern. Keely's volume of private letters, some to her half-sister Moswin at Swale Keep, some to a woman in Einar, was of interest. She sometimes disappeared all day into the city, saying afterward that she had been shopping, but she never came home with any packages. Once or twice he had followed her out of idle curiosity and discovered that she was remarkably adept at slipping into back streets, where he lost her. And most puzzling of all, she had invited Chiana here to Ways for the summer. Everybody knew how much Keely hated her youngest sibling. Chiana's arrival tonight had been Ryan's cue to vanish upstairs. He knew he ought to have stayed and watched Keely with her, but Chiana set his teeth on edge. She was beautiful, no doubt about that, and he supposed she could be charming when and if it suited her, but seeing her fawn all over Lyle had been a trifle too stomach-curdling for Ryan's taste that night. Finally, he admitted that Keely's nocturnal stroll in the gardens bewildered him enough to make him haul on his boots and go downstairs. He had more or less learned the eccentric plan of the residence, and only took the wrong corridor 1 time out of 5 on average. Tonight, he was accurate and slipped out into the night. He went to the place where she had stood, then retraced the steps she must have taken. The groundskeepers were in the process of replacing the white gravel along all the pathways. Ryan was in luck, for the bare dirt had been raked that afternoon. He called up a finger of fire to give him light enough to see by, and followed her steps. They led directly to the back gate. His brows arched again at that,
So it was not an evening meander in the gardens she had been about, but a return from elsewhere in the city. The gate was not fully closed. He opened it, wincing as hinges squeaked softly, and stood in the alley for a few moments, wondering which way she had come and gone. Perhaps this was something Andrade should know about. Ryan paused, turning his face up to the moons chased by the wind across the sky. He clenched both hands loosely, feeling the 4 rings that marked him as an apprentice sunrunner. He could do it on his own, though his technique sometimes left a little to be desired. But these were moons above him now, not the strong and steady light of the sun. The principle was the same. He wondered if he dared it, then smiled. He closed his eyes, the better to feel the delicate strands of moonlight in his thoughts. With his mind he wove them together, tested them, and was pleased by their easy suppleness and strength. This was simpler than he'd been led to believe. He threaded his own colors of garnet and pearl and carnelian into the plated moonlight. They took on a new luster, shimmering subtly as he cast the weaving across dark land and star-sparkled water. Following the shining pathway, he caught his breath at the beauty down below him and nearly forgot to stop at Goddess Keep. Someone he did not know was on duty tonight in the beautiful chamber with 3 glass walls, where at least one sunrunner always sat, waiting for any messages that might come on the light. The windows here were kept open, except in a downpour, when cloud cover prohibited Faradi communication anyway. Ryan practically danced through one window and brushed against the unknown sunrunner's colors. "Goddess blessin'," he greeted cheerfully. "Ryan of Skybowl, with word for Lady Andrade." The person's startlement was almost funny. After a hasty greeting in return, there was an apology and a promise to go find the lady. Ryan hovered in the room, waiting, imagining what must be going on. The duty sunrunner would be shouting all over the keep. Andrade would demand to know what in the name of all hells was going on. It would take her some time to climb the stairs from her chambers to the room of glass. In far less time than he imagined, there was a powerful presence on the moonlight that captured his weaving and threaded it through with veritable ropes made of moonlight.
"What do you think you're up to, you young idiot?"
"I'm sorry, milady, but I thought—"
"You thought wrong. Can't you feel that the strands are too frail to get you back safely to Ways? And what are you doing in Ways, anyway? Why wasn't I informed?"
"Prince Clutha left me here to watch Lady Keeley and Lord Lyle, and there's been quite a lot to watch. Chiana's here, for one thing."
Andrade's brilliant colors flared painfully, and Ryan winced.
"All right, tell me the whole of it."
He did so, sensing her astonishment and her suspicions. When he was finished, he heard something like a hissing intake of breath and wondered if it was only his past experience of her that made him imagine it.
"You did the right thing by telling me," she admitted. "Keep watching Keeley when you can, and Chiana too. But by the goddess, the next time you'll wait for sunlight, or I'll skin you alive and nail your hide to the refectory wall as a caution to all the other young fools who think they know everything."
"Yes, my lady," he replied meekly.
"Do you understand me, Ryan? If you'd tried to return, the moonlight would have unraveled like a rotted blanket, and you would have been shadow-lost. Those 4 rings of yours do not allow you to attempt moon-running. Now, let's get you back where you started, shall we?"
The moonlight was like a gigantic bolt of silk flung from Goddess Keep to Ways. He slid along it, pell-mell, breathless at the speed and the whirl of colors around him. Back in the alley outside the garden again, he watched with his mind as Andrade effortlessly disentangled him from the weave and vanished back along her silken moonlight. It took him a few moments to recover, but it took him no time at all to promise himself that he would not try that again until he had been properly instructed. The moons might be nearer than the sun, but the light they gave off was thinner, more delicate. He didn't want to think about what might have happened if he'd tried to come back on his own. Andrade had not left her chambers, merely woven the moonlight from her windows. On returning, she glanced at Urivel and Andry, who had joined her after the evening meal to discuss the scrolls again.
"It seems interesting things are happening," she said,
and told them the gist of her conversation with Ryan. Urivel nodded slowly.
Interesting is the right word for now. I only hope these things don't become fascinating. Or worse,
Andry murmured. Andrade grimaced her appreciation of their remarks.
"Well, I don't want to give Ryan too much to worry about. I'll send somebody else to Ways."
"Who?" Andry asked eagerly.
"Never you mind." She eyed him sternly. "You're another one, just like him, wanting to know everything, thinking you know it all at your age. 4 or 5 rings and you believe you understand the universe. Bah!"
Andry stiffened, then bent his head.
"Yes, my lady."
"I've had enough for the night. Leave me."
When he was gone, Urivel replaced the scrolls in their cases and went to the door, where he paused and said,
"I understand that he needs reprimanding every so often, but not too often, or he'll resent you and be ungovernable."
"Do you think he's governable now? Did you hear him lecturing us tonight about the scrolls, Lady Meryzel and Sunrunner history? He's the first in hundreds of years to know. If he didn't have such a damned talent for translating, I'd take them from him and let somebody else do it. But he's got a quick mind and the will to learn."
As mind-hungry as Sioned always was, but without Sionede's humility.
"When was that girl ever humble? She and Rohan both have defied me since the day they were wed. She hasn't worn her Ferrari rings in years. Just that bloody great emerald. Humble?"
She laughed bitterly.
"You're in a foul temper tonight."
"I know."
She gestured an apology with one hand, rings and bracelet gleaming in the firelight.
"What Sioned has is a healthy fear of the power knowledge can give her. Andry's not afraid of anything, except for now me. But not for much longer."
"Andrade, he's like her in that he can be led by love, not fear."
"I've given him no cause to love me. I never meant to. Not with any of them. I don't want them to adore me. It's not necessary."
"If you want them to do your fighting and your work for you,
leave off Urivel."
"As you wish, my lady,"
he said in a voice heavy with disapproval. Andrade heard the door shut and resisted the urge to throw something. She was too old for this nonsense, too old to be juggling the actions and motives and feelings of so many people. In her youth, she had relished power. By middle age, she had exercised it with consummate skill, but now she was tired of it. Tired of the responsibility and the scheming and keeping one eye on everyone to make sure they stayed in line. But more than her weariness, she was frightened. Andry would not stay in line. He would do with the scrolls what she was scared to do. Use them. Chapter 12. It was virtually impossible for the High Prince to travel incognito, but Rohan gave it a good try on the journey through Prince March. No dragon banner announced the identity of the 8 riders. No royal badges appeared on the guards' tunics, which were plain and unmatched. No expensive trappings decorated the horses, and no farmer or innkeeper with whom they stayed went without payment, though it was every prince's right to demand free meals and lodging when traveling through his realm. But though Rohan did not advertise his presence, neither did he deny his identity when people addressed him with royal titles. News of his travels seemed to spread more quickly than Ferrari messages on sunlight. Andrade would envy the silent efficiency of these people. For his own part, he appreciated their general lack of ceremony. He hated fuss, suspicious practically from birth of those who made a great show in his presence, for show was usually designed to cover substance people did not wish seen. These folk, however, were casual and cordial in their welcome, with nothing to hide from their prince. Rohan viewed this as a tribute to their good sense and Pansala's good governance on Paul's behalf. Had she been a bad ruler, they would have hated everything to do with him, while trying to hide it with false good cheer. Accommodations varied. Some nights they stayed in neat chambers at an inn. Occasionally they unrolled blankets in a barn. Quite often they spent the night in the open beneath the stars, when evening found them still on the road. Food ranged from tavern fare to farmhouse stews to their packed provisions and whatever half a day's hunt could provide. They rode wherever curiosity took them, investigating local landmarks, seeking deep into remote valleys, riding measures out of their way to visit famous sites recommended by their hosts. There were impromptu races across flower-strewn meadows and excursions into the hills for baths in ice-cold waterfalls. All these side trips were watched over by 4 guards who, while joining in the spirit of fun, remained on constant alert. The 4 were commanded by Maita, whose presence had not been planned. She merely showed up their 3rd day out, as casually as if the encounter was an accidental one during an afternoon ride. Her explanation that she had always wanted to see the sights fooled no one. They all knew that she had been sent by her formidable mother as an extra guard for Paul. Rohan did not send Maita back to Stronghold, for not even he felt equal to facing Myrdal's wrath. The old woman was probably Paul's kinswoman, but she was certainly the only grandmother he would ever know, and Rohan respected that special relationship almost as much as he respected Myrdal's temper. Besides, it suited him to add Maita to the group. Paul had already shown a talent for taking off on his own. The mare Che had lent him, a streak of lightning compacted into 4 legs and a pair of roving eyes, liked nothing better than a wild gallop. Paul defended his escapades with the innocent reminder that he had promised to keep the horse in good trim for sale at the Riala. Threats did no good. Even the private promise of the application of Rohan's palm against his backside did not impress him overmuch. But his first attempt to bolt off after Maita's arrival earned him an afternoon riding on a lead rein behind her horse. Rohan heartily approved of his son's discomfiture, while wondering ruefully if he really was so complete a failure as a disciplinarian. Markin, too, was glad of Maita's presence. They talked tactics and strategies most of the day and half the night. She had been in most of the important battles of the last 30 years, and her wealth of experience was nearly as great as his father's. Sometimes Rohan and Paul joined in these discussions, sitting around the campfire to trade ideas. But more often father and son spent their time with each other. During the long nights spent talking, Rohan came to understand his son more deeply, especially the reason why physical punishment was nowhere near as effective as a judicious dose of public embarrassment. He should have known, of course. Paul was just like him in his consciousness of rank, his pride, and his notions of personal dignity. It was not quite arrogance, and that failing was something to guard against. The lowlands of Prince March were a revelation, rich, rolling valleys of cropland and pasture, a careless abundance that amazed desert eyes. Farmers gifted the royal party with the summer fruits of the countryside, proud of their productivity and grinning as their guests marveled at the bounty. One midday an incredible array was produced for their lunch in a farmer's front yard. Rohan asked, "Tell me, is there anything you people don't grow?" The farmer scratched his chin thoughtfully.
"Well, my lord,"
he said after due deliberation,
"not much."
And it was true. Fruit, grain, meat, cheese, nuts, vegetables, they partook of the plenty and were amazed.
"And you own all of it,"
Maita remarked to Paul one morning, her arm sweeping out to include the fields and orchards around them.
"All of it,"
he echoed incredulously.
"It must feed the whole world." "A goodly portion of our part of it," Maita answered. "You don't remember the old days. Sometimes we had to give up a year's salt or half Radson's horses for food enough to last the winter. Now that this is ours,
We'll never have to crawl again."
Rohan met her gaze over his saddle as he tightened a girth strap.
"Never again," he echoed.
He remembered very well the year to which Maita alluded, and the fury of helplessness in his father's black eyes when Relstra had demanded exorbitant payment for food enough to keep the desert from starving. More lightly he added,
"But it probably sharpened the wits, bargaining back and forth. I sometimes miss the stimulation of my first riala as prince."
Maita snorted.
"Nothing wrong with your wits, if what I hear about Firen is true. And what do you hear? That all of this," she waved again at the fields, "will include most of that."
One battle-scarred finger pointed northwest where Firen lay.
"It's possible," Rohan conceded.
Markin laughed as he swung up into his saddle.
"Don't let my mother hear you say that. The tapestry map is already being rewoven, you know. She's using it to teach Chanel stitchery. If you change your mind, she'll have your head on a spear."
"Aunt Tobin knows how to sew?"
Paul was astounded.
"She doesn't seem the type to like that kind of thing."
"She doesn't," Markin said cheerfully. "She says it's only good for something to do with your hands when you want to strangle somebody." "Strangulation really isn't her line," Rohan observed. "Knives, arrows, swords when we were growing up, that's more her style."
"Is it true about her marriage contract with Uncle Che?"
Paul asked as he mounted.
"No knives in the bedchamber," his father laughed. "Oh, it's true enough. Che insisted on it."
"What's in your agreement with Mother?"
Paul teased. Maita answered him.
"Sunrunners are much too subtle to go around waving steel. Her contract says that the only fire she'll call up in their bedchamber is the kind that burns the sheets, and that, my lad, is how you got started."
That day, the 25th of their journey, began the climb into the Great Varesh. Chain upon chain of peaks rose nearly to the clouds, the tallest of them snow-crowned even in high summer. In between were blue-violet depths where, when the angle of the sun was right, thin ribbons of water reflected silver. Conifers 10 and 20 times the height of a man grew bunched needles as long as Paul's arm, and bore cones that could be split open for sweet seeds and resin that tasted like honey. Herds of startled deer lifted white antlers to the sky before racing into cover. The water in lakes and streams was the sweetest any of them had ever tasted, as if milked directly from the clouds without touching the ground at all. The number and variety of birds astounded them. The world seemed alive night and day with wing beats and songs and hunting cries, so different from desert silence. They sometimes spent whole mornings watching flocks of birds float across a lake, or dive for fish, or plummet from the sky over prey-laden meadows. And the flowers. Narrow trails through the forest would suddenly give way to mountain meadows awash in blue, red, orange, yellow, purple, and pink, the unbelievable profusion of colors enough to make Ferrari senses drunk. To the desert bred, familiar only with the stark beauty of the long sand, where nothing grew and few birds or animals made permanent homes, the Varesh was almost frightening. Lowlands that had felt fence and plow were somehow more comprehensible than these mountains, where everything was as it had been since the first trees. People were an afterthought here, and the work of their hands could not begin to match the strength of the forest. In the desert, people grouped together, the better to withstand the harshness of their place. Here, folk lived in tiny settlements of not more than 30, herded sheep and goats endlessly through the high country, and built lonely cottages deep in the woods. But as alien as their patterns of life were to each other, the two shared a bond that became clearer to Rohan as the days passed. Both peoples had accepted that they could not work changes on the land. The silent power of mountain and desert was greater than any fence or plow. People knew what their places would give and what they would not. Paul turned stubborn about snow. He not only wanted to look at it,
He wanted to touch it and make sure it was real. Rohan, secretly sharing his son's curiosity, received directions from a bemused shepherd who obviously thought them all deranged for going to find snow when winter would bring it to them soon enough. The royal party spent 2 days coaxing their outraged, desert-born horses across frozen crystal fields, and 2 nights shivering under blankets inadequate for the temperature and the altitude.
"Had enough?"
Marken asked hopefully on the morning of the 3rd day. Paul, clutching a blanket around him on top of every stitch of clothing he had brought with him, nodded emphatically. Pelting everyone with snowballs had been great fun, and the crisp air was literally breathtaking, but he wanted above all things to be warm again. The ride down from the heights showed them ridge on ridge of blue-misted mountains, startling outcrops of solid granite alternated with hillsides thickly covered in pine. Strange, smooth slabs of rock half a measure wide and punctuated with colossal boulders set their horses' hooves to ringing. They even found some long-abandoned dragon caves and spent a day exploring. There were, oddly enough, signs of humans nearby. Marken discovered fire pits and the foundation stones of a village-sized habitation, also long forsaken. Of more interest to Rohan and Paul was evidence of a primitive smelter works. They exchanged speculative glances and headed directly back to the caves. But most of the walls had collapsed, and instead of dragons in one of the few usable caverns, they encountered a very bad-tempered hill cat who deeply resented disruption of his afternoon nap. Father and son beat a hasty retreat. Back below Snowline, they began visiting manors and keeps in more systematic fashion. Word of their coming preceded them. They were welcomed with considerably more state than on the early part of the journey. Their first stop was a small keep called Rizeld, where Lord Morland and his wife Lady Abinor had been preparing for the anticipated visit since spring. Rohan winced inwardly at the boundless enthusiasm of their welcome, but shared the philosophical observation with Paul that Rizeld had probably never seen a prince within its walls, let alone 2, and that neglecting personal visits to each Athri under one's rule was always a mistake.
"The best way of judging a keep or a manor is to visit it yourself," he mused. "Granted, they usually have the place looking its best, except for what they want you to pay to refurbish, but the trick is to look beneath the surface and see what's really going on."
They were seated in Lady Abinor's large, finely proportioned chambers, theirs for their stay. Threadbare tapestries and frayed rugs brightened the room and eased some of the stone's chill. All the weavings, including the bedclothes, showed signs of mending inadequate to their state of wear. The furniture was simple and sparse, and the glass in the windows needed replacing. But the wine made from pine cone resin was excellent. Rohan poured himself another cup and leaned back in a chair, regarding his son thoughtfully. Paul looked around him, correctly interpreting his father's last remarks to mean that he was to evaluate Rizeld and its occupants. Their arrival that morning had been the greatest event of the past 20 years at the manor. Everyone from the Athri's family to the lowliest kitchen boy had turned out, scrubbed and polished and beaming. The sons of the house, both a few winters younger than Paul, had served as squires through dinner and acquitted themselves nicely for never having had formal training in a large keep. Lord Morland's 16-year-old daughter Avalie had shown up in her mother's best silk veil, a clatter with wooden and elk-horn ornaments. But Paul saw Rizeld as a distinctly minor holding, without much wealth or importance.
"They really did bring out their best for us,"
he said, gesturing to the rugs and tapestries.
"The necklace Lady Avalie had on was just carved stuff not valuable at all. And from what else I saw, they don't even have candles, just smelly old torches. I don't think they're playing poor to get more money out of us, Father, and they seem glad to have us here."
"Yes, they do," Rohan smiled.
"But why is Pansala so stingy? There's plenty of money for new rugs and such, and it's not as if it'd be a foolish luxury in a climate like this. I can feel the cold coming up through the floor even with boots on." He sneaked his toes beneath a carpet for emphasis. "The sheep and goats are probably all out at summer pasture, but still, if I was welcoming my prince, I'd want to have my best animals here so he'd know how good they are and reward me accordingly by getting good prices at the Riala." "That's a very interesting analysis, Paul, based on what I'm sure were careful observations." The boy's eyes lit with pride until Rohan added, "Unfortunately, all of it is wrong." "What? Why?" Paul demanded. The young lady was indeed wearing row on row of carved stuff in a necklace. Very pretty it was, too. If you'd really been listening to some of the people we've met on the road, you'd know that each betokens a certain number of sheep, goats, cattle, bushels, or other local produce a family lays claim to. Rizeld boasts a rather fine quarry nearby, I'm told, administered by his lordship. He grinned. "But remember, we're only ignorant desert folk and don't know much about that. We think these are her only jewels, poor girl, and not much of a dowry it is to our way of thinking, when in fact she's wearing more dowry than most of our own young girls can offer. She also made big eyes at you. Yes, I was watching," he teased as Paul blushed. "Not that I'm surprised, you're a well-set-up young man and a prince into the bargain, but she hasn't a hope of attaching you, and she knows it. So her probable intention was to make you wistful, that so pretty a girl doesn't have more in the way of material wealth. It appears she succeeded, too. Clever girl. His lordship is, in fact, flaunting what he owns and trusting our ignorance to lead us to believe that he's poor." Paul's jaw had dropped, and his blue-green eyes were as wide as they could get. Hiding another smile, Rohan got to his feet and went to pour himself a third cup of thick, sweet wine. "Consider the tapestries," he continued, gesturing to the walls. "If their purpose is to keep out cold and damp, why arrange them on rods so they can be pulled aside? They ought to be nailed right to the wall as close as can be. If you'll notice, the rods are new. You can tell not by their polish, but by the whiteness of the plaster used to secure so heavy a load. Just to the sides of the fixtures is more plaster, hiding marks where other tapestries used to be. I'm sure there's a whole line of marks beneath, telling us that another weaving does regular duty here. It's the same in all the other chambers we were shown, by the way." "But, Father, why would they do such a thing?" "Excellent question. The tapestries these replaced are probably very fine ones that we weren't supposed to see or know about. As for torches, because they can't afford candles, have a look at the brackets. They've been scrubbed clean, but there are still traces of dripped wax, and the size of the sockets is rather inconvenient, wouldn't you say? See how the torch ends have been whittled to fit? Thus we find that in addition to plenty of sheep, goats, tapestries, and so on, they also possess candles, but we're meant to think they have none of these things." Settling into his chair again, he gave his son a wry smile. "So we finally have to ask ourselves the point of all this. Why so much trouble to disguise their wealth? Do they want us to cough up a bit? Or is there something else going on here? I tend to think the former, for his lordship doesn't seem quite devious enough to have schemes afoot other than the obvious, but I'll be watching him over the next days, and so should you." Paul's mouth still hung open. Rohan laughed softly. "Don't feel foolish, Paul. I'm no magician. Many years ago, one of my vassals, long dead, tried to pull similar tricks on me. When I pointed them out to your mother, she looked just about the way you do right now." "How did you know?" "Well, to be perfectly honest, I didn't at first, not until I noticed something else interesting. In a place famous for the quality of its goats, I was served cream made of cow's milk one morning over a dish of mossberries." Paul suddenly laughed. "Where was he hiding the cattle?" "Oh, the cattle weren't even the problem.
They were only the clue to the private deal he had going with the Cunaxons across the border to supply him with more than just a few cows every year. I won't go into the details, but suffice to say, he supplied me with excellent cheese until the cows died, as any self-respecting cow does as soon as she can in the desert. Rohan winked. Shaking his head ruefully, Paul said, I never would have seen it, and I would have made a fool out of myself by promising to make Pansala do more for them. Father, may I ask you something? Whatever you like. I don't understand about being a prince. Oh dear, he murmured. Is it things in general, this manner in particular, or something else? All of it, Paul sighed. We can't trust them for an instant, can we? Of course we can. But you just said, in the important things, we have to trust them. Paul, this matter of tapestries and candles is unimportant. I'll let Lord Morland know that I know what he's up to, discreetly, of course, to save his pride, and fine him some of his quarried stone for a building project I have in mind. I doubt he'll ever try it again. He'll know I'll catch him at it. But he'll also respect me and trust me, because not only was I smart enough to see through this, but I didn't execute him for it. Rohan shrugged, self-mockingly. Getting to his feet, he paced to the windows and stood looking out at the mountain twilight. He's only doing what his father did, you know, hiding his real wealth from Relstra. In his time, if Morlin had been caught, he'd be dead. He'll be free to try to outwit me again, but my guess is that he won't. People only hide what they fear will be taken from them. I won't take what he can't afford to give. He'll come to trust me for it and appreciate the way I work, which means he'll fight if I ask him to, so he can keep me as his overlord. And will you trust him? Rohan faced him and grinned again. As much as I trust any of them, which is to say that I trust my own judgment and wits. You know, I think I'm beginning to understand how we got to be where we are, Paul mused, his eyes dancing suddenly. Maybe we just outlasted everybody, but maybe we were smarter than all the rest. That's one way of looking at it, and probably as accurate as any other. Paul was silent for a moment, then burst out, But why do people have to treat us different? I mean, everybody bowing and deferring to us and all. Do they do it because we're princes, or because they really think we're special? Why do you ask? Just the way people react when they find out who I am. I see. Makes you nervous, does it? He asked sympathetically. Me too. I suppose they have to believe in someone, Paul. We are where we are because people believed in our ancestors for one reason or other. Your grandfather won battles and convinced everyone he could protect them. My ways of protection are different. Morlin will come to understand them in time, if he's smart. He'll trust me and you the way his father never could trust Relstra. But what all this means is that we have to work very hard to keep their trust and faith. It sounds awfully difficult. And grim. Grim? Not at all. My son. We have to put up with some very tedious people, because that's part of the way a prince does business. But it's worth enduring all the fuss because a prince can do so much to serve. You mean serve the goddess? If you want to think of it that way. Personally, I let Aunt Andrade take care of that aspect of things. I mean to serve the people who trust us to look after the peace they need in order to live out their lives. Paul nodded slowly. Grandfather did it with his sword. You do it by outsmarting everyone I possibly can. Rohan laughed again, which I sometimes think is infinitely harder. A derisive snort greeted this remark. You love it, and you know it. I have to admit it can be fun. It's a great responsibility, but a joyful one. To conclude a treaty that gets a better price for sheep, to give a dowry to a boy or girl whose parents haven't anything for them, just knowing that armies won't trample the grain while it ripens. There's goodness in those things, Paul.
And if the joy ever goes out of being a prince, then ask yourself who it is you're serving, the people who trust you or yourself. But you talk about duty as if it really is fun. I never had more fun in my life than the night I gave Ramagiv to Walvis. You never saw it when it was nothing but tumble-down walls and old cousin Hayden trying to prop them up. Walvis made it into a working keep again. Now he raises more sheep than anybody in the Long Sand, and his glass ingots are among the finest we produce. And there's joy in that, Paul. I guess I understand, but it still seems grim sometimes. Well, I suppose so. But we get so much, Paul. I'm not talking about deference or even the chance to outwit an Athri who thinks he's outwitted you. Rohan smiled again. And it's not the jewels and fine horses and things that come of being rich. We get the chance to do things, good things, things that matter and will make this a better place for our having been here. He crossed his ankles and stared at the toes of his boots. If you and I were, say, a farmer and his son, we'd make sure our wheat grew tall and hearty, so we'd get the best price and feed ourselves. But we're also feeding those who buy our grain. Of course, few farmers look at their crops and say, "How wonderful that I'm growing such fine grain to feed so many." But you see my point. All the crafts fit into the weave. So do you and I. Only what we get to do is somewhat more spectacular on the face of it. He shrugged. And it can hurt more, too. Sometimes you have to lead an army against someone who doesn't see being a prince as the chance to do valuable work, but instead regards it as the chance to make others do as he pleases. The way Relstra did. Yes, that's when being a prince is a very hard thing. You have the power to order men and women into battle, where many of them will die. That's the grimness, Paul. There's no joy in winning a war. There's only grief and regret that it had to be fought at all. But we have to sometimes, don't we? To get the chance to do the good things, help the people who trusted us enough to follow us and fight for us. Frowning, Paul went on. But we also have to work hard to make sure we're not cheated by people we have to protect, whether they've cheated us or not. It hardly seems fair. Did I ever say it was, Paul? There are many ways of being a prince. One is to enjoy the material advantages and not worry about the responsibilities. You'll find plenty of examples that ways. I prefer that type personally. They're no threat to anything but their own treasuries. Another way is to enjoy your power to order people's lives. Not for their benefit, but for your own amusement. You'll see several of that kind as well. They aren't very fond of me because I won't let them indulge. And then there's the kind, like me, who prefer to exercise their brains instead of their swords. Sheer laziness, he said casually. I don't like going to war. It involves all sorts of inconveniences, and I hate being away from my own home. And mother, Paul added mischievously. That goes without saying. The boy lounged deliberately back in his chair, legs sprawled and arms dangling. I think I'll be your kind of prince, he decided, grinning, as long as my wife's pretty enough. Whatever reply Rohan might have made, other than laughter, was interrupted by a discreet scratch at the door. Paul straightened up quickly, as his father gave permission to enter. A young girl came in, dressed in brown homespun and carrying an empty tray. Just here to take away the dishes, your graces. Excuse me, please. I won't be but a moment. Of course, Rohan said, gesturing to the table where the wine pitcher rested and holding out his cup for her to take. Paul, primed now to notice everything and draw conclusions, observed the girl closely. Wisps of black hair escaped the severely knotted braids at her nape, and she brushed them back with a remarkably well-kept hand. The dirt beneath her nails was an incongruity somehow, and set him to wondering. As she placed pitcher and cups on her tray, she met his curious gaze quite levelly. Her eyes were a peculiar shade of grayish-green, their expression older than her perhaps 18 winters. He blushed at being caught staring and rose to stand near his father. The girl bent her knees awkwardly to them before turning to leave, but
Somehow the gracelessness seemed false as well, fitting her as badly as the brown homespun dress and dull green shawl with its ragged fringe. Her eyes held his again before she went out, and there was laughter in them. "Father!" Rohan held up a finger for silence. Paul listened, not knowing what he should be hearing, and then had it. The latch had not been clicked. He thought rapidly, then said, "All that wine. Which way to the nearest garderobe?" Rohan nodded his approval and congratulations.
"To the left, I think, end of the hallway."
Paul saw no one on his way there and back. He made sure the door was firmly shut when he came back into the room, and his father grinned at him.
"Very nice," Rohan approved. "See anybody?"
Paul shook his head. "Do you really think she wanted to listen?"
"I don't know. It might have been carelessness, leaving the door unlatched. But I think I'll watch Lord Morland even more carefully. For now, though, I don't want to watch anything but the insides of my eyelids."
He turned to the huge bed in the corner.
"Do you know I haven't slept beside anyone but your mother longer than I can remember? I do hope you don't snore."
"Snore! Mother says that sometimes you rattle the windows."
"A vile and insulting lie, for which she will pay dearly the next time she kicks all the covers on the floor."
Paul stripped and slid into bed, feeling a bit muddle-headed, not from his father's revelations about Rizeld or being a prince, but from the potent wine. He was gratified that no comment had been made about his taking a cup. Several cups, actually, enough to have made the garderobe really necessary. His ploy hadn't been entirely the inspiration it had seemed. Now, with the torches snuffed and only the soft starlight glowing through the windows, for it was one of those infrequent nights without moons, he felt as if his brain was slowly awhirl inside his skull. After a considerable time in an unsilent darkness, he turned onto his side and fixed an accusing look on his father's sleeping face.
"You do so snore,"
he whispered, and got out of bed. No one stirred down below in the small courtyard. He peered through a broken pane of glass and mused on what else besides tapestries and candles Lord Morland might be hiding. His father would find it, whatever it was. During childhood, Paul had always looked on Rohan as the source of all knowledge and wisdom. Nothing he had seen had ever disabused him of the notion. He simply could not conceive of his making a mistake. But Paul began to think that he himself had, as he saw a single figure hurry through the courtyard, heading for the postern gate. The starlight showed him a bulky, dark gown and fringed shawl, and he blinked in surprise. Why would a servant girl be out at this time of night, and leaving the manor? The obvious explanation, a lover, occurred to him. He shrugged, but then the girl abruptly stopped, swung round, and looked straight up at Paul. A slight, biting breeze came through a broken pane. Paul drew back, his gaze fixed on the woman's upturned, starlit face. Not a girl's face, a woman's. Its shape was the same in arch of brows and line of the mouth, but this was the face of a mature woman of 50 winters, probably more. She was smiling, the laughter that had been in her eyes earlier finding expression in a malicious, mocking curve of lips and quirk of brows. Then she drew the shawl up over her head and melted away, out the postern gate and into the night-dark forest. Paul shivered and turned away, deeply troubled. "What is it?" his father asked softly, sitting up in bed, the stars glinting off his fair hair.
"Nothing."
Paul made an effort to smile.
"Maybe Meath is right, and I am too young for that much wine."
Myriva reached the brookside tree where she had left her own clothes and shucked off those she had stolen from a drying line at Rizeld Manor. Excitement warmed her cheeks and her body. She felt nothing of the night's chill as she redressed in her own garments. So that was young Prince Paul, she thought. An intriguing face, just like the father's, but with the aura of more than princely power about him. More than Sunrunner power as well. Myriva laughed aloud as she loosed her hair from its confining braid and shook her head wildly. She had not been mistaken about the sensation of being with her own that had come at proximity to the youth. She knew it in Ianthe's 3 sons,
and in all others who were of Diarmady blood. But whereas with Reuvel, Marin, and Segev she knew the power had come from Princess Lalante, she had no idea which of Paul's ancestors had carried the gift. Sionead's people were readily traced on their father's side back to the Faradi invasion of the continent. No source there. Of her mother's people before the marriage of a Sunrunner to a prince of Kirst, nothing was known. Perhaps Paul got his doubled talents from her. But there was Rohan as well. Again, his paternal ancestors were firmly established, but his mother Milar's forebears, who were also Andrades. Myriva tied her skirt around her waist, grinning. What perfect irony, if the Lady of Goddess Keep herself was Diarmady. Then she sobered. Whoever and wherever it had come from, this second legacy of power was a new wrinkle, and possibly a dangerous one. Sunrunner alone was bad enough, but Myriva could have dealt with that. Paul's inheritance of her own kind of power presented several alternatives. She started the long walk back to her own dwelling, mulling over her choices. Killing Paul tonight had not been one of them, nor was drugging him or interfering in any way with his mind or body. She had only wanted a look at him, to judge what kind of man he would grow into. There was much of his father about him, not only in looks and the way he held himself, but in the clear-eyed, intelligent, curious way he had looked at her. No, killing him was not what she had come for, not why she had assumed her guise of youthfulness, and then shed it, knowing he watched. To explore his face with her eyes, to intuit his Faradi strength, to set an uneasiness into his mind, those had been her purposes. Killing him would have to wait some years yet. But this business of his being Diarmady was a thing to give her pause, and perhaps to rethink the future. What if she let it be known, and demonstrated somehow, that Paul was descended from those Andrade feared so much, those the Faradim had worked so hard to destroy? The other princes were nervous enough about his Sunrunner status as it was. Might they object so strongly to having him trained in the arts that Rohan would have to back down on Paul's Faradi education in order to save his throne? What if she threw her own support behind the boy instead of Ianthe's sons and made him her pupil? That thought held a great deal of charm, but she rejected it with a shake of her head. There was too much in Paul's face of his honorable fool of a father to make Myriva's games of ambition and power palatable to him. But what if she told nothing about Paul's other gift, and taught Reuvel methods the Diarmadim had used to discipline, even kill their own kind? Their greatest tragedy was that these had no effect on Faradim. While fighting off the Sunrunners so valiantly, they had learned this to their final defeat. Of course, teaching the willful Reuvel such potency was a calculated risk. He might use it on his brothers, or even on her, if she could not control them. She knew Ianthe's sons, and trusted none of them. Myriva slowed her strides as dawn slid over the mountains, and stopped as she watched the last stars fade before another day of blinding summer sun. Uncharacteristically indecisive, she worried the problems for some time as the air heated around her and made even her thin gown too warm. Then she shrugged. She would wait and see whether Reuvel would need such methods against Paul. There were many years ahead to plan the boy's death, and she reminded herself that Sunrunners had their own special vulnerability, one that her people did not share. Paul's Faradi blood made him susceptible. It would be an interesting choice of deaths for him, through his proud Sunrunner heritage or through his unsuspected old blood. But for the present, she had other concerns. She had not heard from Segev since his departure for Goddess Keep. Soon she would have to reach him on Starlight, find out if he was close to successful theft of the precious scrolls. Soon, too, she would have to discover what had happened to Mazul, who had killed 4 of her strongest minions in escaping from what would have been his surest path to triumph. She had heard rumors about him for years, of course. Dazan Manor was only a mountain or 2 from her home. She shrugged again irritably. If he was too stupid to grasp at the kind of power she could offer, he deserved to fail. Whether or not he was Relstra's son made no difference to Myriva. She only wanted to use him to find out what sort of approach would be best when it came Ruvel's turn to challenge Paul. But this led her back to the vexing question of exactly what she ought to teach Ruvel, how much she dared teach him, how far she could trust him. Myriva trudged on through the growing daylight, cursing the necessity of having others do her work for her. At a time when she had been ready to abandon all hope of ever restoring her people to their rightful place, Lalante's grandsons had given her renewed purpose. But still she wished that they were not also Relstra's get. The man had been impossible to control. She wondered suddenly if that was why Lalante had married him. Her kinswoman had always been a puling ninny, frightened of power and declaring that it was not for nothing that their people had been defeated so long ago. Relstra, high prince, most powerful man of his generation until Rohan had come along, had provided Lalante with a haven, utterly safe from any other influences, including those of her own kind. Relstra, who had been as ungovernable as his grandsons would be if Myriva was not very, very careful. Chapter 13. Castle Crag had not seen such splendor in more than 45 years, not since Lalante had arrived to become Relstra's bride. Banners of all the important Athrim of Prince March snapped in a breeze surging up from the gorge, and the golden dragon on blue was raised to signify that the High Prince himself would soon be in residence. An eager crowd lined the road for half a measure, 4 people deep. Flowers were strewn, people cheered themselves hoarse, and trumpets blared from the battlements as Rohan and Paul led the way into the courtyard. Paul whispered to his father, "I feel like I'm about to be the main course at a banquet." Rohan laughed softly. "They're hungry for a sight of you, hatchling, not a bite of you." Rohan had never before visited Prince March and had resisted all suggestions that he do so. Although nominally it belonged to him, he had made it clear that Pansala was Paul's regent, not his, and that his son should be considered Prince March's ruler, not himself. Once the boy was knighted and had learned Faradi skills, he would take over here and rule it as an independent princedom until, at Rohan's death, the desert would also become his. Rohan hoped that years of thinking of Paul as their prince would make the transition smoother when it came time for Paul to govern. This distinction was pointed up by Pansala's welcome. She came down the stairway, dressed in blue and violet, and her first bow was to Paul. He followed his father's instructions, taking her hands, raising her from her knees, and bowing over her left hand, where she wore the topaz and amethyst of her regency, along with sunrunner's rings. Only then did she turn to Rohan and bend her knees. Thus it was that in full view of the highborns and other dignitaries assembled in the courtyard, Paul's place was openly acknowledged as being above Rohan's. It was prettily done, and Rohan appreciated it. Paul had never met Pansala before, and found her something of a surprise. She did not look her 44 winters, but was rather more like he recalled Lady Andrade, nearly ageless, anywhere from 30 to 60. Her face had a sharp-boned, aristocratic handsomeness that conveyed great dignity, but little warmth, even when she smiled. In addition to the ring Rohan had given her as token of her charge, she wore 5 sunrunner's rings. Her eyes were cool brown, and silver waved from her temples through braids wound atop her head. Her welcome was delivered in a quiet, respectful voice, and everything was done with the ceremony due their rank, and she made Paul very uneasy. Certainly she was pleasant enough. He did not understand his reaction to her. Perhaps it was the way she gazed at him, then looked away whenever he tried to meet her glance directly. "I have messages for your grace from High Princess Sioned," she told him while escorting him, Rohan, and Markin upstairs to their chambers. "You do?" Paul asked eagerly.
only realizing at that moment how much he missed his mother. Then, because he didn't want to show it, he added, "Have the dragons hatched yet?" "Not for another 10 days or so," she replied, smiling a little. "Probably at about the time we leave for Ways."
"I'm sorry we'll be taking the long way this year, my lady," Markin apologized, with a smile both rueful and charming. "Neither Paul nor I have your enviable ability to cross water without disgracing ourselves."
"It's of no consequence, Lord Markin. I never much liked the sail down the Fallain anyway."
She turned to Rohan.
"The High Princess is quite well, my lord, and begs that you will be on time to the Riala. She has much information to share with you about the dragons."
"She and Lady Phelan have discussed nothing else all summer," he said, smiling. "That was a beautiful tapestry on the landing, Pansala. Cunaxon?"
"Grabain, my lord, and new. I've been encouraging trade with them, as you suggested some years ago. They've improved since their first efforts."
I think we saw a few at Rizeld Manor. Clumsy, threadbare things that wouldn't keep out a sneeze, let alone the winter winds they must get up in the mountains."
He glanced at Paul, his expression perfectly innocent, and the boy had a difficult time controlling his own.
"I was impressed with Lord Morland, however, and his inventory of livestock. You'll have to fill me in about his quarry, too, while we're here."
"I'm pleased he's done better in the last few years, my lord. He's forever crying poverty."
She gestured to a servant who opened a large door of carved pine, inlaid with shining black stone.
"Lord Markin, this is your suite. I hope it will be satisfactory."
Markin was self-possessed enough not to gape at the luxuries within. He merely nodded. "Thank you, my lady. I'm sure it's entirely adequate to my needs. If you'll excuse me, I'll wash off the dirt of the road and attend you later."
Paul did not have sufficient control of his eyes and jaw not to react when Pansala herself opened the door of the suite he would share with his father. The first room was a gigantic reception chamber, bearing signs of recent redecoration, though not in the manner of Rizeld. Here there were new hangings, fresh paint, cushions that had never been sat on, and the tart scent of citrus polish. Blue, violet, and gold were the dominant colors, sumptuous and slightly overwhelming. The bedchambers were done in similar fashion. Smiling, Rohan watched Paul's face, and when Pansala had left them, he said,
"Well, what do you think?"
It's...
Yes, it is, isn't it?"
He sank into a chair, relishing its comfort after so many days in the saddle. "Father, she makes me a little nervous."
"If she behaved a little stiffly, it's because she's anxious for everything to be perfect. Actually, you probably make her nervous too."
"Me?"
"I may have hired her on, but her real master is you, and she knows it."
"But I don't have any say in what goes on here."
"Not yet."
Paul digested this in silence, then jumped on the bed, landing with a bounce and a grin.
"At least I have my own room and don't have to listen to you snore."
"I do not snore, you insolent—"
"Do so."
"Do not."
Rohan tugged a pillow from behind his back and threw it. Paul responded with an overstuffed bedcushion. Rohan caught it and tossed it back at him.
"Not again, or we'll have feathers all over."
"Dignity, dignity,"
Paul said mournfully, shaking his head.
"I have to behave myself, don't I?"
He fell onto his stomach, arms wrapped around the pillow.
"Well, when I do come to live here, this stuff is going to go. I don't care if princes have to live in state. I'd be afraid to take a bath in case I got the tub dirty. Did you see the size of that thing? You and Mother don't live this way. Why did Pansala do all this?"
"The whole place is the same, you know. And think for a moment about why she'd want to make this the most splendid suite in all Castle Crag. Don't mistake her, Paul. She's not showing off what she can do with money. Everything she does is for us. When she committed to us against her own father, she risked everything, including her life. There were plenty of people, Tobin and Andrade included, who told me I was out of my mind to make her regent here. She knows that, too. He sighed quietly. Her commitment is all she has. With her royal blood, she could never have been a traditional kind of sunrunner, attached to a court somewhere. Can you honestly see a daughter of High Prince Relstra as a court Ferrari, and since Andrade never liked her much, returning to Goddess Keep was out of the question?
Mother wouldn't have her at Stronghold either, Paul observed.
Uneasiness around Pansala isn't an uncommon reaction, he mused. I can't say that I'm all that fond of her, but I appreciate her, and especially the work she's done for us. He paused a moment. It gave her a life, Paul. She was trained for nothing in her youth except to be a princess, and then after her father's death. He shrugged.
I heard Mother say once that ruling here is her revenge on her father.
Perhaps. But he also genuinely cares about you and about Prince March. We've seen what the results have been.
Except that she never figured out about Lord Morlin.
Paul grinned, then sobered.
But I can't help feeling funny around her.
As I said, she probably feels funny around you, too. Stop thinking so much, he chided affectionately. If I worried as much as you do, I'd be bald as a dragon's egg. We're supposed to be having a good time, you know.
I was, until we had to start getting dressed for dinner. Any chance that there won't be a banquet tonight?
You can dream, his father replied.
But the banquet was cancelled only a short time before it was due to begin. Rohan was still draped in a bath towel when Markin came to tell him the information Pansala had just received on the last of the evening sunlight.
Inuit of Ossetia and his son Jos went sailing today on Lake Kadar. They were due back well before sunset, but their boat washed up on shore, empty. Rohan, the bodies were found a little while ago. They're both dead. He sat down on the ornate bed. Another death. 2 deaths. Sweet goddess, Jos is a few winters younger than Paul. He picked at the fringed hangings. Charlie must be devastated. He adored them both. Markin nodded. His only son and only grandson. I met Inuit once or twice. He visited at Goddess Keep while I was there. I liked him, Rohan. He would have made a fine prince. He paused. I've told Pansala to cancel everything at once. I hope that wasn't presumptuous. No, not at all. Thank you for thinking of it. We'll observe the ritual for them tonight.
He trailed off and raked a hand back through his wet hair.
You know what all this means, don't you? It may sound cold to be thinking politics right now, but you're High Prince. You have to think politics.
He smiled slightly.
You're very like your father, good for my conscience in all ways. He's soothing when I need it and kicks me when it's necessary. Promise you'll always do the same for Paul.
Markin returned the smile.
I'm his, the same way my father is yours. And Ossetia will be Princess Gemma's. Charlie has no other heir. Gemma, his cousin, niece. Her mother was Charlie's sister.
Rohan saw Markin look down at the first of his sunrunner's rings, a garnet that had belonged to Gemma's older brother Jastri, Prince of Sire, who had died fighting on Relstra's side against the desert.
She's suddenly become a very important young lady, Markin observed, and ways will be overflowing with men trying to catch her eye. Markin gave a start. Not me, he exclaimed. Have you someone else in mind?
Blanching slightly, he hesitated and then shook his head. Rohan only smiled. Markin returned to the main subject, a tactical maneuver not lost on his uncle.
Where's Gemma now? At High Karat with Sionede's brother Davy. They're all cousins through the Cyrene royal house. Gemma's still a princess of Sire, of course, and technically Davy's ward. She'll need the High Prince's consent to marry. Yes, and what if she chooses someone I can't stomach as the next Prince of Ossetia? Or, even worse, what if the man she picks is unpalatable to Charlie? He and I don't agree on much. If you interfere too much, you'll be accused of trying to control Ossetia through Gemma. Markin made an annoyed gesture. And there's Fyron. This on top of that isn't going to make you very popular. Watch the greedy High Prince gobble up land and power, Rohan agreed bitterly. We don't need to explore this fully right now, Markin. Is Pansala competent at moon running? I'm not sure. She has 5 rings, and that makes her an apprentice, but I'm not sure how much training she had before she left Goddess Keep. I'll ask. Good. If she's capable, then you two can divide up Ferrari duties for me tonight. I need to get word to Davy to put a guard on Gemma, if he hasn't already done so. Pansala can send our condolences to Charlie, regent to Prince. They'll both appreciate that. You'll have to contact Andrade. I don't think she and Pansala have exchanged a word in 15 years, and Sioned will have to know all of it after you've finished with the rest.
Rising from the bed, he looked at the clothes laid out for him.
Have Pansala arrange with her steward for grey morning. Where's the ritual held here?
For the dead of other princedoms, the oratory.
Ah, I'd hoped to see it under more pleasant circumstances. I'm told it's a marvel. Have I forgotten anything, Markin?
Not that I can think of. Do you want me to send Paul in here to you?
Yes, do that, thank you. Then go find Pansala for me and we'll get started.
Brushing the hair from his eyes again, he said,
And remind me to tell Paul that under no circumstances is he to so much as look at Gemma, unless he absolutely has to. The only thing I lack is a rumor that their marriage will give us Ossetia. Besides, she's, 10 winters older than he?
Boys grow up fast at nearly 15, Markin commented.
Rohan made a sour face. I don't think he realizes yet that girls exist.
Boys grow up fast at nearly 15, Markin repeated, and grinned. The candles guttered in neat rows. The warm brilliance of their first burning faded to uncertain glimmers. Rohan stood before them, acutely aware of the darkness behind him. It was long past midnight, the ritual over. He had spoken to the assembled highborns and dignitaries here in the oratory, brief words about the loss suffered in the deaths of Inuit and Joss, fulfilling his obligation as High Prince. The candles had been placed along the back wall, and everyone had gone down to the dinner waiting for them. Rohan told himself he ought to be there too, even if this was no longer an official ceremonial banquet, for he was hungry and Paul would want him near while everyone took his measure. But Paul had Markin and Pansala to see him through any rough patches, and Rohan wasn't ready to join them just yet. The oratory was an exquisite thing, a half-dome of faceted Pyrenees crystal projecting out from the cliffside castle, furnished with white chairs covered by white velvet. By sun, moons, or stars, it would glow. But the sky had turned black shortly after moonrise, clouds the color of smoke obscuring all light. Only the candles shone, and they burned low. Outside the Ossetian seat of Athmir, the bodies of father and son would be ablaze now on a shared pyre. Old Prince Charlie and his Ferrari would wait and watch through the night until flesh became ash, and then the Sunrunner would call up a gentle breath of air to carry the ashes over land that had given the two princes birth, land that they would never rule. Candles would burn in honor of that funeral fire here in this oratory and at similar places in each princedom. The small glass-domed chamber at Davi's High Kirat, the central hall of Volok's court at New Raitia, the Ferrari calendar room at Grey Pearl that Paul had described in awed detail. Rohan wondered where Sioned would hold the ritual at Skybowl. Stronghold had a chamber for the purpose, but Skybowl had no such facility. He imagined she would choose a place outdoors by the lake, perhaps even float candles out across the dark water. The same had been done at Skybowl for his father, of whom Relstra had spoken here in this very chamber on the night Zahava's body had burned to ashes in the desert. Rohan doubted that Relstra's elegy had been heartfelt. Turning from the candles,
Rohan glanced up at the crystal ceiling, where flickering lights reflected in the etched panes. Where the clear dome met the stone floor 30 paces from him was a table bearing silver and gold plate and 2 cups of beaten gold. The chunks of uncut amethyst set into the goblets were said to have fallen from the sky with the first sunset. Only one marriage had ever been celebrated with them, that of Relstra to his only wife, Lalante. Rohan supposed that sooner or later Paul would stand here to wed some suitable girl. The ruler of Prince March could hardly avoid being married in his own oratory. Yet despite its beauty, Rohan could not banish the chill he sensed within this room. Relstra had ruled here too long. He paced silently down the white carpet to the center of the chamber, directly below the place where crystal met smoothed rock high overhead. The panes were set in delicate stone traceries that must have taken years to carve. He admired the workmanship, but wondered why he could sense none of the crafter's joy in creating such beauty. His mother's gardens at Stronghold, her life's work and her pride, had a different feel altogether. She and a small army of workers had transformed the barren wards of the castle into a miracle of grace and growing things. Every flower bed, tree, bench, and curve of the little stream bespoke pleasure in the making. His own refurbishing of the great hall had something of the same feel to it, artisans delighting in their skills that produced such marvels. This oratory, despite its magnificence, was a cold and lifeless place that not even the gentle candlelight could warm. He told himself he would feel differently about it once he had viewed it in full sunshine. He would be able to see across the vast canyon to the opposite cliffs and down to the rush of the Fallain far below. The oratory would not then feel like a crystal bubble clinging in darkness to the side of a mountain, isolated and chill and redolent of his enemy. Rohan turned quickly as the doors swung open. Pansala stood there, candlelight limning her body and turning her gray morning gown and veil to dark, liquid silver. "Everyone is asking for you, my lord." "I'll be down in a moment. How fares my son?" She smiled, dark eyes glinting with pride. "Charming, everyone, of course, just as I expected."
"Don't let his pretty manners fool you. He can be a terror when he pleases, and stubborn enough for 6.
Would he be a boy if he weren't? My chamberlain's 4 sons have been my pages, one after the other, and each more mischievous than the last. She moved into the room, and the doors swung shut behind her. Because he is a boy, with those qualities, though, I thought I should warn you. He's heard about the old custom of proving one's strength and courage by scaling the cliffs opposite the castle. I'm afraid he's taken it into his head to try."
"I've heard about it. The idea is to slide back down on the ropes, a little like flying. I can see how that would appeal to him."
"You'll forbid it, naturally."
Rohan chuckled. "Let me tell you something about my hatchling, Pansala. Forbidding him to do something is tantamount to issuing an open invitation for him to work his way around to doing it anyhow."
"But it's too dangerous."
"Probably."
"And he's so young."
"He's older than Marken was when he went to war. Pansala, if I forbid it, he'll only go off and do it on his own. I could lock him in his rooms, and he'd still find a way of getting out and doing just as he pleases. With Paul, you have to use sweet reason and a guile even greater than his own, and sometimes not even that works."
"But, my lord," she began.
"Let's go downstairs. I'll show you something about our stubborn prince."
Rohan had only just supplied himself with a plate of food and a wine cup when his offspring came through the crowd, Marken right behind him. "Watch," Rohan whispered to Pansala, who looked on worriedly as Paul sought permission to test his strength and courage against the cliffs. "And I was thinking, father, that it would be good for us, politically, too," he finished with admirable, if transparent, shrewdness.
"As well as terrific fun," Rohan added.
Paul nodded enthusiastically. "I've done some climbing around Stronghold and Skybowl, and Prince Chadrick took all the squires to some rocks near Grey Pearl for lessons. It was right over the ocean, too, so I know all about how to go climbing over water without getting nervous. May I, Father, please?" Rohan pretended to consider, though his decision had already been made, prompted partly by Pansala's automatic assumption that he would forbid this.
"What arrangements would you make for this feat?"
"Well, I know it's a little dangerous, but Markin could come with me if he wants to, and Maita loves to go climbing, and if we had a group of people who've done it before, then they could take the lead and show us how. It won't be that much of a risk, Father, and if I'm going to be prince here, I really ought to show them what I'm made of."
Rohan's lips twitched in a smile. "Markin, how do you feel about this?" The young man shrugged. "If he's determined to do this crazy thing, then I'll go with him. I'll think it over."
A flicker of disappointment showed in Paul's face, but then he decided to put the best possible interpretation on the words. "Thank you, Father." A man approached, was introduced as Lord Claydon of River Ush, and talk turned to other things. When Rohan and Pansala were comparatively private once more, he turned to her and smiled. "Well?" "I think I understand, my lord. He thought up ways to convince you it would be safe in order to win your permission. Had you dictated those terms, however, he would have been resentful and defied you."
"Exactly. A few days from now he'll have researched the problem and presented me with further precautions for his safety, and he'll know a great deal more about climbing than he does at present."
"But you'd already made up your mind."
"He's right, you know. It would be an excellent thing if he proved himself at so young an age."
He watched as shock widened her eyes, correctly interpreted her expression, and answered it with,
"Don't think I'm not afraid for him, Pansala, but I can't wrap him in silk. I can guide his steps, but I won't prevent him from getting a few bruises. It's the only way he'll ever become a man on his own, a prince worthy of the lands he'll inherit."
"Forgive me, my lord, but—" She hesitated, then went on. "We've all been reminded very painfully today of how quickly a prince's life can be lost. Paul is simply too valuable to risk."
"So was I."
He paused, then went on softly.
"My parents kept me sheltered until I was 13, well past the usual age for fostering. When they did let me go, it was to my cousin Hayden at Ramagev, barely a day's ride from Stronghold. I had a little more freedom there, but not much. By the time my father's last war with the Meridar came, I was frantic to prove myself, so I marched out disguised as a common soldier. It was a damned foolish thing to do. I could very easily have been killed. But they'd forbidden me to go as the heir, you see. Maita's mother, who commanded the Stronghold Guard before her, caught me but decided to look the other way. She understood that I'd been more or less driven to it by my parents' cosseting. My poor mother nearly had heart failure, and my father was furious with me, but he also knighted me on the field."
"And you don't want Paul driven to the same kind of thing?" Pansala mused. "Even so, my lord, it's a terrible chance to take."
"Sioned will be livid when she finds out, of course, but I can't help that. I often wonder why I didn't defy my parents much sooner. Perhaps it was lack of opportunity, but I suspect it was really fear of my father."
He shrugged. "It was the same for me," she said, looking anywhere but at him. "We were all terrified of Relstra, but you never hated your father the way I did mine."
"With us as examples, do you wonder why I allow Paul the freedom to do this? He won't have the need to do anything as foolhardy as I did,
or as wicked as I did. We are indeed edifying examples, my lord." She gave him a tiny smile. "Very well, I understand, but I'll make sure my best people go with him on the climb."
"Thank you. It's all we can ever do, you know. Take what precautions we can and trust to the goddess's mercy for the rest."
He sighed ruefully.
"Frankly, the whole idea of this scares me silly. But I have to let Paul be who and what he is. He's going to be whether I allow it or not, so why fight it?"
"As you wish, my lord."
"Besides,"
Rohan finished with a grin. "My hatchling quite naturally wants to fly. Pansala, I'd like to meet privately with each of the vassals tomorrow. Will you arrange it for me, please?"
"Of course, my lord." She paused thoughtfully, searching his eyes. "Do you know, with all the differences between you and my father, both as men and as High Prince, I think it all may come down to one simple thing. My father never said please to anybody in his life."
Paul was glad of his thick leather jacket, as updrafts from the river far below sent chill gusts along the cliffs. Summer was 3/4 over, and whereas in the desert and at Grey Pearl the days would still be searingly hot, here in the mountains clouds had formed again last night. Having finally won permission from his father to make the climb, after 4 days of alternating pleas with detailed plans, Paul had been frantic lest a late summer rain spoil his chance. They were due to leave for Ways in 2 days. The climb had to be this morning, or not at all. He looked down for the first time since beginning the upward struggle, and gulped. He hadn't realized how far he'd come, how far below him the river now was. He clung more tightly to the iron ring driven into the rock face, and forced himself to lift his head, trying to judge the distance to the top and how long it would take to get there. A tug on the rope around his waist signaled that it was time to make the next move across the cliff. He swallowed hard, refusing to admit that he had been a fool to attempt this climb. As fingers and toes found holds, his confidence returned. This wasn't much different from scrambling up ragged, wind-sculpted stone in the Veer Hills, except for the distance down. The view was splendid. He really did feel akin to the dragons. He imagined himself equipped with wings, bracing for flight, and then soaring out over the gorge, every fiber of his body singing, "Paul, pay attention!" Maita's command alerted him, and he was reminded that he definitely was not a dragon. He scrambled up to join her on a tiny ledge, breathing hard. "Some fun, eh?" She grinned at him. "You're doing fine. Give Markin's rope a tug and let's get started for the top."
"How much farther?"
He squinted upward.
"About half the time it took us to get this far. Then we can have lunch, rest, and fly back down."
"I wish we could have flown up."
Maita laughed and rubbed his shoulder affectionately.
"It's the challenge that counts. The privilege of flight has to be earned, you know. Besides, think of the nice quiet ride back up the canyon when we're done. I'll even let you fall asleep on your horse. See you at the top, hatchling."
She set off again, and Paul watched her find the handholds near the next iron ring. Maita threaded the rope through and tied it off to provide Paul's support for the next part of his climb, just as she was linked to the man above her for safety. Soon Markin had joined Paul on the ledge, panting to catch his breath.
"I must have been crazy to agree to this."
"You and me both," Paul admitted. "I'm running out of fingernails."
He held out hands, scraped and bloodied by gripping sharp stone, and grinned at his cousin.
"But it's worth it. Take a look."
Markin seemed to inhale the sky and trees and cliffs, his gaze lingering, as Paul's did, on the multicolored wildflowers clinging to the rocks.
"Wonderful,"
he exclaimed.
"But I don't dare look down. Last time I did, I nearly lost my breakfast. I don't think I'll be able to climb my way out of bed tomorrow. But you're right. It's worth it."
He peered across the canyon and pointed. "Is that your father and Pansala?" Paul waved and nearly lost his balance. Markin steadied him with a firm grip on his shoulder.
"Thanks," he said shakily. "Do you think they can see us?"
"That blue jacket of yours must be visible for half a measure."
"As if you're inconspicuous,"
Paul scoffed, flicking a finger against his cousin's bright red. Another tug on the rope alerted him, and he set off again. After half a morning of this, he was sure of what he was doing, but the ridges cut into the stone had been made for a full-grown person, not a boy coming up on his 15th winter. He had to stretch quite a bit sometimes to reach the holds, and his shoulders and legs were beginning to ache in earnest.
"When the hell am I going to grow?" he muttered, as he scrambled for a niche and barely reached it.
He was also eager to grow in ways other than height. Over the past few days, Paul had sat in on talks with men who were nominally his vassals, and the ambassadors and emissaries from other princedoms. Rohan's warning that a prince must listen to some very tedious people had been forcibly demonstrated. At times, Paul could barely keep his eyes open, but it was amusing to watch these people look back and forth from him to Rohan, one the real owner of Prince March and the other its real ruler. They couldn't seem to decide if they ought to be seriously concerned with Paul's opinions or treat him with a kind of half-amused indulgence, the boy pretending to be a prince. It would be nice to be older, he mused, as he sought for the next toehold, to be Markin's age and Markin's height, with Markin's easy authority. He had just secured himself to the next ring when a metallic clang hit rock. His head turned, and something gray and slightly rusty flew past down him into the canyon. Looking up, he saw Maita frozen on the cliff face, arms and legs outspread. "Maita?" "Check the ring, Paul. Hurry." He inspected the iron circle, and terror stopped his heart for a moment. The spike anchoring the ring had worked loose. If stressed, it would probably hold no weight greater than his own and might not even support him for very long. "It's coming out, isn't it?" Maita called softly, her voice slightly breathless. He explored the joining of spike and stone. "Somebody's picked at it." "I thought as much." She hesitated, then said, "My rope's frayed, too." "The man ahead of you must have—" "I don't think so. Not and risk his own life in the process. Paul, untie the rope connecting us." He realized what she was asking. "No! If you lose hold, you fall." "And if I fall with the rope tied to the ring and to you, I'll take you with me. Do as I say." "Maita, I can climb up to you." "No!" The force of her exclamation shifted her body, and pebbles trickled down from the slender purchase gained by her left boot. "Listen to me, kinsman," she said more softly. "This is no accident. The ring that just fell had been dug loose. I was a fool not to see it before. I apologize, my prince." "Maita, just hold still. I'll come up to you. Neither of us will fall." "Damn it, untie the rope. I don't intend to fall. But if I do, you and Markin won't be able to hold me, not with that ring ready to come out of the rock. Do it, Paul. The longer you take, the longer I have to stay as I am." He choked back another protest and did as told. Markin, still on the ledge below, called up, "Stay put, both of you. I'll get the rope around the rocks." "Markin, don't let her fall." Although what he thought his cousin might do was beyond him. His gaze fixed on Maita, willing her to find a more secure grip. She found a crevice, then another, groping for holds that would take some of the strain from her muscles. "Paul, don't move." Markin was just below him. "I've lashed the rope to some rocks and alerted everyone below us. Let me past you, and I'll tie the other end to Maita." Paul flattened himself against the cliff, as Markin maneuvered past his legs, finding holds where none had been carved into the cliff. "She's more secure now," the boy said, amazed at the calm voice he didn't recognize as his own. "What do you want me to do?" "Climb back to the ledge, get a grip on the rope, and brace yourself." Markin paused to pat his leg reassuringly, then slid by and started for Maita. It had been much easier to stretch upward with his arms than it was to grope downward with his feet while his fingers dug into crevices. He was nearly to the narrow ledge when he heard a thin hissing sound that made him flinch with reaction. The steel tip of an arrow struck a spark off stone an arm's length from his head. "Markin!" he yelled. "Get behind the rocks!" Another arrow brought a flash near Markin's feet. Paul scrambled to safety and stared across the gorge at Castle Crag. The arrows had to be coming from there, loosed by a viciously powerful bow to reach all the way across. But the towers were too far away for him to see the bowman, who might have been hidden in any one of 100 windows.
Pansala, he thought irrelevantly, was going to be furious. Markin was right below Maita now, his fingers within reach of her ankle. The climbers above her had tossed down a fresh rope, and she tried to grab it as they swung it closer to her hands. Markin shouted at her to keep still. Another arrow and then another hit the stones with faint ringing sounds. Paul curled, as small as he could get behind an outcropping of stone, fists clenched, salt sweat burning in his eyes. Come on, he whispered, please. Markin pulled himself up nearly beside Maita, his arm reaching for her waist. She coughed and gave a start of surprise. Very slowly, her hand reached back to fumble at the arrow embedded next to her spine, an arrow fletched in brown and yellow. Merida colors. Her fingers loosened. Her tall body arched over backward, giving Paul a view of her already dead face, her sightless, black eyes. It took forever for her to fall away from Markin's desperate grasp, away from the gray cliff, past Paul, drifting down to brush against jagged stones, and finally disappear into the dark depths of the canyon. There were no more arrows. Paul turned tear-blurred eyes to Castle Crag and saw a bright flame rising from the upper battlements. Like a torch flame at this distance, a single light against the shadowy bulk of the keep, but a flame that grew arms, that thrashed in futile agony as Sunrunner's fire immolated human flesh. The torch flared, then sank out of sight. He felt Markin's hands on his shoulders, heard sobbing breaths. "Paul, are you all right? Not hurt? Talk to me." He looked at Markin without comprehension. Sweat and tears streaked his cousin's face, and there was a gash circled by a swelling bruise on Markin's forehead. "I'm not hurt," he heard himself say. "But you are." "Just a scratch. Never mind me. We'll stay here for a while until you stop shaking." Markin's strong arm went around him. "I'm not shaking," Paul said, then realized he was. He buried his face against his cousin's shoulder. "Shh. She's worth more than our tears, Paul, but that's all we can give her right now, even though she'd scold us for it." If she hadn't made me untie the rope, then we would have lost you too," Markin said thickly. "Sweet goddess, to have that woman's courage." After a time they quieted, and Markin's embrace relaxed a little. "All right now?" he asked, wiping his own cheeks. Paul nodded. "I'll find who did it, and I'll kill him." "Pansala already has. You saw the fire. She killed with her gift." Shock warred with fierce joy that the archer was dead. But stronger than either, outrage stiffened Paul's spine. Pansala had acted peremptorily, killing the assassin before he could be questioned. "She'll answer to me," Paul corrected. "I am prince here, and I'm the one they wanted dead. If the loosened rings didn't do it, then the archer was there to finish me off. Why didn't Pansala order the man subdued and held?" "I'm sure she'll have a good explanation." He waved to the rest of the climbers, who were making their way swiftly to the ledge. "Meantime, it seems we're arguing with her for saving our lives. Would you rather be dead?" "No, but she didn't have to kill him, especially not that way." "Remember whose daughter she is." "And whose son I am." Paul knuckled his eyes and took a deep breath to steady himself. "Did you see the arrows, Markin? Brown and yellow. Merida." "Who else?" Pansala was not merely furious. In her father or her sister Ianthe, this rage would have brought further executions. She wanted to find someone else to punish, someone on whom to vent this terrible fury of shame and fear. She watched the Merida burn down to ash in Sunrunner's fire, and only the presence of the High Prince prevented her from calling the captain of her guard and killing him, too, for allowing a traitor to invade Castle Crag. Rohan, set-faced, turned away from the writhing, stinking flames. His gaze sought the cliffs opposite, where Paul and Markin were being helped up to the cliff top. He walked around the smoldering corpse and stood with his hands flat on the wall, the stone cool and gritty beneath his palms. The canyon gaped below him, magnificent and lethal. The Falain River seethed white foam against the rocks. Had this been the desert, scavenger birds would already be circling. But this was not the desert, and they would find Maita's broken body far downriver or wedged among the crags, if they found her at all. Death in dark water was not suited to a woman of bright sands and endless skies. He was aware of Pansala's presence behind him. Her rage made him marvel at his own deadly calm. He ought to be roaring out his fury, ordering reprisals against the Merida hidden in the valleys of Cunaxa. Twice now they had attempted Paul's life. By rights he should be claiming 100 Merida lives for each threat against his son. His northern levies under Walvis's command were already near the border. He had only to send word to Sioned via Marken on the Sunlight, and the invasion would begin. He knew why he would not. All the evidence was gone. Arrows with their telltale colored fletching, face with its probable chin scar, mouth with its secrets of identity and infiltration silent forever. The law was the law, and to act without evidence would be to become like Pansala's father, Relstra, a high prince who did as he wished